Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 160, Banquet of Swords 3, Lucien Dior. Born as the eldest son of Count Dior, he enjoyed all sorts of luxury and was the kind of man Jude had expected. He was a man with a bad personality, but was quite clever and had a natural talent for swords. But unlike those kind of bastards who whiled away their time in alcohol and women, he walked the path of the sword quite seriously. He devoted himself to training from early in the morning every day and never stayed up all night even after drinking and playing games with his clique. His fiancée, Lorraine, highly praised Lucien's diligence, which she found to be surprising, but there was actually one more reason why he was diligent. Fear. If Lucien had to choose two things that left a deep impression in his life of more than 20 years, one was meeting his fiancée, Lorraine, and the other was his first meeting of a person higher and stronger than his father when he was 5 years old, Duke Wotan. Lucien was walking inside the mansion like always and happened to witness a conversation between his father and Duke Wotan, which greatly shocked him. Duke Wotan wasn't doing anything strange. What completely surprised Lucien was his father, Count Dior. Father. For the child Lucien, Count Dior was like a god. He held absolute power within the family and always wielded that power to its utmost. Lucien had noticed that the maids, butlers, and even his mother always trembled in fear when they stood in front of such a father. Lucien liked such a father. He thought that someday he would become like his father, Count Dior, his godlike father, but not that day. His father, whose back was always straightened up, had bent it over like that of an old butler. He bowed his head repeatedly in subservience, smiled like a secretary, and tried to please Duke Wotan. And Lucien realized it that day. The fact that his father was not a god, and that his son, Lucien himself, was also not a god. The fact that there were stronger and greater people in the world. That was why, unlike other bastards, Lucien looked at his opponents differently and cleverly used his head. He knew it. He knew so well that neither he nor his father were gods that could do whatever they wanted. After witnessing that shocking sight, Lucien began to make an effort in his training. Because he was very scared. He had to be strong. He must continue to stand in the position of the strong one. In order to not be left behind by greater beings than him, such as Duke Wotan, he must become someone skilled. He must have the ability to reign over things that were equal or inferior to himself. Lucien's original personality didn't change. He still liked to bully the weak and used that to boost his ego. He constantly wanted to confirm that he was still strong. The 10 great swordmasters' children. They weren't just children of great swordmasters, but also children of those who occupied a place in the 12 northern families. Lucien instinctively felt a sense of crisis, so he thought, like he usually did, he had to beat them. He must hold the dominant position. And how nice would it feel if he beat those people? If he could instill to those people who have lived thinking that they were strong of the fact that they were actually weak. But when he first saw Lucas, he couldn't make any hasty moves. Because Lucas Harsvelger wasn't someone he could easily offend. Margrave. He was the first child of Count Harsvelger who led the Jackdaws. Even if Count Dior was favored by Duke Wotan, the Harsvelger family wasn't a family he could thoughtlessly offend. If that was the case, he had to win with his own abilities in the end, but that wasn't easy either. Lucas Harsvelger, a sword genius whose name was known even in the royal capital. Lucas was still 4 years younger than him, but he didn't think he would lose. But he didn't think he could easily win either. But new faces then appeared at the tea party. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. There were rumors about them in the royal capital like Lucas, but the content of the rumors were completely different. One was a sword genius. The other was about 2 young people who were crazily in love and eloped. But it wasn't only that. Unlike Cordelia, who was quite healthy, Jude had suffered from an illness that he couldn't go out much until half a year ago. Easy. He could beat Jude as much as he wanted to, so he immediately picked a fight with the other. Even if Lucas had drawn his sword, Lucien was determined to goad Jude into a match through provocation. I want to see it. To see that handsome face be wrecked into a mess. When it came to their looks, Cordelia Chase was comparable to Lorraine. No, she was even better looking than his fiancée, and he wanted to see such Cordelia cry as she realized that her beloved was actually a weak idiot. As he felt thrilled by his sadistic thoughts, Lucien provoked them even harder, and Lucas drew his sword as he expected. But it went wrong after that. Cocky bastard, Jude Bayer. It was obvious that Jude didn't know much about the world yet. It was obvious that Jude was like him in his childhood, not knowing that there was a heaven above the sky. Then he had to teach Jude how lowly his existence was. The purpose of the Banquet of Swords was to broaden one's horizons, so he would teach Jude once as his senior. As he charged towards Jude, the word defeat did not exist in Lucien's mind. He only dreamed of winning and scorning the weak like always. And at the moment he first swung his sword, Lucien unwittingly let out a word in surprise. Because when he tried to immediately strike Jude with his sword, Jude evaded it, so nothing happened. Oops, I forgot one thing. Lucien's eyes turned sharp when Jude retreated more than 10 steps in an instant and slyly smiled before speaking. Because it was the first time he had seen that considerable level of footwork technique. Lord Lucien, let's make a promise. Promise? What promise? If Lord Lucien loses, he would kneel and apologize to Cordelia, together with Lady Lorraine, with sincerity. What? To begin with, this match started because Lord Lucien arrogantly mocked and shamed Cordelia. As the saying goes, one who has tied the knot must untie it, so shouldn't Lord Lucien be the one to put an end to it? Crazy beastard. Lucien cursed, and the prospects from the royal capital laughed out loud, while the prospects from the south found the current situation to be interesting. But the prospects from the north thought, no, weren't we insulted too? Weren't we the first ones to be shamed? But that didn't matter to Jude. What mattered to Jude was Cordelia. Would you like to make a promise? What if you lose then? I will prostrate myself in front of Lord Lucien and Lady Lorraine. I'll apologize for acting arrogant. No, you alone is not enough. Your fiancé should be with you. Crazy son of a BTCH, I thought I'd cut you some slack, but you must be desperate to die, huh? What? Anyway, let's make a promise, okay? When Jude let out curses and then asked him with a smug smile, Lucien was taken aback before he laughed. One could only laugh if they found something to be so ridiculous, and that was exactly what happened to him. Crazy son of a BTCH, I'll beat you to a pulp, if you can. At that moment, Lucien made up his mind. He had thought of teaching Jude a lesson moderately, but that wasn't enough now. He should at least put a cut on Jude's face. You brought it upon yourself. Yes, you brought it upon yourself. Jude grinned again, and Lucien kicked the ground. And this time, Jude did not avoid it. And right after that, when Lucien's lightning-fast sword lunged at Jude, Lucien let out a surprised voice again. But this time, it was different from before. Lucien found himself flying in the air. To be exact, he found his head falling downwards to the ground. Throwing technique. At the moment Lucien lunged at him, Jude narrowed the distance at once with 24 gale steps. He grabbed Lucien's right hand that held the sword that thrust at him and immediately did the throwing technique. He used his strength to flip Lucien over his head, and right after that again, when Lucien realized that the positions of the sky and ground had reversed. Lucien didn't fall to the ground head first. Just before his head touched the ground, the sky and ground changed positions again. Something supported the back of his neck, so he only fell to the floor on his back. And he realized it. What touched the back of his neck was the top of Jude's foot. Jude had brought his foot to the back of Lucien's neck after the throwing technique to prevent Lucien's head from falling headfirst to the ground. 1 full point. Jude smiled and said, prompting the voices of those who were watching at that moment. Confusion, awe, and fear. What happened? Did he throw Lucien behind his head? No, he supported Lucien with his foot at the end, I think, so that Lucien wouldn't fall head first. Is that even possible? They honestly didn't see it properly. Jude had moved closer to Lucien as he grabbed Lucien's arm and moved his foot after he turned over Lucien in an instant. As expected of Mr. Jude. Lucas was the only one here who saw all of Jude's movements, and he was impressed and amazed. Because Jude's physical abilities were truly superhuman. It's not just that. Lucien's swordplay was real. His thrust was not something that Lucas himself could take lightly. But Jude not only correctly read the attack, but also used it. It sends chills up my spine. It wasn't just because he admired Jude's superhuman abilities. There was another reason. Stand up, let's keep going, Jude told Lucien, who was lying on the floor with a stunned expression. Then Lucien started sweating buckets and quickly stood up, widening his distance from Jude as if he was running away. And he realized it. The reason why he was sweating buckets. The reason why he was scared. He could have kicked me with his feet. Jude could have just kicked him instead of supporting the back of Lucien's head with his foot. And if he had did that, if that really happened, no, it was a vicious idea to try to kick your opponent's head as it would kill them in the first place. Duke Wotan. Jude was Duke Wotan. Lucien himself was a strong man, but he was helpless against Jude. Lucien had realized that, so he couldn't move. Lord Lucien? Lucien? Each of the prospects from the royal capital called out to him from behind his back. Lorraine's voice was included among them, but Lucien couldn't respond to them. He found it impossible to look away from Jude for a moment. He was afraid. Lucien himself was like a frog in front of a snake. Jude slightly narrowed his eyes at Lucien's reaction, and he decided to be a little generous to Lucien, because he's my benefactor too. Jude touched his cheek once before speaking in a lowered voice to Lucien, who had turned pale. Lord Lucien, don't let me draw my sword. In truth, Jude would immediately become weaker if he drew his sword, but Cordelia was the only one who knew that. Jude's warning was very effective. He was already very strong with his bare hands, so what would happen if he even drew his sword? The prospects who were watching swallowed hard, and Lucien bowed his head. I lost. It's my loss. When Lucien declared his defeat in low spirits, Jude turned to Lorraine instead of answering him. He smiled as he looked at her, flinching. Fulfill your promise. Apologize and regret mocking Cordelia with your cocky mouths. Jude's gaze was firm, and Lorraine was unable to endure it. She couldn't even bite her lips properly as she walked towards Lucien, because they had to kneel in front of Cordelia together. It was an unexpected humiliation, but a promise was a promise. How surprising, so they still know how to be courteous? Or do they want to save their faces that much? Either way, Jude was satisfied. Because the banquet of swords has just begun. Did you think this alone would forgive you for your sin of insulting Cordelia? In addition, you spoke ill of Lucas. Did you think ill only stop at an apology? Jude brightly smiled and now turned to look at Cordelia, whom he had deliberately avoided looking at earlier. Since he was very curious on what kind of expression she would make. They were trembling a bit, but he didn't think much about it. Jude cleared his throat as he faced Cordelia before he unconsciously laughed, because Cordelia was just standing there blankly as her eyes blinked. She's lost in her thoughts. It was the expression Cordelia always made when she began to think deeply, or to be exact, when she fell into her senseless delusions alone. What are you thinking? He was curious and wanted to know what she was thinking, but he was also a bit scared to know about it. Unaware of Jude's thoughts and emotions, Cordelia was still struggling in her delusions. What was that? Cordelia, you yourself Kai kissed him on the cheek, so it shouldn't be a big deal. The two over there had kissed, so we had to match them. In other countries, kissing on the cheek was a way to greet close friends. That's right. Jude and I are close. He's also my fiancé, right? So this is acceptable. It's nothing to worry about. When I said do your best, that was just to cheer for him, right? Yes, to cheer for him. It's natural to tell him to do his best since I was rooting for him. She actually didn't even think that Jude would lose, but she also knew of Jude and his opponent's gap, so she honestly wondered if he really needed her cheering. But she still had to cheer for him. Because I don't want to see Jude losing. I want him to win. Unnai keeps showing me strange things, so my heart sometimes pounds when I see Jude. And no, not this. Anyway, I just kissed him on the cheek generously and told him to do his best. Her face didn't turn red, and she was indifferent and cool about it, like those cool beauties she saw in movies. But, what was that? Jude pressed his lips on her forehead. It was only for a short moment, but she definitely felt it. She felt like her forehead was on fire at that moment. What was that? Does he really like me? Does he like me? But he did it on my forehead? What does it mean? And no. In the first place, I also kissed him on the cheek because of everyone's gazes on me, right? It could be the same for Jude. No, it's highly likely that it's the reason he did that. That's right, so relax. Let's relax, Cordelia. You shouldn't misunderstand and think otherwise for no reason. So stop. You don't want to lose to Jude again, right? The person who falls in love first loses. What am I thinking now? This is so confusing me that I don't know what I am thinking about. Isn't it Jude's job to think in the first place? Anyway, Cordelia was struggling and lost in her thoughts, so it took her longer than expected to notice the scene happening in front of her eyes. Excuse me, Lady Cordelia? Lady Cordelia? Cordelia unknowingly uttered a strange sound and faltered as she stepped back, and it was only then that she saw Lucien and Lorraine kneeling in front of her. What? Why are they doing this? What in the world did Jude do? Cordelia hurriedly looked for Jude as she turned her head, and she was able to find Jude, who was doing his best to suppress his laughter. I knew it, this crazy beastard. Look at him laughing. After he left these people feeling troubled, and he's trying to make me feel troubled this time too. Excuse me, Lady Cordelia? Yes. Cordelia quickly responded to Luca's call and turned to Lucien and Lorraine again. Something must have happened to make Lucien's expression turn really pale. It seemed to her that Jude had threatened him. Whatever, because they were vicious. Cordelia clicked her tongue before she smiled again at Lucien and Lorraine, who apologized to her for their rudeness. Okay, I accept your apologies. You can stand up now. It was the difference between Jude and Cordelia. Eventually, Lucien and Lorraine stood up from their kneeling position at the kind words of Cordelia, who felt like a real angel, and everyone who watched them, including the prospects from the Royal Road, had warm expressions. Cordelia exhaled a little and looked again towards Jude. She was able to stop her delusions because of that disturbance, but her strange feelings still remained, so she unconsciously made a shy expression. But Jude did not face such Cordelia. He definitely wanted to see Cordelia's reactions, but at the present moment, he had to look elsewhere. He's coming. It wasn't just because of Cordelia that Jude did not beat Lucien halfway. There was another reason why he showed his ability for a short moment instead of taking Lucien lightly. That person had been watching them since the commotion had begun. And that person had begun to approach them only after the commotion was over. The Sword Saint of Light, the man who was called the First Sword because he was the strongest at the sword school. Rune Froud, a member of the 10 Great Swordmasters. With his long, dark blue hair, he came towards them from the side. He stared at Jude with an interested look, and Jude smiled at him. Let's begin, to change the story, for a perfect happy ending. Jude looked at Cordelia, and she turned to Rune Froud after snorting at Jude. Together with Jude, they greeted the Sword Saint of Light. Chapter 161, Banquet of Swords. 4. In Pleiades, there were several titles commonly used by the entire continent. Great Swordmaster, a title referring to a swordsman who had reached the top. Archwizard, a title for a 6 stars or higher wizard. The great swordmasters in the Slen Kingdom were 10 in number. They were called the 10 Great Swordmasters, masters of the sword that the Slen Kingdom were proud of. They were all strong. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were considered as tactical weapons in war and were superhumans who had surpassed the limits of a normal human. But that didn't mean all of them were the same. There were those who were superior even among the 10 Great Swordmasters, but they cannot ascertain or prove on who is more superior. The reason why was simple. Because the use of the most reliable verification method was prohibited. The 10 Great Swordmasters cannot fight against each other. Each and every one of the 10 Great Swordmasters were valuable tactical weapons. The damage would be seriously tremendous if any of them were lost. The 10 Great Swordmasters are superhumans. If they had a match to determine on who was stronger, and both sides did their best in the fight, one side was bound to be crushed. They would be destroyed. Because of this reason, it became impossible to directly rank the 10 Great Swordmasters, but people did not give up. After all, it was human instinct to rank those who were stronger. Sword Saint. This term referred to swordsmen who had reached the stage of the so-called becoming one with the sword, and was particularly used for outstanding great swordmasters. There were only 3 among the 10 Great Swordmasters who held the title of Sword Saint, and the number of Sword Saints in the whole continent had never exceeded 10. Rune Froud, the Sword Saint of Light. A monster of the sword, who at a young age rose to the position of Great Swordmaster and eventually a Sword Saint in his early 30s. He was the strongest swordsman in the sword school, the pride of Duke Spencer. And it was for this reason that he was called the First Sword, as he ranked first in swordsmanship in the sword school. Some say that he's the strongest among the 10 great swordmasters, but that was still something unknown. Fights among the 10 great swordmasters were forbidden. Even in the game, none of the 10 great swordmasters fought with each other. But if Jude had to give a reason on why he wanted to know on what was unknown, and excluded a bit of his own interest in it, the reason would be because my father belonged to the 10 great swordmasters. Count Bayer, a swordsman who was a great swordmaster. Jude unknowingly made a bitter smile and saw what was in front of him again. Before he knew it, their distance from Rune-Fraud had narrowed. The Sword Saint of Light. A handsome man with long dark blue hair who seemed to have come out of a beautiful painting. But he didn't have a beautiful face that could be mistaken for a woman like the Ghostblade Camel. Neither was he a cheerful guy with a masculine and bold appearance like Landius. To describe him, he was a handsome man with a sharp look. However, he didn't give off a cold impression because of his business smile and the playfulness that lingered in his eyes. Rather, Rune-Fraud was like the neighborhood older guy one was familiar with. Yo! He approached them like those good-for-nothing neighborhood guys as he slightly raised his hand and greeted them, gathering the attention of everyone who were looking elsewhere. Nice to meet you all. It could be said that First Sword's sudden appearance and greeting confused the prospects from the north and south, but not for the prospects from the royal capital, because they already knew that the man who had just appeared in front of them was none other than Rune-Fraud, the Sword Saint of Light. I greet the Sword Saint of Light. It's a pleasure to meet the Sword Saint of Light. As the prospects from the center courteously greeted him almost at the same time, the prospects from the north and south also hurriedly rose from their seats and respectfully greeted him. For those who walked the path of the sword, the 10 great swordmasters were people they envied, but among these great swordmasters, the first sword was special. Because he is young. He achieved the title of Great Swordmaster much earlier than others, and even climbed to the position of Sword Saint. A young genius. He was a person who shined like his nickname Sword Saint of Light, and he was a very handsome guy too. Like young fans who had met the idol singer they admired, all the prospects looked at him with sparkling eyes and blushing faces, and some of them even felt dizzy. But Jude didn't act like that. The same was true for Cordelia, and that fact once again stimulated First Sword's curiosity. He brightly smiled as he walked past Lucien, who didn't know what to do and was wondering if he should talk to the First Sword or walk away. Here he comes. First Sword, the key solution they needed to prevent the genocide of the royal family. We need to get close to him. They did not need to control the First Sword. They only needed one thing from him. They needed the First Sword to attend the founding celebration. In the game, he was not present at the ball, so they needed to somehow make him stay in the royal palace now. That was enough. Of course, it would be nice if he helped us further. The best scenario was to have the First Sword defeat the Lord Protector. So Jude made a friendly smile, but it was only for a short moment. His eyes soon turned ice cold unknowingly, because the First Sword who was walking towards Jude had suddenly turned to Cordelia. Your beauty is truly like that of a rose. I am called Rune-Fraud. May I know milady's name? First Sword gently kissed the back of Cordelia's hand and smiled softly, making Cordelia blush a bit. Even if his lines were nothing but foolish remarks, First Sword's handsome face and sweet voice made his words sound beautiful, and it was the first time Cordelia had received this kind of greeting from a man other than Jude. Come to think of it, why is this my first time? I am the daughter of a count, right? At the time Cordelia was lost in her thoughts again, I am Jude Bayer from the family of Count Bayer. This is Lady Cordelia Chase, my fiancée. When Jude suddenly stood next to Cordelia and greeted naturally, Cordelia blinked her eyes before she widely smiled. I am Cordelia Chase from the family of Count Chase. It's an honor to meet the Sword Saint of Light. Jude had told her that they had to get close to the First Sword, so Cordelia thought that she should do what she could. When she responded with a bright smile, First Sword broadly smiled again and then turned to Jude before he lightly laughed. Sorry, I've also heard of the rumors. You could say I wanted to tease you a bit. Of course, Lady Cordelia was so beautiful I really thought she was an angel from heaven, so I wanted to talk to her. At First Sword's words, the prospects also lightly laughed as if they found it funny, and Jude laughed too as he thought. It will be difficult to become friends with him. No, it will be easy to get acquainted to him, but that's it. Ha ha ha, please do forgive me. The love you two shared for each other was so great that rumors of it had even spread to the royal capital. I was quite impressed. Thank you. Ha ha ha, thank you. Jude and Cordelia answered a bit awkwardly, and First Sword took a step back instead of pushing his teasing further. As a great swordmaster, he was well aware of the importance of not overdoing it. There are actually a lot of reasons on why I am interested. But since your situation has ended up like this, how about I resolve this first, so that you won't have to go through anything like this again? He finished his words with a wink and turned to the prospects before Jude and Cordelia could say anything. My young friends, all of us who have gathered here are prospects who are talented in the sword, except for Lady Cordelia here. Generally speaking, this is a bit strange, right? Some of the prospects exclaimed in agreement with the First Sword, because when they thought about it, he was right. Everyone who were invited to the Banquet of Swords was a swordsman, and among those swordsmen, only prospects whose talents were recognized had been invited. There had never been a case where a fiancé of a prospect was invited, and Duke Spencer was not the kind of person who would accept uninvited guests without a proper reason. Then, why did this happen? Why was Lady Cordelia invited by Duke Spencer? At the words of the First Sword, who talked like a storyteller in the street, the prospects looked at each other. Lorraine, Lucien's fiancée, was a swordswoman. She was also an excellent swordswoman who was promising enough to be invited to the Banquet of Swords. Then why was Cordelia here? Just as the First Sword said, why was she, a wizard, here? Lady Cordelia, have you started practicing swordsmanship? When Lucas asked with his eyes wide open, the prospects around Lucas turned to him, wondering on what he was saying. They would indeed act like that because Cordelia was a wizard. Is the Banquet of Swords a joke? I know that Lord Lucas has a bit of a stupid side, but this is a little. Everyone looked at Lucas badly, but Lucas was serious. Because Lady Cordelia is a combat genius. He had already witnessed that talent in the witch's forest. With that much talent, it would have been possible for her to become a great swordswoman. Lady Cordelia, and no. I haven't learned swordsmanship yet. She had only learned footwork techniques and barehanded fighting from Jude. Cordelia denied it, and Lucas fell into thought again. First Sword then smiled and clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention to him again. I would love to see Lady Cordelia as a beautiful female swordsman, but that's for a later story. First of all, there is a reason on why she was invited. First Sword said, and suddenly turned to Jude, who nodded his head, because he kind of knew what the First Sword would say. I'll talk about it, since the parties involved have given their permission. Jude and Cordelia here have made a very big contribution. Thanks to the 7-colored herb that they helped obtain, His Excellency, Duke Spencer, was freed from his long-time chronic illness. In other words, Mr. Jude Bayer and Lady Cordelia Chase are His Excellency, the Duke of Spencer's guests. They're also friends of Princess Darian. If I may add to this, His Excellency, Duke Spencer, is also thinking of personally backing the two. At his playfully said words, the prospects were unable to laugh or talk like before. The meritorious deeds that Jude and Cordelia had done, their acquaintance with Princess Darian. In addition, the personal backing of Duke Spencer. Duke Spencer was famous for not forgetting to repay the ingratitude done by his enemies. He was someone who paid back 10 times more. If Duke Spencer felt indebted to Jude and Cordelia, then they could no longer say anything. We touched them wrong. It's a relief that they're okay, right? The prospects from the royal capital looked back at Lucien and Lorraine looked pale as they had similar thoughts. If they had crushed a guest Duke Spencer had brought in as his benefactor, if they had made a cut on his face, as originally planned, aren't you glad that Mr. Jude Bayer is strong? First Sword said with a smile, but his eyes were not smiling. Lucien barely nodded with a pale face, and First Sword looked back at Jude. Now, I've resolved it. Thank you. Jude answered with a fairly exhausted face, and First Sword smiled again. Cornwell had said to me, he met someone really talented. So I asked him, did you see him fight? And he said no, so I kicked him on the butt. But now I know why Cornwell said that. First Sword's eyes did not smile again this time. His smart-looking brown eyes was seen under his dark blue hair. Just as Landius recognized Jude's talent at a glance, First Sword also recognized Jude's talent. Furthermore, unlike the time when Jude encountered Landius, Jude had now opened the fifth door and even undergone metamorphosis. It's hard to believe that until half a year ago, you were suffering from Gyumjulmeek. First Sword spoke as if he was talking to himself, and before Jude and Cordelia could even say anything, he took the initiative and opened his arms wide, turning around exaggeratedly as he said, "Anyway, the Banquet of Swords begins now." In the first place, the Banquet of Swords was designed to broaden the experience of young prospects. So don't get involved in useless stuff and try to learn as much as you can in tomorrow's tournament. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. We accept the First Sword's words. When some of the prospects loudly answered but not at the same time, the satisfied First Sword turned to Jude. The Banquet of Swords had been held again after several years because of the Duke's health recovering. Moreover, nobles from all over the country have gathered because of the founding anniversary this time. This will probably be the best Banquet of Swords ever in terms of size. That is why I heard that the tournament prize they have prepared is great. The prospects here weren't the only ones attending the Banquet of Swords. Some prospects had yet to arrive, while others were resting in their rooms instead of joining the tea party. There's a lot of good things that y'all want, and it's not just the 1-cent prize, so don't give up in advance. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. First Sword nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the answers that were more unified than before, and he looked at Jude again and said, "See you then tomorrow, Super Rookie." "Well, see you tomorrow too. See you tomorrow." Jude and Cordelia reflexively answered, and First Sword smiled again before he turned around and left the garden. Although he was the Sword Saint of Light, he was a man that felt like a gale blowing wildly. Today was mentally draining. I agree. Jude and Cordelia briefly exchanged glances, and the chaotic tea party eventually ended. Chapter 162 First Sword 1 First of all, it isn't that difficult to sneak in this place. It's really wide and has a lot of people. Of course, the most important reason is that I am the Rouge Master, but this is really soft. It's pleasing to touch. Scarlet then began to rub Cordelia's cheeks with both hands, and Jude instinctively reached out for her hand. He tried to grab Scarlet's wrist in order to remove her hand from Cordelia's cheek. Scarlet tried to avoid Jude's hand, having already expected it when Jude made a move, but she failed to do so. Jude's hand movement was so fast because he had predicted where Scarlet's hand would move next, so she was unable to escape from his hand. Let go of the other side, too. Jude spoke in warning to Scarlet, and Cordelia happily looked at Jude at that moment. But Scarlet, who was still holding Cordelia's right cheek, then frowned and said, "Okay, how about we each take one side? This side is mine, the other is yours." That's fine with me." Jude immediately nodded at Scarlet's suggestion and grabbed Cordelia's left cheek, and Cordelia blinked her eyes upon realizing that both her cheeks were being pulled. And a few seconds later, Jude and Scarlet pulled Cordelia's cheeks, and the confused Cordelia was quiet for a few seconds before she snapped, "What are you two doing?" As Cordelia jumped to her feet and swung her arms wide, Jude and Scarlet withdrew their hands at the same time. "It really feels good. I want to pinch it every day." "Are you envious?" "Those cheeks are mine." "Tusk, I am really envious." "Will the next target be Pink Bomb's cheeks?" Scarlet commented, and Jude bragged before Scarlet spoke again. But Cordelia exclaimed again, "Hey, what the heck are you two talking about? And my cheeks are mine, why is it yours?" The last one was what her glance said to Jude, but Jude remained calm and replied with a look. "I am your fiancé, your fiancé. In addition, we love each other very much. So we need to get our story straight since we're in front of Scarlet." Cordelia flinched at Jude's gaze, but it was literally just for a moment. "Hey, do you think I'm stupid? What does this have to do with that? And right now, there's no need for us to emphasize that we're in love, okay? To begin with, the opponent is Scarlet. Tusk, it didn't work. Are you for real? Anyway, don't be too angry. It's all because your cheeks are so plump. Mr. Black-Hearted Black Cloak, you think ill believe your compliments just because you're a good at it. I mean, it's true though." At Jude's gaze, Cordelia slightly pouted her lips before she touched her own cheeks. It certainly felt nice. Am I not right? Damn it, I admit it. As the two were chatting with their eyes, Scarlet was amused at first, but she gradually had an unpleased expression. "What are you two doing when there's a person in front of you? Shouldn't those kind of stares be done in the bedroom?" Cordelia looked bothered by what Scarlet said, so she replied in a fluster. What do you mean by those kind of stares being done in the bedroom? Then, where else do people exchange such lovey-dovey stares if not the bedroom? It's not like that, okay? We just had an argument with our eyes, okay? But Cordelia's counter-argument was futile. First of all, most people would think that having an argument with your eyes was silly, and such an exchange of glances was clearly done between lovers only. No, Cordelia patted her chest in her frustration that she couldn't get her point across before she gave Jude a look. Do something. Make her understand. Jude nodded at her desperate gaze and looked back at Scarlett as he said, "To begin with, isn't it your fault for intruding in the intimate time of an engaged couple? Tisk, that's true. I apologize, Pink Bomb, for disturbing you." Scarlett humbly apologized and Cordelia was flustered again. It was good that she received an apology, but the process was a problem. No, hey, explain it to her, clarify. Why are you deepening the misunderstanding? It can't be helped. But we should continue talking to her first. You, all right. Cordelia grumbled and accepted it as she no longer acted stubborn. Therefore, Jude smiled and said to Scarlett, "I am sure you didn't intrude in Duke Spencer's place to steal, right? Is it because of us then?" "No, sort of." Scarlett made an awkward smile unlike before, and Cordelia narrowed her eyes in suspicion while Jude smiled quite wickedly. I can somehow guess why. The reason why Scarlett showed up here now. At Jude's remark, Cordelia sent him a look to tell them already, and Scarlett unconsciously flinched. You couldn't wait, right? For the day you and Cordelia would meet again. It's not like that, okay? What? Was it like that? Jude, Scarlett, and Cordelia spoke in turn. In particular, Cordelia looked delighted and giggled before she said, "My Scarlett missed this unnigh, huh? Are you upset that this unnigh didn't call you quickly? Hey, it isn't like that, okay? It's just that you said that you'd contact me, but you never contacted me, okay? And why are you the unnigh? I am 2 years older than you, right?" Cordelia was 17 and Scarlett was 19. When Scarlett, the sexy and haughty femme fatale, turned red in embarrassment, Cordelia giggled again. "Oh my, you're so cute. Then shall I call you unnigh? Is that okay? Scarlett unnigh." As Cordelia teased her, Scarlett blushed again, but she didn't get upset this time. Because the moment Cordelia called her unnigh, she felt that something deep in her heart was satisfied. "Well, if that's what you want to call me, that's fine. You can keep calling me unnigh. No, call me unnigh." Cordelia giggled again at Scarlett's barefaced expression. "Wow, I can see your thoughts on your face. Why is my Scarlett so cute? You're the same too, though." Jude thought at the fact that he could also see all of Cordelia's thoughts on her face. But now was the time to attack Scarlett and not Cordelia. So instead of teasing Cordelia, Jude opened his mouth again as he saw the dazed Scarlett still being teased by Cordelia, who was excited after a long time. Moving on, I guess you couldn't bear it. The reason why Scarlett showed up here. At Jude's words, Cordelia had a gentle smile as she put her hands on her waist, as if asking if she was going to make an excuse again, so Scarlett said in annoyance, "Arg, hey, honestly, this is your fault. I mean, you said that y'all contact me, but you never contacted me, right? Do you know how long I've been waiting on the Blue Moon's roof?" Cordelia replied with a shrug at Scarlett's question, mixed with resentment. "No, I said that I'll contact you soon, but I didn't say that I'll contact you right away. And why were you waiting on the Blue Moon's roof?" "Because she's the rogue master." When Jude responded instead, Cordelia opened her eyes wide and said as if she had been enlightened, "Ah, is that so? It's like that. Being the rogue master is hard. It's not easy. You could say that it's a bit close to a 3D's occupation. So it was true, huh?" The last one was Scarlett, as she thought that the two were indeed a fantasy couple and a crazy couple. Scarlett fiercely stared at them as they beat her up with words, and Cordelia said while feeling a bit sorry for her, "But it's only been 3 days? Anyway, only 3 days have passed, so aren't you too impatient? 3 days are enough. When in the world were you planning to contact me?" Cordelia was at a loss because Jude was the one who managed their schedule. She turned to Jude and Scarlett looked at him too, and Jude replied to the two beautiful girls with reddish hair. Around 10 days later. "That's too long. No, it's an important competition for the rogue master position. Isn't it more problematic to do it in a day or two?" So it was like that. Cordelia nodded as she agreed with Jude's words, and Scarlett was dazed again before she realized something. "No, I am at a disadvantage whatever I do. Scarlet herself had rushed here in a hurry, but she had the disadvantage in numbers. No matter what she said or did, the two would always team up with each other, so how could she win against them? And it was the moment when Jude opened his mouth again. SHH walk. With a sharp sound, Cordelia's detonating cord wrapped around Scarlet's body. While Jude was talking and making jokes, she had recovered that item with her telekinesis. Did you really think we were only talking and joking? Cordelia provocatively said, and Scarlet was unable to move. She wore the red dragon's armor under her maid uniform, so she could withstand an explosion, but she felt helpless from the fact that she was restrained by Cordelia. And that, Jude's palm had suddenly touched her abdomen. Scarlet had already experienced Jude's technique. She shuddered when she recalled herself spilling lots of blood at that time. Scarlet, I'll only ask you once. How did you find out? Did you follow us? The fact that Cordelia was pink bomb. Cordelia was startled by Jude's chilly voice and turned to him, while Scarlet swallowed hard. Because the eyes and voice of Jude, who had been joking around until now, had become something she didn't expect. Scarlet knew this kind of look. The look of people who had become very sly after going through all sorts of difficulties. Like her father, who gave her everything she needed in order to become the rogue master. Like her father's colleagues. Like the guild master she met in the Empire. In any case, it wasn't a look that a 17-year-old would make. That was why Scarlet was flustered and didn't act stubborn. Okay, I'll tell you, so stop looking so scary, okay. Depends on your answer. Jude's expression softened, but he still had a fierce look. Because this was related to Cordelia's personal details and not about anything else. Yes, as you had guessed, I followed you. How? Vargo's tracking powder. Did you smear it in our bodies? They had stored their clothes in a space expansion bag, so it would have blocked them from being tracked. Scarlet gently nodded again at Jude's question. Yes, when Pink Bomb used recovery magic on me. Wow, you smeared tracking powder on me then? So she did that while on the verge of death, telling us to kill her since she no longer had the will to live. You're indeed a rogue master. Was all of that just acting? Jude provocatively asked, and Scarlet flew into a rage. It's not okay. I really wanted to die back then, okay? It was just some sort of occupational habit of mine. It's not nice to smear tracking powder on the body of a person who is trying to heal you and prevent you from dying. Hey, I was dying because of you two in the first place, right? And you two, you also wanted to be the rogue master, right? Scarlet pouted her lips and spoke, and Cordelia responded to her. Anyway, did you find out after tracking the powder? Yes, I was a bit shocked too. I didn't expect that the descendants from the 12 northern families from those prestigious families to use the names Pink Bomb and Black Cloak. Scarlet shook her head as if she was really disappointed, and Cordelia was immediately embarrassed and pointed to Jude as she said, I didn't come up with that name. He did. Cordelia was the one who came up with Black Cloak. Cordelia flinched at Jude's plain counterattack, and Scarlet thought, they're truly made for each other. They had the same childish naming sense. Anyway, that's how I found out, and it's also true that I approached you first because you didn't contact me. Scarlet plopped down on the sofa and drooped her shoulders while Cordelia looked at Jude in restlessness. What should we do? Well, to begin with, I was thinking that she should become our ally rather than be someone hostile to us. Furthermore, Jude was now convinced of something after this incident. That Scarlet was still immature. Before she became the skilled femme fatale in the original, she was a girl who still had a knave side. Why did he think that? Because Scarlet seemed unwilling to be an enemy to Pink Bomb or to be exact to Cordelia. Rather, she wants to become friends with Cordelia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared here and lounge around like this. Cordelia has the same thought. A magical woman who secretly charmed every person she met. What is it? What did I do? Jude closed his eyes for a moment and thought, so Cordelia, who couldn't communicate with her eyes, then tilted her head. Afterwards, Jude opened his eyes and looked at Scarlet again rather than answering Cordelia. Okay, there's nothing we can do about it. In this case, silencing her through murder is fundamental. Wait, what, Jude? Silencing her through murder. Killing her so that she won't talk. Scarlet was visibly shocked, while Cordelia was also surprised as she widely opened her eyes. Of course, I won't really kill her. She hasn't repaid her debt to us, or have the match that will determine on who will get the rogue master position. At Jude's words, Cordelia and Scarlett simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. But it was too early to be relieved. So I am going to feed her this. Jude took a small glass bottle from the bag he had placed on the table and suddenly pushed something inside Scarlett's mouth. MMN, swallow it. It will melt in your mouth anyway even if you don't swallow it. Scarlett trembled for a moment when she closed her mouth and tried to not swallow it, because it melted in her mouth just as Jude said. Is it poison? Did you use a slow-release poison? Like if she doesn't take an antidote in a few days, she would die. Scarlett looked at Jude with eyes full of spite, and Cordelia nervously turned to him too. Jude then said as he nodded his head, "It's the candy that Cordelia particularly likes. It's from the wild lands, so you can't get it here even if you want to. There are only 5 left, so if you want to steal it, come back in 5 days. What? Cordelia's favorite candy. Don't you want to steal it? When Jude asked, Scarlett unconsciously nodded and Cordelia frowned at them. I am glad that he didn't poison Scarlett by force, but what kind of bullshit is this? Scarlett was freed from her embarrassment and looked at Jude with a similar but also different thought, and Jude spoke to Scarlett as he looked her in the eye. You want to be friends, right? With Cordelia. Like the rogue master and thief master who became friends. That was why she came here defenseless. Feeding her candy was sort of a confirmation done by Jude. A sense of betrayal was then revealed in Scarlett's face, an emotion that she would never reveal if she didn't trust them in the first place. I am sorry to have scared you, but you're the one who interrupted our time to begin with. Think of it as a sweet punishment. Jude spoke as if he was appeasing a child before he removed the detonating cord himself. Scarlett firmly bit her lips as her face was filled with a mix of embarrassment and shame. Her current situation was somewhat embarrassing, but she was also ashamed of the fact that he had figured her out. Now that I've released you, you can leave. I'd like to enjoy the cozy atmosphere with Cordelia again. Scarlett shuddered when Jude smirked, but Cordelia quickly hugged Scarlett's arm, because Cordelia wanted to run away rather than go back to that previous atmosphere. Scarlett, since you're here, let's hang out. Okay? What, hang out? Yes, I mean something like girl talk. As soon as she said that, Cordelia raised Scarlett up and said to Jude before he could say anything. Then I'll talk to Scarlett and go to sleep. Good night, Jude. Let's go, Scarlett. Cordelia quickly pulled Scarlett's arm without listening to Jude's answer as they headed straight to her bedroom. And a few seconds later, Cordelia closed the bedroom door tightly and breathed a sigh of relief. What the heck? Scarlett stared at Cordelia as if she had seen something strange, because she couldn't understand the current situation or the so-called girl talk. What is it? I mean, you two were rumored to be so blind in love with each other, so I find it suspicious that you two smell so fresh as if you've only just began dating. As expected of the original rogue master. Cordelia thought and flinched at Scarlett's sharp observation that was a complete bullseye, and she quickly walked to her bed while trying to act indifferent, but it was only for a moment. She soon turned around and asked Scarlett, "By the way, Scarlett, Scarlettunai, then Scarlettunai, does it look real? What? Does it look like Jude and I are dating? Like a real couple?" Cordelia's cheeks blushed as she shyly asked, and she looked really cute and adorable at that moment, but Scarlett could only say one thing to her. I want to stab you too. I want to stab you too with a bamboo spear. What exactly are the lovers of the century, whom the entire Slen Kingdom knows, saying now? Is this a new way of rubbing salt into the wound? Scarlett couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed the cheeks of Cordelia, who was still fidgeting in embarrassment, and pulled the cheeks without mercy. The next morning, Jude and Cordelia greeted each other a bit awkwardly than usual and walked together as they headed for the Red Rose Castle's main building. For 3 purposes. One was to meet with Duke Spencer, and the other was to build a closer relationship with First Sword, whom they had talked to yesterday. And the third purpose was the most important one, at least on the outside. We will begin the Banquet of Swords starting now. Prospects had gathered from all over the Slen Kingdom. At Sir Cornwell's declaration, the Banquet of Swords officially began. Chapter 163, First Sword 2, Banquet of Swords. A small banquet organized by Duke Spencer for swordsmen. It wasn't such a big event in terms of form. It was not much different from the usual tea parties the nobility routinely held. But if its history and tradition reach 300 years, and if the organizer was Duke Spencer, a prominent noble and someone who held the title of sword teacher, it would be a different story. Its authority is considerable. That person did well in the Banquet of Swords. That person was recognized at the Banquet of Swords. Stories like that might seem insignificant, but it had a significant meaning in the Slen Kingdom. The Banquet of Swords is a place where only true swordsmen are gathered. The reason why the Banquet of Swords continued to stay at a level of a small event in terms of size was because Duke Spencer had set a high standard for attending the Banquet of Swords. Even if your name was quite known in your area, you would not be able to attend the Banquet of Swords. Even if your parents or teachers were famous, you would not be given an invitation. In order to be invited to the Banquet of Swords, you must prove that your skills are real by either having an interesting story that no one could deny, or a letter of recommendation from a considerably skilled person in his or her own honor. In the former case, it was near impossible to pass it by lying because the people of Duke Spencer would carefully investigate the story for any truth or exaggerated parts. And in the latter case, the honor of the recommender was at stake, so it would obviously be impossible for them to recommend a mediocre person. After all, this is the Banquet of Swords. It was a very prestigious event for swordsmen in the Slen Kingdom. What would happen if there was a rumor that a mediocre person was recommended to such a place? Having a bad discerning eye wouldn't even work as an excuse. It was literally a recommendation with their honor on the line. Anyway, it's that kind of event. It was such an event of immense authority that just an invitation to it allowed you to boast of that fact. For the swordsmen born and raised in the Slen Kingdom, it was literally the stage of their dreams. But Jude didn't know much about this great event. The reason was simple: he had no information about the Banquet of Swords in either his past life or present life, because it was never held in the game. After all, the Banquet of Swords was an event held by the Spencer family. Therefore, it could not be held if the head of the family, Duke Spencer, was sick. So from the beginning of Legend of Heroes up to its end, or to be precise, from the time Duke Spencer was still sick up to the point when the Slen Kingdom fell, the event was not held because Duke Spencer had died at that time too, and the Red Rose Castle had become the birthplace of a raid monster. In short, the event never happened in the game. It was only a background setting. One would only hear stories about that event. The stories related to it were only at the level of character lines, like, for example, will the Banquet of Swords not be held this year? It's such a shame, but I didn't expect it from my present memories too. The stories that he had heard when he lived as Jude. Count Chase had snorted and bragged about his friend, Count Bayer, and his prospective son-in-law, Gal, having attended the Banquet of Swords and performing well in it. And those two are my father and older brother. So it would not have been strange if Jude knew about it in great detail, but unfortunately, Jude knew little about the Banquet of Swords. Because Count Bayer judged that it would be too much to talk about the Banquet of Swords to Jude, who couldn't learn swordsmanship even if he wanted to, because of his Gumjalmeek. I like his personality. One could say that he was a father who really cared about his child. Count Bayer and Gal were both pure-hearted when it came to their personalities. Well, there was no need for me to know about the details in full anyway, because the Banquet of Swords changed its format little by little each time it was held. To begin with, the purpose of the Banquet of Swords was to gather the prospects of the Slen Kingdom and broaden their horizons, and not to determine who the best prospect was. Whether they hold a tournament or something else, I just need to do my best and get a prize. He didn't have any intentions of hiding his power. There was no benefit for him if he hid his power. Of course, if I hide my strength, the bullies who come at me without knowing anything would be surprised it'll be fun to step on them. Just like what happened to Lucien yesterday. But Jude didn't really find it that enticing. In the first place, Jude wasn't the kind of person who enjoyed teasing people. Except for Cordelia. Teasing Cordelia was no different from the pleasures of life that Jude had enjoyed in his previous life. It's really amazing. Why was he so obsessed with Cordelia in his previous life, even though he didn't know her face, age, or sex? Is this fate? Jude was instantly flustered at the thought that came to his mind unconsciously, and he turned his gaze to side as his face slightly turned red. because he wanted to see Cordelia after having those thoughts. But when he looked at her, he found Cordelia to be a little strange. Since it was the banquet of swords, Cordelia, who wore a dress alone, stood out more than usual at a place where even women wore training outfits. But that wasn't what made her look strange. She's completely lost in her thoughts. She stood there with her eyes looking ahead, but she wasn't actually looking ahead of her. He wasn't sure if she was imagining or recalling something, but it was clear to him that she was thinking of something else. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Or of what happened last night with Scarlet? Sir Cornwell was saying some good things about the banquet of swords in front of them, but Jude had gradually stopped listening to him, because he was worried about what Cordelia was thinking. So Jude stared at Cordelia, who continued to stare blankly in front of her. And as Jude had thought, Cordelia was in the middle of thinking about the events that happened last night. Oh, this is quite frustrating. I definitely want to stab you to death, but touching your cheek feels so nice that I want to forgive you. It feels like I am touching a cat's paw pads. No, those two are incomparable. Her cheeks are truly like the finest delicacy. I really want to touch it every day. Scarlet sighed without realizing it, and the startled Cordelia struggled to remove Scarlet's hand. Stop touching me. It's not yours, okay? What? Is it Black Cloak's then? Is it his so I can't touch it? It's mine though, but why are you suddenly talking about Jude? But isn't it Black Cloak's? It's mine, it's mine. Then, since it doesn't have an owner, can it be mine? What? What kind of logic is that? And why does it not have an owner? I just said that it was mine. Scarlet giggled when the annoyed Cordelia cutely grumbled, having expected it. She then hugged Cordelia all of a sudden and stroked Cordelia's head. Ah, I am being healed. Hey, why me? And what's wrong with you? Well, I'm not sure either. Scarlet giggled in a bit of a silly manner as she hugged Cordelia's waist again, and Cordelia eventually slouched her shoulders, having given up resisting. Okay, just do what you want, do what you want. Really? Can I really do what I want? Scarlet's question made Cordelia come back to her senses, because Scarlet's eyes looked really dangerous when she saw it. Excuse me. Miss Rogue Master? Just kidding, just kidding. Scarlet giggled again before she released Cordelia from her embrace and asked as she held her own chin. Anyway, Pink Bomb, why do you want to avoid being alone with Black Cloak and use the excuse of girl talk? Hey, even if I am like this, I am the Rogue Master, okay? And you said something earlier. Cordelia had asked if she and Jude had looked like they were dating. Wait a second. No way are you two not in a relationship? Cordelia winced at Scarlet's question, and Scarlet became more suspicious at Cordelia flinching. Does that mean that the rumor was false? What about the elopement then? Why, you're wrong, we love each other so much, okay? That's why, that's why all those rumors came out. Scarlet's eyes narrowed as Cordelia hurriedly rose from her seat and spoke in a hurry, because she found Cordelia acting so frantic to be very suspicious. How suspicious? What is suspicious? Aren't you the ones who's suspicious? You said that you wanted to stab me to death. We're not rubbing salt into your wound, okay? Cordelia tried hard to make excuses, but it was counterproductive. Rather, Scarlet's doubts even deepened. Okay, then give me proof. Proof? Yes, proof. Proof that Black Cloak really loves you. At Scarlet's words, Cordelia fell into even more panic, because that was what she had been thinking about these days, and she had yet been able to find an answer to that. You can't. And no, I can, okay? There's just a lot, okay? Fine, then listen. Come here and tell me one by one. Scarlet lied down on the bed and gestured with her chin as she pointed at the spot next to her. She seemed to be suggesting that they should lie down and talk. There? Now? Yes, here and now. Let's have a girl talk. Scarlet smiled and patted the spot next to her with her palm, and Cordelia looked very hesitant but eventually nodded. She approached next to Scarlet and also lied down. Okay, tell me then. Proof that Black Cloak likes Pink Bomb. Wait a minute. There's a lot. I don't know where to start. I see. There's so many to choose from. As Scarlet teased her, Cordelia looked even more adorable, and Scarlet was able to feel the same way as Jude. This is fun. It's so fun. How can such an adorable person be so fun to tease? Scarlet began to be excited again at Cordelia's cuteness, while Cordelia could only fret and barely open her mouth as she found it hard to get over the trial right in front of her. First. Yes, first. Jude calls me P-Princess. Oh, you have a pet name, huh? Yes, a pet name, that. But to call you a princess, really? What's wrong with being called a princess? I mean, why is it not something like baby? Anyway, keep going. At that moment, Cordelia imagined Jude calling her baby and suddenly felt really complicated. It was crazily embarrassing, but also felt strangely nice. Have I gone crazy? Why is my heart beating so fast again? Hey, keep going. Could it be that you've run out things to talk about? And no. There's just too many to choose from, okay? Yes, there must be too many to choose from. Ahem. Cordelia regained her composure because of Scarlet and said as she raised her finger. Next, Jude always gives me a piggyback ride whenever we travel to a far place, so that my legs won't hurt. Whoa, what is this? This feeling of wanting to tease her, yet feeling I am being made fun of at the same time? Scarlet really wanted to hit her, but also felt like she had been hit, so she decided to hold it in for now. And, Jude always escorts me, every time we go somewhere. Isn't that natural since you're his fiancé? Is that so? He did it because I am his fiancé? Well, see if you tell me more. Continue. That's right. Jude always cooks for me, and he's really good at cooking. I am sure you'll fall in love if you eat the meals Jude cooks. Cordelia spoke with shining eyes, but on the contrary, Scarlet's eyes dimmed. Is he taming a wild animal with food? But that proof seemed believable. However, she still had some doubts about it. Hey, I'd like to ask, do you like your family's cook the same way as him? But Jude does it even though he's not a cook. Come to think of it, he never complained about doing it. Is there a special reason why? But it was then. I think I know why. Really? You know, you're bad at cooking, right? When Scarlet pointed it out, Cordelia felt like a hammer struck her head at that moment and couldn't say anything else. The reason why Jude always cooked their meals. The reason why he didn't allow Cordelia to do it even if she asked him to let her do it once. It's possible, and that was why she looked like she was struck by a hammer on the head. She was greatly disappointed, and her emotions came rushing in without her understanding why. Is that so? Is it because he doesn't want to eat what I cook for him? Because it's really bad? Cordelia asked as she cried a little without realizing it, and Scarlet hurriedly shook her head. And no, that's not it. I am just saying it's possible. Don't mind it. You can't always put your heart into cooking if you have to do it all the time. Yes, that's it. Cooking outside is troublesome work. Their situation had suddenly become the opposite, but now was not the time to think about it. Scarlet was now the one who was in a panic as she realized that she made a big mistake when she saw Cordelia feeling depressed. So when Scarlet frantically spoke, Cordelia blinked her eyes and asked, "Is it like that?" "Yes, it is. It's definitely like that." Scarlet quickly nodded head before she suddenly smiled and sat up. "Moving on, it's like that, huh? He calls you princess, always carries you on his back, escorts you, and cooks for you." "Yes, that's right." Scarlet laughed again when Cordelia nodded as if she herself had realized it. "Well, I understand. But it's somewhat lacking. It's not enough. Yes, it just feels like he's your dad." Daddy? Yes, Daddy. But why do you look like that? No way is his nickname Daddy? It's not. That's just what I call him when we play with puns sometimes. You really called him that? Anyway, that's fine. Then what is his pet name? His pet name? I mean, Black Cloak calls you princess as your pet name, then you must have a pet name for Black Cloak. Don't tell me you don't have a pet name for him? At Scarlet's remark, Cordelia began to think again. In fact, every time Jude called her princess, Cordelia would either call him Milord or Dalswy, but those didn't feel like pet names. Don't make that look. Hey, don't do that. Don't be sad. Black Cloak is also a human. If you're fine with it, you can make his pet name as Prince. Okay. But Prince is a bit, however, Cordelia wrote that in the list in her mind. Anyway, is that it? Is that all? And not yet, there's the love letters. Oh, did Black Cloak write love letters to you? Can you show me something like that? And no. Not that one, I mean T, the ones that became known. The letters I wrote to Jude. The letters you left each time you two run away? It is quite famous. Cordelia turned beet red again at Scarlet's words, but she firmly continued. It's not just me, Jude also wrote to me. Scarlet clapped her hands when Cordelia said it as if she was proud of a life achievement. Yes. He wrote to me once while I wrote to him 3 times. Wow. In fact, it wasn't just 3 times. If one counted the number of times she said lovey-dovey words just so that she could come with Jude, it would be more than 5 times. Ugh, I'll have to think more about that tomorrow. The messages that she left as if she was the more active one in love, and the rumors that spread around. Cordelia did not realize that she had dug her own grave, but she added those things into the list in her mind, and Scarlett finally made a conclusion. Okay, I've heard your story well. My judgment is out. Scarlett crossed her arms and made an expression that looked that of a femme fatale after a long time, and Cordelia sat up in a hurry. What is it? Do you really think that Jude likes me? Cordelia unknowingly revealed her innermost thoughts, and Scarlett replied as she clicked her tongue. I don't know about that, but I am sure of one thing. What is it? I want to strangle you to death. These damn couple who rubs salt into my wounds. Scarlett grabbed Cordelia's neck and half-heartedly shook it. And one more, what I clearly learned after hearing her words. But I don't intend to tell you that. It really is love. I don't even have to say who I am referring to. I really want to kill you. Scarlett began to pinch Cordelia's cheeks again, and back to the present. Cordelia, Scarlett is mean, she didn't even give me a proper answer. Cordelia, she just pinched my cheeks. I mean, Jude had only pinched my cheeks a few times. Cordelia? Cordelia finally came to her senses after being called 3 times, and she turned to Jude, who pointed to the stage in the banquet hall. Sir Cornwell was giving a lengthy speech, but the prospects were listening to his speech with sparkling eyes. Did you not sleep last night? Ahis, because of Scarlett. Does that person like you a lot? Cordelia unconsciously raised her voice, but her voice wasn't heard that loudly because of Sir Cornwell's loud voice while giving a speech. But she was ashamed by the surrounding gazes, so Cordelia hunched her shoulders and looked into Jude's eyes again. What are you talking about? I mean, Scarlett, I think she likes you. Yes, I think she likes me a lot. I like Scarlett too, but it was at that moment. Cordelia suddenly remembered on what happened yesterday, so she pulled the hem of Jude's clothes. By the way, Jude, what is it, Cordelia? No. I'll tell you later. If she found it too embarrassing to say Prince with her eyes, it would be even more so if she said it with her voice. She then thought that she had to come up with another pet name. Cordelia, I think the speech is over. Cordelia found the end of Sir Cornwell's speech to be quite a good timing. Jude had no choice but to look at the front again, and Sir Cornwell faintly smiled when he met eyes with Jude. Since he was freed from his escort mission, he became a really nice person, just as Jude had thought. Then I'll explain the rules of the tournament next. It was a banquet of swords that had been held after several years, so naturally, it was the first tournament after a few years. Lucas, who was sitting nearby, and all the other prospects around them also felt nervous and excited at that moment. And sensing all that enthusiasm, Sir Cornwell pleasantly smiled. The mood here is quite heated up, so let's make it even hotter. Sir Cornwell clapped his hands once, and a knight who was waiting behind him appeared with a pushcart. A pushcart covered with white cloth. And what was under that cloth? It was obviously the prize of this tournament. Let's reveal the prize. Sir Cornwell pulled the cloth, and Jude and Cordelia widely opened their eyes in that instant. The two looked at each other unconsciously and shouted in their minds simultaneously. Jackpot! Bingo! The prize that was revealed. In the game, there was no way to obtain it because the banquet of swords was not held. First of all, it was a sword. It was also a very good sword that anyone would covet. But it wasn't the reason why Jude and Cordelia were excited. Its real identity. The secret hidden in the sword in front of them. The gamer brains of Jude and Cordelia began to activate again. Chapter 164, First Sword 3. Pleiades had a long history, and several countries had existed before the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire. Like Magellan, the Magic Kingdom founded by the ancient elves, or the Iron Kingdom, a kingdom founded by the ancient dwarves. Among those countries, the Iron Kingdom was actually a union of 7 city-states, but each city was located far away from each other, so their cultural developments differed. Swordseeker was one of the Iron Kingdom's 7 cities and was considered together with Frost Anvil as twin cities. As the city's name implied, the dwarves living in Swordseeker sought for the ultimate sword. The most perfect sword. The ideal sword. The sword of swords. Since it was a place where many dwarven artisans gathered, Each dwarf naturally had a different opinion on what an ultimate sword should be, but the dwarves of Swordseeker eventually came to a decision to focus their resources and skills into one goal. Let's make 7 swords. If they couldn't have the same opinion on what a perfect and ideal sword was, they should then make 7 swords and not just one. One could say that it was no longer an ultimate sword from the moment they decided it to be 7, but all the dwarven artisans enthusiastically cheered and approved that proposal. Once we finish it, the swords that we made will be recognized as the ultimate sword. So until then, let's keep it a secret so that we can still receive operating expenses. Maybe those other dwarves are thinking of the same thing, but maybe they aren't either. 'Cause in the end, well, the ones to make the ultimate sword. It was said that King Endymion, the king of the magic kingdom of Magellan, heard this story later on and figured out the intentions of the dwarves, and he was said to have left the following comments. Those arrogant beastards. But that's just how dwarven artisans are. They were arrogant and self-righteous, but were also the kind to pour endless love and effort to their creations. Like King Endymion had said, the dwarves created those swords for their own reasons, and thus, the 7 swords of Swordseeker, the so-called Ultimate 7 series, were born. And the key you need to get that Ultimate 7 series. The key sword. Swordseekers, dwarven artisans made into a sword the key where the Ultimate 7 series were sealed. And as dwarven artisans of Swordseeker, they didn't just haphazardly create the key sword. Because of that, the key sword was considered a proper sword and not a key after the fall of the Iron Kingdom. And nearly 1,000 years after its collapse, it became a situation where only a few people knew of the existence of the key sword. But it's right here, right now. That key sword has appeared. Cordelia and Jude looked at each other and smiled again. Lucas and the prospects from the north, who were sitting at the same table as them, were curious about the two suddenly looking and smiling at each other, but it was only for a short time. It was a famous fact that they were a couple who acted so sweet that they would smile from just looking at each other. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia avoided suspicion, and the two began to exchange a more detailed conversation through message magic. The key sword is a jackpot, a jackpot. If it's the Ultimate 7 series, I agree. It's almost a graduation item if I get this. Yufufu, I like it. One of the Ultimate 7 series can be used by a wizard. She was talking about the magic sword, magic blaster, one of the Ultimate 7. Explosive blade? Yes, the explosive blade. Cordelia's eyes seemed to be sparkling, and she eventually began to be ecstatic. The magic sword of explosions. The explosive blade, magic blaster, could deal powerful explosions. Ah, I want to have it. Uahais, I'll definitely get it for you. But Jude thought that it would have been better if she had wanted a pretty, cute, and lovely item. Anyway, I have no choice but to get it since Cordelia wants it. By the way, Jude, are you aiming for that? Yes, that. One of the swords in the Ultimate 7 series, and the one that seemed to suit the current Jude the most. Yufufu, I like it. Well, I'll have to get that key sword first. Isn't that ours already? Isn't my Lord Jude the winner already? As Cordelia spoke in a cute manner after a long time, Jude took a deep breath before he turned to Lucas sitting next to him and the other prospects around them. He then recited a heartfelt apology in his mind. I am sorry, but I'll be doing my best. I really need that key sword. Moreover, Cordelia's looking forward to it, so I have no choice but to do my very best. But it was at that moment, when Sir Cornwell stepped back after introducing the tournament's prize, the true host of the banquet, Duke Spencer, appeared. Princess Darian is also with him. Cordelia saw them. Princess Darian quietly stood next to the tall and thin Duke Spencer. And as she looked around the banquet hall, she prettily smiled when she met eyes with Jude and Cordelia. It seemed like she was looking around to find the two in the first place. I am Duke Spencer. The person next to me is Her Royal Highness, Princess Darian, so be sure to greet her respectfully. It hadn't been long since his chronic illness was healed, so he looked a little pale, but his voice sounded clear and strong. Duke Spencer and all the prospects courteously bowed and greeted her, and Princess Darian greeted them briefly in return. Duke Spencer then spoke again. I'll cut it short and get to the point. Whether it was his original personality or he found it difficult to speak for a long time, Duke Spencer's speech was short and clear, and to summarize his words, it was as follows. They were originally going to hold a tournament in a form of a fighting match, as per tradition. But at the founding celebration, the kingdom would be hosting a fighting tournament too. If someone got injured in the Banquet of Swords, they wouldn't be able to participate in the kingdom's fighting tournament. So after much consideration, it was decided that a somewhat different tournament would be held this time. Having spoken so far, Duke Spencer turned to the side and greeted the man, who had mysteriously erased his presence earlier, as he now came up to the stage. I am sure everyone knows him. He is the pride of the Slen Kingdom and the first sword of my sword school, the Sword Saint of Light, Rune Froud. Duke Spencer's voice was full of pride as he introduced First Sword, and the way he looked at First Sword was also very warm, as if he was looking at his own child. Fortunately, thanks to Rune's cooperation, we are able to avoid any possible injuries and hold a tournament for all the prospects gathered here. Rune, I'll let you explain the rest. Yes, Your Excellency, Duke Spencer. First Sword politely thanked him before he stepped forward and spoke with a playful smile. This tournament will be a match against me. Of course, that doesn't mean that you have to win against me. Frankly, that would be a bit unreasonable. It would be more like a scam if we had a contest like that. First Sword said it while slightly jesting, but no one laughed at it. It wasn't because First Sword's joke wasn't funny. Rather, the prospects were excited about the fact that they would get a chance to fight against First Sword. First Sword, the strongest person in the sword school, a young genius who gained the title of Sword Saint in his late 20s. They would be facing him with their swords. They would be crossing swords with him. Unlike Lucas and Jude, who had someone from the 10 great swordmasters as their parents, the other prospects had never even crossed swords with a swordsman at that level. But now they would be able to cross swords with the Sword Saint of Light, First Sword. It was natural for them to be fired up. The rules are simple. The first prospect to make me move 6 times is the winner. 6 times. First Sword raised 5 fingers before he winked, and the target of his wink was very obvious. Jude Bayer, the second son of Count Bayer, one of the 10 great swordmasters. Actually, it's because of you. The reason why they held this kind of competition instead of the usual tournament. It wasn't just because of the kingdom's tournament. There was one more important reason. He's too strong. He was much stronger than the other prospects. Perhaps Lucas was the only one here who could compete against Jude. Wouldn't the prospects look too pitiful if there was such a difference in skill? The Banquet of Swords is for the sake of the prospects. It was not to see a gladiator-like battle of the prospects from all over the country. Since their growth was the goal, they couldn't just force them to fight like a survival of the fittest. What do you think? Do you think it's worth it trying to make me move just 5 times? First Sword asked in jest again, and the prospects' eyes sparkled as they roughly breathed. Everyone seemed to be very excited. I like this. Don't you think so, Your Excellency? You're right. The mood is very heated. Duke Spencer smiled like a teacher and glanced at Sir Cornwell, who stepped forward with a box that one could put their hands in. From now on, we'll decide the order of who will fight First Sword first. Let's begin with the prospects from the capital. Please come forward. Lucien and the other prospects from the capital stood up with very nervous faces, and they were followed by those from the south and then the north. Jude, what's your number? 21. You're the last one? It's like I'm the main character. As Jude smiled and stared at her, Cordelia smiled in surprise and soon nodded. Then, will you show me a protagonist-like performance? Yes, since the heroine is watching. HMPH, what are you talking about? Cordelia snorted, but she looked pleased as she turned to the side. She saw Lucas holding a slip of paper with an excited face like that of a child, and when she peeked at the slip of paper, the number 19 was written on it. All right, shall we get started now then? Number 1, come forward. First Sword spiritedly shouted before he climbed up the stage that had already been prepared. It was a large stage with a length and width of nearly 20 meters each, and it was so high that one had to climb up 5 steps. You don't have to be so reserved. Just don't cross the line. At Duke Spencer's words, the prospects blinked their eyes as they couldn't understand his words right away, so Sir Cornwell smiled and pointed to the lines drawn around the stage. In other words, they could stand and watch from the sides. Then me too. Let's go too. Most of the prospects were children of nobles, so they were naturally quite reserved, but in the end, they were still humans. As soon as they got up from their seats, Their appearance as they quickly ran towards the line looked somehow cute. I wish the audience seats were a little higher. Cordelia spoke as she stood in tiptoes, and Jude smiled before he said, "My princess, would you like to sit on my shoulders? Hey, I am wearing a skirt, okay? No, before that, what do you mean by sit on your shoulders? Everyone will look at us if that happens." Cordelia clicked her tongue as if to tell him to consider the time and place, and she looked back towards the stage while Jude giggled before he looked in the same direction too. "All right, let's get started." First Sword stood in the middle of the stage and casually spoke as he stretched out his arms, and the young man from the south, who pulled the number 1 slip, took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. Because he didn't want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he calmed down his excitement and regained his composure, so that he could show them the best that he could do. First Sword found such a prospect commendable. He waited for some time, and when the prospect finally drew his sword and charged, First Sword showed off his quick sword that made everyone call him the Sword Saint of Light. Shwack. His sword made the other sword slip. The sword swung by the southern prospect with all his might was flung out so naturally. When you swung the sword, your power was not fully transmitted. Let's do it again. As First Sword gently smiled and said, the southern prospect looked shocked, and so did those who were outside the stage. What his words meant. His declaration of "let's do it again." An educational sparring match. First Sword said that the person who could make him move 6 times was the winner. In other words, he meant that he would play with his opponent up to 5 times. A bit of flashy technique is fine. Your skill is good even if you had trouble making it work well. First Sword's words sounded reassuring. The southern prospect almost looked like he was about to cry, but he soon picked his sword and repositioned himself while looking very moved. He looked at First Sword with respect, gratitude, and all kinds of good feelings, and First Sword answered with a smile. "Come." "Yes." The southern prospect answered in reflex and rushed towards First Sword again, and First Sword very simply turned the attack of the prospect into nothing again this time. 2 more times left. And after the 5 times were done, the southern prospect missed in the last and 5th exchange, but his face was full of joy. "Thank you very much. Your skill isn't bad. Will you be better by the next time we meet?" "Yes." "Okay, I look forward to it." It was the words of First Sword and not anyone else. The prospect had a boyish face as if he played with the sports player that he admired, and he came down the stage with tears of emotion. Rachel Bloom, the prospect from the north who picked the number 2 slip, climbed onto the stage very quickly. "I am sorry for person 1, but I like person 2 more. Beauties are the treasures of this world." At First Sword's joke, Rachel's cheeks flushed red, but it wasn't that evident, because her face was already red before she went onto the stage. "I'll begin. Do as much as you can." And once again, it happened 5 times. Rachel got off the stage with a very excited face, and the prospects stepped onto the stage one after another. "Is this the Sage King's cross sword? You have inherited Count A. Charsvelger's sword. 5 times are almost not enough." First Sword said as he pointed his sword to Luca's neck, but it wasn't idle chatter. Unlike the previous prospects who he easily dealt with, even the First Sword had to be really sincere when he fought Luca's. "Thank you for the compliment." Luca's expression was also different from the previous prospects. Rather than the joy of facing the First Sword with their sword, regret and frustration were in his eyes since he couldn't make First Sword do it for the 6th time. That's good. His expression made First Sword even happier, because he liked Luca's desire to improve. Next, the 20th prospect. The boy, who was a prospect from the royal capital, was not much different from the previous prospects. Their spar was finished in 5 moves with a relatively calm atmosphere, and the time had finally come. Sir Cornwell's eyes were filled with the light of anticipation as he watched with a relaxed face, and Duke Spencer also watched in seriousness. Jude Bayer, the second son of Count Bayer, the younger brother of Gal Bayer, who was said to be one of the next 10 great swordmasters. Jude climbed up the stage, and all the prospects who had witnessed his fight with Lucian swallowed in nervousness. Lucas also looked up the stage with mixed emotions. This was because of the fact that only Lucas and Cordelia were aware of. Landius Nim's disciple, Iron Man Landius, a man who might be the strongest among all the humans in Pleiades. Jude was the only disciple of such Landius. No, even before he was a disciple of Landius, he was a genius who had already shown amazing talent. Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. Lucas wanted to see Jude in making the first sword move his sword for the 6th time, but on the other hand, he didn't want to see it, because of the childish envy that still lingered in his mind. No, it's not like that, because I just want to see him become much stronger, because I want to see the appearance of my rival moving far away and make me want to pursue him even more. With clenched fists, Lucas calmed himself and looked at Jude's back, while Cordelia prayed as she held her hands together. Please let Jude win. As always, let him be one again. And as for First Sword, the person who originally proposed this kind of tournament, the time has come. First Sword smiled as he looked at Jude standing in front of him. His smile was very playful, but also felt creepy at the same time. Don't tell me at the moment Jude had flinched, First Sword moved. Unlike before, he readied his sword in his light-like swordsmanship style. Among the numerous swordsmanship in the sword school, his light swordsmanship boasted of being the fastest sword that gave First Sword his name of the Sword Saint of Light. Can I give you a little special treatment? First Sword said, and everyone around the stage became enthusiastic at that moment. It wasn't because they heard First Sword's voice. It was enthusiasm from the fact that Jude had made the First Sword drew his sword and made him take a stance. FCK. Jude thought to himself, and so did Cordelia, who was outside the stage. First Sword is a crazy beastard. He's shameless. But First Sword did not hear Jude and Cordelia's protests in their minds. Even if he had heard it, he would have ignored it. Come, let's go. Show me your skills. Jude took a deep breath at First Sword's provoking look. He gently turned his head and looked at Cordelia as he asked with his eyes. Cordelia. Shall I do it? At Jude's question, Cordelia blinked her eyes, but she immediately smiled. She swung her fist into the air and answered. Show them how strong my Jude is. What Chinmujich can do that made Landius say curse words out of his mouth. Winning was impossible. It was nearly impossible for the current Jude to subdue him, who had the names of First Sword and Sword Saint. But if it was just to make him move 6 times, if Jude didn't lose within those 5 times. Jude took a deep breath. He chanted the mnemonic chant of the 9th heaven's 9 doors and stimulated his newly developed middle dantian. It had risen to a new level during his time at the Temple of Life, a power that had never been seen before. The Supreme Sun Divine Art responded. A black energy rose from Jude's body, and at the same time, the doors of 9th heaven's 9 doors began to open one by one. First door, second door, third door, fourth door, and fifth door, the 5th door. The one that reached a completely different level from his previous ones. Bang, his energy exploded. Not only the atmosphere, but the stage also shook for a moment. Everyone who were watching were surprised by the sudden rise of power. First Sword was no different. His eyes that had looked easygoing were now surprised, and immediately after, when everyone were still in shock of what had happened, Jude kicked the ground. He turned into a black gale and rushed towards First Sword. Chapter 165 First Sword 4. Always remember the victory conditions. Alexei always said that. Killing didn't always work. Depending on the battlefield, the conditions for winning could vary. Formulate a strategy to meet the conditions of victory. Depending on the victory conditions, the way you fight could vary. Alexei was an objectively good teacher, and Jude respected him as a teacher whether in his past or present life. Because of this, he didn't become someone who was all talk and no action, or did things randomly without any plan. Until the day he was lucky enough to safely retire. And even when he got addicted to games and became an unemployed person who generously spent his money and enjoyed a life of pleasure, Jude never forgot the victory conditions. He formulated strategies depending on the situation. Bang! The air fluctuated in the aftermath of the 5th door's opening. A golden whirlwind rose amidst the roar, and Jude became a black gale as he rushed towards First Sword. Make him move 6 times, the victory conditions. Therefore, he formulated his strategy and tactics based on that. Observe, he was fortunate enough that he got the last number. And because of that, Jude was able to observe it 20 times. The pattern is always the same. First Sword would guide them up to the 3rd time, turn the attack into nothing on the 4th time, and make them surrender on the 5th time. Therefore, Jude's initial plan was to receive guidance until the third time. But the situation changed the moment First Sword positioned himself in the light swordsmanship style. So Jude took out Plan B, which he had prepared just in case. He'll do everything fast like a raging storm. Due to First Sword's nature, it was unlikely that he would attack from the beginning just because he changed his swordsmanship style. After all, he would still treat Jude as a prospect, so Jude would push him. He would make First Sword defend for several times, and to add another to it, something unexpected, because First Sword would think that Jude was a swordsman. As an opportunity for their own personal growth, all the 20 prospects who stood in front of First Sword had used proper swordsmanship in their match against him. A sharp, refined, and beautiful dance of their swords. So Jude would approach it in a completely different way. A blunt, unrefined, and rough dance like that of a raging storm. Black Dragon cross strike. At the same time he rushed forward, he thrust his fists forward and shot the energy of the Black Dragon from both his fists. A long-range strike, and a nonlinear attack at the same time. Here, Hopflink, he shouted at the same time as he thought. He drew his fists and manipulated the two separate energies of the Black Dragon. The two energies of the Black Dragon flew into a circle as it intersected with each other, causing a loud roar as it powerfully exploded. Hopflink in mathematical knot theory, it's two circles that are linked to each other but do not intersect. Jude, why are you calling this a hopflink if the two intersect? Bang, 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 a series of explosions was heard. As the Black Dragon's energies violently twisted, it dug up the floor and shook the air. But that was all. In the midst of those explosions, the sword of First Sword shone, and at that moment, a line split the explosions into two. Xiang, a sword of light. His dazzlingly fast sword split the explosion. It stopped the roars of the explosion, and even the aftermath of the shock was split, preventing it from reaching First Sword. And First Sword raised his head, but most of the prospects didn't see it. They were caught off guard by the powerful explosion and the splendor of First Sword's attack that turned the explosion into nothing. So only two people, Cordelia and Lucas, saw the same thing as First Sword. Head, midair. It was a new option Jude could choose since he became a superhuman, which was something he would have never imagined in his previous life. Jude was seen in First Sword's eyes. The explosion caused by the Black Dragon cross-strike was both an attack and a foundation for his next move. Jude made the black explosion create the effect of a smoke bomb detonating, and kept everyone's eyes on the ground with its loud roars and aftershocks. And at the same time, he soared up the ground, like a magician, just like what Alexei taught. Black Dragon cross-strike, from the sky to the ground. Jude kicked down from the air as he aimed at First Sword's head. And at that moment, the energy of a giant black dragon vertically headed towards the ground. Ruer, the roar was like a dragon's roar. A smile spread on First Sword's face, and he swung his sword again. The light's trajectory split the energy of the black dragon again. Bang, bang, having been split into two, the energy of the black dragon broke the ground. At the time fragments of the stone stage flew into the air, Jude had already landed on the ground. He lowered his posture, as if he was almost sticking to the ground, and then leapt forward as he aimed for First Sword's back. First Sword turned around and looked at Jude. It was just a moment, but Jude was able to read First Sword's thoughts through his eyes. It would be impossible for you. From the Black Dragon cross strike that encircled each other to the Black Dragon cross strike from above. He had continuously used powerful techniques in such a short time. First Sword did not know much about the techniques used by Jude, but even then, he knew about that since he had reached a certain level. That there should be a delay now. That there should be a cooldown between using two techniques. First Sword's thoughts were not wrong. He thought of Jude as a swordsman who was 2 levels above Lucas, and even if he was a swordsman 2 levels above Lucas, it would be impossible for Jude to immediately use a third technique. But Jude could do it. He made possible something that First Sword thought was impossible. Middle Danshin, he had used up all the energy in his lower Danshin, but the energy in his middle Danshin remained. So Jude skillfully used the energy in his middle Danshin for his next attack. Bang! He stomped on the ground with his left foot. He kept his lower body down as he struck the air with a clenched fist. And what he shot at that time? It was the energy of the sun. The black and unmatched energy of the sun. Roar, Explode, the energy roared and exploded. The energy of the black sun exploded, and darkness engulfed everything. It was only for a short moment, but it had blinded everyone. The explosion, the roar, shitting, but the light strongly struck again. Once again, the light split the explosion, the roar, and the shockwaves, and First Sword felt it. He momentarily lost his sight, but he perceived it with his superhuman senses. The place where Jude was located, Jude's breath. The fourth move Jude wanted to do. A smile spread on First Sword's face again, because he sensed it. Jude was putting his hand on his sword. He was finally going to use his sword. Ha! First Sword opened his eyes and refreshingly laughed. He fully enjoyed the beating of his heart as he saw Jude. Cordelia forcibly opened her eyes, but her sight was still blurry. And Lucas also tried to see Jude and First Sword. Sir Cornwell belatedly opened his eyes and was also excited. Sword, Jude would finally use the sword. Jude, who was so strong without a sword, would finally use a sword, a moment, a short time. But First Sword shouted fast in his thoughts. He looked at Jude as he cried out in his mind. "Show me, your skills, your sword," she-ying. Jude drew the Eastern warrior's sword. And at that moment, First Sword was confused. He had been surprised when Jude had opened the fifth door and charged, but he was now more surprised at the situation. Clang. The Eastern warrior's sword fell to the ground with a clear sound. Cordelia smiled while Lucas widely opened his eyes. Jude didn't use his sword. He had drawn the Eastern warrior's sword and threw it towards First Sword. By doing so, he succeeded for a moment in stealing the attention of not only First Sword, but also everyone who were watching. Something unexpected. He heightened their tension. He made them look forward to it. And then he threw all their expectations into the gutter. As light as the wind, without any sound, without any forewarning. At the time when the Oriental warrior's sword was tossed away by First Sword's defensive instinct, thereby making him move for a fourth time. Jude became the wind. He even used the roaring sounds that he caused whenever he charged. He tried to distract First Sword a little by continuing to show the same pattern but performing different actions. Shwa. Jude got behind First Sword. If he attacked from behind again instead of penetrating through the front, he could make First Sword move for the fifth time. And if that happened, First Sword had to move for a sixth time. In other words, it would be Jude's victory then. But in that instant, when he tried to release the energy of the Black Dragon again, "I won't let you," he heard First Sword's voice. In reality, it was such a short moment that he didn't even hear First Sword say those 4 words, so it was impossible for him to have heard First Sword's voice in that short moment. But Jude had heard it. He felt that he had heard it, and he wasn't wrong. First Sword turned around. His sword moved faster than Jude. It was an attacking move. It was not a defensive move, but was First Sword's attack to end the match with this move. "Sorry. This will hurt a lot. You won't die though." His sword of light. His dazzlingly fast sword, shiging, the light flashed. A sharp flash of light trailed as it cut through time and space. Jude's intuition felt it. He already knew it the moment First Sword moved for the 5th time. He couldn't avoid it. The wind could never beat the light, so he would be cut. The light would destroy the wind. But if it was not the wind, if it was faster than the wind, one that precedes the sound, if it moved faster than the thunder that shook the earth, bang, an explosion, he could only express it like that. The power of the 9th, heaven's 9 doors, and the energy of the sun were all condensed at once, and the resulting explosion made the impossible possible. It was still lacking, it was still incomplete, but it was something that he had to do because Cordelia wants it. He wanted to show her an amazing performance, and above all, because I want to win. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck. The light from the tip of the sword split the air, and lightning jumped over it. First Sword turned the attack into nothing. Cordelia clenched her fists at that moment. She was ecstatic as she held her chest as if to suppress her overly excited heart. Because Cordelia knew what Jude was trying to do, what technique Jude was trying to do. Jude? As if responding to Cordelia's cry, the lightning continued. Not only did it dodge the sword of First Sword, but it also quickly narrowed the distance between Jude and First Sword. Thunderbolt 12 steps. The first step. A thunderbolt that was faster than the wind. First Sword was genuinely surprised by the advance of Jude, so he also moved his feet. He widened his distance again from Jude, who had quickly narrowed their distance, and First Sword reflexively swung his sword. An attack again. Moreover, it was a real offensive attack and not just a swinging of his sword like before. "I will block it." His words were short, but it was true. He used his sword technique that made him known as the first sword of the sword school, Heavenly Light. He would have originally dashed with his sword, but First Sword only sent out his aura. A giant bird of light, a powerful energy of light rushed towards Jude. Jude then used his technique almost simultaneously as if he had predicted it. He released most of the energy from the black sun. He cried out in his mind as if he was roaring. "Roar, black dragon, shatter the skies, O black dragon." It was a line that Cordelia would have been embarrassed if she had heard it, but no one would have cared even if he had shouted it, because the scene in front of their eyes was so overwhelming. Boom! The black dragon and the bird of light collided head-on. A tremendous force exploded, and the light blinded their eyes. The dust covered everything on the stage. "Crazy," Sir Cornwell unknowingly said, and most of the prospects spoke similar words. They already knew that Jude was strong, but they didn't expect it to be this much. "He's stronger than me." If Sir Cornwell himself had stood on that stage instead of First Sword, would he have been able to distance himself from Jude? Would it have been possible for him to block all the techniques Jude had used in succession? Moreover, there was one more surprising thing. What had happened to him? Jude was only 17 years old now. But what kind of amazing things had happened to him? Did he consume elixirs as his normal meals? Sir Cornwell was amazed and surprised, while Lucas couldn't close his open mouth either. But Cordelia was a little different. She became teary-eyed and almost shouted. Jude, at the last collision, they had yet to see the results. If Jude had been injured, if Jude had not been able to resist the heavenly light of First Sword, Cordelia's hair turned black, her eyes turned red. Her intense emotions caused her to transform into a witch, and it was at that moment. The swing of First Sword's sword blew away the dust. Therefore, everyone saw the two on top of something that used to be the stage, and all of them let out gasps. First Sword and Jude were still standing. The only difference was that First Sword's clothes were a little dirty, but he was fine. On the other hand, Jude had vomited blood, and his mouth and chest were red, while his clothes were torn all over his body. Cough. Cock. Jude vomited blood again, but it was clear red blood and not black blood. Ha! It was all because of the sphere of life that had been completely absorbed in Jude's body. The aftermath of the collision between the black dragon and the heavenly light would have struck him, and he would have internal wounds because of excessively using his power. If he had been an ordinary person, he would have collapsed and died as he vomited blood, or he would be in a state of near death. But Jude was not an ordinary person. The fifth door of the ninth heaven's 9 doors made him a superhuman, and the sphere of life gave him regenerative power. Amazing. First Sword spoke with a smile, and Jude just drooped his shoulders, suppressing his desire to raise his middle finger. Jude, it was Cordelia. She ran to Jude at once and tightly hugged him without caring if his clothes were dirty or not. She then began to use her recovery magic. "Hey, are you okay? Jude, are you fine?" As Cordelia asked with tears in her eyes, Jude blinked for a moment, but he soon said with a smirk, "I am fine. Wasn't I a bit cool?" "What the heck do you mean by cool? You've been beaten up." "No, I've never been hit, okay?" He had just been unable to escape from the aftermath, so he had looked like this now. Jude shrugged, and Cordelia's fist lightly hit Jude on the chest before she glared at First Sword. And First Sword said at her glare, "I should have been more serious. In using heavenly light." Cordelia began to unconsciously growl at his words, and Jude hugged her waist to pacify her as he looked at First Sword and said, Ahem. Anyway, I am the winner, right?" Because First Sword had moved 6 times. Moreover, Jude was still standing. He didn't look to be fine since blood poured from his mouth, but in any case, First Sword would need to move a 7th time if he wanted to subdue the current Jude. First Sword bitterly smiled at Jude's remark, and the prospects who were mesmerized in many ways finally came to their senses. But they still murmured with a surprised look on their faces, and no one was able to properly speak. "You monstrous guy, I somehow see you as my young self." Jude awkwardly smiled at First Sword's words, and Cordelia snorted. Her expression seemed to be asking on what the heck was he talking about. Most people would have been greatly honored, okay? The Sword Saint of Light had compared Jude to his young self and not anyone else. But Cordelia still snorted, and First Sword was forced to end the match with a bitter smile. All right, all right. The first prospect to make me move 6 times is Jude Bayer. In the name of Rune Froud, the Sword Saint of Light, I hereby declare the victory of Jude Bayer. He said it in a calm but clear voice, and Duke Spencer began to clap at that moment. Blessings to the winner, blessings to the winner. Princess Darian shouted along as she broadly smiled and enthusiastically applauded. She was followed by Sir Cornwell and the Knights of the Red Rose. The prospects also cheered and clapped, starting with Lucas. Heh. Cordelia felt better, and Jude likewise felt better at Cordelia's laughing before he raised his hand. When everyone cheered, he moved her head so naturally as he kissed Cordelia's forehead. What was that? The startled Cordelia looked at Jude, and instead of saying something, Jude pointed at everyone with his eyes and faced his right cheek at her. What he had meant by that? What Jude was asking her now? Oh, only this time, okay? Cordelia quickly spoke with a blushing face, and Jude nodded, and a light kiss. As soon as Cordelia's lips touched Jude's cheek, Princess Darian cheered, First Sword frowned, and Lucas looked somehow proud. And after a while, when the heat had subsided to some extent, and it was time for Jude and Cordelia to descend from the rubble that used to be the stage. By the way, the voice of First Sword was heard by Jude and Cordelia again. The two naturally looked back at First Sword, and he bitterly smiled with crossed arms as he spoke in a very small voice. You're not a swordsman, right? No, I am a swordsman. Jude responded reflexively and picked up the Eastern warrior's sword that had fallen on the ground before he bowed politely to First Sword. Then, I'll be going in order to treat my injuries. I'll received the prize instead of Jude. The two then laughed as they went down the stage as if they were running away. How interesting. They were interesting. It was certainly a good reason for him to remain in the royal capital. Indeed, they're a fantasy couple. As he stared the backs of Jude and Cordelia as they walked among the prospects, First Sword lightly shook his hand. He looked up the sky as he ignored his somehow aching side. Chapter 166, Entering the Palace. 1. The demon follower groups in Pleiades could be largely classified into 5. The Devil's Hand served Asmodeus, the overlord of lust. The Devil's Eye served Belial, the overlord of corruption. The Devil's Mouth served Lilith, the overlord of love and hatred. The Devil's Ear served Belphegor, the overlord of cruelty. The Devil's Horn served Behemoth, the overlord of violence. In hell, the 5 overlords were virtually equal in power, but in the mortal world, their followers were not equal in power. After a fierce battle with the guardians of the Holy Cross, the Devil's Ear was pretty much destroyed, and the Devil's Horn and all their demonic humans were also annihilated, except for the demonic human called Jabberwock, who is also known as Behemoth's avatar. But the remaining 3 are still quite powerful. In particular, the Devil's Hand boasted of a wide sphere of influence, being active in both the Argon Empire and the Slen Kingdom. They also had the highest number of demonic humans under their command. The leader of the Devil's Hand, a long, blue-haired woman whose identity was unknown. She was believed to be the avatar of Asmodeus and a mysterious person whose identity was not fully revealed in the 2nd or 3rd episodes of Legend of Heroes. She is probably the strongest among the demon followers, but fortunately, she rarely made a direct appearance on the battlefront. She would always be sitting and watching from behind the scenes. The Devil's Eye is in the west of the Argon Empire, and the Devil's Mouth is in the distant east. Therefore, only the Devil's Hand and the Devil's Eye were the main enemies in Legend of Heroes 2, which was set on the western continent. Between those two, the main enemy of the Slen Kingdom was the Devil's Hand. 3 of the 6 branches of the Devil's Hand were located in the Slen Kingdom, and their headquarters were also in the center of the kingdom. They cannot get close to the royal capital because of the barrier, so they're probably in the capital's outskirts. Specifically, it was located on the edge of the border with the Argon Empire, and the demonic human in charge of the central branch was the aggressive Koros, one of the 6 key executives of the Devil's Hand. Like the other key executives, he longed for the favor of their leader, so he devoted himself to the Slen royal family genocide plan in order to destroy the barrier in the capital. It was to the point that he would be willing to ask for the help of Saluzia, the head of the northern branch, whom he did not get along well. Saluzia. At the call of Koros, Saluzia took off her hood and revealed her face. Her fair face and purple, eyes in between her very dark ebony-like hair made her look impressive under the dim light. Koros. Wearing a white robe, Saluzia deeply sighed as her shoulders slumped a bit. The two were both key executives who usually fought for the favor of their leader, so they were actually rivals, but it had slightly changed because of their current situation. Your pretty face looks haggard. You must have had a hard time. The demon followers who served Asmodeus of Lust generally had outstanding looks. Koros was no different since he had a very handsome face, well-defined features, and a masculine appearance. But his eyes were so intense that it seemed fierce even if he smiled quietly. On the other hand, Saluzia was an elegantly beautiful woman with a feminine and delicate appearance, but her purple eyes had an intense look too. Instead of answering him, Saluzia looked around and sat on a chair that seemed appropriate. Everything had gone wrong since they appeared. Saluzia spoke in a low voice, and Koros understood right away on who she was talking about. Are you talking about Jude Baer and Cordelia Chase? It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Slen kingdom knew of the two as the couple of the century. But for Saluzia, they were known as the two who had escaped from the difficult situations she had put them in several times. They must be in the royal capital now. I know, she had tried to kidnap the two while on their way to the royal capital. Is it hard to touch them now? At Koros' question, or rather at his half-provocation, Saluzia frowned. Aside from what he said that it had become difficult to touch Jude and Cordelia now, she also found Koros' current attitude as annoying. Koros, isn't it you who's asking for help and not me? Of course it is. Should I say that I am just concerned for my mate? Koros shrugged and Saluzia sighed again, but she no longer said anything. It was true that they were mates, as Koros had said, but the reasons on why she sighed were because of her relationship with Koros and that they both wanted to please their leader, so they had cooperated like this. Since Koros had asked for my help, I'll have to do my best with this task, but it's also to help me after my recent failure. You could say that we're just mutually helping each other. The relationship between Koros and Saluzia was quite long and deep, because the mate that Koros referred to was not limited to the Devil's Hand. Orphanage mates. Their childhood days that she didn't remember much anymore. So in the Devil's Hand, the two are workmates who joined the group at the same time. As for the orphanage, the two probably entered it at the same time. Saluzia bitterly smiled without realizing it, and she opened her mouth as she made a face that she would never make in front of Kanos or her subordinate demonic humans. So Connie, are you asking for more help? Yes, Sanny. I think I need all the help I can get. A smile had spread on the faces of the two when they called each other by their orphanage nicknames after a long time, but it was also because they were both demon followers. The story they wanted to share now was a terrible conspiracy that would cause the sacrifice of innocent people. The Lord Protector's limbs are being cut off. The Black Moon and his subordinate nobles were being attacked. If the aristocrats' offensive continued, there was a possibility that they could not proceed as planned on the day of the anniversary. So you want me to help you? To make it bigger. I am going to do things more boldly. Koros opened his arms as he looked at Saluzia, and she realized what he was talking about. That was why her shoulders slumped again. Connie, are you betting your life into this? Because it's worth it. The barrier in the royal capital. The divine sword, Cleam Sale, maintained that barrier. Wouldn't it be nice if it screwed up the couple of the century as a bonus? That is a bit pleasing. When Saluzia spoke frankly, Koros laughed out loud. Our leader has given us permission to combine all the forces of the central and northern branches. Do you have anything in it for me in order for me to accept it? Yes, that's why I am begging you like this now. At Koros' words, Saluzia loudly laughed and said, I've thought about this for a long time, but you really don't know how to ask for a favor, Connie. But I can do this because we understand each other, right? You know me, Sanny. Well, I am the only one who knows you. That's why I'm only doing this to you. What do you think? Are you not happy that you know? Ha, you've really set your mind on doing this plan. Saluzia spoke sarcastically, but she wasn't in a bad mood. Or rather, in order to make up for her past failures, She had no other choice but to work together with Koros and make this plan to exterminate the royal family successful. But I won't agree if you don't give me an explanation. Tell me about it in detail. In what way and the amount of work she would do. When Saluzia asked him about it, Koros grinned and drew closer to her. He began to tell her about it in a low voice. In the afternoon, after Jude's match against First Sword was over, Cordelia sat on the sofa and happily smiled as she stared at the sword glimmering in the sunlight. Ah, it's so pretty no matter how many times I look at it. How can its color be so beautiful? How can the gem in its handle be so brilliant? Cordelia's face became ecstatic, and she unknowingly hummed. Jude was sitting next to her and said in quiet voice as he gazed at her, "Cordelia, my love, I dedicate to thee what thou had asked for." Instead of being embarrassed by his dramatic and romantic lines, Cordelia giggled and tapped Jude on the shoulder with her hand. "Yes, yes, good job. Continue to devote yourself and be loyal as you are now. Do your best always, okay? No, princess. Isn't it time for you give me a prize or say thank you? I can't. If I continue to be nice to you, y'all become spoiled. Don't you know that the carrot-to-stick ratio is important?" Cordelia said with a mischievous look as she snorted, and Jude smiled again at her appearance. "Well, if it's a carrot, I already got it." Carrot. It was so sweet that my teeth seemed like it would melt. Cordelia flinched again because she quickly understood what Jude meant, but she didn't immediately say what it was. Because complicated thoughts filled her mind. As I thought, do you like me? Did he do that because he liked me? Did he do that because I asked him to do it? Well, they do say that people do a lot of strange things because of that, but it was typical of Cordelia to straightforwardly change the topic. Anyway, but if it is true, if Jude really likes me, Cordelia glanced at Jude, who faced her with his usual sly face. And it was at that moment, His Excellency, Duke Spencer, wishes for you to enter. The two were currently in the waiting room of Duke Spencer's place. Jude and Cordelia were guided by a classy old butler, and they passed through the splendid and beautiful hallway before they reached Duke Spencer's drawing room. Mr. Jude Bayer and Lady Cordelia Chase have arrived. Soon after the butler spoke in a solemn voice, the clear ringing of a bell was heard from the inside, and the old butler opened the door very politely. And the sight that was revealed. The drawing room, with beautiful glass windows, was filled with the scent of flowers, and two people were sitting on the fancy sofa in the center. Duke Spencer and Princess Darien. Duke Spencer was a tall and thin old man, and he was comfortably sitting while dressed in purple clothes. Princess Darien was sitting next to him, and she gently smiled as she slightly waved her hand. "I am Jude Bayer from the Bayer family. I am Cordelia Chase from the Chase family." When Jude and Cordelia courteously greeted them, the highest-ranked person in the room, Princess Darien, greeted them with a big smile. "It's nice to see you both. This is my grandfather, Duke Spencer." Duke Spencer cleared his throat a bit at her friendly introduction that seemed to have brushed aside her manners, but instead of scolding her, he said as he faced Jude and Cordelia, "I am Duke Spencer. The two of you may sit down." The two of them bowed again after being allowed to sit, and Jude escorted Cordelia to the sofa. While remaining courteous, they gently sat in front of Princess Darien, who was looking at them in joy. The two were the children of nobles, so their manners weren't lacking, so Duke Spencer had a satisfied smile on his face. "Indeed, you two are children from the 12 northern families, but the princess wants you to sit comfortably, so you don't have to be so nervous. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Yes, Your Excellency." When Jude and Cordelia answered formally again, Duke Spencer nodded with a satisfied smile again, and Princess Darien said as she pulled Duke Spencer's sleeve, "Grandpa is really, if you keep doing that, Unnai and Opa will have no choice but to act formal." Could there be a person who'd really act informal just so that the person higher in rank than them would feel comfortable? Rather, they would only feel burdened. "Unnai, Opa, it's really okay. Grandpa isn't that strict, so you can be informal with us." "Haha, yes, I understand. Yes, princess." But the same was true for Princess Darien, who was a higher-ranked person. Moreover, unlike Duke Spencer's words that were actual formalities, so anyone could quietly listen and respond appropriately, it was a problem that Princess Darien truly wanted Jude and Cordelia to act comfortably. You could say that they feel more troubled acting comfortably with Princess Darien. As a result, Jude and Cordelia answered formally and did not loosen their postures. Fortunately, Duke Spencer was not as strict as Princess Darian had said. He fully understood Jude and Cordelia's difficulties. Haha, I give up. The princess' stubbornness is strong. Let me apologize instead. I want you to understand. Grandpa. Princess Darian's eyes widened, and she seemed to be asking what he was talking about, but Duke Spencer just grinned while Jude and Cordelia also faintly smiled. He's a good person. Yes, it seems like he really cares for Princess Darian. In the original, Duke Spence had never made a proper appearance because he was sick. Of course, they could guess his personality to some extent from various indirect information, but they felt relieved after meeting him in person and confirming that he was a good person. Now let's get to the point. First of all, let me express my gratitude. Thank you. Thanks to the two of you giving me the 7-colored herb, I was freed from my chronic illness and regained my health. Thank you very much. When Duke Spencer expressed his gratitude, Princess Darian also broadly smiled and thanked them again, and Cordelia beautifully recited the greeting she had prepared. We are also very pleased to see the princess be happy and His Excellency to have recovered. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to do good, Princess Darian. As she finished her words with a bright smile, Princess Darian unconsciously blushed and said as she pulled the sleeve of Duke Spencer again, "Look, isn't Cordelia Nye really pretty? She has a pretty face and a beautiful heart. Indeed, it's more than the rumors." Duke Spencer spoke with a satisfied face, and Cordelia was delighted but had some questions at the same time. What rumors are they talking about? It must be the rumor that Ure is pretty as an angel. Let's thank Lady Emma Ficus for that. Thanks to her, he was able to show the world the full beauty of Cordelia. Of course, it would be even better at the day of the founding anniversary. He would let Cordelia wear the fairy dress, an item that would enhance her beauty, so that the Slen Kingdom and even the world would know about Cordelia's beauty. Hey, are you thinking of something wicked again? No, I am not. I'm just thinking of something that is nice and true. The two had their usual prolonged eye conversation, but the other two didn't mind it. Duke Spencer opened his mouth again. If you've done something good, you should be awarded. I cannot reward my benefactors with nothing when they have helped me this much. Having said that, Duke Spencer lightly rang a bell, and the old butler waiting at the door then put down a silver platter on the table. You two are my benefactors, so you can use my name anytime and anywhere. Duke Spencer said that in a serious tone unlike before, and the two focused their attention on the silver platter, or to be exact, on the rose emblem of Duke Spencer on it. It was actually a token of his willingness to treat the two as his people. Bingo! Since they had the backing of one of the aristocrats' leaders, they could do a lot of things with this emblem alone. It was not an exaggeration to say that their act of giving the 7-colored herb was returned to them several times more. But Duke Spencer had no intention of stopping there. Well, I don't think I should say this with my own mouth, but this alone can benefit you greatly. However, shouldn't a reward have a material form? I've been wondering on what to give you, so I've decided that this is the best. Duke Spencer rang the bell again, and the old butler put down a new silver platter on the table. Jude and Cordelia then unknowingly opened their eyes wide in surprise. I will not allow you to refuse it. Please take it. On the silver tray was a white and rectangular paper. It was a paper with a huge number of zeros written on it. Whoa, a royal bank check. In short, it was cash. Moreover, the amount was enormous. It was equivalent to the total annual income of Count Bayer's territory. He really is a big shot among the nobles. One could count within 3 fingers the nobles in the Slen Kingdom who possessed such great wealth. There's a lot of things I want to hear from you too. The princess has told me a lot of stories, so I've been quite curious. Like, what are you two actually like? I've been wondering if you two are really the characters of the story the princess has told me. But before we start talking, I think I should let her tell you something first. It seems like my princess is quite anxious to show it to you two quickly. Duke Spencer playfully spoke, and Princess Darian pouted her lips, but it was only for a moment. She soon smiled childishly and brightly before she rang the bell to bring in a new silver platter. Please take it. What Princess Darian had prepared, what she wanted to give to Jude and Cordelia. My Unnai and Opa also wanted to see you, Unnai and Opa. They gave me a chance to show off Unnai and Opa. Her words had a lot of repetitions, but the people she was referring to as my Unnai and Opa were completely different, and Jude and Cordelia quickly understood on who she was talking about. Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, the next queen, and her younger brother, who were both successors to the throne of the Slen Kingdom. On the silver platter was an invitation to a tea party hosted by Princess Daphne. Chapter 167, Entering the Palace 2. He currently had 3 queens and 7 concubines. However, it was only the children of the queens who were the official successors of the throne, and among them, the first queen's children were the highest in the line of succession, the first in line to the throne. The direct descendants of the present king were higher in the line of succession than the king's siblings. In the Slen Kingdom, there was no distinction between men and women when it came to inheriting titles, so as soon as Daphne, the eldest child of the first queen, was born, she naturally became the first in line to the throne. Princess Daphne. Children of nobles in the Slen Kingdom were only recognized as adults when they reached 20 years of age. It was very late when compared to the fact that children of commoners were treated as adults when they reached 15 years of age, but this was unavoidable. Nobles are different from commoners, so they had to assume more responsibility and show that they had better skills. Naturally, there were many people who became adults because they reached the age requirement, but it was a bit different if the person was a proper noble or the firstborn child. They really had to show a noble figure. Anyway, about Princess Daphne, or rather, the Crown Princess. She was the so-called all-around superhuman who excelled in both scholarly knowledge and martial arts. Her innate talent undoubtedly played a big role in that, but in fact, it was more because of her efforts than her being a genius. The next monarch is the Crown Princess. Princess Daphne had heard that statement every day since her childhood. Oftentimes, when people of her position hear that kind of statement, they would become lazy or spend their time idly, saying that I am the next king anyway. But Princess Daphne was different. Her personality was sincere, and she studied and studied every day in order to become a person fit for the monarch position. She has a younger brother, Prince Dion, who was also a child of the first queen. He was 2 years younger than Princess Daphne, and as he saw his older sister crazily studying hard, he thought, "I'll become the monarch if my older sister is gone, so I should study hard like my older sister." His words didn't mean something like "I'll become the next monarch if my older sister is gone, so I have to get rid of her." He studied hard in order to prepare for the scenario of his older sister dying, and in the midst of that, Prince Dion came to learn of her tremendous efforts and nearly worshipped her. "I am the second in line, so I'll assist you perfectly." So Prince Dion studied magic. Princess Daphne studied so much that 24 hours a day was insufficient, and she learned about the monarchy, politics, swordsmanship, foreign languages, and so on, but magic was the only thing she didn't learn. Thus, Princess Daphne found Prince Dion's efforts to be very laudable. No, she thought it was cute. A younger brother who worshipped his older sister, and an older sister who cared and loved such a younger brother. Moreover, since they were the first and second in line to the throne, problems related to the succession of the throne did not happen in the Slen Kingdom. That's why Princess Darian was able to get along with Princess Daphne and Prince Dion. The position of Princess Daphne was so firm that Princess Darian, who was the firstborn child of the second queen, was not seen as a rival who threatened her succession, but considered to be just a cute and pretty younger sibling. Because of that, Princess Darian was loved by Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, and though she wasn't as good as Prince Dion, she became Princess Daphne's faithful follower and spent her days happily. I am excited because Unni's tea party will be in a few days. Princess Darian lightly laughed, and Duke Spencer, who was a leader of the aristocrats but also a moderate, smiled too. However, Jude and Cordelia had bitter feelings amidst their happiness. Their fates in the game. In the game, the Lord Protector's plan to massacre the royal family had succeeded. It wasn't only Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, but also included Princess Darian and the children of the concubines, whose names were not even mentioned in the game. In fact, all of the children who possessed the current king's blood ended up dead. Among those deaths, Princess Daphne and Prince Dion's deaths were gruesome. The bodies of the two, who fought hard in order to protect their younger siblings in a situation where their retreat was blocked, were torn apart by the demon followers who were angry at their strong resistance and dumped on the streets, becoming food for the stray dogs. It will be different this time. The future would have a happy ending. It would be the classic good triumphs over evil, because they wanted the good to be blessed and the evil one to be punished. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and simultaneously smiled, because they realized that the other was thinking of the same thing. She's really nice. Even if his insides are dark, my Jude is not an evil person. The two smiled once more before they looked in front again and continued to chat with the excited Princess Darian. More than an hour passed by. After talking for quite a long time, their chat finally came to an end. Aside from Princess Darian, Duke Spencer had a lot of business to attend to since he had recovered from his illness. Then, please enjoy the banquet of swords. I'll look forward to meeting you again. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you very much. When Jude and Cordelia courteously thanked them in turn, Duke Spencer concluded the tea party by bowing to Princess Darian, the person with the highest rank in the group. And 10 minutes later, having finally left the main building of the mansion, Cordelia groaned to suppress her desire of stretching out her body. Because Duke Spencer's staff was still in front of them as the staff guided them back to the annex. I want to go in quickly and stretch out, and change into more comfortable clothes. She complained as she let out her frustrations through message magic, and Jude burst into a small laugh. Yeah, if we were in the wild lands, I would have carried you on my back and went back to our tent. That's awkward. Come to think of it, the Banquet of Swords is until tomorrow, right? Yes, tomorrow seems to be a time where the prospects are free to have fun or do what they want. That's bothersome. I'll just hide behind you and watch. Cordelia wanted to make friends, but because this was the Banquet of Swords where only swordsmen gathered, the wizard Cordelia felt out of place. Anyway, we earned a lot today. Duke Spencer seems like a nice guy. He's a big spender. You Fufu were rich now. We're rich exactly. I feel that the scale is different. Count Bayer's 1-year income wasn't that great. It was close to the lowest ones among the 12 northern families. But he was still a count and part of the 12 northern families. To be comfortable with spending such an amount equal to the yearly income of Count Bayer, Duke Spencer was indeed one of the wealthiest people in the Slen Kingdom. And there was also the talk about our titles, right? First of all, a knighthood is guaranteed, huh? Yes. After this month, Y'all be Dame Cordelia and I'll be Sir Jude. As for the Baron title, Duke Spencer Grandpa said that he is working hard for us to receive it, right? Perhaps we'll get it. Jude nodded pleasantly before he looked straight ahead. Because they had arrived at the annex. The sun had already began to set, so the area around the annex was very quiet. Most of the prospects staying in the annex were probably in their own rooms or gathered in a drawing room to chat. And because of that, he could feel it. The sudden piercing gaze. Oh, come on, I want a rest. Cordelia felt the gaze too and complained through message magic, and Jude had a bitter smile before he turned his gaze, under a low tree. A young man with dark blue hair stood there and was smiling. Do we still have to meet him? Do we still have to get close to him? We have to get close to him. Should I meet him alone? Would you like to go in first and take a rest? No, let's go together. I think that we should not be careless around him. He's a really sly guy. Having said that, Cordelia ended her magic and straightened her posture, and Jude dismissed the staff before he completely turned towards the young man standing under the tree and waiting for them. First Sword Nim? Oh, I was waiting. Would you like to go on a short walk? The voice of First Sword came into the ears of Jude and Cordelia like message magic. It's Giannium. Can you do that too? Perhaps it's possible for me now. Jude and Cordelia exchanged short glances before they walked towards First Sword and not prolonged their conversation further. Did you wait for us on purpose? Yes, I wanted to talk to you. Can we talk for a moment? At First Sword's question, Jude and Cordelia simultaneously nodded, and First Sword had a small smile again. It would have been a dull conversation between guys, so I am glad Lady Cordelia would be with us. I am also interested in what First Sword Nim wanted to say. Cordelia firmly answered, and First Sword quietly smiled before he turned around and took a step. Then I'll get to the point and talk. It's not my style to drag out a conversation. First Sword said as he headed towards a bench in the garden which they could see. Frankly, I was a little surprised today. I didn't think you'd really make me move 6 times. When First Sword naturally brought it up, Jude nodded as if he knew that to be the case, but not for Cordelia. Because she realized it again. Come to think of it, that's true. First Sword had defeated all the prospects within 5 moves except for Jude. He taught them until the 4th time, and won within the 5th move. In short, he had always intended to end it in the 5th move. And there was that. When he fought against Jude, he even changed his stance into his swordsmanship style. As if he didn't want Jude to make him move 6 times. Don't tell me he had no intention of picking a winner in the first place. There's no winner, so I'll be taking this sword. Did he want to say something like that? As Cordelia looked at First Sword in suspicion, he raised and shook his hands as he said, I think you're having a terrible misunderstanding, so to put it directly, I was thinking of ending everything within 5 moves. So what I had thought was true. Cordelia thought as she frowned before she spoke to him. But First Swordnim, there would have been no winner if you did that. No, he's the winner because I decided that he was that good and no one can compare to him. He made me move 6 times, so your companion did a good job. I think he's the winner. As he said that, he tapped Jude on the shoulder, and it seemed like he had picked Jude as the winner from the very beginning. I changed to my swordsmanship style against him, even if it ended within 5 moves, no one would have disagreed, right? The last question was directed at Jude, who nodded with an awkward expression before he spoke to Cordelia. And First Swordnim didn't lose on purpose in the first place. It would be a problem if he refused to move for a 6th time. Well, that's true. It was correct when she heard his words. But well, I did overdo it. Especially the 6th move. The 6th move done by First Sword, Heavenly Light. It was originally a charging move, but the fact that he only released his aura and not charged towards Jude was because it was the skill of someone called the Sword Saint among the 10 great swordmasters. If it had been someone other than Jude, they might have been seriously injured or lost their life. Did it somehow trouble your mind? Yes, you're right, I was indeed troubled. It's a bit embarrassing. In fact, the 6th move was unnecessary. Since 5 moves couldn't defeat Jude, then he was obviously the winner. The reason why First Sword used Heavenly Light was because he himself got fired up, which was no different from the fact that he failed to control himself. But perhaps if the same situation happens, I'll use Heavenly Light again. I'll charge this time. Do you want to kill me? It's not that. I am just excited by the appearance of a great prospect. First Sword mischievously smiled before he exhaled and straightened his posture. He then asked Jude again. I wanted to ask you this earlier, but, are you Landius Nim's disciple? Cordelia's eyes widened in surprise at First Sword's question. Do you know Landius Nim? Anyone who walked the path of the sword would know of Landius Nim's name, right? When First Sword replied with a question, Cordelia nodded without realizing it. It would indeed be strange if a swordsman didn't know Landius, especially someone like him who was one of the 10 great swordmasters. But there was a significant gap between knowing Landius and presuming that Jude was Landius' disciple. That was why Cordelia was surprised. First of all, Jude is not as muscular as Landius. Of course, it didn't mean that Jude didn't have any muscles in his body. Jude's body was similar to those of Greek statues. But Jude's muscles and Landius' muscles were different. They were very much different. Jude's body is cool, splendid, and beautiful, but Landius' body is scary. It was her really honest impression. Landius' body was really scary. He was 3 meters tall, and his forearm was thicker than Cordelia's own waist. He was almost 10 times bigger than her, though it was a bit exaggerated, so it wouldn't be strange if she was scared of him. I can tell what you're thinking by looking at your face, but I didn't think of that by looking at his muscles. It was a hunch since I saw him not using a sword but claiming to be a swordsman. A swordless swordsman. But someone was the strongest in the world. Anyway, it seems like I am correct that you're Landius Nim's disciple. Yes, I am Master Landius' disciple. It was pointless to hide it since he had already figured it out. Moreover, from the point of view of Jude who wanted to make First Sword their ally, the more things he had that would attract First Sword's interest, the better. That's a relief. So it was Iron Man Landius' disciple that made me move 6 times. If it's like that, then it's less embarrassing for me. First Sword reverted to his mischievous face and put his hands in his pockets as he said, I originally wasn't supposed to attend this banquet of swords, until Cornwell told me to see you at least once. I was planning to go back to the sword school after just seeing you. At First Sword's words, Cordelia swallowed hard. First Sword didn't appear at the founding anniversary celebration in the game, but I've changed my mind. Perhaps I'll attend the founding celebration this time. That is it because of me? Well, it's because of this and that. I want to see how y'all fight in the tournament, and I want to see your girl's skills too. After all, she's the daughter of Count Chase, the Red Storm, and the younger sister of Adelia Chase, the youngest commander. Cordelia unconsciously puffed out her chest at First Sword's words, because she was proud of hearing about her father and older sister. Of course, I am looking forward to the ball the most. First Sword winked at Cordelia and her lips squirmed, but Jude had a very proud face. Please look forward to it. Y'all see the most beautiful woman in the world. Hey. Cordelia wanted to kick Jude's shin at that moment. No, she did try to kick it, but Jude quickly dodged it before he said to First Sword while looking at him, "You must come. Please. Haha, okay. I'll look forward to it. Not just Lady Cordelia, but you too." First Sword winked again before he turned around as if he had nothing more to say. He then waved his hand to say goodbye and began heading towards the main building. What the is he going to leave just like that? Because he said everything that he wanted to say. He apologized for what happened today and said that he would attend the founding anniversary ball. I don't like him even though he said that. Well, it still worked out for us, right? We've achieved what we wanted despite not putting in much effort. That's true. First Sword would participate in the founding anniversary ball. The Lord Protector should feel nervous now. Just the presence of First Sword himself would put him under pressure, right? Yes. And even if the First Sword belonged to the aristocrats, it's not in his nature to ignore the royal family dying in front of his eyes. He'll probably fight against the Lord Protector. Ho ho ho, does that mean we got rid of our biggest headache? We still need some fine adjustments to it, but it was true that they were relieved of a heavy burden. They had been looking for a way to get First Sword to attend the founding ball, so their problem had been solved now. I'm tired. Let's go in and rest. Yes, let's go back and get some rest today. We have to do a lot of preparations starting tomorrow. Preparations? For what? For Princess Daphne's tea party? Because there are only 3 days left. In addition, it's a tea party where all the popular young ladies in the royal capital will be gathered. So we have to be prepared. In a way, it was a prelude to the founding anniversary ball. Haha, I'll show them. The angel-like beauty of my Cordelia unconsciously flinched when she saw Jude's sly smile, and she pulled on his sleeve. Hey, do you know that you like a pervert now? But we need to promote our shampoo and conditioner. Yes, that's right. From today on, I'll be supervising it properly. With Cordelia's beautiful face, I'll make them forget about Princess Daphne. As Jude clenched his fist, Cordelia narrowed her brows and said, "Princess Daphne is a woman too, okay? Is there a problem with that?" When Jude tilted his head, Cordelia shook her head and sighed. "Anyway, you keep thinking about dressing me up, but I'll dress you up too, okay? I'm going to be a prince maker, okay? Sure. Let's improve ourselves by learning from each other." Jude smiled and extended his hand to Cordelia, and she automatically held his hand. "Then, let me escort you back to your room, my beautiful lady." Cordelia smiled when Jude politely spoke to escort her, and she shrugged her shoulders before heading back to their rooms. And that night, under the night sky where the moon and stars very brightly shone, something that Cordelia didn't expect to happen then happened. Chapter 168, Entering the Palace, 3, NNNGH. Jude Cordelia quietly mumbled before she exhaled and turned her body to the side. Is it 9 o'clock? Cordelia had gone to bed earlier than usual because of her exhaustion, but at some point she suddenly woke up, because she could feel something moving. Jude, she could hear footsteps, though it was very light. She couldn't check right away because her back was turned to the door, but she could feel someone approaching from behind. Someone was stealthily approaching. Someone was rustling something. Rustling. She heard the sound of someone touching the bed and not just approaching it. What's going on? Jude, is that you? And what's going on? Why are you sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? Why are you approaching the bed while I'm sleeping? And why am I staying still? Why am I pretending to sleep with my eyes closed instead of waking up and asking him on what happened? In the short time she was troubled, her heartbeat increased, and the rustling sounds continued, indicating that someone was drawing near. Light footsteps. The sound of someone taking off their foot from the floor. The sound of someone gently climbing on the bed. Who could it be? Who is it? Is it Jude? Is it really Jude? But why? She could get up and ask, but Cordelia continued to pretend to be sleeping without realizing it, and someone finally reached out to her. She felt them gently putting their hand on her shoulder and then going up. From her red hair to her covered nape and then to her ear. From there, it went down along her jawline and stopped on her soft cheek. She felt a gentle touch as if someone was caressing her. Cordelia's body somehow gradually hunched, and she swallowed her saliva. At that moment, she felt the long and thin fingers touching her cheek suddenly do something. It pinched Cordelia's soft cheek and pulled it straight, with a very familiar hand gesture. Ah, familiar. In that instant, Cordelia opened her eyes and grabbed the hand pulling her cheeks as she raised her body at the same time. Scarlet? Ah, you were awake. Scarlet shamelessly smiled while dressed in a maid uniform, and Cordelia's brows furrowed. She was fine with the shameless expression itself, but she did not expect to see Scarlet's face. No, what am I saying? Cordelia shook her head to rid herself of her useless thoughts, and she pulled Scarlet's arm and asked, "Hey, what exactly are you doing in my bedroom in the middle of the night?" "What am I doing?" "I was pinching my princess cheek." "My princess." Cordelia's eyes grew fierce, and Scarlet said with an awkward smile, "Ah, is that a pet name only Jude could use? Do you want to retire today?" When Cordelia brightly smiled and gathered mana in her empty left hand, an eerie blue light rose, but Scarlet quickly grabbed her hand and said, Okay, stop playing around. Let's have a serious conversation." "Black Cloak, come in, Jude." Cordelia blinked her eyes and turned to the door, and it didn't take long before the door burst open. "Scarlet, didn't I ask you to wake her up quietly?" "I did wake her up quietly. Very gently." Scarlet shrugged and gave her a wink, but Cordelia glared at her again as she sat up straight. "What's going on? Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Scarlet quietly smiled at Cordelia's slightly irritated voice, and she sat down next to Cordelia and spoke. "It's only 9 o'clock. Isn't it too early to say it's the middle of the night? Of course, it's the time when good kids go to sleep. Are you picking a fight?" Cordelia fiercely glared at her again, and Scarlet shut her mouth while Jude deeply sighed before he approached the bed. "Scarlet, don't say anything else and just get to the point." Cordelia was woken up from her sleep, so her mood is bad now. Jude persuaded her as he handed to Cordelia the teacup he was holding. It was warm honey water that she usually enjoyed drinking. "Oh, thank you. Don't mention it." Jude replied with a smile before he sat next to Cordelia and glanced at Scarlet again. He gestured with his eyes for her to talk quickly. "Tusk, this couple rubbing salt into my wounds. Will something bad happen if you stop making me feel salty? Hey, I can hear everything, okay? Oh, this is delicious. As expected of my Jude. I am glad Madam likes it." Yes, my Jude is awesome." When Jude responded as if he was in a drama, Cordelia gently smiled, and Scarlet frowned again at the appearance of the two. He told her to stop annoying Cordelia, but they rubbed salt into her wounds again. He told her to get to the main point, but continued to act shameless. "Hey, Pink Bomb, what is it, BTCH?" Scarlet was momentarily stunned at Cordelia swearing naturally, but she soon nodded her head. Because Scarlet knew that Pink Bomb was foul-mouthed in the first place. You're a natural. Stop playing around and get to the point. You do know that waking up someone who's sleeping well isn't nice, right? All right. I've already told Black Cloak about this, but I am here for work. Work? Are you stealing something? No, not stealing. Do you think the job of a rogue master is to only steal? You do have a point. Because a rogue does a lot of stealing, assault, terrorism, and so on. Cordelia nodded as if she understood Scarlet, who frowned when she saw Cordelia's actions. She was right, but that only made Scarlet feel bad. HMPH, you do know what you've done to my cheek is assault, right? I do know it's assault. Anyway, I want us to work together. Actually, yesterday's visit was part of my investigation. When Scarlet said that while avoiding Cordelia's eyes, Cordelia tilted her head and looked at Jude, asking him with her eyes. What's wrong with her? Why is she avoiding my eyes when she's asking us to work with her? Her face is also red. At Cordelia's gaze that reflected her confusion, Jude bitterly smiled and replied with his eyes. Our competition hasn't been settled yet, so she must have felt awkward asking us to work with her. She must be embarrassed. Cordelia let out an ah after Jude explained it to her, and she teasingly smiled as she looked back at Scarlet. Because Scarlet, whom she had found annoying until now, had looked very cute. Oh my, you're so cute. Scarlet was surprised when Cordelia pinched her cheeks, but she didn't try to resist because she had also done the same thing to Cordelia, and that she was asking them for a favor now. Ah, so this is how it feels. It was a situation where a provocative-looking beauty was blushing while her cheeks were gently being pinched. Besides, her cheeks felt squishy, so Cordelia was feeling very happy at its texture. Cordelia's face loosened as she continued to play with Scarlet's cheeks, and Jude sighed since their conversation stopped, so he opened his mouth instead. Cordelia, Scarlet's suggestion is for us to explore a dungeon. Or to be exact, she wants us to go with her to the stone tablet-type dungeon book lying underground the Red Rose Castle. Dungeon book? Cordelia removed her hands from Scarlet's cheeks and asked again with her eyes. Are you talking about the Palace of Mirrors? Yes, that's right. I see, so that was the reason. The Palace of Mirrors was a dungeon book that could not be entered alone. It was an instant dungeon which required a certain number of people before they could enter. It's the reason why Jude and I didn't plan on entering it. By the time one entered the Palace of Mirrors in the game, Duke Spencer and the Slen Kingdom were already gone, and the Red Rose Castle was in ruins, but that was not the situation now. Not only was the castle intact, but the number of people residing in it was considerable, so it was hard to sneak in and bring other people. No, it's possible if it's only infiltration, but it is hard to find someone reliable whom we can bring. She could ask Gal or Adelia to go together with them, but they would definitely scold the two as soon as Jude and Cordelia told them about it. It's impossible to ask the prospects whom we just got to know today. If it were a dungeon in a quiet forest somewhere, it would have been possible to persuade them, but the situation was different if it was inside Duke Spencer's mansion. They would clearly show reluctance the moment they were asked to go. The Palace of Mirrors is a 4-player dungeon, right? Yes, that's why neither you nor I were thinking of entering it. But little did they know that Scarlet had appeared and suggested it herself. If you add Cordelia, Jude, and Scarlet, then they numbered 3, so they needed one more person in order to enter the Palace of Mirrors. Just one more person. The last person. You're thinking of the same person as me, right? Yes, you're right. A person they could trust, not only because of his skills, but also because of his personality. In addition to that, a boy whom they could give a chance to improve his skills at least once. I think it'll be easy to lure him. Jude did not deny Cordelia's words, and the two soon began to smile wickedly. Lucas, this is Scarlet. Scarlet, this is Lucas. Inside the room of Jude and Cordelia. Lucas had been called out in the middle of the night, but he was still nice and well-mannered. As soon as Cordelia's introduction was over, he politely greeted Scarlet. I am Lucas H. Harsfelger. I am Scarlet. Scarlet had initially tried to answer casually, but she politely spoke in the end. Because Lucas' eyes were too serious to just ignore. I knew it. I knew he'd be weak against this. Just as Lucas liked stories about heroes, Scarlet also liked those stories, especially those of the Rogue Master's stories. Cordelia screamed happily in her mind, and she quickly looked back at Jude. Jude, don't you think that they look good together? Her eyes, sparkling with anticipation, made her look very cute, but Jude just smiled at her excitement. Hey, you said that you wanted him to end up with Red Wind back then. But Red Wind is in the Wildlands. She seemed to be getting along with Sun's song, so let's pair Lucas with Scarlet. They're enthusiasts of hero stories, so they'll get along well. Isn't that a match made in heaven? A young master from a noble family and a provocative-looking beautiful thief. Plus, the woman is older. It looks good. It looks good. As Cordelia continued to be immersed in her imagination, Jude briefly put aside the conversation with their eyes and explained the rough situation to the two, or rather, to Lucas. Oh, I see, so there's a dungeon book hidden in the basement of this Red Rose Castle. Yes, that's right. Miss Scarlet is Mr. Jude and Lady Cordelia's adventure companion. Yes, we had an adventure together just before we came to the royal capital. Cordelia seriously nodded when Jude replied with a smile, and Scarlet affirmed it though her expression was strange. To sum it up, you need 4 people to enter the dungeon book, so you came to me, is that right? In order to enter the dungeon book together. Yes, to go on an adventure together. Lucas flinched for a moment when Jude emphasized a certain word, and Cordelia's wild instincts did not let her miss that moment. Lucas, don't you think it's going to be fun? We'll be accessing the hidden secret of the Red Rose Castle. There's also an enigmatic and mysterious beauty with us. Who? Me? Scarlet questioned if Cordelia was referring to her, but Cordelia continued to speak. It's a dungeon book, so Duke Spencer's place will not be damaged. We don't have to worry about dying either. We can literally enjoy an adventure. A great adventure. Cordelia continued to emphasize the word adventure, and Lucas flinched each time she said it. Because he had focused so much on sword training that he had forgotten his longing for adventure for a while, so his longing had been revived now. Lord Lucas, will you join us? This is my suggestion to Lord Lucas, my good rival. I can't just monopolize the opportunity to grow further. In fact, it was because of the 4-people restriction, so they needed one more person, but there was no need for them to reveal such a thing. The important thing was to lure Lucas. Mr. Jude Lord Lucas, let's grow together. As if to respond to Lucas' unsure look, Jude tightly held Lucas' hand as he emphasized it again, and its effect was amazing. Lucas was overwhelmed by his emotions, and he nodded his head. Wow, as expected of my Jude, a really good scammer. It would be really terrible if he was someone else's scammer. Cordelia breathed a sigh of relief while Scarlet, who was watching from the side, squirmed as if she was going to die from cringe. And a few seconds later, Lucas finally made up his mind and clenched his fist as he said, "I'll try to help you even if my skills are lacking. Let's grow together and become better." Wow. Jude and Cordelia applauded as if they had waited for his reaction, and Scarlet was also forced to applaud after Cordelia stepped on her foot. Now then, let me tell you the details before we leave. The exact location of the dungeon book and the enemy they would encounter inside. Scarlet was amazed by Jude's knowledge, and she continued to glance at Cordelia to ask how he knew about it. But Cordelia was only humming and didn't give her a proper answer. As for Lucas, he was busy listening to Jude with a serious face. It won't be easy, but the joy of achieving that much will be great. Jude told everyone before he stood up from his seat, and Lucas quickly followed him with sparkling eyes. As you said, I think it's a necessary challenge for me now. Mr. Jude, thank you very much, because it's for my rival. Mr. Jude Lord Lucas. As Jude and Lucas shared a heated look, Scarlet's eyes grew cold, while Cordelia giggled and pulled Jude's sleeve. Anyway, let's go. Cordelia was also very interested in the special enemy she would face in the Palace of Mirrors. Yes, my princess. Everyone, this way please. Jude opened the window very naturally, and Cordelia, who was dressed in the usual pants she wore while they were on a trip, quickly passed through the window and went outside. Please go first. Yoo-hee, and followed by the serious Lucas and the awkward Scarlet. The 4 young men and women cautiously and secretly walked as if they were running away at night. Chapter 169, Entering the Palace, 4, Scarlet Viper. She was the great-granddaughter of Elijah Viper, the 5th and last Rogue Master at that time. As she was on her way to becoming the 6th Rogue Master after several decades, she stumbled upon something that made her seriously question someone. What? Who is he? What is he doing? Jude Bayer. He was the second son of Count Bayer and known to be madly in love with Cordelia Chase, the daughter of Count Chase. Together, they were known by the entire Slen Kingdom as the couple of the century. And Black Cloak. He was the sidekick as well as the assistant to Pink Bomb, the 6th generation Rogue Master who was actually Cordelia Chase. He was 17 years old. His birthday wasn't that far, so he would be 18 soon. He was 180 centimeters tall and weighed about 70 kilograms. He had black hair and green eyes. He had a seriously good-looking face. To put it simply, he was a handsome young man. From what she had seen so far, he had a very calculative personality. A black-hearted man who was really cunning and sly. He liked Pink Bomb. His weak points were his destructive naming sense and Pink Bomb. But it was difficult to regard it as a main weakness because she did not know how he'd react if someone touched Pink Bomb. His strength was very powerful for someone his age. She estimated it to be around a minimum B to a maximum of B. He claimed to be a swordsman, but in reality, he fought with his fists in actual combat. His family was also very strong. He mainly used martial arts that utilized his chi/energy instead of the chivalry used by knights and swordsmen. Scarlett momentarily recalled the information she had gathered about Jude, and she even questioned it more. Because she couldn't understand him. Is he a hidden child of Duke Spencer? Like an illegitimate child, or a child who was born from his close relatives and had to be hidden? If Count Bayer had heard of her thoughts, he would have drawn his sword in rage, but the reason she began questioning it was simple. Because the amount of information Jude had was too much. Wait here for a second. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go quickly while the guard turns to the corner. First of all, his understanding of the guard's movement was perfect. Of course, there was nothing particularly strange about it, because the movement of the outside guards was basic information that small-scale thieves figure out first before entering. But the problem was after that. If you lightly press the wall here, it's a secret passage. It leads to the inside. Let's hurry. Yes. Pink Bomb broadly smiled and listened to Jude as if this was something natural, but Scarlett felt differently. Because she couldn't understand. Why do you know this? No, how do you know? It was common for the secret passages of a mansion to be only known by the owner and their successors. Those were emergency routes used in certain situations. But Jude knew of all the secret passages in Duke Spencer's Red Rose Castle as if it was his own house. How the hell does he know? That was information that even someone like the Rogue Master wouldn't be able to find. Come to think of it, it seems that Pink Bomb already knew about the Palace of Mirrors. Could it be that the two had done a preliminary investigation before? That makes sense, but it was very strange that he knew all the secret passages. It was the same with the previous case. Is his intelligence source that great? But it seems like he had met the Blue Moon for the first time back then. It also seems like he has no connections with the intelligence groups in the royal capital. Is it possible that he has his own intelligence network? That's possible. He is the child of someone from the 12 northern families. No, that would be that would have been the situation if they were in the north. Moreover, the families of Jude and Cordelia were not particularly famous for their intelligence or wealth, though their individual strength was strong. What is it then? What in the world is it? The secret of Black Cloak, his source of information. Scarlett thought hard before she suddenly looked next to her. Because she instantly became interested in Lucas H. Harsfelger, the fourth person in their group. What's his reaction? Anyone could tell that it was strange for Jude to know all the secret passages and also the movement of Duke Spencer's guards. So what does Lucas think of the current situation? But if he accepts it as if it was natural, maybe Lucas knows something too, something that I myself do not know. Right after Scarlett changed her target and began to glance at Lucas, Cordelia snickered when she saw it. Jude. Look at that. Scarlett must be interested in Lucas. Our Lucas is kind and handsome. He's also pure. When Cordelia said with her eyes a lot of good things about Lucas, Jude somehow narrowed his eyes before he sent her a glance with a very short message. Handsome, he's handsome. Our Lucas is clearly handsome. My Jude, are you feeling upset now? Just because I said that Lucas is handsome. Jude didn't give an answer, so Cordelia laughed again and sent him a look. No, well, my Jude is more handsome. But rather than being pure, your insides are more of pure black in color. Wait, if it's pure black, does that mean you're pure too? But Jude looked satisfied, perhaps because he heard from her that he was more handsome, and Cordelia shook her head at him, finding it to be absurd. Sometimes, you're really childish. I don't want to hear that from Pink Bomb. Hey, you're the one who gave me that name, right? While Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances and were having an almost telepathic conversation, Lucas and Scarlett also glanced at each other, and their eyes met. Scarlett's red eyes and Lucas' blue eyes. Scarlett flinched while Lucas slightly blushed and averted his gaze, acting like a pure boy just as Cordelia had said. And him acting like that was certainly quite effective. Cute. Scarlett unknowingly smiled and looked at Lucas again, while Lucas opened his mouth at that moment as if he was trying to shake off his embarrassment. Mr. Jude. Yes, Lord Lucas. Jude answered in a low voice, and Lucas asked again in a hushed voice. Your information about the Red Rose Castle, did you hear it from your master too? Master. At Lucas' question, Scarlett perked up her ears while Jude nodded his head. Yes, I heard it from Master. Ah, I see Landius had also become famous for exploring ruins around the world after the fall of the Paragon Kingdom. The Red Rose Castle was originally a renovation and expansion of an ancient ruin, so Landius could have known about its secret passages. That was what Lucas thought, and his answer was true to some extent. But Scarlet was thinking something different again. What? Who? Who is Blackcloak's master? Who's that person? Unfortunately, not many people knew that Jude was Landius' disciple, because neither Count Bayer nor Count Chase talked about it. If you think about it, it should be Count Bayer, right? Because Count Bayer was a swordsman, and not just any other swordsman. So it was strange that someone who was one of the 10 great swordmasters would hire a separate master for Jude. But that's also possible. Jude's specialty was fist fighting and not swordsmanship. If he was a student of Count Bayer, the sword general, he would be a swordsman, so it was possible that someone else was his master. Somehow, I have an idea on who it is. It was quite unbelievable that a child from the 12 northern families would claim to be the rogue master. But if it was someone's dying wish, if Jude's master was someone who might be after the rogue master, for example, a descendant of the thief master, that explains everything. It would explain everything from the fact that Jude used his fists instead of a sword, that Jude had Cordelia claim to be the rogue master, and that he had his own powerful intelligence network. Who is it? Jude and Cordelia's master. The one who made the two walk the path of the rogue master. She couldn't ask that from Jude and Cordelia, because Jude wasn't someone she could induce into answering, while Cordelia was always next to Jude. Then, Lucas could be her only source of information. Lucas H. Harsfelger. Scarlet slightly licked her lips and stared at Lucas with eyes full of desire to know, but Cordelia saw it and looked back at Jude while trying to suppress her want to shout. Jude, look at Scarlet's face. I think she has already fallen for Lucas. Maybe she's worried about their difference in status. I don't think that's it. Why? It's possible, right? No, it's not. Anyway, since we're here, please light up the place. Jude signaled to her, and she lit up the surroundings by creating a large magic light. Ugh! Scarlet groaned and frowned at the sudden bright light, while Lucas looked around with squinted eyes. They were in a small stone chamber around 5 meters in diameter. The ceiling was quite high at around 3 meters tall, and at the center of the stone chamber was a stone pillar around 1 meter high with 4 round amber stones, each in the direction of the east, west, north, and south. That pillar is the Palace of Mirrors. Lucas blinked his eyes when Jude pointed and spoke like a guide. It's a dungeon book, but not in the form of a book. Everyone makes it into a book these days, but in ancient times, dungeon books, instant dungeons, those were often in the form of a stone pillar like this, or a stone statue. I see, come to think of it, I've seen a similar story in a hero's biography that I have read before. Lucas was speaking calmly, but his feelings could be seen in his face. He wanted to run at that moment and touch the stone pillar. As for Cordelia, her hand was already touching the amber stone. Jude just smiled before he explained it to Lucas and Scarlet. To enter the Palace of Mirrors, 4 people must simultaneously instill their mana or energy into the amber stones. Cordelia is already touching the south, so I'll take the north. The 2 of you, please take the east and west respectively. I understand. Lucas immediately replied and walked to the east as if he was almost leaping, while Scarlet headed to the west with fairly quick steps. Let's go, let's go. Despite Cordelia's urging, Jude walked in a relaxed manner before he opened his mouth again as he touched the amber stone in the north. When I count to 3, please instill your energy into the amber stone. Okay. Yes, unlike Cordelia and Lucas, who immediately replied, Scarlet didn't say anything, but Jude never expected her to answer anyway. As he felt his heart begin to pound, Jude slowly counted the numbers. 1, 2, 3. When Cordelia shouted instead of Jude and instilled her mana, Lucas and Scarlet spontaneously instilled their energy to the amber stones too. Jude did the same, having known that Cordelia would behave like that, and right after that. At the moment when the amber stones reacted to the energy of the 4 people and glowed red. Good luck. Everyone's vision turned white after they heard Jude's low voice. Ha! Jude deeply breathed as he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Stone walls and a stone floor. He was inside a large stone chamber like the one in the game. but it's a bit different now that I see it in person. It felt much bigger than when he saw it in the game. Jude raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Technically speaking, the stone chamber had no ceiling. The walls headed to the beyond without any signs of ending, and a faint light similar to moonlight had lit up the place, with nothing else obstructing the view. Its size should be around 30 meters in both height and width. It was such a large space that it was already hard to call it a stone chamber. Cordelia, Lucas, and Scarlet were nowhere to be seen, but Jude did not even think of finding the three. To begin with, the mystery of the Palace of Mirrors was that it only needed 4 people to enter, but it was actually a one-player dungeon. The difficulty also widely varies for everyone who enter. Therefore, there were many different rewards. And since the Palace of Mirrors was a dungeon book developed for training in the first place, intangible rewards such as increasing stats or developing one's abilities were more important than material rewards. Lucas, I am sure, he'll do well. Scarlet would also do well on her own because she was one of the future 4 great swordsmen. Rather, it was Jude himself and Cordelia who might have a problem. There's a reason why it's called the Palace of Mirrors. There was no pool of water in the stone chamber where you could see your face, nor was there a mirror. There was only a small door in front of them. But this was the Palace of Mirrors, and there was a reason why this place was called that. A fight with yourself. The small door in front opened, and as he had expected, a man who looked exactly like Jude then entered the stone chamber. He's handsome-looking too. Jude said that, and the mirror man raised his hands with a sly smile. And with that movement, mana filled both his hands, and Jude had a bitter smile when he saw that. Is it another me? The self they faced in the Palace of Mirrors was not exactly the same as their original selves. The image reflected in a mirror naturally reversed the positions of the left and right. In this case, it's the person you would have been if you had walked a different path. Usually, only the weapons or skills used would change, but it seemed to be the completely different this time. Gust wind in the right hand and fire wall in the left hand. The mirror man said, and the wind and flames rose at the same time. A violent wind blew through the wide wall of fire as it combined and filled the stone chamber with fierce flames. It was extremely difficult to invoke 2 different magic spells at the same time, but that was only for ordinary people. Jude Bayer, a genius in calculation, FCK, Jude spoke like Cordelia before he kicked the ground. He then rushed towards the mirror man, who was a wizard. Cordelia raised her head. She then swallowed hard as she stared at the mirror woman before her. She had no choice but to do that. Cordelia Chase. A woman born with wild instincts like that of a beast. A woman with genius combat senses. The mirror woman held a long sword instead of a wand, and she brightly smiled as she spread out her angel wings of light. Her languid smile and gestures were as graceful and deadly as that of big cats and ferocious beasts. As expected of Cordelia. She's very pretty. Cordelia muttered to relieve her tension as much as possible, and she soon smiled as her canines glistened. As if responding to the mirror woman's angel form, she transformed into a witch and held a detonating cord in her hand. "Come," Cordelia said, and the mirror woman responded. She flew up with her angel wings of light. Chapter 170, The Road Not Taken, 1. Jude had his moment in his fight with First Sword, so it's Cordelia's turn to shine now. In the game, the Palace of Mirrors was a fairly popular dungeon. Because the battle against oneself who took a different path gave players some room for thought. Did I choose the right job? Should I have chosen another skill tree? Perhaps another job is better than this job. Whoosh. Flames were added to the violent wind. An intense heat filled the stone chamber, and the vortex of fire headed towards Jude. It was strong and fast. Moreover, the surrounding air was burned at a terrifying speed. Therefore, Jude understood what the other was planning. The goal of the mirror man, the wizard Jude, was not to burn Jude directly with the flaming wind. It was to actually induce suffocation by filling the surrounding area with a huge swirl of fire while making it look like he was only planning to burn the real Jude. He's cunning, or rather, should I say that he's vicious? Jude praised the familiar tactic he had seen before and immediately used his golden whirlwind. He pushed away the flaming wind with his golden wind and rushed over the wall of flames towards the wizard Jude. Woo-woosh, the wall of flames split. The wizard Jude was reflected in the eyes of Jude, who kicked the ground at that moment. He narrowed his distance to wizard Jude and sent a punch at the same time. Black Dragon Cross Strike? Roar. The energy of the Black Dragon roared as it soared, and what happened afterwards was something he expected. Just before the Black Dragon Cross Strike hit the wizard Jude, the air seemed to fluctuate, and the wizard Jude disappeared. Blink. A short distance space leap magic. He had quickly responded since had predicted it. As soon as he turned around and spread out his senses, he found the location of wizard Jude. As expected, it's the back. Blink users like to leap behind their opponent's back, because they could gain advantage if they headed for the back at once. Furthermore, while the place was quite spacious, the space was still limited. The wizard Jude had to move to the other side in order to widen his distance from the real Jude. Bingo! The wizard Jude shouted, and powerful curses was cast over Jude's entire body in an instant. Slow, fear of banshee, weakness, mind break, 4 simultaneous magic spells that were simple yet powerful. So how did he do it? Even if it was the real Jude himself, it would be impossible to simultaneously cast 4 magic spells at a fast speed. The answer was actually simple. The real Jude had seen what the wizard Jude had done at the moment. He turned around and was beset with curse magic. Scrolls. Just because he was a wizard didn't mean he no longer used scrolls. Rather, he was able to make even more advanced rank scrolls because he had become a wizard. Waterfall. In the instant Jude's knees weakened because of the curses, the wizard Jude loudly cried out before an immense amount of water poured over Jude's head. Sha! The high-speed chanting continued. Gravity, an invisible force crushed Jude. It made Jude completely kneel on the floor that was completely wet because of the water that fell, and as Jude had expected. If wizard Jude had used gravity after casting Waterfall, then it was obvious on what wizard Jude would do next. Levitation. The wizard Jude soared from the floor after using magic that made him float. He then tore a magic scroll again. He invoked the punishment from the heavens. A thunderous white lightning? Lightning. The wizard Jude's words quickly became reality. A white lightning struck the ground and spread throughout the water that covered the stone chamber's floor. Flap, the mirror woman flew up, but Cordelia ran forward instead of stopping, because she instinctively had a hunch on what the mirror woman, the warrior Cordelia, was planning to do. Boom, boom, boom. Booming sounds were heard in succession as daggers stabbed the spots where Cordelia had been standing earlier. Their impact was so powerful that it broke the stone floor. Angel mode. The Cordelia in front of her was a warrior. She did not take the wizard route, nor did she learn witchcraft. One could say that she devoted everything into her angel mode. She's strong, because angels were beings that surpassed humans. It wasn't just their mana that was stronger. Their basic physical abilities were significantly different. Cordelia could also use angel mode, but it was impossible to become an angel like the warrior Cordelia in front of her. Battle Angel. Among the angel classes, they were a kind of knight who specialized in hand-to-hand combat. They possessed tremendous physical abilities. The warrior Cordelia smiled. She smiled brightly and beautifully, throwing a dagger again which Cordelia evaded in response. Boom, the roar caught Cordelia's attention again, but she did not look back, because she felt that there was no need to do so, and her beast-like instincts were correct again this time. Shortly after throwing the dagger, the warrior Cordelia took advantage of her wide wings ability to fly freely and dived down, rushing towards the real Cordelia in a low position like a snake slithering on the floor. Her move was so swift and silent that it would feel that the warrior Cordelia disappeared if the real Cordelia had turned her head for a moment, because she was surprised by the roar. Cordelia opened her eyes. She had clearly seen it, but warrior Cordelia was too fast, so she left it to her instincts instead of her thoughts. As soon as the warrior Cordelia dropped sharply, she spread grease on the floor. Trip, slip on it. The warrior Cordelia would definitely slip the moment she stepped on the floor that had its friction coefficient lowered greatly. But the warrior Cordelia was still Cordelia. Her combat sense surpassed that of wild animals, making her a real beast. She stepped and slid on it, but she didn't slip. Her body seemed to spin in the air, but she balanced it like a cat and beast. And instead of kicking the ground again, she slid her body and dashed as if she was skating on ice. Fu, the real Cordelia, didn't have the time to completely let out a curse. She threw her body backwards and swung the detonating cord at the same time. And in one move, walk, the detonating cord was split. Before it had ignited and caused an explosion, the sword wielded by the warrior Cordelia had sliced it. It was quick and accurate. She moved one step ahead as if she saw the future. The Cordelia who became a warrior, the aloof beast who raised her wild instincts to the limit. Kuang. The warrior Cordelia bellowed as she pursued the real Cordelia who retreated. Her cry was not something simple, but was actually chivalry, the so-called magic used by knights. Boo-wum. The sound exploded, causing ripples in the air. It struck Cordelia, who had jumped backwards, making her lose her footing. Kaya. Cordelia lost her balance and fell onto the floor. The warrior Cordelia was then in front of her. The moment Cordelia raised her head, the warrior Cordelia swung her sword. Boom! Lightning struck. The white lightning covered the ground, causing a series of small explosions. Water. A conductor. Lightning filled the stone chamber. The curses ate at the real Jude. Gravity magic held him down. The wizard Jude truly was like Jude, blocking all possible places to retreat as he checkmated the real Jude. The wizard Jude smiled. And at that moment, Jude strongly stepped on the ground. The energy of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors exploded. Bang! The water that covered the ground splashed upwards. The electric current in the water caused by the lightning was negated in that instant. And he activated hyper-fast Thunderbolt. He went against the suppressing force of gravity. He escaped the trap with a force stronger than it. Bang! Jude soared high. He escaped from the gravity magic and jumped nearly 20 meters or more and caught sight of the entire stone chamber at the same time. He saw the wizard Jude, and the real Jude thought, he's also a cheat. The wizard Jude's magic chanting was too fast. He also simultaneously used more than one magic and erased the blind spots of his spells by using advanced rank scrolls. He was what Jude would be if he had become a wizard who made the most of his inhuman calculation ability. He was strong. He was impressive, but a smile came to Jude's face instead of regret. He had no choice but to do that. Imperfect. The wizard Jude wasn't perfect. He failed to fully utilize the talents of his present and previous lives. The only thing he could use was his previous life's talent, Outboxer 009's talent. So he was imperfect. Therefore, he couldn't reach the current Jude's talent. Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. The wizard Jude couldn't properly utilize his Chinmujich. Even though he was born with the finest jewel in his hand, his failure to utilize it was no different to throwing that jewel into the trash. No, it's not just Chinmujich, the Jude of this present life. The Jude from the original Legend of Heroes 2. He wasn't as strong as the present Jude now. He couldn't be as strong as the present Jude now. What would happen if the original Jude had his Gyumjulmeek cured as soon as possible and began walking on the same path that the present Jude had walked? Would he be able to have the same strength as the present Jude? Impossible. It was unattainable. His Chinmujich alone would not be able to reach the present Jude's level. There were reasons why the present Jude had become so strong at a very fast rate. It was because of their quick level-ups, which he had talked about with Cordelia several times. It was also because of the rare elixirs that he periodically consumed. But one more added to these 2 reasons. Perhaps it was the most important reason. My understanding of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. If one thought about it, Chinmujich was a talent on how to properly utilize the body. It was an ability close to the beastly instincts that Cordelia was born with. But Jude's calculation ability and high intelligence were added to this. He understood the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors and applied it to his body exactly like a machine. By doing so, the power of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors was added to his Chinmujich. It's like I'm praising myself. But it was true. The reason why Jude and Cordelia were strong now wasn't simply because they had their memories of the time when they were rotten waters. A combination of 2 inborn talents. It became possible because they had the talents of 2 people in their present bodies. The calculative ability and intelligence of Outboxer 9 was added to the Chinmujich of Jude Bear. The beastly instincts and the terrifying and outstanding combat talent of Yellowstorm were added to the innate magic talent of Cordelia Chase. So I'll show you the reason why I didn't choose the wizard path. the proof that my current choice is the best. Jude soared into the air at that time. He used hyperfast thunderbolt again. The warrior Cordelia's sword cleaved the top of Cordelia's head. Her head should have split, and blood would have splattered, but nothing happened. At the moment when the warrior Cordelia's sword attack hit the head of Cordelia, the warrior Cordelia realized it. The Cordelia in front of her was a fake and not the real one. When did she replace it? No, how did she do it? FSSSSSH? The illusion created by illusion magic dissipated like smoke. The warrior Cordelia turned around in a hurry and found Cordelia crouching and smiling in the corner, in the place where the dagger was thrown first. Cordelia was covered in cold sweat. She was quite exhausted, and her breathing was also rough. But she was clearly smiling. She did not lose her smile as her slightly exposed teeth glistened. The reason why she was not afraid or scared. As I thought, she's not that good. The warrior Cordelia was only a warrior. She wasted Cordelia's talent. The warrior Cordelia was also cool, but the wizard route suited her better. If the warrior route was stronger, if training as a warrior was the path to becoming stronger, why would I, a Cordelia fan, take the wizard route? Cordelia said in a whisper as she raised herself up. She continued her words as she faced the blue eyes of the warrior Cordelia who was watching her. I was hiding this to surprise Jude, come to think of it. Jude is in another room and having a one-on-one fight right now. He probably won't be able to even see this fight. So I'll show you what Cordelia who chose the wizard path can do. Tack. One step. But the moment she took that one step, the scenery of the stone chamber changed. Smoke appeared like an explosion as a fierce wind blew it and filled the stone chamber, and the warrior Cordelia raised her senses instead of moving prematurely. She strengthened the grip on her sword in order to immediately respond to whatever the other would do. So the real Cordelia smiled, because it was what she had thought the warrior Cordelia would do. The warrior Cordelia seemed to be on guard instead of moving. Then the smoke was lifted. The warrior Cordelia unconsciously turned pale at the sight that was revealed to her. Shadow clone. The Cordelias who filled the stone chamber all said at the same time, 30 shadow clones. No, 40 shadow clones. In any case, it was a number that could be described as in the dozens. The dozens of shadow clones created by high-speed chanting and spells echo all smiled at the same time. They then charged towards the warrior Cordelia. Roar. The warrior Cordelia roared like a lion and swung her sword in succession, slashing and cutting down the dozens of illusions. Then the warrior Cordelia realized. The real one was not among the rushing crowd. She thought she couldn't tell apart the real one because all the illusions that rushed at her looked the same, but that wasn't it. In the first place, all of them were fake, so it was impossible to detect who the real one was. Kuang. The warrior Cordelia wildly swung her sword once again. She split at once the powerless waves of illusions that charged at her. And right after that, the warrior Cordelia realized a new fact. What the other was planning in the time she was distracted and tried to get rid of the dozens of illusions. Buying time. The illusions were simply just a diversion. The mana and effort involved in the creation of the shadow clones were clearly not small, but Cordelia managed to do it anyway. Because she had to completely divert the warrior Cordelia's attention. Because she needed time to prepare for the perfect shot. Above the sky above the stone chamber that did not have a ceiling. The warrior Cordelia stared up the sky in a cold sweat, while the real Cordelia charmingly smiled. It was quite strenuous that she felt like dying, but she still brightly smiled and said with a pale face, 100 magic missile shots. There was strength in numbers. The warrior Cordelia screamed and dashed towards Cordelia, but the magic missiles were faster. Dozens of magic missiles shot down from the sky like a bombing attack. Bang, bang, bang. Babba-babba-babbing. The rain of magic missiles were created by high-speed chanting, double casting, and spells echo. Each one of it was weak. But there were a lot of it, and Cordelia's combat sense and spatial perception that was on a level of genius made it possible for her to manipulate each magic missile as naturally as breathing something that seemed to be impossible. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't just a random bombing attack. The rain of magic missiles persistently aimed at a spot, hitting the same place again and again. And another more added to it. The skill that Cordelia gained because she walked the witch's path now. Don't move. She used her evil eye to paralyze the other. The warrior Cordelia froze when she met eyes with the real Cordelia, and the magic missiles continued to rain over her defenseless body. Bang, 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 the explosions continued, which was followed by a sword attack. Slash! The warrior Cordelia slashed the magic missiles. The evil eye magic was dispelled with the power of her angel mode, and a space was created when she expanded her wings of light and moved her sword freely as she cut the surrounding area around her in an instant. FCK, the warrior Cordelia was indeed Cordelia, a combat genius. Bang! The warrior Cordelia kicked the ground again. As her angel wings of light spread out, her speed became so fast that it was difficult to follow her movement with just the eyes. So Cordelia left everything to her senses. She felt it instead of seeing with her eyes, and she moved her body to evade the sword of the warrior Cordelia. Slosh! The sword grazed Cordelia's shoulder. Red blood spurted out, but Cordelia used one of the attack techniques of the Bayer family. Because the present Cordelia was not just a wizard. Because she was a fighting wizard with ferocious power, having been created from the addition of her past life memories as Yellow Storm. Bang! A thunderbolt struck. It wasn't lightning. It wasn't lightning magic either. Lightning punch. The 7 quick strikes like a thunderbolt hit the warrior Cordelia. Obviously, not all of her strikes hit. The warrior Cordelia also possessed the same beast-like instincts. But that was enough. Cordelia chanted the magic at the moment of the final blow. It became possible because the present Cordelia was born with genius magic senses. Gravity pull, gravity magic. The body of the warrior Cordelia was bent at that moment. She could quickly dispel the gravity pull if she unleashed the power of her angel mode and spread out her wings of light, but it took time to do that. So in that time, there were a lot of things the real Cordelia could do at that time. Boom! The force of the gravity magic became more than 3 times stronger in an instant, and the warrior Cordelia fell to the floor as if she was almost slammed into it. What the real Cordelia had been hiding. What she had thought of hiding in order to surprise Jude. Cordelia's hair turned black as it fluttered everywhere. With red eyes instead of blue, she looked down at the warrior Cordelia who was stuck in the ground. It wasn't just a witch transformation. The pitch-black wings that spread behind her back proved it. The combination of an angel and a witch. A choice she made because she walked the path of a wizard. What will Jude say if he saw this sight now? How will he react if a cute, pretty, and lovely girl becomes sexy? No, what am I thinking now? Cordelia bitterly smiled at her own thoughts, and she looked down at the warrior Cordelia again. She gathered all of her mana in order to finish everything within one blow. Her mana was explosively reinforced by her fallen angel mode. Added on to it was Archimonde's treasure that amplified all kinds of magic. Naturally, there was a price. Her mana consumption was incomparable to her usual mana consumption. But for one shot, if she bet everything in this one shot, the warrior Cordelia glared at Cordelia with bloodshot eyes. She cried like an animal chained down by gravity pull which had frighteningly become stronger. And Cordelia raised her left hand. She made a spear of black lightning as she said, "Cordelia is a wizard. This Cordelia fan can guarantee it, okay?" A charming smile spread on Cordelia's face, and the spear of black lightning exploded as it struck its target. It was her strongest blow that shook the entire stone chamber. Chapter 171, Ha Cordelia profusely sweated and roughly breathed. She sat down on the floor as if she had collapsed, and eventually lied down on the ground. She closed her eyes as the fatigue overwhelmed her. She felt like she would fall asleep right away if it wasn't for the fact that she was catching her breath. But she couldn't fall asleep. Around 5 minutes passed by, perhaps even longer than that. Cordelia managed to calm her breathing before she raised her hands to cover her face, loudly breathing out and wiping off the sweat from her forehead with both hands. She swept aside the hair on her face as she opened her eyes. FCK, it was an exclamation rather than a curse. As proof of this, Cordelia's sharp fang-like teeth became visible as the corners of her mouth went up. I won, I won, I won, I won. Cordelia expressed her joy by stretching out her arms upward in a hurrah, but she struggled keeping her arms up due to her exhaustion. Heh. I am so tired. She was so tired that she felt dizzy, and she was exhausted after her strenuous fight. But she still felt good. because the pleasant feeling of satisfaction filled her entire body. I won. I am not wrong. As I thought, Cordelia is a wizard, she is a wizard. It's a bit different from the game. In reality, it was not a bit, but a lot. The original Cordelia was a pure wizard, so it was impossible for her to do the same high-speed movement battle that the present Cordelia did in this battle. Well, back then in the game, I used haste to move fast, but she had not overlapped its use 3 times as excessively as now. She was just a wizard to the very end. Heh. The present Cordelia was not like that, though. This is somewhat embarrassing. It's like I'm talking about myself in third person. Cordelia knew that no one was around, but she looked around nonetheless, covering her cheeks that had turned red from her excitement and joy of the earlier intense battle. She gave strength to her waist as she raised her upper body up and looked at the sight in front of her. So strong. She had created that very sight in front of her, but she couldn't help admiring it, because it was really strong like she had just said. Archimonde's treasure plus the fallen angel mode in exchange for maximizing her power, her mana consumption was also maximized. There was a deep black hole in front of Cordelia's eyes. Its diameter was around 10 meters. A sign of the destruction she caused by throwing the black lightning spear. But what she really referred to as strong wasn't the destruction of the floor. Was she almost annihilated? The warrior Cordelia held down by gravity pull. She awakened as a battle angel in her angel mode, and her magic resistance was terrifying. Despite being hit by 100 magic missiles, she could still move without any problems. But such a warrior Cordelia disappeared with just one shot. She had naturally resisted it for a while with her immense magic resistance, but the fact that she failed to overcome it and disappeared was important. One shot. Her last shot consumed all her remaining mana. She had obviously done a lot of things that consumed much of her mana, such as the shadow clone magic or the 100 magic missiles, but Cordelia had always been a character with immense mana. Moreover, if you counted the total amount of mana she used for her fallen angel mode, a combination of her angel mode and witch transformation, her so-called mana pool was more than Adelia, one of the 7 commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. However, she used up all of her mana in just one shot. It's a crazy bargain, not a good one but a bad one, but not simply a bad one, because its power was really crazy. It's a complete bamboo spear. You, as well as me, can die from one strike of a bamboo spear. She was at least confident about the power of that one shot. Even if her opponent was a strong person on the level of the 10 great swordmasters, they would not be able to ignore the power of the black lightning spear. No, it'll only take one shot. She was confident that she can even defeat someone on the level of the 10 great swordmasters if she could properly hit them with her strongest shot. I have to use up all my mana though. And she also wondered if she could easily hit someone on the level of the 10 great swordmasters. Still, there was a big difference between having and not having a skill that could knock down someone of that level in one shot. Therefore, Cordelia was immensely satisfied. Heh. A laugh came out again. She couldn't help it. In fact, this isn't its full power yet. She lacked mana. Cordelia's mana was still too little to demonstrate the full power of the black lightning spear. It's seriously crazy. Her mana pool was higher than Adelia, a commander of the Royal Guard Magic Corps, but it was still not enough. But Cordelia was not disappointed or upset by it again. Because Jude was not the only one who had a gamer brain. It's easy to increase the mana pool itself. The most common way to increase one's mana pool was through items that increased one's mana. Once I increase my mana. Once my mana pool greatly increases, it will become possible for me to unleash the full power of the black lightning spear and to fire it at random too. Heh. It felt good imagining it, so she laughed like a fool again. If I can increase my mana pool, if I can speed up my mana recovery, good. I can see the tech tree, I can see it. What skills she should learn for the future. What equipment she needed to get. The other skills were good too. Shadow clone and fallen angel mode. In the former case, it was actually an application of illusion magic and not a fictional ninja technique, but nevertheless, she was highly satisfied with it. Cordelia's talent. A new power yellow storm gained after she reincarnated as the current Cordelia. Cordelia was born with excellent magic sensitivity, which allowed her to learn almost any kind of magic. Thanks to the witch transformation and angel mode, I can use evil or angelic magic, which are difficult for ordinary humans to use. Shed become an all-rounder in the field of magic, a literal archwizard, and a fallen angel. It would truly be Cordelia's own specialty and a change from her game self. What will Jude say when he sees it? Come to think of it, he's been saying for a long time ago that he wants to see the fallen angel mode. Will his face just turn red? Will Jude be embarrassed and speechless? I want to see it. I want to see Jude like that. Jude must have one too, right? Perhaps for Jude, a wizard Jude will appear, but I don't think he'll lose. He'll win it somehow. By using all sorts of wicked, mean, and insidious schemes. He wouldn't be my Jude otherwise if he didn't. Ha! Cordelia sighed before she lied down on the floor again and looked up at the sky. A shiny skill book was floating in the sky. My level has risen, my stats have also increased due to unlocking my latent skills, and now I'll even acquire a skill book. Since her mana had been all consumed, Cordelia forced herself to stand up again instead of using her telekinetic power, and she touched the skill book with her hand. A rank skill battle meditation. Whoa, this is good. As its name suggested, it was a skill that allowed her to meditate even in the midst of a battle. Obviously, it was ridiculous to close your eyes and meditate while in the middle of a fight. So rather than a real meditation, the skill allowed you to enjoy the effect of mana recovery through meditation. I guess it's like a movement skill. Something like directing the energy in your body through a breathing technique while also moving around. Good. It's not bad. Cordelia used battle meditation as soon as she got the skill book, and she slowly recovered her mana before she healed the wound on her shoulder. But I still have a long way to go. She was very satisfied with this and that, but she also thirsted for more. What Cordelia herself wanted. What she was secretly practicing in the Temple of Life in order to beat Jude. It was not the fallen angel mode. It was not the black lightning spear either. It was something else. Something that she had not even attempted in the game, but she could try now because the present Cordelia had the memories of her past and present lives. Let's not be too hasty. Let's do it one step at a time. After all, I still want to get ahead of Jude. I can't wait to show it to him. The fallen angel mode. Shall I show it to him once we get back to our room? I think his face will really turn red. I want to see it. A blushing Jude. No, just Jude himself. What am I thinking? Cordelia cleared her throat to somehow get rid of her sudden embarrassment. She took a potion from her waist pocket and drank it, taking a deep breath afterwards. Okay, shall I go? To the waiting room beyond the door. Cordelia took a step. Cordelia, Lady Cordelia. Scarlet and Lucas were already in the waiting room where several stone pillars toweringly stood. Oh, did you both win? Of course. It was a good lesson. At Cordelia's question, Scarlet haughtily replied while Lucas answered with a bright smile, and Cordelia spontaneously smiled at the answers of the two. They lay like a cat and a large dog. Is Scarlet a Russian blue while Lucas a golden retriever? Cordelia lightly imagined it as she looked at Scarlet and Lucas with warm eyes. It seemed like she could see Scarlet pricking up her cat ears and Lucas wagging his dog tail. It seems like you're thinking of something really rude. Lady Cordelia? Scarlet crossed her arms and spoke in a low voice while Lucas furrowed his brows with a worried expression, and Cordelia said after coughing a bit, "What about Jude? He just arrived." Cordelia quickly turned her head when Scarlet answered. Indeed, a messy-looking Jude walked out from one of the 4 doors in the room. Oh, did everyone win? We won. But what happened to your clothes? Well, it was a bit hard. Jude looked at himself when Cordelia asked, and he smiled bitterly. Because his clothes were seriously tattered. But the Palace of Mirrors is more like image training. My clothes will go back to normal once we go outside. That's a relief. Did you get hurt? Oh, I am fine, because I have a regenerative ability. At his voice and look that seemed to be hiding something, Cordelia widened her eyes in surprise and sent him a message via message magic. What, did you really get hurt? But I am fine, because I have a regenerative ability. In fact, he didn't have any wounds or scars now. Jude showed his skin by opening a gap in his torn clothes, and Cordelia drew her face closer to see if he was really hurt. And Scarlet and Lucas, who didn't understand the conversation between Jude and Cordelia, looked at the two with strange expressions. What kind of play is this? Ahem. Ehem. Scarlett stared at Cordelia with a cold look before she turned to Lucas, who had reacted by clearing his throat. Having turned red because of Jude and Cordelia, Lucas then faced Scarlett. And Cordelia saw the moment when the two turned to each other and thought, "Ooh, is something going on between them? Is this the case of a younger man and a haughty beauty who is actually a kind and innocent woman, whispering sweet nothings to each other naturally? I don't think it's that. You always say it's not." Jude did not respond to Cordelia's complaint as he turned to Lucas and asked, "Lord Lucas, have you made any progress?" Being here now meant that he had won the battle against himself, who had gone on another path. And it wasn't just level-ups, increased stats, or a skill book that one could get as a result of that fight. Self-confidence and conviction. Confidence that you had taken the right path as you go straight ahead. Confidence that your choice was not wrong. When asked by Jude, Lucas nodded with a bright expression. "Yes, Mr. Jude. Thanks to you, I had a very good experience. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be of help." Lucas shyly smiled at Jude's answer while Scarlett's eyes turned cold again, because it felt strange to see a scene that usually appeared in youth novels. "What? Do you want to have a conversation like that? Shall I do it for you too?" "No need." Scarlett rejected Cordelia's offer, and Cordelia pouted her lips several times before saying, "Anyway, since we're all here, we can go out now, right?" "Okay." After his short answer, Jude stretched out his hand to Cordelia, who automatically held his hand. Being escorted had pretty much become a norm. "Shall we go then, princess?" "Yes, my lord." Jude and Cordelia exchanged words in a natural manner before they took the lead as they headed out of the dungeon, while Scarlett and Lucas saw them and unconsciously looked at each other. They exchanged glances. Somehow, they sympathized with each other. Both of them shrugged their shoulders and headed towards the exit afterwards. Unfortunately for Jude, Cordelia chose to wash and sleep instead of showing him the fallen angel mode as soon as they returned to their rooms. Because when she arrived at their room, the thought of lying down on her bed and sleeping had dominated her mind. And a few hours later, Cordelia only slept less than half the usual time because of their midnight exploration, and she smacked Jude in the shoulder with a tired face. "Why are you not tired?" "Because I have a regenerative ability. The sphere of life did its part." Jude carefully replied and attended the banquet of swords with Cordelia, and they spent their time easily answering the questions directed to them. "Because we've accomplished all our goals." They met Duke Spencer and became acquainted with First Sword. They also got him to agree in going to the founding anniversary ball. As a bonus, he even won in the banquet of swords, increased their stats at the Palace of Mirrors, and gave Lucas the opportunity to grow. So it was not exaggeration to say that their visit to Duke Spencer was a great success. By the way, yes, inside the carriage that was leaving Duke Spencer's estate, Jude raised his head at the call of Cordelia, who was sitting across him, and Cordelia said as she slightly tilted her head, "You really didn't hide your skills at this banquet of swords, huh?" "Yeah, there's no reason for me to hide it. But didn't you say that we had to hide it last time?" "Last time, when they defeated the Chimera in Arkemen's dungeon. At that time, Jude pretended to be injured and said that they had to hide their skills." Cordelia herself blindfolded her eyes with a bandage to pretend that she was temporarily blind. "I did." "You did right. Well, things are bound to change. I also needed to win to impress First Sword." "Who?" Cordelia's eyes narrowed in suspicion, and Jude spoke about something else while maintaining a calm expression like usual. "But Cordelia, how was the Cordelia you fought in the Palace of Mirrors? Was she a warrior?" It was obviously a diversion, but it was too attractive to refuse. So Cordelia immediately replied to Jude's words. Yes, it was a warrior Cordelia. She was like Roar when she used Lion's Roar." Cordelia pretended to roar as she acted like a lion with her hands, and Jude's eyes widened before he asked, Roar. Did she roar like a real lion when she used Lion's Roar?" She did. Isn't it strange?" "No, well, it's just like Cordelia. Because it was normal to roar like a lion when doing a spirited shout." But a smile spread on Jude's face when he thought of Cordelia going roar like a beast, and her roar soon turned into rower and then growl in his mind. What are you thinking? Something nice and proper. No, you won't even show me your face. Anyway, how was your fight? How did you win?" Jude pretended to be calm and spoke again, and Cordelia replied to Jude's words again. And 2 days later in the afternoon, the tea party of Princess Daphne, the so-called jewel of the royal capital, finally began. Chapter 172, The Crown Princess. 1. When you looked at stories centered around the protagonist, whether in games or novels, events that were only indirectly handled were often not described in detail. Because the protagonist wasn't there. Because the protagonist wasn't involved with that event. And so on and so forth. These events were often referred to as background events or background settings, and Legend of Heroes 2 had numerous background settings. Strictly speaking, the annihilation of the royal family is close to a background setting, because there were no playable characters who were directly involved with it. There were a total of 4 playable characters from the Slen Kingdom, 3 were from the north, and the last one was from the south. In other words, there were no playable characters who started in the royal capital. The only ones who could be involved were Lucas and Kadsa. At this point in time in the game, Jude had just cured his illness while Cordelia was still wandering in the middle of the north. And Lucas and Kadsa, the ones who could be involved, only had the event briefly mentioned in the game. The other playable characters are foreigners. Therefore, Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, who could be said to be the protagonists of the royal family genocide event, were characters that only existed in the background, and not characters that could actually be met and talked to in person. But they were still popular. The genocide of the royal family itself was so important that there were 5 cinematic movies alone, 3 of which were about Princess Daphne and Prince Dion. They perfectly chose the characters for the event. Perhaps because they were the main characters of the tragedy, Princess Daphne and Prince Dion were perfect superhumans and even had good personalities. If these two had grown up without any trouble and the crown princess had risen to the throne, they would have been the ideal royals who were good, pretty, capable, and had a sense of responsibility. We can save them. This was reality and not the game. Theirs was not a destined fate, but a fate that could be changed, for a perfect, happy ending. Jude whispered as if he was reciting a spell, and he picked up the invitation with Princess Daphne's seal. King Henry II of the Slen Kingdom was neither a saint nor a tyrant. He was just an average king. Nothing much could be said of him, and his rule wasn't exemplary. Of course, one could say that his administration of state affairs was pretty good since he smoothly ran it without having much problems. But despite that, the public still viewed Henry II as an ordinary king. In fact, he was a person who did not have any particularly outstanding abilities, except for his handsome appearance. But the evaluation of his children, especially his eldest daughter and eldest son, were different from Henry II. Geniuses, gerunds, children of the century. Some said that the outstanding blood of the founder king, Lion D. Slen, was awakened again, while others, the rotten waters of Legend of Heroes in particular, said that it was the result of the first queen's genes. Because unlike Henry II, who was an ordinary person, the first queen, Justina F. Slen, was a really outstanding person. Born in the house of Duke Fable, one of the kingdom's 5 dukes, she was a distinguished genius in both scholarly knowledge and martial arts. She was also the eldest child of Duke Fable, so if she hadn't married Henry II, she would have become the head of the Fable Duchy. However, she chose to marry Henry II, who she had been affectionate with since childhood. Thus, the Slen Kingdom was able to obtain a beautiful, wise, and strong queen, as well as very outstanding royal children. The jewels of the royal capital, royal treasures. And now, one of them the 2 had shown interest in Jude and Cordelia. They wanted to meet the 2 people. Are you done? No, not yet. Cordelia slightly frowned at Jude's answer and pouted her lips, but Jude did not care. He just worked hard to trim Cordelia's hair over and over again. Just where did you learn this? His scissoring skills were unusual. No, before that, when she thought about all the things that had happened since last night, Cordelia seriously felt dizzy. Did you run a beauty shop? The fired-up Jude said that this was the preliminary match before the founding anniversary ball, and he dolled up and beautified Cordelia with serious enthusiasm and passion. It's my first time taking a milk bath. Why is a bottle of milk more expensive than cola? Was Cordelia's serious question when she took a bath in a bathtub filled with that expensive milk. It wasn't over with that. When the milk bath was over, she had to take a second bath with rose-scented essential oil while applying something on her body again. She had to wash her hair again and again with shampoo and conditioner. I think I took a bath for 3 hours. Maja and Dahlia, who took a bath with me, seemed to be very satisfied. In any case, as a result of washing herself over and over again, Cordelia's fair and smooth skin began to glow, and a subtle rose scent was added to her pleasant-feeling skin. "Miss, my hair is shining. It's so soft." Having used it for the first time in her life, the shampoo and conditioner received great reviews from Dahlia. In reality, she had no choice but to do so. Shampoo could be viewed as something that was just for washing, but the conditioner that softened the hair itself was no different from an out-of-place artifact that would literally cause culture shock if one considered the standards of this era. Cordelia was then forced to sleep. And as soon as Cordelia woke up in the morning, Jude was waiting in front of her bed before he grabbed and made her go through a difficult time again. She was bathed in milk and essential oil again, then a chiropractic massage and physical exercise, followed by a really long hair treatment. I feel like I became a doll. Yes, Yurei indeed a doll. No, Yurei a work of art, Jude said to Cordelia, having read her thoughts from seeing her eyes in the mirror. Cordelia's shoulders then drooped as she sighed. Why is everyone else excited? Jude had been working hard since morning, and so did Maja and Dahlia. Yurei so beautiful. Yes, miss, Yurei really pretty. It feels like my childhood days again. You played with dolls? Yes, I did. Dahlia always got excited with romantic stuff, and it seemed like she was the kind to get excited with beauty treatments too. No, she just got excited with everything related to Cordelia. All right. I'll agree to become a doll until the tea party tomorrow, because Cordelia had to impress Princess Daphne and Prince Dion. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the influential nobles of the royal capital, or to be exact, their children, would participate in the tea party. Because it was a tea party hosted by the crown princess and not anyone else. Yurei going to dampen their spirits? They were children of influential families who grew up in the royal capital. But Jude had argued that there could be another person like Lucien, so they should prevent it in advance. I don't know what that has to do with making me completely pretty or preventing it in advance, though. But if Jude said so, maybe there are people like that. Maja and Dahlia were also in agreement with Jude. Can I be prettier than Princess Daphne, though? Princess Daphne is the main character of the event, right? Isn't there an unwritten rule that you shouldn't look prettier than the bride when you go to her wedding? Cordelia is already pretty, but if you beautify her like this, she'll really become the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. She'll be the most beautiful on the continent. The eyes of others might turn cold if they had heard her thoughts, but in the end, they would have to admit that it was true. Cordelia continued to think quite seriously, and in the midst of that, Jude's hairstyling was finally over. Okay, it's over. Really? Is it really over now? Yes, so we have to choose your clothes now. I'll be choosing clothes and wearing them. Don't worry, you only have to try on 20 of them so it won't take long. 20? No, wait. I only brought 3 dresses to the royal capital, if I recall. When did it become 20? That's because I brought it separately. I bought it in the royal capital. W8, with what money? It obviously couldn't be Count Bayer and Count Chase's money. Of course, both had a considerable income when compared to the average noble since they were from the 12 northern families, but it was still not enough to buy a lot of expensive dresses, because dresses are ridiculously expensive. The present Cordelia considered dresses as expensive, and if she added the opinion of her previous life too, she regarded those dresses as ridiculously priced. So when did you increase the number of dresses like that by 17? We didn't have much time, so I had to buy something that was already made, but I am satisfied with this arrangement for the time being. Wait, where did the money come from? They received a huge amount of money from Duke Spencer in the means of a check, but they had only received it 2 days ago, so they hadn't exchanged it at the bank yet. But where did the money to buy all those dresses come from? When Cordelia asked again, Jude glanced at Dahlia and Maja before he looked back at her and said with his eyes, "Pink bomb. Pink bow wait, rogue master, from stealing." They had only done it twice, but those 2 times were really profitable. I said to Dahlia and Maja that we're just selling off the treasures that we got from our travels. But it's also true to some extent, right? Cordelia fell into even more panic when she found out their source of funds. She had no choice but to do so. How much money does it cost to buy 20 dresses? Hey, are you crazy? Did you use all our money for that? Because Cordelia is precious to me. What are you talking about? And why are you saying that with that tone? Jude just smirked at Cordelia's protest with her eyes, but for Maja and Dahlia, who didn't know their conversation, they only heard because Cordelia is precious to me and began to exclaim kaya kaya among themselves. You're crazy, really crazy. That's an extravagant habit. I'll have to seriously consider breaking up with you, all the more when you're a gambler. As soon as she sent him a message via magic, Jude lightly shook his head. It's different from gambling. We have a lot of profitable stuff, right? And we can always resell the dresses if we're in a pinch. But still a fiancé who spends money for her generously, no. A fiancé who spends money for her like crazy. Should I be happy with this or not? Don't worry. If it's this much money, we can earn it again. Ugure somewhat reliable yet annoying at the same time. She honestly found Jude to be smart and excellent. She thought that even if he threw off his clothes and became dirt poor, he was the kind of person who'd make enough money to enjoy a movie a week later. Moreover, Jude now had a huge amount of money from Duke Spencer. There was a saying that money begets money, so if Jude really made up his mind to earn money, he'd easily earn enough money to buy 20 dresses. But this is too much. Can't I just wear the fairy dress? That's the best one anyway. No way, you can't wear a dress you've worn once. The fairy dress should only be worn at the founding ball. Wait, what did you just say? I can't wear what I've worn once? Yes. Not your everyday wear, of course. I'm talking about the dresses that you wear when you go out, which must be changed every time. Those are single-use only. What? What are you talking about? I'll wear those expensive dresses only once. Am I a mancer? Because Cordelia is precious to me. What the heck are you talking about? Do you think that I'll let it pass if you say it in such buttery words with such a smug smile? Of course, it doesn't feel bad hearing it, since it honestly feels nice every time I hear it. Anyway, princess, just let me take care of you. I'll make you the prettiest girl in the world. Hayure seriously crazy. You must have been seriously playing with dolls in your childhood. Cordelia thought of a little Jude playing with dolls for a moment, and she smiled without realizing it. On the other hand, Maja and Cordelia, who were watching her from the side, happily smiled as they misunderstood her. Anyway, let's begin the fashion show. They would have to choose what she would wear and then modify and do some arrangements too. This is the first time I've ever hated Jude being an all-around. Frankly, I want to decrease the number of clothes myself. Cordelia eventually lowered her head in resignation, and she let herself become the doll of Jude, Maja, and Dahlia. And after 4 long hours. By the time Cordelia was completely tired and exhausted from repeatedly wearing and taking off clothes, Jude, Maja, and Dahlia finally chose a dress. Because you shouldn't stand out too much. Did those words just come out of your mouth? If you wanted me to not stand out, why were you so passionate about dressing me up in the first place? Jude lightly ignored Cordelia's complaint with her eyes, and he began to alter the soft pink dress. Thighs is creepy. Can't you just alter it? Why do you have to look so delighted when you're altering it? But in any case, her long suffering that started last night finally ended, so Cordelia hunched her shoulders. I can rest now. But she couldn't. It was Cordelia's mistake for thinking that it was really over. Then, my lady, let's go take a bath. What? Because the tea party is tomorrow. We have to do some massage and exercise again, right? We also have to trim your nails. Dahlia and Maja spoke one after another, and Cordelia blinked her eyes with a stunned face before she was dragged along by them again. And the next morning, Cordelia suffered from Jude's beauty treatments again and was only liberated from her room at around 2 in the afternoon. Everyone is crazy, but the results are good, right? Your dress might get wrinkles, so please sit with your back straight. Don't just lean anywhere. I hate you, I hate you. Cordelia cursed at him with tears in her eyes, but she still heeded his words well. Because she sat with her back upright and did not move much. But it's worth it. It's worth it. I am looking forward to how the nobles of the royal capital will react. How vexing. I wanted to dress you up too. Cordelia was so busy with being beautified that she didn't have the time to dress up Jude. But in fact, she didn't need to do anything, since Maja and Dahlia wouldn't stay still anyway. In the end, those two seem to have had the most fun dressing us up. Cordelia looked at the other carriage where the other two were as it followed their carriage before she turned to Jude again and said, "Now then, Jude, all we have to do now is meet Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, right?" "Yes. There's still the process of getting close to them, of course, but you're already good at that. A meeting with royalty is hard. She was also the crown princess, and not just some royalty. The present Cordelia was born and raised as a noble of the Slen Kingdom. She might have memories of her past life, but she still felt nervous meeting royalty. Don't worry. Princess Darian will be there too. That's a relief then." Cordelia recalled Princess Darian's bright smile, and she took a deep breath as she slightly stretched out her arms. After all, it had already happened. Moreover, it was necessary to get close to Princess Darian in order to achieve a perfect happy ending. "I can do it." "Yes, you can. There would also be other nobles besides Princess Darian." Jude cheered on Cordelia, and he looked out the window of the carriage. The main palace of the Slen Kingdom, which was much bigger and more beautiful than the Red Rose Castle, came into his sight. "This way, please." The palace interior was splendid and gorgeous. The inner palace and courtyard were also elegant-looking, but the person who guided them was mesmerized with Cordelia for a while. However, Cordelia was so confused with all the walking they did that she didn't even know where they were. Nevertheless, Jude was escorting her like always, so she maintained a fairly elegant appearance even if she was slightly distracted. And at some point, Cordelia unconsciously exclaimed, "Wow, at an indoor flower garden." The appearance of colorful flowers harmoniously placed under the sunlight shining down from the glass ceiling was like that of a painting. It was unrealistically beautiful, but it was clearly real. As I thought, the royal palace is in a different level. After all, it was the royal palace of the Slen Kingdom, one of the continent's two great powers. Like Cordelia, Jude was also amazed at the sight, but it was only for a while. When they entered the garden, they strongly felt uncomfortable. "There's no one. Cordelia and I are the first guests." That was possible. But it was not what Jude had thought. There's only one place. To be exact, there was only one table. If it was a tea party with many nobles participating, there should be several tables, but there was only one small table that could accommodate 4 people in the place. "No way. Is the tea party different from what I thought? I even got a list of the tea party's participants through the blue moon. Could it be that Princess Daphne had a sudden change of schedule? But why in the world? Why? Because I wanted to focus on only the two of you." They heard a beautiful yet noble and dominating voice, one that was distinct of rulers. Jude and Cordelia turned to the direction of the voice, and they were able to see a blonde beauty wearing a white dress and a golden tiara on her head. Princess Daphne, a woman who was called the jewel of the royal family. Chapter 173, The Crown Princess 2, Welcome to My Garden. Princess Daphne said, and the tea party with only 3 people, which differed from the original schedule, then began. "I am Jude Bayer from the Bayer family. I am Cordelia Chase from the Chase family." When Jude and Cordelia courteously greeted her, Princess Daphne replied with a faint smile. "Nice to meet you. I am Crown Princess Daphne. As I've already said, I welcome you to this place again." Princess Daphne had a clear and beautiful voice, but it was not sweet or gentle-sounding. It was a charismatic voice that captivated the listener with its power and strength. "She's elegant." Rather than being pretty, she was elegant. Obviously, that didn't mean she wasn't pretty, because she was Princess Daphne, who was praised for her good character design in the story of Legend of Heroes. She was an elegant yet detached, beautiful woman. Despite wearing a dress, her elegance made it seem like she was wearing a uniform. Princess Daphne. While Cordelia was grasping the sensuous parts of Princess Daphne, such as her elegant air, Jude was studying her figure. Height, weight, body type, and her trained body. First of all, she's tall. Her height was almost in the late 170s. Perhaps it was close to 180 cm. Next, her body that was clearly hardened by training seemed to be firm like that of a sword. A predator from the cat family, if Cordelia reminded him of a graceful leopard, the Princess Daphne before him was a lion then. Because her hair was tied up in a bun, her fair and long neck was openly revealed as its slenderness gave it a straighter look. Her shiny, dark golden blonde hair seemed to be made from melting gold and was like a crown itself. and green eyes. Its strong and vivid color was different from Jude's green eyes, and her eyes seemed like it could see through the other person. A born ruler? Those kind of people existed. People who naturally rose to the leader position when they were in groups. Those who made others look at their backs. The fact that she was born and educated as royalty undoubtedly played a very important role in that. But Jude was convinced that Princess Daphne was born with it. Even if she was born as a commoner and not royalty, she would still captivate the hearts of many people with her charisma. "You may sit down." Princess Daphne spoke, and the two sat down. The table was circular, but it was arranged in a way that Jude and Cordelia sat beside each other with Princess Daphne seated across them. Alina. When Princess Daphne called out quietly, a maid approached them while pushing a small food trolley. Inside the trolley were various sweet snacks, pretty teacups, and a large and elegant teapot fit for a tea party. Because this is a tea party. The royal capital's snacks are a bit sweeter than those in the north, so tell me right away if you don't like them. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Thank you for your consideration. Cordelia gracefully responded first, but her mind was thinking a bit differently. She would naturally be like that. After all, how could she express her dissatisfaction with the sweets a royal princess had given her? But it also looks to be delicious. Most of the snacks in the north tasted a bit plain, just like what Princess Daphne had said. Compared to modern-day sweets that lavishly used sugar, the sugar here was still a fairly valuable commodity. As Cordelia laid her eyes on the various sweets, Princess Daphne waited for the teacups of Jude and Cordelia to be filled with tea before she slightly reached out and bit on a snack. It was a kind of act which the host showed to their guests in order to directly confirm that the food did not contain anything dangerous like poison. And it was also a very important procedure at tea parties among nobles. As I thought, it's too sweet. Princess Daphne muttered to herself, smiling bitterly and offering Jude and Cordelia the snacks and tea. My taste buds are just picky, but these are the finest products that the royal family are proud to offer. Please do enjoy it. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you for your consideration. Jude and Cordelia smoothly responded before they touched their tea and snacks, and both of them smiled in satisfaction. It's good, delicious. Jude didn't actually like black tea, so him thinking that it was good definitely proved that the tea was of a high quality. Secondly, the scent of the tea was really good. As for Cordelia, she was delighted with the snacks, because she had tasted something really sweet after a long time. Sweet, sweet. It's completely sweet. It was a sweet taste that made you feel guilty and think that you shouldn't eat a lot of it since your teeth might melt from the sweetness. When a bright smile appeared on Cordelia's face, Princess Daphne softly giggled and said as she looked at Cordelia as if she was appreciating a work of art, "How lovely." I've seen a lot of children from the royal capital, but this is the first time I've met a pretty child like you. Thank you. At the direct compliment, Cordelia blushed and bowed her head while Jude clenched his fist as he seriously felt satisfied and delighted from the bottom of his heart. As expected of Cordelia. Although his original purpose of showing off Cordelia in front of numerous nobles was not achieved, it was still fine. After all, the most important person had acknowledged Cordelia's beauty. Maja and Dahlia should have heard her words. If this was an ordinary tea party, it would have been common for a guest to be accompanied by a maid or escort, but since Princess Daphne declared it as a 3-person tea party, the two could not even enter the garden. Perhaps by now, the two were waiting for them in a waiting room. In any case, Jude was immersed in a really good mood, while Princess Daphne continued to watch Cordelia before she spoke. Are you surprised to be invited in a tea party that only has 3 people? That a bit. Cordelia answered a little timidly, and Princess Daphne's smile deepened, seemingly liking Cordelia's timidity. I wanted to meet and focus on you too closely, like I said for the first time. After all, y'all be the first people to be awarded titles since I was born. Titles? Cordelia asked with widened eyes, and Princess Daphne nodded and spoke again. Yes, both of you will be conferred baron titles. A separate land will not be distributed, but it will hold more weight than just a knighthood. After all, it was a baron peerage. Although they would become barons in name only, it was clearly a higher position than a regular knight. Awesome! Cordelia looked back at Jude, who responded with his eyes before he turned his attention to Princess Daphne again. The reason Princess Daphne talked about that, the first title conferment ceremony since she was born. Princess Daphne was only 20 years old. Her coming-of-age ceremony had been held last month. But is that all? It must have been very nerve-wracking to perform her first official duty as royalty. But was that really the reason why she even changed the schedule of the tea party and made it for 3 people only? Princess Daphne spoke as if answering Jude's question. And it's because you two were famous. I wanted to meet you in person and hear your story. I wanted to know what kind of children you were. Certainly there are people who gain a reputation in the Slen Kingdom in some way. Well, yours seemed to be quite blown out of proportion, though. Princess Daphne talked a bit mischievously and gazed at Cordelia with a look that seemed to ask if her words were correct, and Cordelia's lips squirmed before she replied yes. In truth, I had first thought that it was nonsense. There were so many stories about them, and some of those sounded ridiculous. Moreover, what was passed on to Princess Daphne was not like the rumors that Princess Darien met. The royal family's informants collected information from all over the country and reported it, and that included a report Count Harsvelger had written himself as a Margrave. Demon Slayer. It was the code name that royal informants had given to Jude and Cordelia. As the name implied, they were demon hunters who had already killed several demonic followers and demonic humans. They defeated the demonic human who tried to kidnap the children from the 12 northern families in Langeathé. Afterwards, they defeated the demonic beast in the witch's forest. They then defeated the demonic humans in the northern Viscount's residence. They defeated the demon and the demonic humans in Frost Anvil too. Up to this point, all of these were already unimaginable achievements for children of ordinary nobles, but their activities beyond the border were also added. Guardians of the Wild Lands. The figures who defeated the corrupted barbarians and the Empire's demonic human, and then stopped the massive war planned by the Devil's Eye. Of course, Count Harsvelger's report did not completely describe the achievements of Jude and Cordelia, but the battle in the plains alone, which was the final decisive battle, far exceeded the other achievements of the two. But it's not just their war achievements. It wasn't because of their fantastic merits that led to Jude and Cordelia being called a fantasy couple, an immature couple. Despite being already engaged, that didn't stop the two from running away at night because of love, and the shameless letters they left behind when they would escape. It was unbelievable that they were the same people who made all those achievements listed above, but the latter parts were also true. And Darien's story. To begin with, Darien was a good child, a pure child who was affectionate and bright and not yet aware of the horrors of the world or the dark side of humans. But that didn't mean she was a fool. Darien also had an eye for judging people. Moreover, Darien's ability that she awakened as royalty was also related to her eyes. But such a Darien praised Jude and Cordelia. Without hesitation, she even called them Unnai and Opa. The finishing blow, their performance in the Banquet of Swords. Jude's match against the Sword Saint of Light clearly revealed how strong he currently was. Too strong. A skill that couldn't even be compared to his peers. A strength that overwhelmed Lucas Harsvelger, who was known as the Jiren of the North. The more I hear about it, the more it feels strange. They stimulated the curiosity of others, making other people ask many times if the protagonists of these stories were really the same people. It was evidently one of most important reasons why they were here now, but even if that wasn't the reason, Princess Daphne would have still invited them here. Moving on, it seems it was a good idea to invite you two here. I could at least confirm one thing immediately. What one thing? Are you talking about the rumors that Jude and I love each other? Cordelia unknowingly became tense, and her hand groped the air near her thighs, and Jude grabbed and held Cordelia's hand. The warmth was not transmitted because both of them were wearing gloves, but the fact that they held each other's hands made Cordelia feel much better. He's reassuring. Should I say that he makes me feel calm? Having been comforted by Jude's firm hands, Cordelia faced Princess Daphne again, who suddenly got up from her seat and approached Cordelia, saying, "You're really beautiful, Cordelia." As she whispered, her hand moved and touched Cordelia's cheek before it slowly moved down to the neck. She then spoke as her hand quietly headed to the chest of Cordelia, who was unable to move from extreme tension. Your scarf is crooked, the white scarf on the upper part of her pink dress. Princess Daphne fixed Cordelia's scarf, and Cordelia lightly bit her lips unconsciously. What is this? Why is my heart pounding? Why is my heart beating like this when we're both women and wearing a dress, and she's just fixing my scarf? Cordelia's face flushed red, and she gazed at Princess Daphne as if she was a bit bewitched. On the other hand, Jude squeezed Cordelia's hand a bit tight to make her come to her senses. Fufu, how cute, Cordelia. No, Jude too. Princess Daphne quietly smiled at the two before she glanced at Jude as she placed her hand on Cordelia's shoulder instead of sitting down again. Jude Bayer, the second son of the swordmaster, Count Bayer. He looked naturally strong just by his physical looks alone. He seemed to have been practicing martial arts since his childhood. But Princess Daphne had already reviewed Jude's records several times. Everyone knew that Jude was born with Gumjalmeek, and that only half a year ago, he could not even do basic physical training, let alone martial arts. What happened? Only half a year had passed. What had happened in that time that made him as strong as he was now? Princess Daphne gently squeezed Cordelia's shoulder. She looked straight at Jude, who had the same but different green eyes as her, and asked, "Can you explain how you became so strong?" Her eyes had a cold and piercing gaze. Therefore, Jude replied honestly, "I had a lot of strange encounters. The sun's necklace with the power of Solari, a meeting with the fairy queen, the absorption of the sunflower, and so on." Jude didn't necessarily list it one by one. In fact, it was very strange for someone to experience all of these within a short period of time. Strange encounters. Princess Daphne smiled. She stroked Cordelia's shoulder and continued. "Perhaps you signed a contract with a demon, a way to become a strong person in a very short time. A contract with a demon. To devote one's soul to an overlord of hell and be reborn as a demonic human." At her unexpected suspicion, Cordelia raised her head and tried to open her mouth, but Jude tightened his grip on her hand as if to hold her back from speaking, because he knew it when he made eye contact with the other. That Princess Daphne wasn't serious with what she said, though that is impossible, because Ure, the disciple of Iron Man Landius, the hero of the Paragon Kingdom, and not just anyone else. Princess Daphne slightly tilted her head, seemingly asking him if that was true, and Jude replied with a small smile. "It's true. It wasn't really a big secret. All the knights of Count Bayer and Count Harsfelger who were with them during the incident at the Northern Viscount's residence had known of it. But even if I take all of these into account, it's true that Ure too strong. That's why it's good." Princess Daphne said something they didn't understand, and she softly smiled before pulling a chair next to Cordelia and then sitting down. "Then Cordelia, is the fairy story true?" Ahais. It's true. The story of their meeting with the fall fairies was quite famous. When Cordelia added the stories of them meeting the winter fairies and the fall fairies in the wildlands, Princess Daphne spoke as she gently touched her own chin. "I see. There's no special condition, Princess. The truth is, there is one such place in the royal palace. There's a legend that fairies appear there, but I've never met any fairies there before. Is it because of my lack of beauty?" Princess Daphne playfully said, and sent a mischievous look at Cordelia, who was left speechless at that moment with her mouth wide open. And Princess Daphne said with a giggle, as if she found Cordelia's reaction cute, "Okay, I've decided. I need to experiment with Cordelia." "Experiment?" "Yes, experiment. Come back at night 2 days later. Let's take a bath together. That at the place where the fairies appear?" "Yes, at that place. I'm also curious about the secret of this gorgeous hair." Princess Daphne gazed at Cordelia's shiny hair and spoke before she looked at Jude again. "Jude Bayer, can I borrow your fiancé? If Cordelia accepts, I am fine with it." That's what he said. Princess Daphne said as she looked at Cordelia again, and Cordelia wriggled her hand away from Jude before replying, I will go." "Fufu, thank you for accepting it. I'll look forward to that day." Having been close to Cordelia, Princess Daphne withdrew and straightened her posture again. She then suddenly asked with narrowed eyes, "It seems like you've done some magic on your hair. Can you tell me the secret?" "Why not leave it as a question for 2 days later?" Jude smoothly responded, and Princess Daphne smiled again and nodded. "Very well, I'll look forward to the night 2 days later." and that was it. They spent a few more minutes with some small talk about the events that happened after their time in the wild lands, and Princess Daphne eventually bade them farewell after she helped Cordelia get up. Then, I look forward to meeting you two in 2 days. Of course, I had fun in today's meeting too. We also enjoyed it. We're very honored that you spared us your time. When Cordelia and Jude answered in turn, Princess Daphne allowed the two to leave, and the tea party ended with Jude and Cordelia leaving the flower garden. And around a dozen seconds later, after Jude and Cordelia left the garden and some time had elapsed, Princess Daphne sat down in a chair and raised her voice. What do you think? She spoke with a much softer and warmer voice than when she faced Jude and Cordelia, and a curt answer came back to her. Not bad. A very handsome blonde young man walked out of a corner in the flower garden, where the flowers and trees had been arranged in order to form a kind of barrier. He was Prince Dion, Princess Daphne's strongest and reliable ally. At his evaluation, Princess Daphne stretched her shoulders and asked again, "Why is it not bad? First of all, they seem to be good people, but we've only met them for a very short time. However, I am certain about their abilities. And the reason I was noticed. Landius disciple too." Princess Daphne slightly frowned at Prince Dion's answer, because she did not expect that. Are you saying that Cordelia noticed you too? Yes, rather, she was faster than Landius disciple. The reason Cordelia was flustered when she first faced Princess Daphne was not simply because she was overwhelmed by Princess Daphne's charisma. It was because she noticed the presence of Prince Dion, who was hiding in the corner. So Princess Daphne asked again as she furrowed her brows. Because she's a wizard, she didn't use any search magic. Moreover, this flower garden is my magic realm. I can perceive any shoddy tricks. Then, her senses are good. She was almost like a wild animal, or more like a beast than a human. Perhaps you should have just come out and greeted them. No, I learned some things from my observation of them while hiding. Furthermore, it would do more for us to be careful, I think. Those two may determine our fate and the fate of the Slen Kingdom, the two people of destiny. Princess Daphne slowly nodded at Prince Dion's words. She stared at the door of the flower garden where Jude and Cordelia had gone out of. Outside the flower garden, having arrived at a hallway under the guidance of a palace staff, Cordelia immediately glanced at Jude. Hey, why did you agree to it? What, you mean the bath? Yes, the bath. I am somehow scared. Princess Daphne. She was definitely a beautiful, elegant, and charismatic princess, but she was somehow scary. Is that a big deal? Besides, it's an opportunity to get acquainted with the princess, an opportunity to actively lure her with shampoo and conditioner. Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's reply, and Jude cleared his throat and said again via message magic. And if you do well, you may be able to meet the fairies, right? As for the fairies who might be residing in the royal family's residence, chances are high that it's the summer fairies, right? Yes, probably. Wait, you didn't tear a scroll just now, right? Did you just use magic? Because message magic is simple to cast. Cordelia frowned when Jude shrugged as if it was something trivial. This is why talented people are so unlucky. Hey, didn't you also master lightning punch and my family's wind-like footwork techniques in an instant? That is that, and this is this. You still have some hair in your heart, huh? You must be feeling warm then. Hair in your heart is an idiom that refers to a brazen or shameless person. So Jude was saying that she was shameless, but he also used it literally in his next sentence. Hair provided warmth to one's head, so if one's heart had hair too, their heart would also feel warm. Yes, it's so warm, it feels nice. It must feel nice, huh? Anyway, did you notice him? Prince Dion? Yes, he was observing us while hiding. Did we do something bad? I don't think it's more like he's cautious of us or something. Something that Jude himself did not understand why. Perhaps it was some information that only Princess Daphne had. Anyway, we have to come back in 2 days. Don't worry, it'll properly make you beautiful then. Jude smiled and looked at her, and Cordelia responded with a worried gaze. But it was then. Jude and Cordelia suddenly straightened their postures and looked in front of them. Because someone was heading towards them, or to be exact, someone was walking towards Princess Daphne's flower garden. That person's gray hair revealed their age, but their physique and fierce eyes didn't match it. Jude and Cordelia knew who he was, the Lord Protector. the main culprit in the royal family's genocide, and the actual final boss who must be stopped in their upcoming battle in the royal capital. It was a natural rule that a lower-ranked person should not greet a higher-ranked person unless the latter one spoke to them first. Therefore, the palace staff stopped to wait for the Lord Protector's words, and so did Jude and Cordelia. But the Lord Protector did not speak to Jude and Cordelia. He just looked at them with his cold eyes before passing by as he headed to the flower garden. Nothing bad will happen, right? The main culprit behind the royal family's genocide was going to see Princess Daphne. Cordelia asked as she felt troubled, and Jude nodded his head, because it's not yet the day of the founding anniversary. The Lord Protector was the head of the royalists, so he was a person who frequently met with the next monarch, Princess Daphne. Perhaps today's meeting wasn't such an eventful meeting. Relieved then, Cordelia lightly bit her lips, and she squeezed Jude's hand, which she had been holding since the beginning of the tea party. The Lord Protector, one of the 10 great swordmasters, an opponent they had to fight in person 15 days or so later. It will be fine. We have first sword, Jude said, and Cordelia nodded again. She took a step and suppressed her ominous premonition. At the same time, in a place far from the royal capital, a man frowned at an old temple located in the border between the central and northern parts of the kingdom. He unknowingly said aloud, "Pink Bomb?" It was a really weird name, so it was something he would never forget the moment he heard himself say it. And now, he felt that it was 2 words that he should remember. The man, Necromancer Velkian, folded the letter with his long and thin fingers before he raised his head to look towards the northeast. It was in the direction of the royal capital. Chapter 174, Episode 174 Countdown. 1. Jude and Cordelia sat next to each other as they looked at the invitation with fancy handwriting. The invitation was made from a very high-quality paper and sealed with the royal family's seal. Does that mean we'll all be taking a bath together? I think so. The contents are a bit different from what we first heard. An hour or so after their tea party with Princess Daphne. If he summarized the contents of the new invitation that Maja brought to them, it was as follows. Let's play in the water together 2 nights later. Together with Jude, Dion, and Darian. Hey, isn't this a bit too much for a bath? Since it was an act of revealing their naked bodies, he didn't want others to see Cordelia's naked body, even if they were of the same sex as her. The place remains to be the same, perhaps be wearing swimwear in something like a hot spring. Or is this kind of like a night pool? When Jude muttered to himself, Cordelia's eyes widened before she asked, "Night pool? What's that?" It's literally a swimming pool that you go to at night. That is, if the pool in broad daylight is a playground for the whole family, the night pool is like a playground for adults. Because no kids would be there. At Jude's vague explanation, Cordelia frowned and began to think before she asked again with a curious face. Is it like a club then? There are places like that in clubs, and there are places like swimming pools in hotels that are only open at night. Having said that, Jude stared off into the distance for a while as if he was recalling something. Cordelia then asked in an unexpectedly fast tone, "Had you gone there in the past? Who did you go with? A woman? A girlfriend? Who did you go with?" Cordelia's face drew closer. So Jude's shoulders flinched in reflex, and he unconsciously said, as if he was making an excuse, that I've never gone there to play, I just happen to know about it. Really? Yes, really? Why would I pretend to have been there or lie about never going there, right? Cordelia narrowed her eyes, and Jude spontaneously gulped in nervousness before she soon smiled. She couldn't help it. What? Why are you smiling all of a sudden? Why? I just want to smile. Jude narrowed his eyes like Cordelia did before he slyly smiled. Cordelia somehow got annoyed and pinched the back of Jude's hand. It didn't hurt much, though. Moving on, we'll have to get prepared. Prepared? We have to buy swimwear. We didn't bring any swimwear, because it was winter now. No, even if it was summer, they wouldn't have brought swimwear. How could anyone even imagine that they would be swimming and playing with the princess in the future? Cash the check we got into easy money. We need to prepare for the other events, too. As Jude enumerated the other events one by one, Cordelia looked at the invitation again before raising her head. What about the preparations for the ball? There is that too, but we really have little time left before that day arrives. We have so much to prepare. Their plan to foil the plans of the Black Moon, which was the limbs of the Lord Protector in the royal capital, was not yet perfect. The political position of the Lord Protector had been somewhat weakened due to the attacks of the aristocrats, but the attack time itself was too short in the first place, and Black Moon and the Lord Protector wouldn't just collapse from a few of their corruption cases being revealed. They needed a stronger shot. Are we doing that for the third time? Yes, it will be the third and last notice of Phantom Thief Pink Bomb. The third target for their crime had been decided a long time ago, including what they had decided to steal. In addition to that, there are other things to prepare, right? Yes, I have to plan an escape route, and there are a lot more people to protect here than in Langeathé. At that time, only Lucas and Cordelia needed to be protected. But this time, the number of royalty they needed to protect far exceeded 10 people. Of course, if we're just going to prevent the destruction of the barrier, protecting Princess Daphne only will be enough. But that was really the worst-case scenario. We need to save as many royalty as possible. No, we need to make sure no one dies. It would be best to make sure that there were no victims. Cordelia would wish for that too. One way or another, it will be a big fight in the end, right? Cordelia said with gloomy face. Even if they succeeded in protecting all the royalty, it would be impossible to completely ensure that there would be no casualties. A bloody uprising. The Lord Protector's side would be fighting to the death, so damage was inevitable among those who guarded the royal capital, such as the patrol guards and guard knights, as they would be stopping the enemies. What we can only do is to minimize the casualties. Destroying the Black Moon was also just to reduce the damage. I feel a bit frustrated at times like this. I wish I could just tell them everything and make them understand. If they could inform the royal family in advance of the plan to annihilate them, they could detain or execute the Lord Protector. But that was impossible. People wouldn't believe what Jude and Cordelia would say. Who would believe that the Lord Protector, the hero who saved the country, was plotting to annihilate the royal family just because the two recalled the memories of their previous lives? Rather, they would imprison Jude and Cordelia or send them to a mental health facility. Jude nodded in agreement to Cordelia's words, and he placed his hand over her hand. Aren't we lucky, though? What? Because we're together in this. At Jude's words, Cordelia was puzzled as her eyes widened before she giggled and said, Hey, you two. Are you happy to have me? Are you relieved that I am here? Jude nodded his head at her cute look. Yes, me too. If I was alone, I would have to do all of these things by myself, so it would be much harder and lonely than now. I would have become Pink Bomb if I was alone. It's not too late for that, Mr. Black-Hearted Black Cloak. Yes, Miss White-Hearted Pink Bomb. I am satisfied with just being Black Cloak, your sidekick. Jude smirked like always before he stood up and said, Anyway, let's go. It's shopping time, shopping time. Shouldn't we spend the money we earned? Well, that's fine. We came to the royal capital, but we didn't have the time to properly tour the royal capital's weapon stores. I was thinking of getting a whip. As Cordelia grinned and answered, Jude had a bitter smile. What kind of girl would be thinking of a weapon store first when going shopping? Why, did I say something weird? No, princess. You said it very well. Let's hurry while we're at it. We're going now. Is there a problem? It's not even dinner time yet. Shall we go to a restaurant this time? We're in the royal capital, but we haven't eaten much from the restaurants here. Cordelia turned and looked out the window after hearing Jude's words. It was late in the afternoon, but there was still some time left before the sun sets. Let's go shopping, have dinner, go to a bridge or something, and see the night view. And eat parfait, if my princess wants it. As Jude laughed, Cordelia slightly nodded in agreement to the plan, but it was at that moment. Wait a minute. Go shopping, have dinner, and see the night view? Just the two of us. No, of course, we're almost stuck together every day. Even so, to do something like that, isn't that a bit different from what we've been doing together so far? As if we are going on a D-date. At the word that came to her mind, Cordelia raised her head and met eyes with Jude, who looked at her as he tilted his head. Cordelia? That yes. What's wrong with a date? I can do it. That's right, we're engaged. It's natural for us to D-date. It's not weird at all. Rather, it's strange that we haven't done that so far. Yes, that's right. I can at least go on a date. With Jude, that was it. Cordelia lightly bit her lips and looked up at Jude again. She could see his usual smirking face and green eyes staring at her. Anyway, you're really wily. Why are you falsely accusing me of something? HMPH. In any case, Cordelia felt strangely better, and she stood up at once and said, Okay, let's go now. My father will allow it if I tell him my sister will be watching us, because it would be really late if they were going to see the night view. The royal palace doors would be closed once the sun fell, so they would have no choice but to stay outside. Well, it's not a bad excuse, but would your father really want that Adelia and Gael watching us? Will he really want that? Wouldn't that cause some problems instead? You're thinking of something strange again. No, I just felt sorry for your father. What are you talking about? That's enough of your nonsense. You should dress up too. I'll go out once I am done dressing up. It was a bit sudden, but this was their first date. Cordelia spoke while thinking of something different, and Jude exaggeratedly greeted her as if he was in a play. I look forward to seeing you. Yes, my lord. With a bright smile, Cordelia turned around and hurriedly walked out. And after 30 minutes or so, a carriage carrying Jude and Cordelia, who had hurried as much as possible to leave the palace before sunset, passed over a large drawbridge. At the Salome dress shop, the so-called flower of Velden Street, which led the fashion industry in the royal capital. Madame Salome's niece, Marlene, had been working here for 3 years, and she looked at the couple in front of her with a happy face. How cute! Are they in their mid to late teens now? A young woman with bright red hair and a handsome and tall young man with black hair. The girl in a white dress with a pure impression was wearing a white hat with a wide brim, and she looked around the dress shop with feelings of curiosity, fear, a bit of envy, and some expectation, as if she was unfamiliar with everything. It's an expression I've seen a lot of times, especially from the ladies who came from far places. She seems like a young lady from a fairly good family, but she could tell by just looking at the white dress the girl was wearing. The design was modest, but it wasn't made of ordinary fabric. She had a ring on her fingers and a brooch on her chest. The designs of those weren't the latest ones, but she could clearly tell that those accessories were of considerable value. And above all, she's so pretty. It feels like I saw a doll who became a real person. How can her eyes, nose, and mouth look so delicate in that tiny face? And the young man next to her. He's probably a lover or fiancé, and he's a handsome man who looks like he came out of a painting. Unlike the girl, the man seemed to be quite familiar to the place as he acted naturally. Marlene was attracted to the young man's face, though she still behaved properly. I have to be careful. From the moment they entered the store, it only seemed to be a normal walk, but the veteran Marlene knew. The young man was always alert of the girl's movements wherever she went, like an ideal escort, an escort who paid attention to everything in order to protect the girl anytime and anywhere. There's that too. The young man did not take his eyes off the girl for a single moment. Even when he looked elsewhere for a moment, he always put the girl in a corner of his sight. He's interested. When someone came to a dress shop like this, it was usually the woman who was excited and would look closely while the man would take a step back and have a silent expression. If you asked the man if they liked it, he would just reply with one word. But this couple was a bit different, because the man was much more enthusiastic than the woman. This won't do. Anyway, it would be better if there were more variations. The young man, Jude, muttered before he looked back at Marlene and said, Just give us everything from here to here. From the left end to the right end. Around 10 dresses. At Jude's words, Cordelia was surprised and quickly pulled Jude's sleeve. Hey, are you crazy? You're seriously crazy. No, I am not. Why are you saying that? You're completely overspending. Squander out, I refuse. No, absolutely not. Cordelia firmly declared with message magic, and she looked around in a hurry and said, pointing to the dress displayed on the other side. That one, please give me that one. If I don't properly choose something, Jude might persist with his actions again. It looks a bit expensive, but I'll pick the prettiest one if I have to choose. But it was at that moment. Oh, as expected of Cordelia, you have a good eye. Jude and Marlene spoke in turn, and Cordelia was forced to blink her eyes. A good eye? Yes, that's the best item in our shop. Marlene brightly smiled and said, and Jude quietly whispered into Cordelia's ear instead of using message magic. That one is more expensive than the ones on this wall combined. What? Jude had whispered, but not Cordelia. She shouted loudly without realizing it, and she shook her arms afterwards, not caring if Marlene was surprised or not. See, cancel, completely cancel it. Super cancel it. Cordelia was so surprised that she spoke some strange words, and she stepped hard on Jude's foot because he was smirking at her, while Marlene bit her lips and barely held back her laughter. And another half an hour or so passed. After purchasing 2 dresses and 3 swimwear to wear for 2 days later, Jude and Cordelia went out of the dress shop with a lively face on one side and a completely exhausted face on the other. The world must have obviously gone crazy. Because the dress is too expensive? It's just stupid. Cordelia was from the Chase family, one of the 12 northern families, so she was accustomed to a noble spending habit since she spent 17 years of her life as a noble. But there was a limit to a noble's spending habit. It's a total waste. A complete luxury. Besides, I think you've lost your sense of money, Jude. Don't you know not to spend so much just because you suddenly have a lot of money? Cordelia spoke like she was giving a sermon, and she walked forward before continuing her words. It's really hard to stop once you begin to spend money lavishly. That's why ruined nobles spend their money lavishly even after they've gone bankrupt or been disgraced. It's not that they're stupid, it's just their human disposition in the first place. Where did you learn that? My school's economics teacher. At Cordelia's reply, Jude grinned as if he was saying, really? And Cordelia pinched Jude on the cheek. In any case, I hate that. And she stepped back. At the moment, she crossed the bridge and stepped into the long shadows made by the setting sun. Why don't you come out now? Cordelia suddenly spoke to behind her, and Jude also realized it at that moment. Who Cordelia had noticed. And who Jude himself knew too. It was outside the range of his detection field. Because it was located exactly 1 step away from the edge of the detection field Jude always unfolded, and that person was determined to hide their presence, so Jude had not noticed him earlier. But Cordelia sensed that person. Her senses, which were sharper than a wild beast, made it possible. Cordelia turned around, and Jude stood by her side and looked too. A man whose presence was like a ghost. Hey, your senses are good, huh? A man with a mischievous face and long and neat dark blue hair. I was just passing by, and I saw you too. I followed you too because I wanted to eat with you together. Did I interfere with you too or something? Rune Froud, the sword saint of light. Commonly known as First Sword. A man who was shameless enough to interrupt the date of a sweet couple. First Sword slyly smiled, and Jude and Cordelia, especially Jude, faced him with a sulking look. Chapter 175 Countdown 2. As the heavens knew, the earth knew, and Cordelia knew, Jude was the kind of person who was meticulous in his preparations. You could say that he always had a plan for everything. Naturally, there were many times when the situation changed during a battle, so he also had to do some improvisations, but such situations were unavoidable. Even in battles, he would take out a trump card he had prepared in advance and use it. And in order to do that, he had to predict all the possible situations and prepare accordingly. His date with Cordelia. He had already assumed that it would happen. When Jude had done some investigation regarding the royal capital, it was not only the Black Moon and Blue Moon that he paid attention to. What is the best dress shop? What is the most famous restaurant? What are the best places for sightseeing? Is there any place with a lot of attractions that we can go to any time? I know a nearby place where they serve some amazing steaks. Would you like to go there with me? First Sword slyly said, and Jude took a deep breath first, because he already knew where the best steakhouse that First Sword was referring to, the Shepherd's Place. It's a shop called the Shepherd's Place, and the chef there is amazing, just as Jude had thought. It's like fate that we met here like this, so let's go there, okay? It'll be my treat. A talk with First Sword, a meal with First Sword. If you were a promising swordsman in the center, no, in the Slen Kingdom, you would not refuse it. Rather, you would want to go with him even if you had to be the one to pay for the meal. But, still, ha FCK. Just like what Cordelia always said, him saying FCK was more of an exclamation than a curse. How else could he fully express his feelings? We should go, we must go, because we have to get close to First Sword. It will be easier for us on the day of the founding anniversary if we get close to him. But why did it have to be now? He had planned to get close to First Sword on another day. And that day was not today. Jude sighed again in his thoughts, and the person next to him lightly pulled his sleeve. Jude, we should go, right? He'll treat us to a meal. We have to get close to First Sword anyway. No, I am not saying that we should go because he's treating us to a meal. Anyway, we should just go with him. At the words that Cordelia conveyed with her gaze, Jude was silent for a while before he nodded his head. It can't be helped. Yes, let's eat with First Sword today. When Jude saw Cordelia's eyes that seemed to soothe him, he fixed his gaze on her face for a moment instead of looking back at First Sword. There was a feeling of regret in her blue eyes. Jude was satisfied with that. He faintly smiled before he turned to First Sword. Thank you for your offer. It's an honor to have a meal with First Sword Nim. Okay, I am grateful that you willingly accepted it. First Sword slyly said again, but they could tell from looking at his face. He's very excited. He's a really sly person. He was similar to Jude, but also different. In any case, Jude and Cordelia accepted his offer, and First Sword was delighted and approached the two. He then stretched out his hand to Cordelia. Lady Cordelia, may I have the honor of escorting you? At First Sword's shameless offer, Cordelia first turned to Jude before she smiled. She gracefully acted as someone who had lived as a count's daughter for 17 years. It's an honor that the Sword Saint of Light wants to escort me. But Cordelia glanced at Jude again, giving him a mischievous look before she turned to First Sword and apologized. My jealous fiancé is next to me. I hope you understand. Cordelia answered a bit cutely, and First Sword chuckled and immediately nodded. It can't be helped then. But Lady Cordelia, you shouldn't be indulgent with his excessive jealousy. That's not a good habit, you know? Thank you for your valuable advice. Cordelia beautifully responded again, and First Sword stepped back with a pleased smile. His expression seemed to say that he was fine now since he had managed to land a punch on Jude. Now then, let me lead you two there. First Sword turned around and strode forward. His strides were quite big, so she thought that they should quickly follow him. Jude, at Cordelia's gaze that seemed to be laughing, Jude narrowed his eyes and suddenly grabbed Cordelia's hand. Let's go, princess. His face was a bit different from his usual sly face, as he now had a face like that of a child whose innermost thoughts had been revealed. Cordelia tried to hold back her laughter and then nodded. Yes, my jealous fiancé. Please escort me, okay? She acted a bit cute and teasing at the end, and Jude walked forward instead of answering, so she finally laughed out loud. Jude's earlobes were burning red. I am starting to like First Sword all of a sudden. He's a nice uncle. Jude did not respond to Cordelia's monologue, nor did he say anything. No, he did react a little, because he slightly strengthened his grip on his hand that held hers. How cute! Cordelia giggled and adjusted her fingers in Jude's big hand before she looked in front and saw First Sword looking their way. The man who seemed to be somehow excited until now was standing there with a very annoyed look. Why? What's wrong with him? Cordelia stepped forward instead of asking him. The clean and cold night air of the royal capital seemed to be hot today. The shepherd's place was clearly a place that deserved its reputation for its food. The moment she took a bite, the steak seemed to melt in her mouth. Delicious. Cordelia's steak consumption speed slightly became faster, while Jude habitually analyzed the kind, part, and degree of roasting of the steak. And First Sword looked at the two before saying, "It's delicious, right? This steakhouse is the best one in the royal capital. It's a place I visit often when I am in the royal capital. Yes, it's really delicious. Thank you very much for introducing it to us." When the happy Cordelia cheerfully answered, a satisfied smile spread on First Sword's face. He had fun attacking Jude, but a girl's smile that was as beautiful as a flower was more enjoyable. Anyway, eat as much as you want. I can afford all of these. Cordelia slightly turned red at First Sword's suggestion, and she nodded her head. The serving size wasn't that big, but she wanted to eat at least one more plate of steak if it had tasted as delicious as this. And it's free too. Given the very luxurious atmosphere of the restaurant, it was clear to her that one plate of steak was ridiculously expensive. Maybe that's why it tastes better, because she was eating meat that was paid for by First Sword. Cordelia happily put a cut of steak in her mouth, while Jude focused a bit more after seeing Cordelia's appearance. He had to analyze the taste of the food in this store as much as possible. A near-perfect copy. Let's do this. It had been a long time since Jude gave his all in utilizing his talents for such a meaningless purpose. When they had finished eating to some extent, First Sword was the one to talk first. "It's a bit sudden to bring this up, but are you really a swordsman?" Jude replied with a calm face instead of being embarrassed to his question. "Yes, that's correct." "Ah, don't worry. I won't take away the prize given to you just because you're not a swordsman. But it's true, Jude's master is also a swordsman." Cordelia spoke from the side, and First Sword looked at her instead of Jude and said, "Well, you're right. Landius Nim is originally a swordsman." Originally? At First Sword's sullen remark, Cordelia smiled a bit. He was a real swordsman in the first episode. A powerful swordsman who wielded a huge sword energetically. But how did he end up like that now? Please don't let Jude become like that. It's good if he becomes strong, but if he becomes that huge, please. No, as Cordelia suddenly began to pray in her mind, First Sword looked back at Jude and asked, "So, how is Gal doing?" "He's fine. He's doing well." First Sword was in his early 30s while Gal was in his late 20s, so it was hard to say that they belonged to the same generation because they were about 6 years apart in age. But as the Jiren of the sword school, First Sword was already acquainted with Gal because they met at a previous banquet of swords. "I see that guy should really get married, though." It was rare for a count's eldest son to be not yet married despite being in his late 20s. Having just finished her prayer, Cordelia softly answered when First Sword spoke as if he was worried. "He'll be married soon. With my sister." "I see your sister. Wait, what? Gal is getting married? And with the golden yaksha, I mean with Adelia?" When First Sword asked in surprise, Cordelia smiled again and nodded. "Yes, with my sister. The golden yaksha, the Hell Witch." All of these referred to Adelia Chase, the 7th commander of the Royal Guard's Magic Corps, and that was why it made First Sword laugh. "That's really amazing. That gal lad would be marrying Lady Adelia. How did he win over her?" First Sword murmured low, and the other two stared at him with a slightly surprised face, because they did not expect First Sword and Gal's connection to be that close. "Well, congratulations anyway. Please tell them that my congratulations." "We will," Jude politely answered, and First Sword returned to his usual idle posture before he spoke again. "As I've said before, one of the main reasons I chose to stay was because of you two. I feel like I have to stay in the royal capital when I see you two. We also want to be close whenever we see First Sword Nim." Cordelia spoke in a charming manner, and First Sword smiled in satisfaction. "Yes, maybe it really is fate. To begin with, I really like the two of you. Aren't you talented geniuses? I am flattered. I am not that much." First Sword laughed at Jude's humble response, and he said as he buried his back in the chair, "Have you heard it from Cornwell? I had gone to the Empire and met some monsters." "Yes, we've heard about it. Maximilian de Avies and Leon Gadriel." Jude and Cordelia narrowed their eyes at the two names mentioned by First Sword, because they had already expected to hear those names. Even among the playable characters made up of geniuses, one was the owner of a monstrous talent who was the true protagonist of Legend of Heroes 2, and the other was a sword genius who could face such a monster. In my life, I had seen many people who were called geniuses, but it was my first time meeting someone like them. What surprised me in particular was their strength that didn't fit their age. First Sword himself was strong right now. But what about in 10 years? What about in 20 years? Even if we're the 10 great sword masters or sword saints, we're still human beings in the end. We have no choice but to get weaker as we get older. In the past, the Lord Protector boasted of an outstanding strength among the 10 great swordmasters, but the present him is not as good as he used to be. First Sword continued to ramble before he ended his words with a bitter smile. He looked at Jude again and said, "I don't know if Cornwell has already said this, but I'm quite excited about you. The kingdom should also have at least one monster, and not just the Empire." Jude nodded at First Sword's words. He responded with a serious face, as if he wanted to meet First Sword's expectations. "I will do my best." "Ah, darn it. If it weren't for Landius Nim, I would have taken and made you my disciple. Thank you very much for your kind consideration. You're really polite." First Sword chuckled again before he stood up instead of continuing their conversation. "Anyway, we've had a good meal, and I've said hello, so this unwanted guest will show himself out. I'd like to stick with you until you go home, but oh, what do you think? Thank you for your thoughts. Jude made a stiff smile, making First Sword laugh loudly. Yes, it's natural for you to decline it. Anyway, see you next time. Lady Cordelia, see you next time too. Thank you for the meal. I look forward to seeing you next time. Me too. First Sword greeted Cordelia back in a theatrical manner, and he turned around after greeting Jude for the last time. Jude then stared at the back of such a man. First Sword, the sword saint of light, a bright, energetic, mischievous, and cheerful man. As Jude continued to stare at First Sword, Cordelia asked in a low voice, "What is it? Is it because he may leave without paying? There's that too." Anyway, he was one of the most important characters in their quest. Ah, he paid it, Cordelia said while Jude nodded his head. It was only then that he looked back at Cordelia. Ha, I am happy. It was really delicious. Around 30 minutes after First Sword was gone. After drinking tea followed by dessert, Cordelia left the restaurant and patted her stomach with a very satisfied face. It definitely seemed to be a bit bigger than usual. What did you say? You wanna die? I didn't say anything. Anyway, it was delicious. Let's stop by that place again next time. Rejected. It's too expensive. Wastefully spending money is a sin. She had been surprised in seeing the price tag on the menu when they had ordered dessert. They had eaten it because First Sword had paid for it, but Cordelia had no intention of eating it if they had asked her to pay for it. You're a strange, frugal woman, you know that? It's not that I am strange, but it's you who is weird, Jude. You waste your money on luxurious stuff. I do buy items, but I don't crazily spend my money on clothes and food. So items are okay? Items are okay, because it increases my combat power, which is directly related to my life. At Cordelia's argument that was more reasonable than he expected, Jude nodded his head, prompting her to speak cheerfully. Moving on, I have decided. I'll be the one to manage our money later. Later? Yes, later. What later? I mean later. What do you mean by later? Cordelia blinked at Jude's question. She had to do that. Later. After everything was over. To be more specific, later is later, and later is somewhere in the future. Anyway, let's go see the night view. Yes, the night view. The night view. Yes, I am excited to see it. Cordelia spoke gibberish as her face turned red. Therefore, Jude snickered before he said, "Okay, but there's a place we have to stop by in the middle." Stop by? Yes, I did talk about the third crime of pink bomb, right? Yes. So you're sending a notice? That's right. After all, it would be hard to come out at night when we've entered the palace. Considering the rest of our schedule and so on, we'll have to send a notice today, rob them tomorrow, and meet Princess Daphne the day after tomorrow. How busy? Because that day is just around the corner. The time after the 300th founding anniversary ball was over. The time after it had reached its peak. Okay, so tomorrow is also the day we've decided to meet Scarlet. What's our goal this time? What are we going to steal? We're going to raid the headquarters of the Black Moon that's disguised as a shopping complex. Our target is the Black Moon's terror plan for the day of the founding anniversary. Was there something like that? Yes, it's this. Jude naturally responded as he took out some documents in his enchanted chest pocket and showed them to Cordelia, who looked at him with wide open eyes. Hey, Jude, the second son of Count Bayer. Is that thing you are holding the Black Moon's terror plan? Yes, Lady Cordelia, the second daughter of Count Chase. It's the terror plan that y'all be stealing from the headquarters of the Black Moon. I am going to steal it, but you're already holding it. Yes, the important thing is that we made everyone believe that we seized the terror plan of the Black Moon in their headquarters, and not the fact that a terror plan existed in the first place. It was the same trick they used in Langeathé. False evidence. But those documents contained real information that could put the Black Moon into deep trouble. Cordelia shifted her gaze to the documents in Jude's hand before she looked back at Jude again. Jude, yes, Cordelia, you're a really, really bad guy. Isn't that good? Aren't you attracted to bad guys? When Jude shamelessly retorted, Cordelia looked at him as if she heard something ridiculous, but she soon widely smiled. She grabbed Jude's arm and answered, I primarily like good guys. Primarily? Yes, primarily. Cordelia spoke quite haughtily and gestured with her chin, and Jude got up right away. Then let's go, milady. Yes, my lord. To be a righteous thief again today and tomorrow. To turn the Black Moon and the Lord Protector upside down again. The fantasy couple walked forward in a close manner. Chapter 176 Black Moon, 1 Black Moon. They were a huge guild that ruled the underworld of the royal capital. They did petty crimes like pickpocketing and up to serious ones such as prostitution, drugs, and murder. They were hyenas who did all kinds of dirty work in the royal capital as long as they were paid money. Therefore, the Lord Protector looked into the Black Moon and made them his hounds. Hound, hunting dog. Beings who were only allowed to exist because of their ability to catch prey. She must be stopped. Karma Bon, the guild master of the Black Moon, said once again. The pink card he was holding seemed to be out of place in his rough and shapely hands that were from his street fighting days. Bad kid, isn't it time for punishment? I'll visit you at 9 p.m. tomorrow, so be prepared for a scolding. I'll pick up the stuff you've hidden in the big safe, okay. Rogue Master Pink Bomb. The message was written in rounded and cute handwriting, and an elegantly written signature was underneath the message. It was like a child's prank, but he couldn't ignore it. There had already been 2 cases. 5 men and women stood in front of Karma Bon, who was twice as big as them. They were the pride of the Black Moon and the 5 Fingers who dominated the underworld of the royal capital. The fields they specialized in and the weapons they used were different, but their skills were definitely the best among the Black Moon. The main room was guarded by the 5 Fingers and Karma Bon, the guild master himself. In it was a huge vault that contained all the important documents of the Black Moon. Is it okay if we don't stay outside? When asked by Philia, the blind swordsman and one of the 5 Fingers, Karma Bon turned to her. She was a blonde beauty whose eyes were covered with a red cloth. She was unable to see since she was born blind, but she could see through her sense of hearing and touch that was much more than those whose eyes were fine. Her hearing and touch had developed far beyond a normal person. She was the index finger, the second of the 5 Fingers, but she was the first in the Black Moon in terms of combat. In other words, she was in a position that could ask any question to their guild master. I'll leave it to the men outside and the royal capital's guards. Anyway, Pink No, the rogue master's goal is the treasure in this vault, so she'll have no choice but to show up here eventually. So it was the perfect way to protect the vault while not needing to distribute their forces. They were fully prepared to stop whoever would come. If that is what Master wants, I will obey. Philia responded with an elegant voice, and Karma Bon looked at the other members of the 5 Fingers. What about you guys? I understand. I will obey Master's will. Yes, I'll crush her. Satisfied with the answers of the other 5 Fingers, Karma Bon laid his eyes on Pon, the last man who spoke, and a giant young man who reminded Karma of his younger self. A born fighter who was into wild and raw fighting. He looked like he was 30. But he was actually only 20 years old and the weakest among the people in the room. But the situation would change in the next 10 no, in just 5 years. He'd probably be the strongest by that time. In chess, he was like a pawn, the weakest piece, but would eventually become a queen, the strongest piece. Yes, this is just a passing event. A minor troubling incident before the big event in half a month. But I can't let my guard down. In back alley fights, a moment of carelessness could immediately lead to your death. In any case, losing to the rogue master might endanger his status as the Lord Protector's hunting dog. No, before that, my position of dominating the royal capital's underworld might be compromised. The underworld was a place with a lot of strong people who were waiting for him to show a gap. Rogue Master. A daredevil whose shamelessness was unrivaled for using a truly unscrupulous name. But her skills were real, and Karma also admitted that, so he was even more determined. Come, I'll stop whatever you have prepared. No, I'll capture you, take away your entire freedom, and make you an ace prostitute. Karma had a somewhat fishy smile like those gangsters in back alleys before he suddenly raised his head. Because he heard a loud noise from outside, the building, despite the fact that the room where the vault was in didn't have a single window. Rogue Master. As he thought of his plans again, he clenched his fist with the notice card. On the other hand, the 5 Fingers maintained their positions and remained vigilant. And at the same time, there was a woman running wildly and flashily as she jumped on the roofs of the red light district where all kinds of shady shops in the royal capital had gathered. Lulupi, Lulu Pang, Lulu Yap. She threw pink dynamite in all directions, shouting a spell that made her cringe before she jumped high on the roof again. It's Pink Bomb. Catch her, get her, encircle her. It wasn't just the members of the Black Moon. The royal capital's guards, whose pride had already been sullied twice by Pink Bomb, also joined in the chase as they formed a circular formation. Ha! Is that all you can do? To catch this Pink Bomb. The rabbit-eared woman, Rogue Master Pink Bomb, sneered as she ran on the roofs while her rabbit tail wiggled. Continue to corner her. It will be our win if we corner her. Yoo-hoo. Almost 100 people ran and shouted together, and their spirited shout was quite loud. And that was why Jude smiled. Bingo! The woman running on the roof laughed, but she was different from before. She was a bit taller, her waist was slightly bigger, and her beauty couldn't be compared to the original one. The Pink Bomb in front of them was a fake. Hey, what was that? Those words. You should say it in a cuter, prettier, and more adorable manner, okay? Like how Cordelia did. At Jude's request, the fake Pink Bomb, Scarlet, sprinted on the roof and burst with anger. The heck is that nonsense? I already feel like I am about to die from embarrassment, okay? What? Didn't your voice sounded a little joyful earlier? Weren't you enjoying this? I don't enjoy this. You crazy beastard. You're not being honest. Ugh, you're so annoying. Scarlet disliked it, but Jude's words was true to some extent. Because her voice had indeed sounded happy despite saying that she didn't want to do it and that she'd die from embarrassment. It's her first time wearing that. Wouldn't she feel good wearing something different? It was the reason why people wear animal ears headbands when they went to amusement parks. Okay, I completely understand you. I understand. What do you mean by you understand me? Compared to Cordelia, your waist is bigger, your chest is smaller, and your beauty is lacking, but you are doing your best. Moreover, you're wearing a mask, so whatever beauty you have is hidden. Hey, what did you just say? What the hell? Disconnecting the audio, so quickly shout Pink Bomb. Complete your mission? Ugh, FC King Beastard. Scarlet cursed like Cordelia before doing a backflip in the air and shouting in exasperation. I am Pink Bomb. Her cry rang out in the night air like the roar of a lion, and Scarlet's face turned completely red. Seriously, really, hey, why the hell is it Pink Bomb? Why? You should have named her Pink Boom or Pink Bomber. No, why is it pink in the first place? There's red, blue, green, and so on. Anyway, there's a lot of colors that are less embarrassing. Hiding in the shadow of a large chimney, Jude calmly responded to Scarlet's protest, because Cordelia will be embarrassed if it's Pink Bomb. What? An embarrassed Cordelia is the cutest in the world. Scarlet tripped and almost fell off the roof when Jude replied. Having barely escaped her fall by spreading her wings of speed, Scarlet sent a message magic as she touched her arm that developed goosebumps. Hey, did I hear it wrong? You named her Pink Bomb because you wanted to see Cordelia being embarrassed. Because it was cute. She is cute, right? Of course she's cute, no. Damn it, that's not what I meant. Scarlet threw everywhere as many pink dynamite as she could, and she thought as it all flashily exploded. This brat, what will happen if I don't do something about this quickly? Cordelia is in danger. This guy is really dangerous. Wait a minute, that's not what I should be angry about in the first place. The only reason why the respectable Rogue Master's name became Pink Bomb was because the embarrassed Cordelia is cute. As a descendant of the Rogue Master, something like that was absolutely unforgivable. I will expose everything to Pink Bomb later. Ha, are you trying to spread a false rumor? Do you have any evidence? Ugh, so annoying. Why does Pink Bomb like this beastard anyway? That's nice to hear, but you should concentrate again. Because you might make a mistake. The Black Moon and the Royal Capital's guards are really serious now. I know. Rather than that, is Pink Bomb doing well as planned? Yes, I am sure she's doing great. What? How can you be so sure? Do you have any means to check? There's only you here, you know. She could count the number of her conversations with Black Cloak in one hand, but she had already fully understood his personality. He was the kind of person who was calculative, thorough, and liked to plan ahead. He's also a pervert. Scarlet added that last line based on her personal feelings, and she moved her body in the air as she evaded the arrows raining everywhere, sprinting with her body, lowered to the point that she was almost crawling on the floor. But is there a way for you to check? No, unless Cordelia contacts me first, but I don't really need that. Why? Because I know that Cordelia will do well. This crazy you're seriously blinded by love, okay? What happened to that calculative guy? But Jude shook his head at Scarlett's remarks. It was true that he was blindly in love with Cordelia, but that was not the reason why he thought that it was unnecessary. Because she's Cordelia. She was the best genius among the countless people Jude had met in his past and present lives. My beast can do it. Did you just call her a beast? Because she's a real beast. She's also proud and beautiful like that of a wild beast. At Jude's words, Scarlett shuddered again as she kicked the roof. Beast, wild beast, or whatever. Hurry, Pink Bomb, come and do something about him. After her silent scream, Scarlett ran on the roof again. She focused her eyes on the countless people chasing after her. At a time when Scarlett was struggling from embarrassment and cringe. The real Pink Bomb, Cordelia, had already infiltrated the building. The huge commercial building was different from the old mansion that she had stolen from in the past. But in the end, it was still a building, and the fact that it was made up of walls, ceilings, and floors remained unchanged. Good, it's really loud out there. For a moment, Cordelia listened to the sound outside the building before her face flushed red. Because she heard Scarlett cried out Pink Bomb, I am Pink Bomb. She faintly heard Scarlett's shout that was like a scream. And despite being far away from it, Cordelia's soft cheeks burned red. Cordelia briefly covered her face with her hands because of her embarrassment, but she eventually calmed herself down by deeply breathing. It can't be helped. That's right. It's the name of the main character of Velkian's favorite novel, so it can't be helped. We have to use the Pink Bomb name in order to lure Velkian. It's a valid reason, so it's okay. It's not some shameful play. But what kind of novel did Velkian read where the main character's name is Pink Bomb? He didn't seem to be strange, so was his hobbies weird. Her continuous thoughts seemed to be effective. Because Cordelia's face returned to its usual color, so she quickly began her mission. Just as Jude told me. Jude had obtained the blueprints of the building from the Blue Moon in advance. If you look at the layout, you can roughly tell how their forces will be deployed. Because there are rules for efficiently placing your troops. Jude had said that, and he produced a hypothetical layout of their forces based on the number and composition of the Black Moon's members. And like always, his guess was highly accurate. As expected of my Jude, I can really count on him. Knowing the layout would let you roughly know how their forces would be deployed. I can roughly understand their strategy too. Their best defense was focusing their elite forces in the room with the vault. Then I should play along with them. Smiling a bit like Jude, Cordelia took a deep breath before she transformed into a witch. As her mana explosively increased, she created numerous illusions. Shadow clones. Numerous shadow clones that would cause chaos inside the building. Cordelia lightly clapped, and as many as a dozen Cordelias scattered in all directions to cause confusion. And what I should be doing is Cordelia looked at her own waist, and smiled as she gazed at the dynamites neatly attached to her large belt. Chapter 177, Black Moon, 2, Roosevelt said in his speech in 1941. He proposed that there are 4 fundamental freedoms that people everywhere in the world ought to enjoy. These are the freedom of speech, the freedom of worship, the freedom from want, and the freedom from fear. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building was shaken by a series of explosions, and all the windows broke and shattered. Boss, Pan shouted with a frightened look that was unbefitting of his large build, but Karma Ban was not shaken. Rather, he even had a confident smile on his face. Don't panic, Pan. This is the Rogue Master's trap. Trap? Yes, she's trying to disperse us by creating a commotion. But Pan, don't forget. The Rogue Master's goal is the treasures of this vault. So no matter what the FCK she does outside, that BTCH is bound to come to this room in the end. So just wait. Be patient. We'll eventually capture the Rogue Master once she appears here. Oh, I see. When Pan nodded his head in admiration, Karma Ban smiled, and the other 5 fingers, except for Philia, also smiled and laughed at Pink Bomb. Come. Just taking away your 4 freedoms aren't enough. Karma Ban spoke in a low voice and creepily laughed, and 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The explosions had already stopped. The loud noise from outside the building had also stopped, but Pink Bomb had yet to appear in the room with the vault. What's going on? Why? Why isn't she coming? Is she trying to catch us off guard? Will she do a surprise attack the moment we think that it's over? Indeed, she is indeed the rogue master. Her name may be ridiculous, but her skills are the real deal. Don't be shaken. This is the rogue master's trap too. It's a trick to catch us off guard by making us think it's over. Pan was impressed again at Karma Bon's words, while the other 5 fingers remained silent. They felt like they should stop, but Karma Bon wasn't wrong either. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, when 30 minutes had finally passed. Boss, master, the quiet Phileas spoke after Pan, and the other 5 fingers looked at Karma Bon in doubt. What happened? Why is Pink Bomb not showing herself here? What's going on? Did she give up? Because we didn't move no matter how long she waited. Because she didn't dare to infiltrate this room with the vault. Is that truly the reason? So she knows her place. Karma Bon unconsciously snickered before he shared his thoughts to the 5 fingers, and most of them nodded their heads. But don't let your guard down until the end. We're not leaving this room until the sun rises. Do you all understand? Yes, boss, I understand. Philia answered after Pan, and the other 5 fingers also accepted his words by nodding their heads or answering. Rogue Master, it will be my victory this time. With a satisfied face, Karma Bon looked at the notice card that he had crumpled before he smiled. And at the same time, in a completely different place, Scarlet stood under the light of the twin moons, Selene and Helene, and asked with wide open eyes. What? How the hell did you steal that? You fufu. I did it through that. It's a rogue master's trade secret, okay? Cordelia cheekily but cutely answered, and she handed over the documents she had stolen to its real creator, Jude, who pretended to skim the documents before nodding with a pleased expression. Don't ask too much, Scarlet. We'll be competing for the rogue master's position next time, right? So we can't tell you our secrets. He's right, because you're a strong opponent. We can't let our guard down, okay? Cordelia cutely spoke as she tilted her head and stared at Scarlet, who pouted her lips. Tusk. Okay, I understand. But contrary to her words, Scarlet continued to say tusk as if complaining. She was sulking and tapping the ground with her toes. Oh my, how cute. She was taller and older than Cordelia, but she still looked cute. Cordelia smiled like a mother as she watched Scarlet, and then used message magic to Jude. As you said, they locked themselves in the room and didn't come out at all. That's good. I am glad that Karma Bon is a really patient person. If you knew your enemy, you could win every battle. Analyzing your opponent before a fight was one of the basics. Karma Bon's personality. The paths he took to make the Black Moon the best thief guild in the royal capital. Jude's data was sufficient, and analysis was his specialty, so his profiling of Karma was correct as always. Because our goal is to make it look like Pink Bomb stole something. There was no need for her to attack the room with the vault or fight against Karma Bon and the 5 fingers. The Black Moon would naturally say that their vault was safe as proof that they were not beaten, but that wouldn't do anything. What mattered were the facts that Pink Bomb attacked the Black Moon's headquarters and the evidence that Black Moon was plotting acts of terror. It's incomplete, though. The Lucas and Kajsa roots did not completely show how the royal family was annihilated, but that did not mean there was no information. Lucas and Kajsa did not follow the exact same route, but if someone combined the perspectives of the two in their different routes, they would be able to get a lot more information than they would expect. There's also the cinematic movies. Even if it was impossible to get a full picture of the event, it was easy to identify the main goal of the Black Moon and the overall flow of the event. And what can be deduced from it? The Black Moon's hideouts. The various weapons the Black Moon were hiding. As Jude had thought several times, that wasn't everything. It was only a small part, but it's useful information. The situation was similar to the time when they caught the demon followers in Langesthay. It was easy to attack once you knew their hideout. And they were criminals too. If the place where they hid their illegal items were found, they would be forced to give up their hideout, and it wouldn't be easy for them to suddenly set up more than 10 new hideouts even if they were the Black Moon, because there would be people who would interfere. Jude wasn't referring to the royal family or the royal capital's guards. He was referring to the rest of the underworld that was centered on Blue Moon. The Blue Moon were Pink Bomb's passionate helpers who wished for the fall of the Black Moon. Even if she is revered as the rogue master, a thief is still a thief. So even if Pink Bomb shouted that she would protect the royal capital with her own hands, no one would believe her. Thus, Jude prepared a different slogan instead. The downfall of the Black Moon. The underworld of the royal capital will be led by the wolves and not the hounds. The era of the Blue Moon is coming. It was impossible to make the Blue Moon and the other thieves to defend the royal capital, but it was possible for them to attack and destroy the Black Moon. Anyway, I did well. I kept my promise. Jude and Cordelia simultaneously nodded at Scarlett's words. Yes, you did a good job. And as promised, let's compete for the Rogue Master position next time. No matter who wins, Yao'll accept it without any complaints. Are you fine with this condition? Yes. Cordelia, Jude, and Scarlett spoke in turn. Scarlett acted haughtily again as she cleared her throat and removed the rabbit ears and tail, which were the symbols of pink bomb. She then said as she turned her hair back into red, "I'll wait for the day of our match, so don't make me wait for too long like last time. Yes, I'll contact you soon." Cordelia waved her hand as if she was saying goodbye to a friend, and Scarlett faced her and reluctantly waved her hands too before she jumped and disappeared from the roof. And so, only the two were left. Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances, and they bumped fists just like how they did a long time ago. "Shall we go back then, milady?" "Yes, my lord." Both of them had worked hard today. Right after they bowed to each other, Jude turned around while Cordelia jumped and climbed on Jude's back. Merge in the rooftop. Judelia. Cordelia was in high spirits because of their successful mission, and she playfully shouted while Jude fixed her position in his back before saying, "Hey, be honest with me. What is it? You really like the name Pink Bomb, right? It's something that fits your taste, right?" "No, it's not. I don't like it, okay?" "Mr. Black-Hearted Black Cloak is completely mistaken, okay?" "Well, if you insist." "Hey, I really don't like it, okay?" Yes, if you say so. No, you're really annoying." Kuchiku, is my princess angry? Just die, go die or something." Cordelia began to strangle Jude, who ran across the roof, like a gale despite being choked by her. And early in the morning of that day, information about the Black Moon's terror plan and their hideouts in various places became known throughout the entire royal capital. It was hard to decorate things, but it was much easier to mess it up. It was unlikely for the royal family to take the terror plan seriously and destroy the Black Moon, but they would still move, because the founding anniversary was just around the corner. It was a time when they had to pay attention to information that they would normally ignore. And that was it. Even if only a part of the Black Moon was hit, it would become easier for the rest of the underworld, especially the Blue Moon, to attack the Black Moon. As for their terror plan, a secret loses its value when it is revealed. Secrets were valuable because they were a secret. Once their terror plan was known, the Lord Protector and the Black Moon would need to revise it, but they didn't have much time left. Creating a new and hastily made plan would likely lead to a poorly made one. That would cut off the limbs of the Lord Protector. They would limit his moves and prevent him from doing what he originally planned. And they would block the Lord Protector with First Sword. Strong people like my father-in-law, Gal, and Adelia would also have their own roles to play, all to prevent the tragic genocide of the royal family. And there's one more thing that I need to do. Revealing in advance that the Lord Protector betrayed the royal family would not work. Because the Lord Protector was the hero of the country, it would be Jude who'd be suspected if he tried to say anything like that. So he shouldn't be too greedy. He should just build a closer relationship with the royal family so that they would listen to him better on that day and not be stubborn. Yes, so this is a must. It was not his personal desire, but a public necessity. Furthermore, it was like a sacred and historical mission to save the world. Does it suit me? Cordelia shyly asked as she wore a white one-piece swimsuit with cute frills, and Jude nodded as he wore tight-fitting black trunks while showing off his statue-like figure. "It looks perfectly good on you." HMPH. Cordelia snorted for no reason before she took a quick peek at Jude and smiled a bit as she blushed. Because Jude's muscles were amazing every time she saw it. Those are some fine muscles. She had mentioned about those muscles several times to Scarlett. "I want to touch it." Jude's fair-skinned, firm, and flexible muscles. Is it as firm as a rock? But wouldn't it be soft since it's a human's body? Cordelia was lost in her thoughts for a moment, but she eventually shook her head and dismissed her thoughts. What mattered now wasn't Jude's muscles. It was the evening after their attack on the Black Moon's headquarters. Despite the night air being cold since it was still winter, the two were wearing swimsuits. They then held each other's hand before they walked together. They had to become close to the royal family, who would be waiting for them in the night pool not far away from their location. Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, and Princess Darian too. Jude recalled the faces of the three and added one more objective. If possible, we need to catch the summer fairies too. It was a place where they had no information about any fairies appearing except for Princess Daphne's story. But he somehow felt like they would be able to meet the fairies. Jude would naturally think that since tonight's Cordelia completely looked perfect, perhaps those fairies that didn't appear much would finally appear. Jude glanced at the large white ribbon on Cordelia's hair before he looked away again. Under the sea of stars that seemed to fall down from the sky any minute, Princess Daphne immersed herself in the hot and steamy night pool as she waited for the two. Chapter 178 Summer Festival 1. Royal Night Pool. It was called like that, but as Jude climbed the stairs, he was certain of it. It's an outdoor hot spring. In short, it was just a bathhouse. My heart is pounding. His heart was pounding in excitement, not because he was wearing a swimsuit or that he was going to the bathhouse with Cordelia. Of course, that is a bit true. No, perhaps it was largely the reason why his heart was pounding fast. Anyway, there was a real reason why his heart had begun pounding. An unknown place. An outdoor hot spring in the royal palace. He had never heard of it or ever been there. If this was a game and not reality, it wouldn't be strange for the notice window of the first discovery achievement to pop out in front of him. I've changed a lot too. In the past, he would become nervous when he came to an unknown place. He was always alert for any possible danger lurking in the unknown. But it was completely different now since he was excited to visit an unknown place. Jude. We're here. I am so nervous. Are you okay? At the moment when Jude was lost in his thoughts, Cordelia spoke to him via message magic. Because of that, Jude came to his senses and looked straight ahead after taking his eyes off the white and large ribbon on Cordelia's head. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. Thank you for coming. A court attendant dressed as a butler stood at the entrance and bowed, greeting the two. Jude and Cordelia also briefly greeted the butler before they were guided in. As they walked, it became clear to them that this place was used as a bathhouse like what Jude had thought earlier. Unnai, Opa. After passing through the wooden screens, a well-decorated outdoor hot spring was revealed, and one of the people who were soaking inside the hot spring stood up and shouted. She was Princess Darian, who was wearing a green swimsuit. Princess Darian. Cordelia smiled softly before she bowed in greeting. She was much more delighted than usual perhaps, because she saw a familiar face while she was feeling nervous. Both of you should come in quickly. Princess Darian innocently told them, but unfortunately, they couldn't immediately obey her words, because she wasn't the only one in the hot spring. Jude Bayer from the Bayer family and Cordelia Chase from the Chase family greets Her Royal Highness, Crown Princess Daphne, and His Royal Highness, Prince Dion. Jude spoke as their representative, and Cordelia courteously bowed to them again. And Princess Daphne, who was wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, nodded her head at his greeting. It's good to see you again. This is my younger brother and the pride of the royal family, Prince Dion. I am Dion. Following the introduction of Princess Daphne, Prince Dion greeted them. His body was immersed in the hazy hot spring water so they couldn't see it completely, but it seemed that he had a rather sturdy build despite being a wizard. He also has a handsome face. His face had a charm like his older sister, Princess Daphne. Added to that was his bright golden blonde hair and his slightly sexy look, brought about from being soaked in the hot spring. I don't like him. Jude unconsciously thought that when he saw Cordelia staring at Prince Dion. He then turned his gaze to Princess Daphne again. She said as she lightly gestured to Jude and Cordelia, facing them with eyes full of wisdom that one would not find in a 20-year-old. The night air is cold. Come on in. We are most grateful. Jude and Cordelia courteously said again before they carefully soaked their feet into the hot spring water. It was hotter than they thought, but the night air was cold just like what Princess Daphne said, so their cold feet had suddenly felt warm. It's warm, isn't it? When Princess Darian brightly smiled and asked, Cordelia responded with a smile as she sat down with the water up to her shoulders. Yes, Your Highness. It feels very warm and nice. The bottom wasn't that deep for a child like Princess Darian, so the princess was able to fully immerse her body when she adjusted her sitting angle. We would like to thank you again for inviting us. Jude politely thanked her again, prompting Princess Daphne shook her hand. You don't have to be so formal. I invited you two here because I wanted us to be closer. The two were certainly treated differently since they were soaking in hot spring water together with royalty, though they were all wearing swimsuits. The fairies seemed to be more of an excuse. It seemed to Jude that the fairies were literally an excuse, and that her real purpose was to get closer to them, as she had said. This is indeed welcoming, but why is Princess Daphne showing an interest in me and Cordelia more than I had expected? Is this because of Princess Darian, or does Princess Daphne have a different reason? Nonetheless, an opportunity is still an opportunity. It was a really good thing if the person they wanted to get close to in the first place had wanted to be close to them too. They had no reason to refuse it. I've realized yet again that you're really cute, no, you're lovely. Don't you think so, Dion? Princess Daphne said as she looked at Cordelia, and Prince Dion nodded his head. Yes, dear sister. She's more than the rumors. See? What I said was true, right? The lively voice of Princess Darian followed the calm voice of Prince Dion. She was more excited than usual because she was with her favorite older sisters and brothers. Thank you. Princess Daphne smiled again when Cordelia looked up with a red face. You're cute too. You must have been told that you were pretty since you were born, but it's also very lovely that you get embarrassed every time you get told that. Ahai's Cordelia's red face turned even redder, and the three royal family members looked at her warmly. Cordelia is cute, but she's also lovely. Jude strongly agreed and happily smiled. On the other hand, Cordelia somehow felt that she was by herself, so immersed herself a bit deeper in the water. Now then, it's nice to talk about this and that, but I want to start right away. We gathered here for a purpose, after all. There was a reason why they all gathered in the evening at a place that was usually used as a bathhouse. Dion Appa wants to see a fairy too. That's why he came here. As Princess Darian spoke with a wide smile, Prince Dion asked in a calm voice, Is there any special ritual that we need to do? Or a procedure? He definitely still had a dignified posture, but his gaze seemed to be more intense than before. Therefore, Jude straightforwardly spoke instead of beating around the bush. It's simple, but we need to do one ritual. Oh, what kind of ritual is it? I am curious too. Me too. When all the royal family members expressed their interest, Jude's face turned proud as he spoke. First of all, it should be at night. It should also be a moonlit night when Selene and Helene are brightly shining. And we need a beautiful woman, not just an ordinary beauty, but one with an extraordinary beauty. A woman so beautiful that the word incomparable had to be used to describe her. Everyone turned to Cordelia at Jude's explanation, and they all nodded at the same time. Indeed, it's already been prepared. It's undeniable. Cordelia's face grew redder at the words that followed, and her neck was even red now. The pure, beautiful, and lovely girl soaking in the hot spring water blushed and hunched her shoulders. And we need a song. A beautiful girl's song. At Jude's explanation, Prince Dion nodded immediately, because he was convinced of it. Songs can be found in countless rituals and ceremonies across countries and cultures. Moreover, fairies are a race known for their love of dancing and singing. It is indeed plausible. I see. Princess Daphne nodded her head in agreement to Prince Dion's explanation, and she said as she looked at Cordelia again, Will Cordelia sing a song here then? Yes, if there are really fairies around here, they'll come out in response to Cordelia's beauty and song. There had already been a few precedents. When Jude spoke confidently, expectation and excitement rose on the faces of the royal family members, thought there were some slight differences. I can't wait to hear it. Me too. And they naturally urged her to do so. Jude pulled Cordelia's hand in the water, and the startled Cordelia lightly bit her lips and looked back at him. Hey, you evil beastard, stop making things bigger. Don't explain it like that. Why? It's all true though. No. Even if it is true. But you knew this would happen, right? That's why you practiced. In fact, she was already familiar with what to do. Her only problem was that it was more embarrassing than she had thought. Cordelia glanced at Princess Daphne again, who greeted her gaze with a beautiful smile. Go ahead. I know you don't want to because you're embarrassed, but I still want to hear it. No, your embarrassed look is also why I want to hear it. Unnai, I want to hear it too. Dion Appa feels the same too, right? Yes, I'd love to hear it too. After Princess Darian and Prince Dion spoke, Cordelia felt that she was truly cornered. Add to that was the message magic that followed. Anzai-sensei said this. Giving up is easy, so just give up. It was a message from Jude. Cordelia wanted to shout, "Who is Anzai-sensei?" And she also wanted to shout, "Even you, Jude?" But she managed to calm herself down. Because she knew this would happen, just like what Jude said. It was something that she would have to do eventually. Yes, let's just give up. Though she was not sure on what she was giving up on. Cordelia stood up after letting out a long breath. A beautiful girl with long, wet hair stood under the fantasy moonlight. She was like a painting, and the royal family members were in awe at her appearance. As expected of Cordelia. Jude also gazed at Cordelia in happiness, and Cordelia took some deep breaths again. And just before she finally opened her lips. Wait. Cordelia stopped moving for a moment and pressed her lips together. Because an important fact came to her mind. Do I have to sing that here? That song, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, it was neither a beautiful and sad song, nor was it a divine song that lightened the heart when one heard it. That Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? In her panic, Cordelia shifted her eyes and looked around. Jude and the royal family members were looking at her with expectant faces. And even though they were not looking at her, the royal court attendants and maids were perking up their ears while looking at another direction. This is too much. Anyway, this is too much. I have to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star here in this situation. Of course, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star isn't a bad song. It's a very good song. But still, Cordelia, is something wrong? I don't know, I hate you. I really hate you, Cordelia. What's suddenly wrong with you? Jude was confused after Cordelia let out all her resentment at once, and she took a deep breath again. I have to sing anyway. I can't make Princess Daphne wait any longer. Yes, let's just give up. I don't know who Anzai-sensei is, but I'll do it just like what he said. Cordelia let her shoulders down as she closed her eyes to reduce her embarrassment, and then opened her lips as she began to sing. Twinkle, twinkle, little star shining beautifully in the eastern sky and the western sky, twinkle. Twinkle, little star shining beautifully. It was a mysterious combination of a slightly nervous voice, a red face, cute lyrics, and an adorableness that made anyone want to keep teasing her. Princess Daphne bit her lips to suppress her laughter, Prince Dion turned his head and laughed, and Princess Darian just brightly smiled. Jude tore up a scroll, recording complete. He was glad that he could take a great video. And it was the moment when everyone except for Cordelia was happy in their own way. Wow, she's really pretty. So pretty. I want to pinch her cheek. Lines that she was familiar with, and the small, high-pitched voices that followed. I think her cheeks are soft. Hey, want you hang out with us? Cute little fairies glided on the water surface. Even the refined Princess Daphne widely opened her eyes at that moment, while Princess Darian was in awe. Yuwa. Real fairies. Fairies that were the size of a palm and in the form of little girls with wings. Prince Dion stood up in his surprise, and the royal court attendants and maids openly looked their way, unlike what they had done before. And Jude clenched his fist. Bingo, as expected, summer fairy. The evidence was their Latino-look curly hair and soft brown skin that looked like sunburn. Cordelia opened her eyes when she heard the fairies, and she sighed in relief and sat down as if she had collapsed. Because her tension had been relieved. Look, there are a lot of pretty kids. So many beautiful people. As each of the fairies giggled, Prince Dion asked with a serious face, "Is it a song? A song about stars is a prerequisite for calling fairies. Is that why you haven't appeared to my sister until now?" In fact, this outdoor hot spring was a place where Princess Daphne frequented at least 10 times a month. But a fairy had never appeared in the last decade or so. Is it because it's not a song? I see that as highly likely. If it's humming, I am sure my sister would have hummed at least once in a while. It seemed to be a researcher's peculiar monologue rather than a question for someone, but everyone had heard it because they were all gathered closely. Prince Dion's hypothesis. That fairies only appear when someone sings a song about stars. It was his rationale on why Princess Daphne had not been able to call the fairies. Princess Daphne and Princess Darian nodded their heads at his fairly convincing words, and the royal court attendants and maids were also in agreement. But it was at that moment, what did you say? We only show up when there's a pretty girl, though. The song doesn't really matter, okay? We don't show up just because we're called or something, okay? I just came out because she's so pretty, okay? It's not because of the song that we haven't come out until now, okay? The fairy's blunt remarks, and what could be inferred from it. The light in Prince Dion's eyes dimmed while Princess Darian awkwardly smiled. As for the royal court attendants and maids who had been watching earlier, they quickly averted their gazes. And in the midst of all this, the one whose only sin was being born very pretty Cordelia found herself in a very awkward position and felt like crying, so she groped her hands in the water. She was trying to find Jude's hand. You are. What should I do? What should I do, Jude? What if we get executed? Before responding to the message magic that she unconsciously sent, Jude tightly gripped Cordelia's hand. And he looked at the front while whispering via message magic too. It's fine. Princess Daphne is a magnanimous person. What the heck are you saying? Whoa, calm down. We didn't do anything wrong, right? They were just invited and did what was ordered of them. It was the fairies who caused trouble and not Cordelia. Is that so? Yes. Look, even the princess is just smiling. Isn't that a completely stiff smile? A smile that could be described as stiffness itself. But as Jude said, Princess Daphne was a magnanimous person, no? She was a tolerant and understanding person. Everyone has their own preference. I fully understand that. At her declaration that seemed to be a bit sloppy but indicated that she was fine with it, the royal court attendants and maids breathed a sigh of relief, and Cordelia also loosened her shoulders. And Jude didn't miss that gap. He changed the topic very naturally like always. Summer fairies, these people are human royalty. So if it's possible, can we meet your queen? Our queen? Yes, your queen. At Jude's words, the summer fairies blinked their eyes, and the royal family members also became interested in the new development. They had been interested in seeing the fairies, but it seemed that they might even be able to go a step further and meet the fairy queen. Should we? Well, she's so pretty. The queen will also like them. Their flow of conversation was familiar. Thus, Jude decided to scale it up. If you take us to your queen, we'll give you something good. Something good? Yes, very good stuff. Very good stuff that had already been clinically tested on the fall fairies. Jude said with a very friendly smile, and the fairies pondered and looked at each other before nodding. Okay, we will. Come with us. Let's all play this night. The fairies exclaimed with innocent faces, and Jude smiled in satisfaction. But in the eyes of Cordelia that was a bit covered with bean pods, it was the wicked and reliable smile of her scammer. Chapter 179 Summer Festival 2. Are we really going to Fairyland? Yes, Your Highness, we're going to Fairyland. Cordelia beautifully answered Princess Darian's question, while Princess Daphne happily looked at the two before she shifted her gaze. You have a lot of stuff. The royal family didn't pack anything since they had come to the hot spring in order to relax in the first place. But Jude and Cordelia were different, because they had prepared special gifts, or rather, trading goods in case the summer fairies really appear. We had met the fairies several times, so we had prepared in advance. When Jude answered politely, Princess Daphne's eyes narrowed a bit before she nodded. It's natural to give gifts when visiting, especially when you visit frequently. So it would be better for our side to prepare a gift too. Our side. At her meaningful words, Jude felt relief and a sense of crisis at the same time. After all, Jude and Cordelia were nobles of the Slen Kingdom, while Princess Daphne was royalty, so it was possible for her to requisition the goods Jude and Cordelia had prepared if she wished for it. Of course, it's unlikely that she'll openly requisition it. Tyrants were the only ones who openly seized things, but it would also be difficult if they presented money as a gift. Money had no value for fairies. Of course, they could also give pretty-looking money. In any case, Jude was worried because items were better to give than money, but when he heard her say our side, it seemed like she had no intention to take away the things that Jude and Cordelia had prepared. The problem is that the rarity of our gifts would decrease if there are more gifts. He had naturally prepared a trump card to somehow negotiate for the most important deal, but you've prepared chocolate, right? Then our side will prepare some snacks too. Perhaps it was just him. At Princess Daphne's words, Jude closed his eyes once before he gave a positive answer. Yes, Your Highness. The fairies really love sweets. Indeed, they have their own preference. Princess Daphne said and smiled a bit, but it seemed like she was still feeling bitter about it. What the fairies liked. What kind of physical appearance the fairies preferred. Well, of course, there's that, but all right, that's enough. Jude stopped his thoughts for Princess Daphne's honor, and he turned to the gift again. Isn't it good if it's a snack? If her snacks were a completely different type, he could push for a comparative advantage. And, even if this was the royal palace, there was a limit to the number of snacks they could prepare in a hurry. A chef could prepare some amazing and freshly baked sweets in a short amount of time, but the fairies won't wait for that. They were already whining about leaving right now. Fairies had always been childish whenever the two met them, but this time, their childish nature was quite helpful for Jude and Cordelia. Quickly, quickly, how long do we have to wait? The queen goes to bed early. That's right, that's right. If you keep delaying, she might be asleep by then. As the fairies raised their voices, Princess Daphne flinched and looked back at the royal palace's maids, and the maids nodded their heads, bringing out some snacks they had prepared in case the royalty wanted to have some tea. It would be impossible to wrap all that up. But still, Princess Daphne was satisfied with the fact that she had some gifts, so she glanced at Jude and said, "Our side is ready. I understand. I'll convey your message." Jude bowed and turned to the fairies, who immediately responded to him. "Oh, you're all done now. Let's go then. Let's go." It was the moment when the pestering fairies shouted. The unique space movement magic of the fairies that was familiar to Jude and Cordelia, but unfamiliar to the royal family was unfolded. W8, escort, Your Royal Highness. The royal court attendants and maids hastily shouted, but it was useless, because they had already moved in the blink of an eye. They crossed the space into the land of the summer fairies. Fairy village. Wow. Princess Darian exclaimed as her eyes widened at the sparkling forest that suddenly appeared. On the other hand, Princess Daphne and Prince Dion were amazed and surprised for an instant before they quickly suppressed their emotions like adult royalty. What is this? What is this? Are these children from outside? They're humans. Oh, she's really pretty. Cute, he looks scary. Yes, he's like a lion. Wow, look at her. So pretty. I want to touch her. The fairies acted as expected. Dozens or more gathered in an instant as they loudly chattered, and Jude smiled. Well, just as I thought. As expected of Cordelia, because nearly half of the fairies flocked to Jude and Cordelia. Let's proceed quickly. The royalty were distracted by the appearance of the fairies now, but they would be displeased once they realized the difference in treatment. Jude approached and quickly spoke to the fairy who was in the middle of the tumult, that is, the fairy who brought Jude and his group here. Can you guide us to your queen? I'll give you the special gift we promised. It's really special. So we'll give it only to you. As the saying goes, he who touches pitch shall be defiled therewith. Having been corrupted by Jude already, Cordelia brightly smiled and said, and her words were quite effective since the fairy liked the words only to you and quickly nodded. Yes, yes. I'll guide you, thank you. Cordelia smiled again and glanced at Jude, who replied with a pleased smile. Cordelia, you've grown up, because I have a really great teacher. The husband sang and the wife followed, because they were like husband and wife. Obviously, they were still engaged and not married. Anyway, Princess Daphne approached Jude and Cordelia while they were having a conversation with their eyes. Jude Bayer, Cordelia Chase. Are we going to meet the fairy queen like this? Yes, we will, I understand. Dion, Darian, come here. Yes, dear sister. Yes, Unnai. As Prince Dion and Princess Darian approached while holding the sweets they received from the palace maids, Jude turned to Cordelia, who quickly checked the chocolate boxes before she nodded. They were ready. Then, let's go, right after the fairies shouted with excitement. Their surroundings changed again, and a wide flower field came into view instead of the forest. Oog and the fairy in front of them turned pale and collapsed. She seemed to have weakened because she transported several people together by herself alone. The Queen is here in this flower garden, yes, we got it. Thank you very much. You're a really special fairy. Here's your gift. Hehe, satisfied with the ring box-sized chocolate that Cordelia gave her, the fairy smiled and closed her eyes, while Princess Darian flinched and asked, she's not dead, right? She just fell asleep. Jude immediately answered, but checked the fairy's breathing just in case. Fortunately, she was just very tired and seemed to be not in danger of dying. Let's go then. It was the moment Princess Daphne spoke while looking at the center of the flower garden. Humans? How interesting. It's been a while. It's been a long time. The flowers at their feet spoke out at once. Each had a different tone and pitch, but they could tell the moment they heard it. They weren't saying different things. They were only sharing the words of one person and conveying it, and that one person. Nice to meet you, human children. In front of them, a fairy with a proud smile sat on top of a big and ornate throne that had suddenly appeared. She wore a crown of flowers and a red dress reminiscent of a rose. Butterfly wings were on her back, and she had lovely black hair and charming brown skin. We greet the summer fairy queen. When Jude and Cordelia courteously greeted her, the fairy queen nodded with a happy face before she turned to Princess Daphne. Are you not going to greet me? Princess Daphne had a bitter smile at the queen who talked down to her, and Jude quickly opened his mouth before Daphne could say anything. Fairy Queen, this is Her Royal Highness, Princess Daphne, the crown princess of the Slen Kingdom. Is she a human princess? Yes, you are correct. At Jude's answer, the Fairy Queen looked at Princess Daphne again, and Princess Daphne faced the Fairy Queen with her usual dignity as she immediately greeted the Queen politely. Daphne D. Slen, the crown princess of the Slen Kingdom, greets the Fairy Queen. After all, one was a queen while the other was just a crown princess. Princess Daphne was the one who politely greeted her first, and the Fairy Queen was satisfied and accepted the greeting. Yes, nice to meet you. I am Carmen, the Summer Fairy Queen. The Fairy Queen looked a bit younger than the Fairy Queens that the two had met before since she appeared to be in her late teens. Carmen then said as she stood up from her throne, I have a lot of guests, but I am only one, so give me a moment. I'll talk to you individually. Excuse me? It was the moment when Prince Dion asked on what she meant. The space was divided. No, it was duplicated and arranged in a row. It was the same flower garden as before, but it was definitely a different flower garden. Now, I can focus on you more. Don't you agree? The Fairy Queen sat on her throne and asked before she smiled, and Jude nodded to her. He agreed with her because he understood what she had done. The queen in front of him was no longer a singular being. She had duplicated herself along with the space. Perhaps by now, Princess Daphne, Prince Dion, and Princess Darian were each meeting a fairy queen alone. What about us then? Cordelia unconsciously spoke following Jude, having realized what had happened, and the fairy queen said again with a giggle. Because you two are a set. I thought that I shouldn't separate you two. A set? Yes. Do humans call it the red thread of fate? Anyway, there's a very thick line between you two. I can see it with my eyes. At the Fairy Queen's explanation, Jude and Cordelia turned to each other, and Cordelia was convinced. She didn't know what the red thread of fate was, but it was true that Jude and Cordelia were bound by a tight relationship. Anyway, let's talk now. I want to quickly eat the chocolate too. Jude's eyes shone for a moment at the Fairy Queen's urging, because her words inferred a lot of things. Have you heard the rumors? Yes, I even met and heard it in person. The Fall Fairy Queen, Lorlia Nye bragged a lot. She kept praising it but didn't give out much. There were many mountains, fields, and villages between Langesthay and the royal capital, but they were fairies who could move across space. Moreover, both were queens, so it was not impossible for them to have a meeting by suddenly jumping over that distance. She bragged a lot, but only gave me one piece. And she told me that if I wanted to eat more, I should ask for it myself. The Fairy Queen grumbled and complained as she pouted her lips, while Jude and Cordelia quickly exchanged glances. Good, she already knows. We can easily do this now, right? The Fairy Queen had already tasted chocolate, and she even wanted more. Furthermore, it was important that she knew the Fall Fairy Queen, Lorelei, because it's much easier to instigate when you compare her to someone she knows. An evil smile spread on Jude's face, while Cordelia's eyes were filled with a bit of slyness. I heard that you exchanged 2 boxes of premium chocolate for a fairy dress, but I am not someone who could be easily pushed around. Lorlia Nye had said that she gave it as a proof of friendship, so y'all have to rethink the terms of the deal. The Fairy Queen smiled and said, having already known the price, and Jude nodded his head. Yes, we'll proceed with different conditions. Because they were going to rip off a lot more. No, they were going to make a better deal. Isn't that right, Cordelia? Yes, my lord. The already corrupted Cordelia beautifully smiled, and the deal began with everyone smiling. Chapter 180 Summer Festival 3. It's not always good to make excess profits. One of his old colleagues had said that, and Jude agreed with those words. At the time when Cordelia heard him say that, she had asked, "What? Haven't you been doing that so far, so why now?" And Jude had replied, "If it's a one-time deal, making an excess profit is good. But if it's not, if we need to make continuous deals, it will be better for both sides to benefit." If the deal only benefited one side, the relationship of the two parties would quickly come to an end. Both parties had to benefit enough in the deal so that they would continue to trade with each other afterwards. But one should still remember to get as much as you can when you have the opportunity to do so. To not forget about scarcity. Cup noodles or bottled water that were being sold at the top of a mountain were often several times more expensive than those being sold at a local convenience store. But they still get sold, because cup noodles and bottled water were scarce at the top of the mountain, so people still bought it at that price. The situation now is the same. The fairies wanted chocolate, but they couldn't just get chocolate anywhere. Basically, fairies had very high standards. The cutoff point to their high standards was someone like Lucas. Therefore, it didn't matter if the chocolate was priced high. What mattered here was that the fairies did not feel that they were unfairly ripped off. If the buyer was satisfied with the price despite it being really high, it would be a fair deal and not an extortion. I disagree. I still think it's a scam. Cordelia briefly criticized him with her eyes, but Jude replied with a shameless face like always. Do you hate it then? No, I love it, because the current Cordelia had become cunning like Jude. Anyway, they would have to constantly meet with the fairy queens in order to obtain the fairy king's protection. If they excessively ripped off the other side now, there was a high possibility that it would become difficult for them when they meet the other fairy queens. So, we should keep our profits in moderation. I repeat, in moderation. Okay, deal. I'll give you the fairy shoes. Thank you for the good deal. 4 boxes of chocolate in exchange for the fairy shoes. 2 boxes of chocolate in exchange for the summer protection. And to commemorate their successful deal, they gave 1 box of chocolate for free. If it wasn't for Princess Daphne, we would have finished the deal with just 3 boxes. Because of the sweets brought by the royal family members, the value of their chocolate had slightly decreased. The emergence of a competing product had inevitably shifted the demand curve, which led to a fall in price. But I am already satisfied with this, because they got the fairy shoes and not just some random item. Since the fairy dress and fairy shoes were a pair, this would bring Cordelia closer to a more perfect existence. Its effect would be great. The fairy shoes weren't just pretty. Just like the fairy dress, it also possessed a special effect. I can't wait to see it. The moment Cordelia enters the founding anniversary ball while wearing the fairy dress and fairy shoes. The surprised look of the Slen Kingdom's nobles when they see it. Jude, you have a weird look in your eyes, because I am playing Princess Maker. His reply sounded like it was nonsense, but he was telling the truth. Jude then quickly fixed his expression, because their most important deal had yet to be made. Fairy Queen, yes. Are there any items left that you still want to trade? There are. A special item he had prepared just for today. It's a really special item that the Fall Fairy Queen had yet to taste. The Fairy Queen pretended to be not interested, but was interested, so Jude made a serious expression as he took out a small box around the size of a ring box. This is the item. What's that? More chocolate? Please see it for yourself. Jude knelt in front of the Fairy Queen and slowly opened the box, and at that moment the Fairy Queen's pretentious expression collapsed. This is fairy chocolate. A very small chocolate made to fit the size of the fairies. Fairies were basically the size of a human's palm, so a human was a dozen times larger than them. That was why a chocolate piece that was only a bite for humans would actually be really huge for fairies, since its tremendous size made it impossible for them to hold it with both arms. The chocolate would indeed taste good, but they would not be able to fully enjoy the taste. There is cream in it. Cream? Yes, when you bite it in your mouth, the white cream will ooze out, so if you chew it with chocolate, it will taste heavenly. A taste that could only be felt when they chew it in one bite. It was the same reason why rice, meat, and lettuce would taste different if eaten separately instead of eaten together. It's a special treat prepared only for your majesty. It's a really special treat that Queen Lorelei or the other fairy queens had yet to taste. Yuaha, in the end, a fairy queen was still a fairy. Just like the fall fairy queen Lorelei, the summer fairy queen also began to reveal her true nature. I want it, I want it. Yes, but it's really special. What do you need? Tell me, what in the world do you want? At the fairy queen's urging, Jude took some time to respond instead of answering right away. In order to make her even more anxious, in order to make her want more and more, and at some point, when he judged that the fairy queen had become stimulated enough, I would like to ask you for a favor. What is it? Tell me quickly, okay? The fairy queen anxiously cried, and Jude turned to Cordelia. He finally opened his mouth after they exchanged glances. My request is their negotiation was over. The fairy queen and the fairies were very satisfied, and so were the royalty who had a good time. Thanks to the two of you, I was able to have a good time. I'll make good use of the shampoo and conditioner too. We are much obliged. Jude and Cordelia politely thanked Princess Daphne, and they left the hot spring area after courteously saying their goodbyes to Princess Darian and the serious Prince Dion, who smiled and waved their hands. And after around a minute or so, as they walked down the long stairs while following the royal court attendant, Cordelia suddenly sent a message magic. It's a huge success. A complete success? They met the summer fairy queen and got not only the summer protection but also the fairy shoes. In addition, what Jude had obtained from the fairy chocolate, their secret weapon, was in a sense much more important than the summer protection or the fairy shoes. Do you think Princess Daphne was also happy? Yes, because she kept smiling. She was skillful in hiding her facial expressions as someone who had been educated as a royal princess from childhood, but her gaze was something that she could not hide despite her repeated training. It wasn't just Princess Darian who was excited in meeting the fairies. Princess Daphne did not reveal it that much, but it seemed like she was greatly satisfied with going to the land of the fairies, which was a truly fairy tale-like experience. Do you think she likes the shampoo and conditioner? Of course. Wasn't she in awe several times? Her gaze after experiencing the shampoo and conditioner herself. That glance that understood why the fairies only reacted to Cordelia. You're deluding yourself, though, Your Highness. But it's a nice delusion. Jude suddenly smiled brightly before he sent a message magic to Cordelia again. Now that we've introduced it to the princess, we can promote it to the nobles of the royal capital. It can become a special product if we advertise it well. Yes, that's great. Cordelia nodded her head and grinned again. Why? No, I just want to smile, because it's so nice. Everything they had prepared had gone well. They succeeded in establishing a relationship with Princess Daphne, and their deal with the summer fairies ended well. They also did a great job in promoting the shampoo and conditioner. We're just one step away from the great protection of the 4 seasons, right? Now that they had obtained the fall, winter, and summer protections, they only needed to obtain the spring protection in order to obtain the great protection of the 4 seasons. We still have a long way to go with the elemental side, since we only got the earth protection, but even then, we already collected 4 out of 8 protections, so we can say that the Fairy King's protection is within our grasp. The great protection of the 4 seasons could be obtained by collecting all the protections of the fairies from the 4 seasons. And if they collected all the protections of the fairies from the 4 elements, they would be able to attain the Fairy King's protection, the highest rank protection in Legend of Heroes 2. Hee, I am excited. Cordelia giggled as her gamer brain began to work when she thought of the multiple protections, and Jude smiled at such a Cordelia. But it was then. Cordelia looked in front of her and realized they were only a few steps left. Once they arrive at the bottom of the stairs, they would head to the dressing room and change back into their normal clothes. Normal. The clothes I usually wear. Clothes that have little exposure, unlike the swimsuits we are wearing now. Cordelia blinked her eyes once and looked back at Jude without realizing it. She saw Jude's usual handsome face, and underneath it, his firm chest and clearly perfect abs. Abs, the place she emphasized so much with Scarlett when they talked at Duke Spencer's residence. It's amazing. Humans have similar bodies, so how can it be so different? Is it firm? Is it hard? Just like that of a statue. Even if it isn't, Jude's body is like a statue. It must be hard. I can tell that much even without touching it. But I am still curious. Of the real thing, how will it really feel if I touch it? I've held his hand. His skin was fair and spotless, so perhaps it's the same? No, those are muscles, so they're a different, right? I want to touch it. I want to try pressing it hard. It may not be the same to a cat's paw pads, but I still want to press it. Should I ask? Can I touch it a bit? Can I press it? She thought and then blushed. She couldn't help it. No, FCK, that's weird. What do I mean by touch it a bit? What do I mean by pressing it? I want to ask. I want to touch it, and if it's Jude, he'll probably allow it. It will not wear out just by touching it a bit. Will it be crazy of me to ask? Should I ask him? Wait a minute. No, he is Jude. He is Jude. He will not just listen. It's obvious that he'll attach some conditions while smiling evilly. Yes, that's right, because he's Jude. He will also ask to touch mine, saying that it was an exchange. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a chest for a chest. Cordelia imagined it for a moment, and then blushed to a point that her face couldn't turn red anymore. Good thoughts, good thoughts, good thoughts. Lewd demon out, crazy thoughts out. Cordelia took a deep breath and managed to regain her composure. Okay, let's bear it, let's bear it. Why do I need to touch those abs? Yes, I don't have to touch it. It's definitely hard. Yes, it must be. Good, I've completely recovered. I've completely regained my calm. The satisfied Cordelia smiled and looked straight ahead, and only did she realize it. The fact that Jude's face was right in front of her. Yui. The flustered Cordelia let out a strange sound as she stepped back, and she soon faced Jude again with a reddish face. It wasn't just because his face was close to hers. She had remembered something in that moment. When did he look at me? Since when exactly did he make eye contact? He was able to communicate and almost telepathically converse with Cordelia with just their eyes, because he was Jude. So if he had met her eyes earlier than she had thought, if he had seen Cordelia's eyes at the time while she was in the midst of her thoughts, and no, it can't be. If he had been staring at her earlier, she would have noticed it. And their conversation wasn't really telepathic. How will he know what I'm imagining unless he's a mind reader? Yes, it's all right, it's all right. Cordelia spoke to herself and cleared her throat instead of continuing to face Jude. She then stepped forward and headed to the dressing room. And that was why she didn't see Jude's eyes and expression. Jude Bayer, 17 years old, the young man who was head over heels for his fiancée, looked at his belly and raised his hand to slightly touch it. And he thought, should I increase my abdominal workout? Should I add one more set? No, perhaps 2 sets. Jude was troubled for a while before he coughed and headed to the dressing room. He had to change his clothes first. As for the other person, the court attendant had seen the two suddenly look at each other, blush, touch their stomachs, and then clear their throats. After witnessing such a strange sight, the court attendant clicked their tongue and turned around. They climbed up the stairs again. It was deep at night. The light of the stars that seemed to fall down any time was now buried in the darkness and lost its light. Selene and Helene also hid behind the clouds, and the night sky was filled with darkness and desolation. Pure darkness. He was scared because there was nothing in it, an ending he might face someday. The Lord Protector clenched his teeth. He turned his gaze towards the night sky. You're here, I am here. The man, demonic human Karos, answered as if he was playing with words, and approached the Lord Protector with a smile as the latter faced him. The Lord Protector was willing to hold hands with the devil in order to get what he wanted. It's good to be honest with your desires. Koros grinned as if he had read the heart of the Lord Protector, but the Lord Protector coldly stared at him instead of smiling. A person he wouldn't normally be facing like this. An enemy of the kingdom he would have slashed with his sword if it was the him of 10 years ago. But that wasn't him now. The situation had changed now, because time had passed, because he wasn't the him of 10 years ago anymore, because he himself had chosen to become an enemy of the kingdom. His reason for doing so, his reason why he betrayed the royal family whom he had served for his entire life, and why he held hands with the devil. The Lord Protector eventually had a bitter smile. As the demonic human in front of him had said, he was just honest with his desires. In order to attain what he wanted, he readily abandoned what he had cherished so far. He abandoned his faithfulness and loyalty and held hands with the devil. It was already irreversible. No, he had no intention of reversing it if that was even possible. Therefore, the Lord Protector didn't waste any more time. Instead of continuing his useless emotions, he resumed his business with the devil. What they were about to discuss was the founding anniversary celebration around 15 days later, and the tragedy that would happen on that day. There are some changes. My side, too. Both sides had their reasons for doing so. The Lord Protector and Koros continued their conversation, and the decisions they made. A new event that did not appear in the original game. A similar but different development. Then I'll see you on that day. Koros spoke with a smile and vanished as if he had blended into the darkness. The Lord Protector was left alone, and he turned towards the royal capital. Around 15 days from now, and everything that would happen after that. The tragedy that would take place in the land that the Lord Protector had dedicated his entire life to. I've already made my decision, so I only need to put it in action. The Lord Protector walked forward. He headed for the royal capital. Chapter 181. The Calm Before the Storm, 1:05 a.m. Jude hadn't set an alarm clock, but he opened his eyes at that time. His sleeping hours weren't that long in the first place, and after his metamorphosis, he only needed 3 hours of sleep in order to fully regain his strength, so he usually slept for around 2–4 hours every day. 3 hours and 30 minutes. His sleeping time for today. After he checked the time, Jude slowly raised himself and headed to the corner of a back room where a large barrel tub he had brought for bathing was placed. Taking a shower in the morning is a must. Jude took off his clothes as he walked, and he stood in the middle of the barrel tub and tore a scroll. Waterfall. The lukewarm water pouring down like a waterfall woke him up, and the drowsiness he felt dissipated. This feeling was the reason why he made this scroll. Waterfall magic was also the best way to make water that poured down. However, I should still research on making something similar to a shower. The water falling down from the shower should be less than the waterfall magic used in combat, and its power should also be weak, so I should use cheap paper to make the scroll, though it wouldn't have a very good cost-performance ratio if I have to use it every time I shower. In short, it's a luxury. It's a bit inconvenient. He had to use it once when he began his shower, and then use it again to rinse himself. And in between those 2 times, he also had to recycle and wash himself with the water from the first waterfall spell. Well, to begin with, this is the level of technology here. They said that the biggest reason why perfume was developed in the Western world was because people did not frequently take baths, and it was true to some extent, but was also not the full reason for it. Because they didn't have things like hot water gushing down when they turned the faucet. Up until the Middle Ages, up until the modern times, bathing was considered a luxury by most people. It was difficult to get enough clean water to wash one's body, and one had to boil it hot too. You can't just ignore the price of the fuel and the effort involved. They had to boil water, transfer it to a bathtub, and boil water again for rinsing. It was a luxury that consumed a lot of time, money, and manpower. In that sense, using waterfall magic for a morning shower had a good cost-performance ratio. Anyway, it was really difficult in persuading Maja. Maja was the one who suffered the most when Jude's wake-up time became earlier. She was his exclusive maid, so she was not supposed to get up later than her master. In addition, Maja had to do a lot of various tasks in the morning, which included helping him with washing his face, so she had to be up almost 2 hours earlier. Just sleep, it's okay, I'll do it myself, but young master? It took him almost a month to persuade her. No, it was more of an order than a persuasion. He was psychologically reluctant to force Maja in doing that, since she was like his real older sister, but he couldn't help it. Because the dark circles around Maja's eyes had noticeably increased. Anyway, after using the shampoo and conditioner, Jude once again used the waterfall spell before he left the room carrying the large barrel tub full of water. Throw out the water and then begin my exercise. Once he was back in his room, Jude relaxed for a short time before he started his morning workout. He had been exercising in the morning every day since he became Landius' disciple, and he had now become uncomfortable for the whole day if he skipped doing it for a day. Let's do it lightly for 1 hour and 30 minutes. It was the time Jude had invested every day for his morning workout. After he woke up, he'd take a shower and dry himself for 15 minutes. He would then exercise for an hour and a half before taking a shower and drying himself for 15 minutes again. Good, I've gained some weight. Jude currently weighed in the 75-80 kg range. He had suddenly grown taller because of his metamorphosis, but even if it was some fantasy metamorphosis, the law of conservation of mass still applied. Right after his first metamorphosis, he was very thin and still in the 60-70 kg range. But Jude had now gained a weight that matched his height as a result of his hard work. My weight is in the late 70-80 kg range, and my height is in the 180-190 cm range. Jude looked all over his body before he slowly nodded his head. Good, let's keep it at this range for a while. In the third episode of Legend of Heroes, Jude had grown into the 180-190 cm range even when he didn't meet Landius. His body had growth potential in the first place, but it became possible for him to grow a bit taller due to his metamorphosis. I would like it to be around 185-190 cm, but height wasn't something that he'd get just because he wanted it, so he left it to the heavens. Good. Moving on, today will be abdominal exercises. He mostly did exercises for his entire body, but he always ended it with exercises that tightened his abs. And he had to do one more set than usual now, because he didn't know when Cordelia might change her mind. Ahem. Jude unknowingly cleared his throat before he began to focus on his workout routine again. And after an hour and 20 minutes, before he knew it, the sun had risen outside his window, and he could hear the sound of the chirping birds from afar. And one more. Jude, Kaya. Cordelia had appeared with Dahlia when she had quickly opened his bedroom door, and she screamed and covered her face with both hands afterwards. It was because of the sweaty and hot naked body of Jude, though to be exact, it was only his upper body that was naked. But anyway, it was because he was in front of her. Are you crazy? Why are you naked? Because I am exercising. Jude immediately responded to her hastily sent message magic, and Cordelia looked in front of her again as she peered in between her fingers that covered her face. She could see that Jude was clearly wearing pants properly. In terms of exposure, it was much less than when they went to the outdoor hot spring. Cordelia unconsciously stared at Jude's abs before she raised her head and sent a message magic again. Why did you take off your clothes? Because he'll be sweating? It was uncomfortable if he sweated while wearing clothes. Cordelia was forced to nod at Jude's argument that was rational and logical like always. Anyway, quickly put on your clothes. You do know that there's a tea party this morning, right? I know, but let me just finish one more set of this. What? Only one more set. Jude answered briefly, and he lied down on his back and began his abdominal exercises, or to be exact, the so-called core exercises. His body that was as beautiful as a sculpture moved smoothly and precisely, and Dahlia admired it as she slightly blushed. Mr. Bayer's body is amazing, Dahlia said in a whisper, and Cordelia replied as the corners of her mouth slightly raised up. Is that so? Jude has a fit body, huh? Yes, it's incredible. HMPH, he's my Jude, so this much is normal. Cordelia shrugged her shoulders and then looked back at Jude, while Maja tried to hold back her laughter. Because Cordelia looked very cute when she HM-fed and bragged about Jude. Anyway, around 30 minutes passed after that. Jude and Cordelia then had breakfast served by the employees led by Maja, and they left their accommodation after dressing up. Recently, we've gone to tea parties every day. Because this is the peak right before the founding anniversary. Since it was the 300th founding anniversary of the country, all the local nobles who usually didn't attend the anniversary celebration had now gathered in the royal capital. So it was only natural for tea parties to be held every day because there were many things they had to do, such as exchanging information and building friendships with one another. Do men go to hunting competitions or something like that? It would have something like that if it were in the other parts of the country, but this is the royal capital. So instead of hunting, we have something like a chess meeting or a simple drinking party. Drinking? You're going there too? No, it's for my father and your father. It wasn't just Jude and Cordelia who were busy these days. Count Bayer and Count Chase also had to go on several meetings in a day. But in the first place, It's not normal to have a tea party in the morning. You're right, because it's usually held in the afternoon. It was common to have a light tea party in between meals, so for tea parties that had as many as 10 participants, it was always held between lunch and dinner. In other words, it was a kind of unspoken rule to hold tea parties in the afternoon. Now then, let's do our best today. It seems that the effect of our promotion is good. Are you talking about the shampoo and conditioner? Are there many people who want to buy it? Yes. Yesterday, 3 merchants from the royal capital had visited. Woo! 5 days after they met with Princess Daphne and the other royal family members. Jude and Cordelia had participated in 7 tea parties in the past 5 days, and they actively promoted the shampoo and conditioner. It's all thanks to our advertising model. Jude smiled and lightly touched Cordelia's hair, and Cordelia fed before she touched her hair too. Her flowing hair that was soft, smooth, and shiny. Okay, I'll have to do my best again today. I'll trust in my princess. Yes, I'll make it completely sell out. Shampoo and conditioner had been made into the specialty products of the frontier city of Balon. As a result, it developed the city's commerce and increased their tax revenues, making Count Bayer and Count Chase wealthier. Jude and Cordelia smiled at the same time, while Maja and Dahlia, who were watching the two from the opposite side, also smiled. They're cute, they're very sweet again today, and around a dozen minutes later. Upon arriving at their destination, Jude and Cordelia straightened their clothes and got out of the carriage. The tea party was hosted by Count Morrigan, one of the 7 southern families. Jude faced the entrance of the splendidly decorated mansion, holding out his hand to Cordelia before saying, "Now then, let's do our best today." Yes, Cordelia energetically responded, and she took Jude's hand before the two entered together. Tea party. A gathering where you could enjoy drinking tea and eating snacks. In other words, it was basically a gathering where they sit together to chat. After they greeted each other, and the tea and sweets were served around, these large-scale tea parties would usually split into small groups which began their own meetings. There are some people whom I've only seen for the first time. Cordelia sipped her tea as she gazed at the young ladies sitting at the same table. 3 faces she knew, and 2 faces she didn't know. The faces she knew were Sylvia and Viola from the 12 northern families. There was also Rachel from the Banquet of Swords. The faces she didn't know were Count Gerard's Lady Titania and Viscount Barion's Lady Annie, who were both nobles from the royal capital. The host, Lady Medibi, was walking around the place. This is good. First of all, I know 3 out of 5 here, so I feel comfortable. And Sylvia liked the shampoo and conditioner. She was a noble lady who had said that the Count Crossbell family were willing to invest in it, so she would also be a good help in promoting it. Good, good. Today will also be an exciting promotion time, and it did happen. Both Titania and Anne were greatly interested in the shampoo and conditioner. But even then, it was impossible to just talk about the shampoo and conditioner, so their conversation had eventually shifted to another topic. So in the end, how far did you go? Excuse me? At Titania's question, Cordelia asked in surprise, and Titania replied with a giggle. You know, how many times have you run away from home? Annie also asked and giggled, and one could tell that their eyes were filled with lewd thoughts. I don't think we should talk about this in a place like this. Sylvia cut in their conversation, but Titania and Annie did not easily give up, perhaps because of the cultural differences between the royal capital and the northern region. Don't say that. Please tell us just one story. Although the two looked cute when they asked her, Cordelia had nothing to say. She didn't have anything to talk about. She couldn't just talk about their traveling here and there because she had always been on Jude's back at that time. But it was then. Lady Cordelia. Can I tell what happened at the Banquet of Swords? Cordelia blinked her eyes and slightly bit her lips at Rachel's suggestion, because she remembered what she did at the Banquet of Swords. Will that be okay, though? They saw me kissing his cheek. Yes, that's not a big deal. We're engaged, so something like that is fine. At that time, Cordelia was in a situation where she couldn't think of anything else because of her red face, so she had soon forgot much of what had happened that day. Yes, it's fine. Then Sylvia and Viola were also greatly interested when Rachel talked about the match between Jude and Lucien at the Banquet of Swords, and what had happened between Jude and Cordelia. Cordelia also felt very strange when she heard the story of herself and Jude from the eyes of a third party. I did that? Cordelia had looked at Jude with affectionate eyes, and Jude had hugged her waist as he passionately gazed at her. I will definitely win for you. Don't get hurt, my beloved. Rachel acted like the two and even changed her voice and touched her lips on the back of her hand, and the other young ladies, who understood what that meant, clapped their hands as they squealed. That's so sweet, it's like a love story. As Titania and Anne spoke, Viola looked at Cordelia with dreamy eyes, and Sylvia, our Cordelia has grown up. She looked at her with well-pleased eyes. And no, that's not how it went. The story has twisted a bit. I only did it on the cheek, and not more than that. But she could not say that given the mood. It seemed like the misunderstanding would grow bigger if she said something wrong. So Mr. Jude Bayer always went with Lady Cordelia? Does he always do that? Does he always escort you? Ah, that's right. He often escorted her during the Banquet of Swords, so everyone was envious. They really stood out. Titania, Annie, and Rachel spoke in turn. Viola stared at Cordelia with sparkling eyes, while Sylvia quietly smiled and sent her glance to do it in moderation. Is it that strange? Is a fiancé escorting his fiancée strange? Isn't that something natural? When Cordelia asked Sylvia in a small voice, Sylvia bitterly smiled as if she found it preposterous, and she said, "Of course not. You don't do that when you enter a place. Are you thinking that it's common for couples to hold hands like that, or your escort to always go wherever you go? We don't do that in the royal capital. Look at the other couples going around later. You'll immediately see the difference." This time, Sylvia, Titania, and Rachel spoke in turn. Is that so? It is. At Cordelia's question, Titania, Annie, and Rachel firmly replied. If that's the case, do you always hold hands like that? I mean, how you hold hands. Lovers do it more like this. Titania's words trailed off as she clasped her right and left hands together. It looks a bit different from how you hold hands normally, right? Her fingers were literally interlocked with each other completely. Cordelia nodded without realizing it, and Titania giggled and spoke. Try it later. It will feel different, okay? Clasping hands. As Cordelia stared at Titania's interlocked fingers, she slowly nodded. Clasping hands. It's not a big deal. We're just holding each other's hands. Still clasping hands. No, it's not like I really want to clasp my hands with Jude. It's just because others might think it's weird. You're engaged, but you haven't even clasped your hands. Are you really engaged? That's right. It might expose our acting. So this is necessary. Yes, we're pretending to be a fantasy couple who are head over heels with each other, so we have to do it. Clasping hands. I have a lot of chances to do that. Jude will escort me when I leave. Then easily? Yes, I'll do it easily. Clasping hands. Cordelia made up her mind and touched her pounding heart as she waited for the time when they would leave, and the time when she faced Jude again finally came. Did you have fun? Yes, the young ladies I newly met today were nice. Cordelia calmly answered as she glanced at Jude's hand, and Jude stretched out his hand to her like always. And Cordelia realized it at that moment. How one held hands with their escort. When a woman lightly raises her hand, a man would gently lift it as if he was supporting the woman's hand. So in other words, I can't clasp his hands if he escorts me this way. What is this? I was looking forward to it. No, I wasn't looking forward to it, but I just wanted to try it, okay? Just a little bite anyway. Cordelia, is there a problem? At that very moment, Jude sent her a message magic, and Cordelia groaned for a while before turning her head away. Because she couldn't say that she wanted to clasp his hands, no matter how much she wanted to do so. That's right. He'll figure it out if he sees my eyes, so I should just turn my head away. It's nothing. Let's hurry, Cordelia. But Cordelia no longer replied, and Jude was confused. Did I do something wrong? Did I make a mistake? I just did it like usual. I didn't do anything particularly strange. Aren't we going? Yes, let's go. Let's get going. At her slightly blunt message, Jude quickly responded and moved forward, and around 30 minutes later. Jude had been worrying about Cordelia, who was still sulking a bit, and they faced a new development as soon as they arrived at their accommodation. Ure here, Gal and Adelia. Gal didn't look much different than usual, but Adelia looked very tired as there were some dark circles in her eyes. As I thought, they've become busy. Because of Cordelia's actions, the Black Moon's plan was known throughout the royal capital. The royal guards, who had been on alert for the upcoming founding anniversary celebration, began to investigate the Black Moon, and the situation had been getting busier day by day because of the new evidences they found in the process. Because the Royal Guard Magic Corps solely exists for the security of the royal capital. Naturally, the wizards under the Royal Guard Magic Corps became busy, and since Adelia was one of their commanders, she was forced to work overtime. It's hard, it's been a few days since I've been up all night. Adelia muttered, resting her head on Gal's shoulder, and Cordelia glanced at their hands instead of the heads and shoulders of the two. Because she wanted to see if they were clasping each other's hands, clasped hands. Their fingers were tightly interlocked with each other. Cordelia, clasping hands, Cordelia. I'm not saying that I really want to do it. It's just for our acting. Cordelia? Yes. Cordelia came to her senses at his third call, exclaiming in surprise, and Jude quickly sent a message magic again. Are you okay? What exactly happened at the tea party? No, nothing happened. So what were you saying? There's something I want to talk about. You could say that there's something I want to ask of you. Ask. What do you want to ask? Jude took Cordelia to his room first, and once inside, they sat down face to face and used message magic again. As you may have felt it over the past 5 days, things have changed a lot from the original. Due to their early deterrence of the barbarians' plan to invade the northern region of the country, a large number of nobles who would not have originally participated in the founding celebration had now come to the royal capital. Count Bayer and Count Chase, 2 powerhouses of the north. A lot of things have changed because of the rogue master's activities. The Lord Protector's influence had decreased a little, and many of the nobles who would become his hands and feet had to withdraw from the founding celebration. Added to that was the Black Moon's problem. The Black Moon wouldn't collapse or be destroyed just because of this problem, but it was at least impossible for them to continue their original terror plan. We twisted history a lot, so we have to take that risk too. The situation had changed. It had now become a much different situation from the original that Jude and Cordelia knew. Therefore, the response of the enemies would also be different. I've made some predictions, but there are times when calculations alone are not enough. He needed her intuition in this case, something that couldn't be explained by logic alone. Cordelia, what do you think they will do? I mean, where and how do you think the enemies will attack? Cordelia's genius combat sense was triggered during combat. She had the ability to see the flow of the battlefield by gathering clues yet not conscious of all the variables, such as the atmosphere, breathing, their gazes, and so on. So it was highly likely that she could not fully demonstrate that ability now since the battle had yet to begin. But even so, Cordelia's instincts were like that of a beast. Cordelia slowly opened her mouth and spoke, and Jude nodded his head. He combined his own calculations with Cordelia's intuition in order to make a clearer plan. Chapter 182. The calm before the storm. 2. Time continued to pass. 8 days before the founding anniversary ball. After the tea party hosted by Duke Wotan, one of the aristocrats' leaders, the daily social events finally came to a close. The reason was simple: there were a lot of official events scheduled for next week. We also have an event scheduled. At Jude's words, Cordelia grinned and nodded her head, because it was an event that she had been looking forward to. The day after tomorrow? Yes, the day after tomorrow. I am excited. Are you that happy? Are you not happy then? Does Milord not want a title? I am happy, I want it too. Title. Jude and Cordelia's conferment ceremony. Hee heh. Baron Chase. Cordelia muttered and then giggled, and her body soon trembled in excitement. Heh, Baron Chase. I'll finally have a status and title. Yes, Baron Chase. Congratulations. Thank you, Baron Bayer. Congratulations to the Baron too. When Jude bowed and politely congratulated her, Cordelia slightly lifted the sides of her skirt and curtsied as she politely congratulated him too. Baron. It had the lowest rank among the noble titles, but even so, a title was still a title. The difference is like the sky and the earth if you are a plain noble. The reason Cordelia childishly liked it was because of the influence of her present life more than her previous one. Because for nobles, having a title was really important. It's not because I personally aspire to be distinguished. Becoming a baron did not mean that they would suddenly enjoy enormous wealth and power. In particular, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was actually an honorary title, since Jude and Cordelia will only receive a title and not a manor. But even so, it still held a lot of meaning. If all descendants became plain nobles, there would be no end to the lineage of nobles. In the Slen Kingdom, only one person could inherit their father's family title. Usually, the eldest son or daughter inherited the title, and the children who did not inherit the title would become nobles without a title, the so-called plain noble. Children of plain nobles are treated equally among the plain nobility, but the situation was different from the plain noble's grandchildren, which was the third generation. If they did not receive a title, they would be treated as a commoner instead of a noble from then on. It was a law designed to control the number of nobles, but there were obviously many other ways to avoid it. You can prevent yourself from becoming a commoner by just getting a knight title otherwise. You can just buy a title with money. But what if a person didn't have the skills to become a knight or didn't have any money to buy a title? They'll become a commoner. In the case of the Slen Kingdom, the lives of the commoners weren't that bad. There were many commoners among the wealthy merchants or college intellectuals, but even so, it was rare for a person to rescind their noble status just because they preferred being a commoner. After all, the Slen Kingdom was a feudal society, so in many ways, being a noble was more advantageous than being a commoner. Baron Chase. The eldest son, Edward Chase, was the heir to the Count Chase title and the future count. The eldest daughter, Adelia Chase, gained the title of 7th Commander of the Royal Guard Magic Corps when she climbed to that position with her own skills. In other words, Cordelia was the only plain noble in their family. But now that she would become Baron Cordelia Chase instead of plain noble Cordelia, it was natural for her to be feeling excited. Our child won't have to worry anymore, right? Yes, we're both barons, so there would be no problem if we had two. Wait, I think I just said something weird right now. Cordelia, who had answered brightly, suddenly blinked her eyes, and Jude had a sly expression as he tilted his head, pretending that there wasn't anything weird about it. Our kids. Our children. Jude and Cordelia's own children. That's ridiculous. Children? I'll give birth to that. Me? For a moment, Cordelia tried to imagine herself holding a baby, and her face quickly turned red. And no, we're not there yet. Yes, we're still far away from that. That's still in the distant future. I still have a long time left, so I don't need to think about that now. Yes, so let's get that thought out of my head. If Dahlia had heard her thoughts, she would have said, but you didn't deny it. Cordelia then took a deep breath to calm herself down, and she looked at Jude again. Anyway? Yes, anyway. Cordelia tried to change the topic by saying whatever came to her mind, and her fingers twitched as she continued her words. Since we have to go the conferment ceremony, do I have to dress up again? Of course. It'll make you really beautiful. It's always exhausting, though. Cordelia bitterly smiled before she rose from her seat and opened her arms. She had attended in so many tea parties that she was now quite used to being a doll. Now then, my lord, let me know what I'll be wearing the day after tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I've already prepared it, princess. Jude smiled and turned around to open the closet door, and Cordelia then spontaneously said, "Wow, you look so excited. Is it really that fun to dress me up? Because it always comes out good no matter how I dress you up. I have to call Dahlia and Maja too. If I don't call them, they'll be sad later. Hey, my lord. I am not the only one going, but my lord too, right? Yes, princess. After we've dressed you up, it'll be a quiet doll for the princess, so you can play with me as much as you want." Jude responded with a shameless face, and he pulled a dress out of the closet and rang the bell to call Maja. Seriously, the disgruntled Cordelia sat down and watched Jude happily choosing a dress before she opened her mouth again. By the way, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. Were you a beauty shop owner in your previous life? No. Then how do you know so much? From beauty treatments up to hair cutting methods. At Cordelia's question, Jude replied while still looking at the dresses, because I studied it. In your past life? No, in the present life. After I regained my memories of my previous life. In Pleiades, there were no chemical products like shampoo and conditioner, but the beauty treatment methods itself were quite developed. However, Cordelia had no choice but to tilt her head at Jude's answer. You learned it on purpose? Why? To make you beautiful. Excuse me, because Cordelia is precious. Cordelia scrunched her lips at Jude's words. If he had said that a few months ago, she would have responded by telling him to stop talking nonsense, but nowadays, she just somehow felt restless about it. Cordelia is indeed precious. Yes, she is the most precious one in the world. What are you saying? How can you say such a thing so casually? Shouldn't your face change color, even for just a bit? Cordelia mumbled quietly and suddenly looked up again. Because there was one thing she didn't understand. Wait a minute, you studied beauty treatments. But what about trimming my hair? That's because of my chinmujich. Because it makes me good at anything I do with my body, remember. Jude pretended to scissor with his hands, and Cordelia was speechless before she smiled. What a cheat. It's a scam, a scam. It's a cheat that is useful in many ways, so it's good to use it. Jude smoothly replied and raised his head, because he heard the footsteps of Maja and Dahlia outside the door. So, shall we start now? The door opened, and Jude looked back at Cordelia, who calmly rose from her seat and opened her arms. 6 days before the founding anniversary ball, Jude and Cordelia headed for the main palace while riding a carriage, because it was the night of the title conferment ceremony. Look at the corners of her mouth. Adelia sat next to Gal, giggling as she said that, and Cordelia glanced at Gal and Adelia's clasped hands before she pouted her lips and said, "Isn't it natural for me to smile?" "Yes, because your status has risen. My Cordelia is a baron now. I can't help but smile too." Adelia giggled again, and Cordelia eventually followed. She was in a good mood today, so she felt like she could laugh if someone just tapped her arm. And since the women's reactions were like this, the men's reactions were naturally similar. Jude and Gal just smiled without saying a word. They were inside a carriage pulled by 2 horses. Count Bayer, Count Chase, and Edward Chase, who was Count Chase's eldest but somehow had a faint presence, was riding in the carriage ahead of theirs, while Maja and Dahlia rode in the carriage that followed theirs. Because those 2 people are like family to us, so they couldn't leave out those 2 in such a happy occasion. But what exactly is she doing for a while? Cordelia's fingers had been twitching strangely and unusually. Is her hand itchy? Anyway, don't make a mistake just because you're too excited. Because it's not just you, okay? Do you understand? I understand. Do you think I'm a kid? That's right. You're not yet an adult, right? Are you trying to say that you're not a kid and that you're all grown up now? Her older sister really acted like an older sister. Cordelia was troubled on how to refute Adelia's words, and she scrunched her lips again while Gal said with a small smile, "Because it's also the first official event of Princess Daphne. So don't be too nervous. You're not the only ones receiving a title today. If they added the ones who would receive the night title, there would be around 10 people. In fact, the real protagonist of today's event was not those who would be conferred titles, but Princess Daphne, who would be bestowing titles. It was her first official work as an adult, however. But among those Hall-received titles, you 2 are the main characters. You'll be barons and not a knight like the others, and you 2 are the youngest among those Hall participate in the event. It may be burdensome, but it's something to be proud of. Yes, that's right. I am very proud of you. Unnai. I want to hug you, but the dress might get wrinkled. So I can't." Adelia spoke to Cordelia with wide open arms as she smiled with her eyes, and Cordelia smiled while pretending to scowl. Because we're the main characters. Jude agreed too. After all, Jude and Cordelia were the youngest among those who would receive a title this time. Moreover, we skipped the knighthood and directly became barons. It was rare for a minor to gain a noble title all by themselves. Moreover, the reason for gaining a title was special. Meritorious service. Because their activities in the wild lands were related to the safety of the northern and even the entire Slen kingdom. It was not possible to convey at face value on what had happened in the wild lands, but the adaptations alone were enough for Jude and Cordelia to gain titles. Baron Bayer and Baron Chase. The birth of a baron couple was rare, and since they were the famous couple of the century, it was natural that they would be the main characters in the conferment ceremony, just like what Adelia said. Good. Our efforts were recognized. What we've been doing so far is not wrong and is something that deserves praise, just like what other people say. Jude smiled and stared at Cordelia again, whose fingers were still twitching. But why? Why does Cordelia keep twitching her fingers even after she's holding her hands? Jude tilted his head, but Cordelia did not look at him, and the carriage continued to head to its destination. Chapter 183, The Calm Before the Storm. 5.5 days before the founding anniversary ball. Lucas had visited the event venue of the conferment ceremony to congratulate Jude and Cordelia, and he softly smiled at some point, because he found a familiar face. Miss Scarlet? A surprised face returned his call. She would be like that because she was in the middle of hiding and concealing her presence. How did he find out? No, it's natural for him to find out. He may be overshadowed by Jude and Cordelia, but he's also a genius from the north. Those two are so overwhelming, but Lucas is also one of the best among his peers, and one of the best in the entire continent and not just the Slen Kingdom. Moreover, it's because I dressed myself up. She was dressed as a young noble lady who attended the event, and not as a maid or butler. She had been hiding in order to get rid of the men who had been swarming at her like fruit flies, but if it was Lucas with his sharp senses, it was natural for him to find her. Did you come to congratulate Mr. Bayer and Lady Cordelia? Well, sort of, because we know each other. Scarlet said that as if she was indifferent, maintaining a haughty expression, and Lucas smiled again. Would you like to come with me? I'd like to introduce you to my friends who are nobles from the north. Thank you for your offer, but I have to decline. I'd like some silence for now. It was a slightly rude answer, but Lucas nodded with an unbothered expression, closing his mouth and looking straight ahead. What the hell is going on? Is he angry that I rejected him? As Scarlet slightly furrowed her brows and glanced at him, Lucas replied with a bright smile. Well, you said you wanted me to be silent. Ahais. She meant that she wanted to be alone, but he interpreted it differently. Is he the so-called airhead? Or he's just not good at reading the room, but I don't hate it because he's handsome. He's innocent and cute too. Should I say he's like a big dog? That girl, Pink Bomb, is a dog. She pretends to be a proud cat, but in reality, she's a dog. Black Cloak is Black-Hearted Fox. It was quite fun to think of them as animals, but Scarlet quickly came to her senses, because the music that was playing at the venue had changed. I think it's about to start. When Scarlet spoke, Lucas immediately turned to the stage, and she eventually had no choice but to suppress her laughter, because Lucas really seemed like a big dog. He had no tail, but she unconsciously looked at his butt. Miss Scarlet? No, it's nothing. Scarlet's haughty yet elegant smile, which was a more honest smile than before, made Lucas' face slightly turn red, and he soon looked back at the stage. First Sword stood by the window and looked at the stage. Several women, who admired him for being young, handsome, and a sword saint, talked to him, and he responded to them with a friendly face, but he pushed the women away after a few words. He liked alcohol and women as much as he liked the sword, but today, he wanted to distance himself from worldly pleasures. How unusual. He wasn't talking about himself for wanting to stay away from alcohol and women. He was referring to the people gathered here. Two people came into First Sword's sight. One was Duke Antarius, who was called the Lord Protector. The other was Count Bayer, the Sword General. Both of them were masters of the sword who belonged to the 10 great sword masters, just like First Sword himself. They were still strong, because they were one of the 10 great sword masters, because they were those who reached the pinnacle of the many swordsmen in the Slen Kingdom. However, the passage of time was inevitable. The Lord Protector was old, and Count Bayer was also getting old. Their skills would inevitably decline due to their aging bodies. The Lord Protector had become so weak that he could no longer be compared to the time when they were at war with the Empire. Well, they were still great swordmasters, though. The expression "a tiger who lost their teeth" would be too much to describe them, though. They were great swordmasters who represented the Slen Kingdom, so they still had some considerable skills. Count Bayer, the Sword General. Although he was in his late 40s, he looked much younger than someone who had reached the peak. He was a very handsome man in the first place. As for his sword, Count Bayer's sword, which First Sword had seen through Gal, was literally like the wind. It was unrestrained and free, so one couldn't hold it even if they reached out their hand. I knew it. I like the sword best. He liked alcohol and women, but he still preferred the sword. In some way, it was natural since he was someone who became known as First Sword because he was the best in the sword school. He had seen swords since he was born, and up to now, he had wielded a sword every day. I don't even get tired of it. He wanted to compete whenever he met someone strong, and he wanted to reach a higher level, so he sharpened and polished his own sword. He wanted to go a bit higher. He wanted to be a bit stronger. I want to compete with Landius and Camille at least once. The Iron Man and the Ghost Blade. Both were heroes of the Paragon Kingdom and were also called the world's strongest swordsmen. He wanted to know what swordsmanship they used. He wanted to know how strong he was compared to them. No, he wanted to know if they were really stronger than he himself. Ah, it's starting. First Sword, who had been imagining, then smiled and straightened his posture. And he directed his gaze towards the stage. The music changed. The audience turned silent. And the main character appeared. The moment Princess Daphne appeared in a golden dress, applause erupted, and First Sword also clapped lightly and looked down the stage. He saw Cordelia in a white dress, smiling with an excited face, and Jude was next to her, pretending to be calm. How cute! First Sword spoke in a small voice, and the event began as if his words were the signal. It's too early. For them to become barons at that age, they need to gain more experience. So you don't like it? Count Bayer casually asked Count Chase, who responded like always, HMPH, you really say the opposite of how you feel. Count Bayer quietly smiled and looked at the stage. Princess Daphne, the jewel of the royal capital, was conferring knighthood to a young woman. It'll be soon. HMPH, they'll only be barons. They should at least get a Viscount title. You just said that becoming a baron was too early. It means I am not satisfied with the current situation. You really have a difficult personality, but you're actually happy. HMPH, not a chance. Count Chase scoffed, but his hands were the ones being honest. He was holding in his hand a mana orb for video recording. Does that record the sound? Of course. So be quiet, because you're noisy. Count Bayer smiled and was silent at Count Chase's grumbling, and Count Chase then used his magic. Jude and Cordelia were on the stage. The two of them finally appeared. I am deeply moved. Just a year ago, Jude was a guy who couldn't even go outside that much. He couldn't believe that Jude was so healthy now that he even performed such a huge meritorious deed. Count Bayer unconsciously became tearful, and he looked back at Count Chase and smiled calmly. His friend had always not been honest, but at this moment, he was acting differently. This man. How nice would it be if he always smiled like that? A bright smile was on Count Chase's face. Count Bayer looked back the stage, pretending to not have seen it, while Count Chase continued to focus on his video recording. Jude Bayer, Cordelia Chase. On account of the great contributions you have made for the Slen Kingdom, I confer the Baron titles on you two. From now on, you two are barons of the Slen Kingdom. Although she was still a crown princess, it was no exaggeration to say that her dignity was that of a queen. As she solemnly proclaimed and lifted the sword, Jude and Cordelia knelt in front of her and bowed their heads silently, and soon after, Princess Daphne's sword lightly tapped on their shoulders. Baron Bayer and Baroness Chase. The first barons who attained the baron titles by themselves and not through inheritance. Cordelia bit her lips and tried to hold back her smile, but she soon decided to just smile. Because she was very happy. It's not just because we became barons. It was not just because everyone recognized their meritorious deeds in the wild lands. The identity of the overwhelming emotions that filled her heart. The reason why she was delighted. I changed it. Cordelia herself and Jude. Originally, the barbarians' invasion of the north should have started by now. Count Bayer and Count Chase would have hurried back to the north, and Duke Spencer would have still been sick and unable to get up. First Sword would not have been here, Gal and Adelia would not have been in a relationship, and Scarlet and Lucas, even Cordelia herself. I'm going to change it more, so that everyone can be happy, and to have a perfect happy ending. Cordelia glanced at Jude, and Jude also glanced at Cordelia. The moment their eyes met, they smiled at the same time, because they could understand what the other was thinking, for a perfect happy ending. Jude said with a glance, and Cordelia nodded. The two simultaneously raised their heads to face Princess Daphne. Congratulations, Baron Bayer and Baroness Chase. Princess Daphne spoke with a friendly smile, and applause broke out once again from everywhere. No one could deny that they were the most applauded that day, 4 days before the founding anniversary ball. Blue Moon and the other small guilds attacked the Black Moon in earnest. The Black Moon, which had been divided in half due to the attack of the royal guards, failed to actively fight back against the wave offensive, and the war situation eventually became the Blue Moon one-sidedly hitting them, and the Black Moon one-sidedly getting beat. Aren't we lucky that we bet on Pink Bomb? It's not like we bet on them, but rather we made a choice. Haha, whatever. Anyway, what's important is that we're winning. So when will you get me a ring? When this fight is over? Oh, really? The Blue Moon Guild master, Sup, grinned, and Jennifer had a small smile instead of her usual poker face. 3 days before the founding anniversary ball, Saluzia stood beside Koros and looked at him. The Devil's Hand's northern and central branches, the maximum number of troops they could mobilize. Let's do it, Sani, Koros said, and Saluzia slowly nodded. The founding anniversary celebration. The day when the fate of Saluzia and Koros would be decided, and the names of the 2 people that came to her mind at that moment, Jude Baer and Cordelia Chase. Saluzia bit her lips. As she turned towards the royal capital, she fiercely glared. 2 days before the founding anniversary ball, the Lord Protector stood by the wall and gazed at the palace. First Sword stood on the training ground and looked at his sword. Princess Daphne turned her attention while talking with Prince Dion. She stared at Princess Darian, who was learning horseback riding with a bright face. Lucas and Scarlet met on the street. In their series of repeated encounters, Lucas recalled the 3 accidental encounters between the main character, Biltween, and the heroine, Elena, in Biltween the Hero, while Scarlet recalled the chance encounter between the first rogue master and her lover, Vanessa. Count Bayer gazed at his sword. He quietly stared at it, before closing his eyes and feeling the wind. Count Chase watched the video over and over again and suddenly thought that Jude's shoes were a bit lacking. Shoes with a darker color and better leather memo. Count Chase focused on the video again after adding a line to his notebook that was filled with stuff about Jude and Gal. And a day passed. 1 day before the founding anniversary ball. This is the royal capital of the Slen Kingdom. A young man with long blonde hair like the sun stood on the hill and beheld the royal capital. He was tall and handsome like a man from a painting. He had blue jewel-like eyes and a fair complexion. The young man's name was Maximilian de Avies, the man who was called the main character of Legend of Heroes 2, the monster from the Empire who First Sword had recognized. Maximilian took a deep breath and gently touched the sword on his waist. Feeling his heart pounding, he took a step forward towards the royal capital. Chapter 184, Founding Anniversary Ball. 1. Deep-rooted trees are not shaken by the wind. This was a common saying used to describe the country, since the Slen Kingdom was indeed a great and large country with a vast territory and immense national strength, to the extent that it wouldn't even budge if it got pushed a bit. That's why they raised the scale. Even deep-rooted trees could shake, just like how even a healthy person wouldn't survive if they suffer from a series of serious illnesses. The demon followers prepared 3 events to destroy the Slen Kingdom. 1 is the barbarians' invasion of the north. The horrors of war engulfed the wild lands and the north, causing great chaos. They directly destroyed the north. The other is the annihilation of the royal family. They erased the royal capital and the royal family, turning the Slen Kingdom into a headless nation. At the same time, they destroyed the barrier of the royal capital and opened the Hell Gate to maximize the confusion in the center. The last one, their final plan to plunge the South into the depths of destruction. All 3 of these were successful in the game, which led to the disastrous fall of the Slen Kingdom, and the 7 major calamities that followed. Their nightmarish scheme to destroy the Argon Empire after the Slen Kingdom. After a long adventure in the mid to late half of Legend of Heroes 2, the protagonists eventually succeeded in defeating all the 7 major calamities. However, their victory was nothing but a painful victory. The Argon Empire had already been destroyed, and the entire continent was burned to ashes by the flames of war. It would have been a good thing if it had ended there. But that didn't happen, because the Great Summons began. A gate linking the 3 worlds of Hell, Earth, and Heaven was created, and through this, the demons of Hell and the angels of Heaven appeared directly on Earth. The overlords of Hell tried to conquer the Earth and make it a forward operating base to strike the heavens. The archangels of heaven tried to keep the army of hell on earth and not get to heaven. The life of humans, who were the earth's inhabitants, did not matter to either side. Armageddon, the great war of hell and heaven. The clash of the otherworldly beings caused the destruction of earth, and countless humans died. Apocalypse. Human kingdoms ceased to exist. Compared to before the downfall of the Slen Kingdom, not even a tenth of humans survived, and those who managed to save their lives simply continued their lives amidst hunger and fear. Legend of Heroes 3 took place a few years after Armageddon. A story of finding hope again in a world that had turned into ashes. Yes, it's good if it does not fall into utter despair, but even that wasn't an acceptable future. Pleiades was no longer a world seen on the computer monitor, but a real world where Jude himself was born and grew up in. We've already prevented one of the three. The Wild Lands maintained its power, unlike the original, though it suffered great damage. And the northern part of the Slen Kingdom was able to literally avoid complete destruction. On the contrary, the Devil's Eye was severely hit. Not only did they lose as many as 15 mid-ranking demonic humans, but even Hurricane, a high-ranking demonic human, was killed. And there's the Hellgate. In the Devil's Eye, or even among all the demon follower groups, there were only a few catalysts that could open the Hellgate, and it was not easy to increase that number either. Moreover, it was no exaggeration to say that it was a blow greater than losing demonic humans since they lost one catalyst. Even Kreemler couldn't come to Earth. Kreemler was the great demon who killed Count Bayer and Gal in the game. Jude closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, because of his relief and happiness in saving his father and older brother, and the genocide of the royal family. The flow in the game was as follows. Right after the ball, which was the last part of the founding anniversary celebration, was over. Black Moon, the hunting dog of the Lord Protector, caused terror throughout the royal capital, and the Lord Protector used it as an excuse to gather the royal family into an emergency shelter hidden in the basement of the royal palace. And genocide, not only King Henry II, but all his siblings and children, to cut off the blood of the founder king and neutralize the barrier in the royal capital. It's more terrible after that. The Lord Protector did not leave the royal capital after collecting the divine sword, Clayam Saleh, which served as the core of the barrier. He appeared in front of the nobles who were confused with the sudden disappearance of the royal family, and while leading the search, he attracted the demon followers to the royal capital, where the barrier had disappeared in order to create a bigger disturbance. He's eventually killed by a playable character, though it was after the royal capital had already lost all its functions as a capital. We have to stop him before that. They had already done all the necessary measures they could do. They neutralized the Black Moon, the main culprit of the terror attacks, and also made the Lord Protector's close allies, the ones who helped him in the royal family's genocide, withdraw from the front line. It's impossible to stop the Lord Protector in advance. Although they had become close to the royal family, it was only a friendship that began a month ago. The Lord Protector had dedicated his entire life to the Slen Kingdom, so it was impossible for them to compete with him. In the end, we have no choice but to solve it on the spot. The moment the Lord Protector revealed his true colors, they would instantly stop him and save the royal family. It was an operation that was truly like walking on a tightrope. But we have to do it. Jude took a deep breath and looked at the plan and map in front of him. The things that the Lord Protector could do under the current situation, and all of Jude's countermeasures to it. It's like chess. You win if you capture the king. But the situation was like they needed to immediately capture the king if they wanted a chance to win. For this reason, Jude had also prepared measures in order to capture the king, the Lord Protector. Though there are a lot of conditions and it's not complete, it was impossible to set up a trap in advance at the royal palace. Therefore, the only thing they could do was a head-to-head match. In order to defeat the Lord Protector, who is one of the 10 great swordmasters, we need someone from the 10 great swordmasters too. Count Bayer and First Sword, and Count Chase, who were on the same level as the two. The problem was that none of the three could be told about this. The only thing possible is to give them a few clues. As for the rest, they had no choice but to make the three face the Lord Protector directly on the spot. I can just get any one of them to accompany me and then face the Lord Protector. His colleagues who worked with him in his past life would obviously have something to say about that if they saw his current plan, but this was the best he could do right now. There are a lot of strong people in the royal capital, not only on their side, but also on the other side. There were also some people in the Royal Guard Knights and the Royal Guard Magic Corps who were on the Lord Protector's side. In particular, the Lord Protector had many disciples in the Royal Guard Knights. 4 out of the 10 great swordmasters would be in the royal capital on the day of the founding anniversary celebration. The remaining 6 were not present for reasons such as keeping the border, like Count H.R. Svelger did. My father and First Sword will be on our side, and the Lord Protector would be on the other side. And having 7 Killing's sword is better than nothing. One of the 10 great swordmasters was 7 Killing's sword, Suryu. Born in the far eastern continent, she was someone like the wind. She had a habit of wandering around, so she couldn't settle in one place and wandered all over the Slen Kingdom. Unlike First Sword, who belonged to an organization called the Sword School, Suryu did not belong to any group. She's known for her random encounters since you can't even guess where, when, and how she will appear. First of all, given that her name was on the guest list, it seemed that she was in the royal capital, but it was unclear whether she would appear at the ball. I tried to contact her in advance, but it was impossible. After spending time with First Sword, whom they clearly knew his location, they had been busy with tea parties and the Rogue Master's activities. Of course, I tried to search for her, but it was in vain. He even put a request in the Blue Moon, but they couldn't find Suryu, the 7 Killing's sword, in the end. Welsh's a generous person haul help anyway, so I'll just let her be. After all, she was one of the 10 great swordmasters who swore their loyalty to the Slen Kingdom. Like First Sword, she wasn't a person who would ignore the crisis that would befall the royal capital. In the end, the key is for the 10 great swordmasters to confront each other. The best thing would be his father and First Sword working together to stop the Lord Protector, but if only one of them was present, it was still possible to stop the Lord Protector, because both are likely to be stronger than the Lord Protector in a one-on-one fight. As First Sword had said, even if they were the 10 great swordmasters, a decline of their skills due to aging was inevitable. If they fight one-on-one, our side will win. Jude took a deep breath and looked at the plan once again, checking the details. It was a crude plan that had to rely on improvisation for almost everything because the enemy's tactics were clearly unknown and that they had severely changed the original course of events. However, even if that was so, it was still meaningful to prepare. If ever an unexpected situation occurred, he would be able to respond to it more calmly if he had ever thought about it at least once. Tomorrow night. The night of the big fight that will determine the fate of the royal capital. And at the same time, a night where his incredibly anticipated event will occur. Founding Anniversary Ball. Jude covered his face with his hands and said to himself, "Yes, I know. I must be crazy for thinking and wanting to dance with Cordelia at the ball in the midst of all these events. But I can't help it, okay? We'll be attending a ball anyway. The event will happen after the ball is actually over. Then isn't it okay for me to enjoy it a bit? Furthermore, it's my first time. To dance with Cordelia at an official event. I want to see Cordelia." Jude unconsciously spoke, and he soon smiled bitterly. "This is serious. I really am a serious case in many ways, Cordelia." Jude spoke out loud again and closed his eyes. He imagined what she would look like tomorrow. "Miss." Despite Dahlia's call, Cordelia did not answer as she pretended to not have heard it. "What's going on? Is she suddenly going into puberty?" "Miss." Dahlia called again, and Cordelia slightly pouted her lips. Seeing her reaction, it's not that she can't hear me, but she's dissatisfied with something. "Ah, I know what she's dissatisfied with." Dahlia cleared her throat and said in a small voice, "Baroness Chase?" "Yes, I am Baroness Chase. I'm not plain noble Cordelia, but Baroness Chase." At Cordelia's response, Dahlia finally burst out laughing. "Do you like it so much?" "Yes, I like it." She was in front of Dahlia and not anyone else, so she was honest. As Cordelia talked and snorted, Dahlia hugged Cordelia as if she couldn't take it anymore. "My cute miss." "Miss, cute Baroness." Ahem. Cordelia answered in a cute way and then hugged Dahlia. Dahlia was someone who sometimes felt more like her real sister than Adelia, so sharing warmth like that made her feel like she was in her mother's arms. "Ha, seriously. I am so excited." "Of what?" Tomorrow's ball. And how pretty my Lady, my Baroness will be. People will be surprised to see the Baroness. I really want to see you dance with Lord Jude. A lot of people were indeed expecting that. What about Dahlia? Dahlia is also beautiful, so y'all be very pretty if you dressed up. Thank you for saying that even if it's just empty words. I really mean it. Aren't there other knights planning to dance with you tomorrow? Thank you for your words. No, I really mean it, okay? Yes, surely, you really mean it. Dahlia had a mature smile and gently touched Cordelia's cheek. It's now time for my Baroness to go to sleep. You know you shouldn't stay up all night because you're so excited from thinking of Lord Jude, right? Am I a child? And I'm not excited because of Jude, so I won't stay up all night, okay? Yes, if you say so. I agree. It's not like that. I hate Dahlia. Really? Do you really hate me? When Dahlia met her eyes and spoke, Cordelia had no choice but to surrender. Somehow, you're resembling Jude more and more these days, you know. It's because the Baroness is so cute. It was an irrelevant answer, but could also be called a wise answer to a stupid question. Anyway, you should go to bed now. See you tomorrow. Dahlia made Cordelia lie on the bed before she covered her with a blanket and stroked her hair. Dahlia's behavior and affection was definitely almost like that of a sister, and not just that of an escort knight. And that was why. Cordelia grabbed Dahlia's hand so that she would turn around. Dahlia turned around to ask what Cordelia wanted, and Cordelia slightly opened her mouth when Dahlia faced her. Miss? No, it's nothing. Good night, Dahlia. Yes, miss. Good night, too. Dahlia had a wide smile as she left the room, and Cordelia closed her eyes after staring at Dahlia's back for a while. Dahlia, it's not just the founding anniversary ball tomorrow. A really big incident will happen, because there's very little chance that the Lord Protector will back out from his plan. The Devil's Hand will do something too. Please don't get hurt. Please don't get injured from overdoing it. I don't want to think about Dahlia dying, because it's scary to even imagine it. The genocide of the royal family. I've been preparing to stop it. Jude and I have even stopped the war that took place in the Wild Lands, so we have to stop this event too. But why? I have this slightly bad feeling. A slightly unfounded worry. She began to have this unidentified ominous feeling after the Banquet of Swords, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Is it because we changed history? It was after the Banquet of Swords that they began to stop the Black Moon's terror plan in earnest. But it will be fine. We prepared a lot in advance. Because Jude and I did our best that we could do. This ominous feeling is just like a fear of the unknown future. Well protected. The royal family, the royal capital, everyone including Jude. Cordelia closed her eyes and went to sleep. As Dahlia had said, she should go to sleep early to prepare for tomorrow. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Cordelia opened her eyes again in the end. She had no choice but to do so. I can't sleep. Because I am scared of tomorrow, yet looking forward to it too. Because I keep imagining myself fully dressed up and dancing with Jude. Am I a kid getting excited about a picnic? Cordelia scolded herself and shut her eyes again, but she soon had to admit it. The fact that her heart kept pounding and that she couldn't sleep. Anyway, this is Jude's fault. This is Jude's fault. Unlike her, he must be sleeping well by now. Cordelia pouted her lips for no reason and turned to the direction of Jude's room, closing her eyes while feeling a bit annoyed. I want to see him, no matter what. Yes, I want to see him. What am I thinking? Cordelia suddenly laughed a bit before she took a deep breath and focused on trying to sleep again. Because tomorrow was a very important day. It was unacceptable if her physical condition was bad because of her excitement. Sleep, for tomorrow. Repressing the ominous feeling in her chest, Cordelia slowly adjusted her breathing. She tried to sleep. The morning was bright. It was the same as always, but at the same time, it was different from the usual. In the end, Jude had stayed up all night with his eyes open, and he smiled at Cordelia, who had the same tired eyes as him. Did you not sleep? I only slept a little. What about you? I only slept a bit too. Jude and Cordelia eventually looked at each other and laughed, while Madra and Dahlia watched the two and thought, they're really sweet even in the morning. Oh my, she didn't sleep. But Dahlia could understand it. Even Dahlia herself was so excited that she could only sleep a bit, so Cordelia must have had it harder. The day of the founding anniversary ball. It was a day of the event that they were waiting for. After having breakfast, Jude and Cordelia began their preparations. A final review of their operation and an inspection of their combat equipment. They dressed themselves after that. Time flew fast, and it was now late in the afternoon. Standing in front of the carriage and looking up at the sky as the sun began to set, Jude suddenly laughed. Why? Cordelia was heading his way. She hadn't changed into the fairy dress yet, and she hadn't even used angel mode, but she was still the most beautiful girl in the world. The makeup on her face was quite elaborate than usual, and she had an expression that looked bashful yet strangely hopeful. Added to that was her beautifully arranged hair. Jude gazed at Cordelia with an enchanted look, and Cordelia somehow felt satisfied with his reaction, oohing as she checked Jude. Jude's appearance, which was as well-dressed as her, made her raise the corners of her mouth. His wise and mysterious green eyes filled with a strong-willed look. His black hair went well with his black tailcoat suit that perfectly fitted his sculpture-like body. Is it because he's handsome? No, is it not just that? Hearing the beating of her heart that began to pound, Cordelia drew closer to Jude a bit more, and Jude naturally raised his hand. Let's go together. Yes, Baron. The two spoke in a theatrical manner at almost the same time, and they giggled before riding inside the carriage. The distance from the detached palace to the main palace was only a few minutes. However, during that time that felt much longer than usual, Jude and Cordelia were silent instead of talking to each other. They just held each other's hand tightly and focused on each other. The beating of their hearts became one. Their breathing that was not in harmony at first had now become unified too, as if they were one person. An odd tension. Unlike their hot chests, their heads were gradually turning cold. It wasn't strange, since the two of them were heading to the battlefield now. Jude, yes, Cordelia, let's do our best. You too. The day of the ball and the battle that would decide the fate of the royal capital had now arrived. The carriage stopped, and the two gulped in nervousness. After glancing at each other, they smiled confidently. Let's go. The two simultaneously spoke before they got off the carriage and gazed at the big and beautiful main palace. 2 hours before the founding anniversary ball, the time of their decisive battle had arrived. Chapter 185 Founding Anniversary Ball 2. Saluzia stood and blankly stared at the royal capital. The sun was setting. The red sunset covered the sky, and beyond that red and yellow light, a dark purple gradually spread. The night was coming. The darkness was coming. As she gazed at the sky, day and night changed at some point. The moon and stars shone in the dark blue sky, and below it, the royal capital seemed to forget the night as it shined beautifully. City of Light. Huh, Koros reacted to Saluzia's words. He was in his demonic human form because he couldn't maintain his human form due to the royal capital's barrier. He was almost 3 meters tall, and 2 horns stood tall on his head. In terms of size, he was several times taller than Saluzia. Saluzia's deer antlers grew on her head, and she looked back at Koros. It had been 30 years since then. Saluzia spoke about the past in front of her childhood friend, who knew everything she wanted to hide because he had been with her from the very beginning as far as she could remember. Do you remember? On what happened in the royal capital when we were children? You mean when the director sold us as slaves? When we were loaded into a slave wagon that rattled? Yes, that time. Saluzia was 8 years old, and Koros was 9 years old then. The skinny boy and girl with large shackles on their ankles sat in a wagon covered with dirty straw and suffered from hunger. I thought it was pretty. The big and colorful city they saw in the distance. What kind of people live in such a pretty city? Everyone must have a mother and father, right? They can wear pretty clothes and eat delicious food. They don't get beaten or hurt every day. Someday, when I become an adult, I promised myself that I would go there once. A vague hope. That something would change when she becomes an adult, that this painful life would end when she grows up, that she would be happy. But I couldn't go there even when I became an adult, because the royal capital had a barrier. Saluzia herself had become a demonic human by selling her soul to the devil. Connie, yes, Sanny. The place is different from what I imagined, right? Places like that exist wherever people live, so if you go in a little deeper, it will be the same hellhole. At Koros' words, Saluzia unknowingly laughed. No, she completely laughed out loud. Sanny, it's just funny. The city she envied when she was a child. She really wanted to go there once, but she couldn't. But I am going to burn that city now. Her heart no longer ached for it. Saluzia herself was a demonic human now, and all of this was for her beloved leader. Let's go, Connie. Yes, Sanny. To destroy that city full of colorful lights that seemed to have forgotten the night. Saluzia closed her eyes and stepped forward. She hummed as she breathed in the cold night air. A singing voice. Jude stood by the window and watched the sunset for a while before he turned his gaze back to the front. The grand banquet hall, where the founding anniversary ball was held, was full of light. The chandeliers under the magnificent ceiling shone beautifully, and magical lights on the walls drove out the darkness. The floor that was shiny enough to reflect the face, and the chattering voices of the people, and the bright and cheerful song of the lively minstrel from afar. Jude took a step back to widen his view, but it was impossible to capture the banquet hall at a glance. In the very spacious banquet hall, around 300-400 people were gathered. Nobles from all over the country and guests from other countries. On top of that, dozens of royal court attendants were active at work for the smooth progress of the banquet, so it was natural that it was crowded. Henry II. Jude's gaze turned to the end of the upper seats. The not competent, but not that incompetent Henry II was certainly a good king, and he was chatting and laughing with his first queen while the second and third queens were sitting next to him. There really are a lot. In addition to Princess Daphne and Prince Dion sitting next to the queens, there were more than 15 children of the king. Excluding the first 3 children, all of them were children of the concubines, so they were far from inheriting the throne, but they were still royalty who possessed the blood of the founder king in their veins. Jude looked at all the royal children except for Princess Darian, who was currently not present due to some circumstances, and he turned to the wall again. Duke Antarius, the Lord Protector. He stood near the royal family and was chatting with his disciples. They didn't have any swords since they were at a ball, but they were all swordsmen with excellent skills. It's fortunate that the commander of the Royal Guard Knights isn't on the side of the Lord Protector. Jude turned his gaze away from the Lord Protector so as not to be suspicious, and he glanced around the banquet hall again. From time to time, familiar faces caught his eyes. Emma Ficus. She came with her well-mannered fiancé, but she looked rather down than usual. She would be like that because this place was the royal capital and not the north. She was a young noble lady who was only popular in the north because of Count Ficus, but in the royal capital, she was just an average noble. Of course, the 12 northern families are not average nobles. It was just how they were normally treated here. Most of the nobles from the royal capital had the notion that they were somehow above the local nobles. There's Rachel, too. Was her name Rachel Bloom? He had met her at the Banquet of Swords, and she together with Luca's friends were gathered together as they laughed and chatted. Sylvia's here, too. Sylvia was one of the most beautiful women in the north, though she was a bit less than Cordelia. So even among the noble children of the royal capital, she exhibited a clear presence. She was chatting with Cordelia's brother, Edward, and it seemed to Jude that they were talking about something business-related. My brother should have been there too. As the next Count Bayer, he should have been talking with the next Count Chase and the next Countess Crossbell. However, Gal did not even attend the founding anniversary ball. Since Adelia chased Cordelia in the north and the wild lands, she had taken so many vacation days that she couldn't even take a leave for the succeeding years. Thus, Adelia was on duty tonight, and Gal had gone to the guard post in order to spend time with her. Since when did he become such a romantic? A thief who had learned stealing later than others would not even realize that the day breaks while committing a theft, and that was the case for Gal. Maja would have said that the two brothers were exactly the same if she had heard Jude's thoughts, but in any case, Jude did not stop Gal from leaving. It would be reassuring if we even had one stronger ally, but I am worried about Adelia too. It was unknown how the Lord Protector and the Devil's Hand would act. Adelia was a capable person who could take care of herself in any situation, but there was still a possibility. So he was relieved that Adelia and Gal would be together. My father and her father are over there, though. Jude had asked them to stay close to the royal family as much as possible, but since the two couldn't help but meet people, they were moving farther away. Suryu is not here. 7 Killings sword trickle. But Jude thought that rather than attending the ball wearing a dress, she would look better smiling while lifting a wine glass alone as she leant on the wall. and Lucas. The boy stood alone on the wall as his shoulders drooped like a crestfallen golden retriever. Jude couldn't help but talk to Lucas when he saw that face. Lord Lucas. Oh, Mr. Jude. I mean, Baron Bayer. You can just say Lord Jude, it's just between us. At Jude's words, Lucas nodded with a very happy expression. Thank you for saying that. Don't mention it, by the way you look down. When Jude asked openly, Lucas replied as his shoulders fell again. The truth is I invited Miss Scarlet to attend the ball with me, but I was rejected. After he finished talking, Lucas' head lowered a bit, and Jude glanced at Lucas' butt unconsciously. It somehow seemed to Jude that Lucas had a drooping tail. No, more than that. You invited Scarlet to be your partner? Isn't what Cordelia saying true then? As Jude looked at him in surprise, Lucas opened his mouth again. After the conferment ceremony, we met on the street by chance. By chance? Yes, just like how Biltween met Alina accidentally in Biltween the Hero. Lucas' gaze and voice were filled with warmth, and Jude was convinced. He's in love. Well, Scarlet is a beauty. In addition to being confident, she's also secretly nice. If Cordelia knew this, she'd love it. Whether there was a chance or not, Cordelia was enthusiastic with shipping couples. Lord Lucas. Yes, Lord Jude. Scarlet loves roses. Excuse me? Ah, yes, Jude could do nothing else but root for Lucas. If it really went well with Lucas, it seemed like Lucas would unshakably be on their side. Is there anything else? Lucas timidly asked, and Jude quietly recalled Scarlet's setting. And it was at that moment. Hey, you were here. The owner of the voice he heard from behind him was First Sword. Greeting both Jude and Lucas, he approached with a smile and tapped Jude on the shoulder before raising his hand. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. It was nice if the man he wanted to stick close to came to him on their own. Jude smiled while Lucas followed his greeting. First Sword looked around then and asked, "But where is your pretty fiancé? If it's Cordelia, she's preparing with Princess Darien right now." With the princess? Why? We prepared a bit of a special dress. The fairy dress and fairy shoes. Princess Darien had heard that something mysterious would happen in the process of wearing it, and was so eager to see it, so Cordelia had no choice but to change her clothes at the main palace. I want to see it too. It was no exaggeration to say that the fairy dress was a kind of polymorph item that turned its wearer into a fairy. There were so many things to see, such as the mysterious light that would appear in the process of wearing it, the wings of light that would appear and disappear for a short moment, and so on. Of course, even if Princess Darien wasn't there, I wouldn't be able to see it. If I said that I wanted to see it, she would have hit me. Hey, look at that smile. You're smiling because you're thinking of your fiancé, right? Perhaps. Ah, you seriously look so happy. It makes me want to stab you. First Sword Nim? It's a figure of speech, a figure of speech. It's not real. At the words of First Sword, Lucas exhaled as if he was truly relieved, and First Sword was interested in Lucas' innocent appearance, because he thought that it would be fun to tease Lucas. Anyway, it was the moment when Jude's imagination and First Sword's grumbling were about to continue. A small sound. The sound of one of the doors in the grand banquet hall slowly opening. It was such a small sound. It was just a small sound that could be buried by the sound of the music and the people's chattering. But at that very moment, when the girl who came to the ball late took a step, those standing near the door turned their gazes inadvertently. Then they saw the royal court attendant who had opened the door to have frozen in place, as the attendant stared at one place with an enchanted face. What's going on? Why is he like that? Their questions did not last long. The moment their eyes followed the gaze of the attendant, they knew the reason. There were no exclamations. There were no words of wonder. There was only silence. They forgot what they were saying the moment they saw her. They were mesmerized the moment they gazed at her. The girl walked in steps. The sound of her footsteps were weak and small, but the sound gradually began to be noticeable. Her footsteps didn't get louder. It was because her surroundings had become quiet. The silence spread. The stillness spread out. The sound of her footsteps became more and more clear. The silence quickly spread like a flame wherever the girl walked. The chattering stopped, and Jude could finally hear it. Her footsteps. Even though his back were facing them, Jude could tell the changes that occurred to the countless people. The sounds that had filled the banquet hall diminished. The court musicians' hands seemed to be slowing down, but they stopped before anyone noticed it. and the minstrel who was singing forgot the lyrics. Henry II and First Queen Justina, who were having a conversation, also sensed the change in the banquet hall. They raised their heads to know what was going on, and their faces became like the others. And one step, the sound of her last step before the total silence. Except for Jude, hundreds of people looked at the same place. They couldn't help but gaze at that place. It was so compelling, an overwhelming and intense beauty. In that absolute silence, Jude gulped in nervousness, and he finally turned around to face her. He opened his mouth and stopped. He couldn't even properly call her name. The moment he saw her, he was spellbound, because he fell in love again. A star. A girl who shone alone among the countless people. The fairy dress wasn't that fancy. She didn't tighten her waist, nor was it filled with heavy and dull decorations. The fluttering white cloth flowed down along Cordelia's smooth shoulder line, and her skirt naturally drew a soft line. And a faint heavenly aura surrounded the girl. The girl stood shyly and seemed to pout before she smiled with her fangs visible. She took a step again and drew closer to Jude, whispering, "How long are you going to keep me waiting?" Perhaps because of everyone's gaze, she spoke with a red face, and Jude finally came to his senses. No, he took Cordelia's hand while still captivated. Correction effect. The fairy dress and fairy shoes had effects that greatly increased one's beauty and charm respectively. In addition, there was a correction effect because of her angel mode, so it was natural that a truly transcendental beauty was born. Therefore, thus, in the end, Jude admitted it. He gave up explaining it through its game effects. No matter how much he tried to understand it by replacing it with numbers, he still couldn't understand it. "Cordelia, let's dance." Cordelia unconsciously asked. She would act like that because the place was really silent now. There wasn't even a small sound of music, let alone a song, and everyone present was even looking her way. But he wants to dance now. That's too much. That's completely too much. But Cordelia nodded her head without realizing it. She did that the moment she met eyes with Jude, and after that, everything went naturally. Jude hugged Cordelia's waist, and she gently leaned against him. And one step. The dance of the two began. Chapter 186, Founding Anniversary Ball 3, who came to their senses first? No one knew. But it was clear that the time that had stopped at some point began to flow again. Their eyes reflected Jude and Cordelia dancing. The two didn't know what they should dance since there was no music, but that didn't matter in the first place. They were two people who could understand each other's thoughts by just looking into their eyes. Light steps. Rather than sticking to a dance pattern, they just enjoyed this present moment. Smiles appeared on the faces of those who were watching with rapt attention. Just like the silence, admiration and joy quickly spread too, and music began to play again. People stepped back and made room, and the minstrel tried to capture the scene in front of his eyes instead of singing. Count Bayer smiled. Count Chase hurriedly searched his pockets in order to find a mana stone for video recording. And Jude and Cordelia gazed at each other. Before they knew it, they forgot the stares around them and only focused on each other. They did not suppress the smile spreading on their faces. Come to think of it, this is our first time. First time to dance like this. Because the timing wasn't good when we were in Langesthay, at the social gathering of the children from the northern families. They had clearly prepared for the ball then, but they didn't have the time to dance because the place was attacked. During Emma's birthday party, the atmosphere wasn't good for dancing. You're right, because Cordelia completely destroyed the atmosphere there. In fact, isn't it the same now? Something big would happen to the royal capital in a few hours at the latest, I guess. But it won't make a difference if we made an impression now, right? That's also true. Cordelia smiled and leaned a little more on Jude. His arm that held her waist firmly supported her. Lord Jude from the Bayer family. What is it, Lady Cordelia from the Chase family? Giggling at his playful response, Cordelia looked up again at Jude and said, "Aren't you a bit good in dancing? It's because of my chinmujich. Didn't I say that it makes me good at anything I do with my body? It's too good. Will something bad happen if you don't brag for a day, though? But I don't hate it." "I can't hate it." Cordelia averted her gaze and looked elsewhere. It wasn't because she was suddenly embarrassed to face him. It was because she didn't want him to know her thoughts, just a few minutes ago, when Jude had turned around towards her. He was very enchanted earlier. He stood there with his mouth agape. I wish I could somehow take a picture of that. I didn't expect the composed Jude to make such a stupid-looking face. And the reason why he made such a face was because of me. My face had strangely turned red at that. But why did my own cheeks flush red when it was him who did something embarrassing? Cordelia slightly pouted her lips and glanced away before she looked at Jude again. The moment she faced his green eyes, the gaze of her blue eyes shifted to another place as if running away. Haha. Why is he laughing? Should I know why? No, I don't want to know why. It's hard. Jude's arm, Jude's embrace. I didn't think it was like this when we were in the wild lands. When did he become so reliable? He's grown so tall. She was able to tell now that she faced him from the front like this. And his arms had become large enough for Cordelia herself to fit in his embrace. His hands are big too. He had long fingers. She thought that there would be a difference of more than a few centimeters if they touched each other's palms. Cordelia's fingers twitched unconsciously at that moment, and Jude also moved his hand. Their hands that were holding each other moved in different directions, and their hands soon found their proper places as if they were cogwheels interlocking with each other. In between each other's fingers. It was so natural after that. As if it had been like this from the beginning, their hands filled each other's gaps and became one. Clasped hands. The hold of their hands felt much tighter than usual because of their interlocking fingers. Cordelia bit her lips. Otherwise, she felt like she was going to laugh like a fool. Why is my heart pounding like this? It feels strange. It's so different from our usual holding hands. It feels like I am restraining Jude, and I am being restrained by him too. But I like the feeling of us restraining each other like this. Far from feeling uneasy, my heart keeps pounding. My face is red. I can tell without looking in the mirror, because my face feels hot. I can feel my cheeks burning hot. Cordelia shifted her gaze once more to see Jude, and she bit her lips again. She tried her best to suppress her smile, but she ended up smiling brightly, because Jude's face was red. It was burning red. How exciting. It's Jude and not anyone else. It's the Jude who's unashamed in writing words of love when we're separated, the Jude who can casually say out loud that I am precious. But he has a shy and red face now. Just look at those red earlobes. Yufufu. What can I call this feeling? A feeling of achievement. A feeling of satisfaction. It feels like I've won. Like you're embarrassed too, right? You now know how I feel when my face turns red, right? Hey, your face is red too, okay. Why are you being childish? Are you embarrassed that your face is red? You're red too, though. Yes, in my case, my face turns red often. But what about you? What about you? Cordelia slyly smiled, and Jude eventually gave up. Because the brightly smiling Cordelia was so lovely. And they continued their dance. Jude and Cordelia listened to the music. Their dance had began spontaneously, but they were able to match to the beat of the music in a short time because the two were skilled in moving their bodies. And after some time, the two knew, the fact that the song would soon end. The time when their dance would be over was now approaching. Therefore, Cordelia looked at Jude instead of closing her eyes. Jude also met eyes with Cordelia. Instead of having a conversation with their eyes, they simply stared at each other. And the end eventually came. Both of their feet stopped, and they sighed in relief. But they didn't release their clasped hands. Their fingers twitched as if expressing their regret. If possible, they wanted to keep doing this. But the two knew that it was impossible, because thunderous applause filled the grand banquet hall, filling in the void of the music that had ended. It's 12 o'clock. The grinning Cordelia closed her lips and left Jude's arms. She slightly lifted the sides of her skirt with her hands and gave a bow to everyone. And the sound of applause burst again, followed by music that began playing anew. Several people began to dance at that moment. At a balcony of the grand banquet hall. Cordelia hid behind the curtains to avoid people's gaze for a while, and she took several breaths. I can live now, because the air was cold. Her burning red face seemed to cool off for a bit too. Cordelia panted as if she was exhausted and glanced at Jude before smiling in satisfaction again. Just like her, Jude's face was red, and he was also catching his breath. Phew. I won. Wait, what did you win from? I won, okay. The grinning Cordelia put her arms on the balcony railing and smiled again. I am tired. Are you okay? Would you like a potion? I am fine though. What about you? I've absorbed the sphere of life, so if I just stand still, my HP and stamina will fill up again. I see, that's great. You're like Captain America. You can move all day long without getting tired, huh? If it's just dancing, I can do it for days, okay? Oh my, look at you bragging nonsense. As Cordelia clicked her tongue, Jude coughed in his awkwardness. Anyway, are you okay? Oh, I am fine. Don't you feel cold? Your clothes look thin. Your entire shoulders are exposed. You might catch a cold. When Jude viewed the fairy dress and spoke, Cordelia confidently smiled as her fangs glistened. It's fine, I am really fine. Have you forgotten? The winter protection, I see. But you still look cold, so let's put something on. As he said that, Jude took off his coat and put it over Cordelia's shoulders, and Cordelia's lips squirmed. What's wrong with me? Originally, I was going to say wow and tease him. But I can't do it. Somehow my lips are tightly sealed. Jude's smell. Of course, it seems to be a sweaty smell because he's sweating, but anyway, it's the smell of Jude. As Cordelia sniffed a bit, Jude was visibly embarrassed, pulling the sleeves of his hanging coat in order to sniff it. Does it smell? Yes, it does. A lot. It smells a lot. At the words of Cordelia known for her animal-like senses, Jude tried to retrieve his coat again, but he couldn't. Cordelia held the coat with both her hands and snorted. Why are you trying to take what you gave me? You said it smells. That's that and this is this. What is that and this, I wonder? Perhaps her red face had clouded her judgment, but Cordelia did not stop smiling. Anyway, I am really happy. I feel happy too. Everyone in the world knows now, the beauty of Cordelia. My goodness, seriously. Hey, this is my beauty. It's not yours, okay? Hey, why are you saying that? I am someone who knows everything about you. What do you know? You don't know everything about Cordelia. If someone had seen the two, they would have taken out their bamboo spears in their annoyance and want to stab the two. But the two were the only ones here, and both of them were satisfied with their childish banter, so there was no problem. But Jude, if you think about it, isn't this a problem? What part? I mean, like we seriously stood out on Emma's birthday party, right? We did. But if you think about it, today is the birthday of our Slen Kingdom, right? So. Then, aren't the royalty the main characters today? At the development of her quite good reasoning, Jude nodded his head. They were. You might not know since you were changing your clothes, but until you came out, Princess Daphne had led the opening ceremony and was actually the main character. Oh, it was like that. I see, wait, what? Princess Daphne was the main character? Yes, Her Royal Majesty, the first queen, still has a jaw-dropping beauty, but it's natural for Princess Daphne to be the main character of the ball since she's single and of marriageable age. She's also the royalty acknowledged as the next monarch. It was a sound argument. But that was also the reason why Cordelia turned pale. Hey, you crazy beastard, you knew that would happen, right? What am I going to do? What if Princess Daphne gets angry? As Cordelia hit Jude in the shoulder and chest with her fist, Jude responded, pretending that it wasn't painful. It's okay since it's a little different from a birthday party. This isn't a wedding, too. Besides, we're from the Slen Kingdom and not from another country, right? So it's not a problem. Really? Yes, it's true. Will you take responsibility? Of course, Princess. I will take full responsibility. HMPH. Okay, I'll forgive you. Thank you, Your Highness. Jude replied in a theatrical manner, and Cordelia laughed while criticizing him for being weird. Come to think of it, clasped hands. Cordelia's fingers twitched as she gently smiled. Let's try again later. Not today, but later. I actually want to do it now, but I should do it later. No, should I just do it now? There's nothing wrong with it. It's not that of a big deal. Cordelia pretended that it was fine, and she glanced at Jude. She slowly stretched out her hand towards Jude, and when the black-hearted Jude smiled a bit slyly at her actions. Cordelia suddenly raised her head. She roughly reached out and grabbed Jude by the collar, shouting as she pulled him towards her. Shield, a transparent shelter. And at that moment, Jude also realized it. No, he had no choice but to realize it. The light, and the explosion. The ceiling of the grand banquet hall collapsed with a tremendous roar. Chapter 187, Founding Anniversary Ball. 4. Adelia and Gal, who were facing each other and having a sweet kiss, jumped from their seats and looked out the window. Towards the royal palace. They didn't hear wrong. There was indeed a tremendous roar, but they had no time to figure out why. The two were forced to turn towards the opposite window, beyond the guard post, higher than the walls that surrounded the royal capital. Hundreds of people dived down amidst a rain of flames. The Seven Killings sword Suryu was sitting in a crouched position as she raised her head. She was surprised by the roar from the direction of the palace. But instead of running to the palace, she drew her sword. The main gate of the royal capital. Usually, the gate should have been closed when the sun set, but it was now open, and there were people coming from beyond it. What happened? No, who is coming? Suryu turned to the palace again and made a decision. Instead of the royal palace, she flew towards the main gate of the royal capital. While sitting on a high spire and watching the street play on the roadside, Scarlet turned to the palace. Most people didn't hear it because of the noise from the festival, but not for Scarlet. An explosion sounded from the royal palace's direction. And at the same time, shouts began to be heard from the side of the capital's walls. What is it? What's going on? Pink bomb. Scarlet unknowingly murmured as she kicked the ground. Koro stood at the main gate of the royal capital and stretched his arms. He chillingly smiled when he saw Suryu running towards him. The east and west gates were opened. It was not from outside, but from inside. Mian and Beras, officers of the royal guard, didn't stop at just opening the gates as they set fire to the gunpowder and food storage areas. As disciples of the Lord Protector, they replaced the roles of what the Black Moon should have played. Flames soared all throughout the royal capital. The demonic followers came in through the east and west gates, joining those who had already infiltrated. All those who pretended to visit the royal capital in order to celebrate the founding anniversary finally showed their true colors, and their number reached 1,000. Their plot was simple. They abolished their original plan to cause terror in several places in the royal capital and decided to attack the royal capital itself. The Blue Moon's guild master, Sup, was attacking a branch of the Black Moon and felt the situation changing. He ordered his men to retreat and looked back at Jennifer. Let's run. Let's leave it to the knights to fight back. Jennifer did not refuse. The main palace collapsed. Just as how the devil's hand raised the scale, the Lord Protector also raised the scale. Destroy the grand banquet hall. Forcefully create a situation in which the royal family must escape, and block at the same time those that made him uneasy, the strong people that the Lord Protector himself couldn't easily fight. Kaya! Save me, help, I've been buried. Screams were heard in the dust and smoke. So the Lord Protector closed his eyes for a while and waited. It was not just the collapse of the building that he had prepared. Quack! A different kind of scream rang out. Screams followed one after another, and their fear finally took shape. Z-zombies, don't get bitten. Run! The royal palace servants had been infected. They were released in time with the collapse, and they became wild beasts as planned, causing fear and confusion in the grand banquet hall. It wasn't a true undead monster, but a beast created through a disease by infecting living people, so it was easily spread inside the royal palace. Lord Protector, this way, Lord Protector. At the desperate cries, the Lord Protector faintly smiled. King Henry II was looking for him, as he had expected. Your Majesty. The Lord Protector cried out loud before he headed towards the royal family. Emma Ficus thought that she would die, because a huge slab of rock fell over her head, but she did not die. Her head was not crushed, nor did she shed a drop of blood. Cordelia did not immediately respond to Emma's stunned voice. After throwing away the rock she had lifted with her telekinetic power, she turned to Emma and shouted. To the center of the grand banquet hall. Emma reflexively followed Cordelia's words and saw. Count Chase was standing there. Giant stone pillars rose from the floor and supported the collapsed ceiling, forming a safe zone. Of course, it was usually much safer to go out of the palace, but not now. The garden was on fire, and they could hear the screams of zombies. The outside was a more dangerous place than inside the collapsing palace. FCK. The situation was bad. This was originally not supposed to happen. It was normally impossible to install magic circles and explosives that could explode in the royal palace, or hide zombies all over the banquet hall, or even sprinkle flammable chemicals in the garden. The royal guard was on patrol, but they were able to do it. Since the Lord Protector received the king's absolute trust, it was possible for him to trick the eyes of the royal guard and do the things that were happening now. The two had considered dropping a few hints to Princess Daphne, but it was still impossible for them to completely block it. Jude and Cordelia did not have the permission to search the royal palace. "Hurry!" Cordelia shouted again, but Emma couldn't get up and run because her legs had weakened. But her fiancé was with her. He somehow carried Emma on his back while trembling, and he ran towards the center protected by Count Chase. "There's no sword?" someone shouted, and Lucas strongly agreed. He had no sword. The only ones who could bring a sword to the ball where the king attended were the Royal Guard Knights, who served as the royalty's guards, and the 10 great swordmasters, the pride of the Slen Kingdom. "Give me a sword." When Lucas shouted at some Royal Guard Knights who were swinging their swords against the zombies, one of them drew a spare sword and threw it to Lucas. There were only a few traitors among the Royal Guard Knights, but the zombies had risen into the dozens before they knew it. Lucas stopped thinking for now. He swung his sword and cut the zombies in front of him. "Jude!" Cordelia cried. And Jude understood what Cordelia was talking about. Instead of running to the center where Count Chase was, he threw a sharp gaze. King Henry II shouted something to the Lord Protector, who nodded his head. At that moment, a bright light covered the place. The royal family's exclusive teleport, an emergency escape plan that was only for the king, which would lead them to a shelter hidden in the basement of the royal palace. But only a few people could be moved. Only the king and the 3 queens, as well as their immediate descendants Princess Daphne, Prince Dion, and Princess Darian, were allowed to use it. The concubines, their children, and Henry II's cousins were forced to rely on the Lord Protector and his disciples. "Come this way." The Lord Protector led the royal family. He probably made an agreement with the king to meet again at the shelter, just like the original, to annihilate the royalty there. "Lord Protector," Jude shouted out loud. His shout was quite loud and thunderous, but the falling rocks buried Jude's cry. The Lord Protector and the royalty left the grand banquet hall through a secret door. Instead of running towards Count Chase, Cordelia ran after the Lord Protector, and so did Jude. No, to be precise, she ran towards a man who was on their path. First Sword. Even though they omitted adding honorifics to his name, First Sword faced Jude with a serious face instead of being angry. "Do you know something? This way." They didn't have the time to explain. Jude simply appealed, and First Sword did not take a long time to agree. He immediately nodded and started running after Cordelia. The screams continued. An explosion sounded again, and part of the palace collapsed while the fire that burned the gardens spread to the main palace. Due to the Royal Guard Knight's struggle, the number of zombies rapidly declined, but the situation was still chaotic. "Lord Protector," Cordelia shouted again and kicked the secret door. And she swallowed her scream when she smelled the scent of blood that pierced her nose. The royal family had been killed in the secret passage. Not only the concubines, but also the children. Moreover, they suffered terrible deaths. Some had broken necks, while some were split into 2 from their waist. They had irregular and rough wounds, as if they were bitten by a beast's teeth. As soon as they entered the secret passage, the Lord Protector had killed the royalty. After he killed the young and weak ones with his rough swordsmanship, he left, to kill more royalty. To kill the immediate royal family members who would be hiding in the shelter. Jude and Cordelia had to stop him. They had to catch up to the Lord Protector and stop him. Cordelia used her magic. At the same time she transformed into a witch, she smashed the secret passage with her powerful mana. Beyond the wall, where the Lord Protector had passed, Jude took the lead. Cordelia and First Sword followed, outside the secret passage. The hallway of the main palace was ruined by the collapse and explosions. They saw the back of the Lord Protector. Jude called him, and Cordelia fired a blade of black mana. Clang! The Lord Protector turned and swung his sword. As he deflected the black blade, he saw Jude, Cordelia, and First Sword next to him. Jude clenched his fist. They had to stop him here. In this place, they had to stop the Lord Protector. Jude himself and Cordelia, and even First Sword, they had enough power. They would be able to stop and subdue the Lord Protector. Rather, the only thing they should worry about was the Lord Protector escaping, and the disciples of the Lord Protector they hadn't seen. Where did they go? Did they go ahead first, or were they planning something different? The 2 did not know. Therefore, they focused on the Lord Protector. They made stopping him their top priority. "Lord Protector, you traitor," Jude said. By saying such strong words, it attracted the attention of the Lord Protector. Cordelia also screamed and took a step. "I know all your plans. You're planning to cut off the blood of the royal family and neutralize the barrier of the royal capital." It worked. The Lord Protector looked their way with surprised eyes. Instead of turning around and running away, he showed interest in Jude and Cordelia. Indeed, Yurei the Demon Hunters, one of the aliases given to Jude and Cordelia as a result of their achievements in the north. "We won't let you." "Well, stop you here." Cordelia shouted again and spread out her angelic wings of light. She was planning to use fallen angel mode, but she had spread out her wings first in order to get the Lord Protector's attention, even by just a bit. And it worked again. At the sight of the pure white light that spread, the Lord Protector let out a small voice of surprise. A little over 30 meters. Jude awakened the energy of the black dragon and measured the distance between himself and the Lord Protector. "What I need is one attack. An attack that would grab his feet but not necessarily defeat him." "That will do." They had first sword with them. His quick sword that was like the light would deal with the Lord Protector. "Is it the Guardians of the Holy Cross?" the Lord Protector asked, and Cordelia nodded again. She silently chanted a magic spell, and the Lord Protector laughed, not because Cordelia's words were ridiculous, because he, who did not know much about Jude and Cordelia, could only think that the Guardians of the Holy Cross had known all of his shady actions. It's the end. The end of living under the name of the Lord Protector. All that was left now was just a traitor who betrayed the royal family. No, he knew this would happen anyway. He had raised the scale in order to create the current situation now. The Lord Protector let his shoulders fall down. Instead of raising his sword and taking a battle posture, he sheathed his sword. What was the reason? Did he give up? Did he admit that he had no chance of winning? It wasn't that. It wasn't the reason. The Lord Protector just thought that there was no need to fight. That was why he sheathed his sword. Why? What made him do that? Jude. Cordelia quickly screamed, and Jude hurriedly used hyper-fast thunderbolt. A sword. He was cut. No, he wasn't injured. He had mistakenly thought that he was cut because of the terrifyingly fast sword. Jude's breathing grew rough. Cordelia, too, couldn't hide the restlessness she felt, the ominous feeling. Her unidentified worry after the Banquet of Swords. She now knew why such feelings arose after the Banquet of Swords. "I told you, right? First sword. The sword Saint of Light, Rune Froud. Because of you two, I decided to stay." He smiled as he raised his sword. Chapter 188 Founding Anniversary Ball 5. What happened? Why was First Sword on the Lord Protector's side? First sword in the game. He was not in the royal capital. To begin with, the Banquet of Swords itself was not held, so he went back to the sword school after taking care of a few things in the royal capital. What had happened after that? He wasn't involved in anything big. He was a character whose setting was close to Princess Daphne and Prince Dion. After the Slen Kingdom was nearly destroyed, he also died when the sword school was destroyed by one of the 7 major calamities, Jorg the Slayer. But that was all that they knew about him. Even if Jude and Cordelia were rotten waters, it was impossible for them to know what was not known in the game. It was the same reason why they didn't know how Lena died, or where and what Velkian and Fran were doing at this time. But even so, they had never imagined it. Although First Sword's achievements that was indirectly revealed in the game was short, there was nothing very strange about it. Moreover, the reason for his betrayal. The reason why such a swordsman turned to the demon followers. Jude knew why the Lord Protector became a traitor. He was afraid of death. To be exact, he wanted to live and enjoy a long life. But he did not want to become an undead with a rotting body. Rather, he wanted to recover his body in his prime, and there was only one way to fulfill his wishes, to the best of his knowledge. Turn himself into a demonic human, become one with the demon. And in doing so, he would become an immortal being that transcended humans. The Lord Protector wanted to be united with a great demon, who would raise his existence to a higher level and not be just an ordinary demon. So the Devil's Hand demanded that he annihilate the royalty in return. Jude understood the Lord Protector. Rather than sympathizing with his thoughts, Jude reasonably understood why he had such an idea and why it motivated him to betray the country he had protected for his entire life. The reason why the Lord Protector developed into that kind of person could be shortened into the phrase, the strong prey on the weak. His character was formed by that, an obsession with life. He had been strong at one time, but he had now declined and was considered the weakest among the 10 great swordmasters. But First Sword was different. He was still young. It was strange to say that he was younger than Jude because of Jude's previous life. But in any case, it didn't make sense for him to betray the country because he was afraid of dying from old age. Moreover, he was a recognized genius. What on earth did he lack? Why did he betray the Slen Kingdom? When he saw the talents of Maximilian and Leon, wasn't he someone who even worried about the Slen Kingdom's need for such a talent? There are two possibilities. One was that First Sword took a completely different path from the game due to the butterfly effect that they caused for the past 6 months. But that possibility was low. Rather, the other one was much more realistic. It was possible that he was a person related to the demon followers even in the game. Among the 10 great swordmasters, there were some who turned to the demon followers after the fall of the Slen Kingdom, and most of them abandoned their old names and took up new names. If that was the case, it was possible that First Sword did so too. His death while protecting the sword school was a hoax, and he started using a different name on that day. That isn't important right now, in one breath. No, maybe even a little longer than that. Jude had many thoughts at once, but he did not continue it for long. It's useless, Cordelia said, and Jude agreed. The reason for First Sword's betrayal. The relationship between First Sword and the demon followers. Would it be possible to change the mind of First Sword by finding out the reason? Would Jude be able to suggest something better so that First Sword would point his sword to the Lord Protector? That was impossible. Looking at the current First Sword, Jude himself could tell. The eyes of First Sword was shining. Like a child with an interesting toy in front of them, First Sword smiled as his eyes glistened. "I'll leave it to you." The Lord Protector turned around and began running again. But Jude and Cordelia, nor First Sword, looked at him, because the former could not let their guard down even for a moment, while the latter was more interested in the two in front of him than the Lord Protector. I wasn't really going to get involved. First Sword and the Lord Protector. Were they really colleagues? Was their relationship something that one could call as true colleagues? First Sword had no intention of intervening in the Lord Protector's plan. The Lord Protector did not ask for help, perhaps because of his pride, and he did not strongly ask for help from the Devil's Hand either. There was a separate contract between First Sword and the Devil's Hand. So until that day came, I tried to live quietly as First Sword. The Slen Kingdom. The Slen royal family. In the first place, First Sword's loyalty to the royal family wasn't very strong. He was the best sword in the sword school, and not a royal knight unlike the other 10 great swordmasters. Cornwell seemed to misunderstand it a bit, though. When he told Cornwell what he felt in the Empire, the latter misunderstood it as loyalty to the kingdom. It was quite a reasonable misunderstanding, but it was useful for him here and there. Especially to these children right now. He talked about the future of the kingdom with a serious look on his face, and the good children believed him. First Sword snickered as he stared at Jude and Cordelia again. The banquet of swords that he thought would never be held. The two people he met there. Children who further amplified his thoughts that Maximilian and Leon had started. "Jude, did you know that I like you and Cordelia?" He was serious. First Sword liked the two. He did not lie when he said that he stayed in the royal capital because of the two. He wanted to see at once what these children could do, and what would happen then. I also wanted to see them at the ball, and he was completely satisfied with the result. Cordelia was astonishingly beautiful, and the young love between the two was very cute and adorable, to the point where I want to destroy it. Just like a desire to stain the pure white snow, I want to break them, I want to humiliate them, I want to trample them. Yes, I've been waiting for this. The very moment we would face each other as enemies. I wanted to do so from the first time we met. I wanted to break you too. I want to kill you, because I like you too. It's such a waste to kill you too here. Cordelia did not curse like usual. Jude opened his mouth to speak instead of attacking or running away. Do you know what will happen when all the royal family members die? When the barrier would disappear as a result, and the divine sword Cleom Solas would fall into the hands of the demon followers. Yes, I know, roughly. Is that true? Do you really know? The barrier does not just defend or search for enemies. The barrier had the ability to reveal the true form of demonic humans and could capture the location where demonic energy was released. It suppressed the power of demons that could be used for summoning demons in the royal capital and even in the creation of demonic humans. But it wasn't just that. A properly operated barrier could do more than that. That's right. That's why the demon followers are trying to get rid of the barrier. And in the midst of this, I like that you two still use polite words to me. First Sword smiled and Jude made up his mind. It was impossible to buy time with words anymore. As I thought, I like you too, First Sword said, and then the light burst. There was no sound. A swift sword faster than the eyes could see cut through the space. 5 moves. It was similar to that time in the Banquet of Swords, yet also different. Back then, it was a simple test, but now it was a real battle. But it was similar in that First Sword was not doing his best. He would not kill them. He limited himself to a number of moves that would not kill them. He suppressed his power. He also lowered the speed of his sword attack by a bit. Twack! The space above Jude's head split. Rather than avoiding the attack, Jude flew as if he was running away, and he lowered himself to the ground and looked at First Sword. The moment First Sword swung his sword the second time, Jude kicked the ground. Hyperfast Thunderbolt. A thunderbolt that was faster than the wind. But it was seen in First Sword's eyes. As an experienced swordsman, he was able to read and calculate Jude's movements. In addition, one that Jude overlooked. Yes, I won't overdo it. Because he had no intention to kill them, but even so, it was still the Sword of Light. He sharply turned his sword the moment he unfolded his sword attack. Jude saw it. He read the trajectory. But the only thing he could do was to avoid it. Even the attack that was slower than usual was still fast. No, it was the difference of his absolute skill and not just his speed. Jude's cheek was cut. The tip of his shoulder was cut a bit too, and warm blood flowed. But Jude couldn't stop. He had to buy time. The third move of First Sword should not be aimed at Cordelia. He used hyper-fast Thunderbolt again, but it was too late. The moment Jude groaned in pain, Cordelia rushed towards First Sword. 3 consecutive haste spells. A tremendous speed that was unimaginable for a wizard, but First Sword was someone who could even read the hyper-fast Thunderbolt. He swung his sword. He tried to hurt Cordelia with the same trick he used on Jude, and Cordelia saw the sword of First Sword. She understood it the moment she saw it, without the process of reading or calculating it. She instinctively did something that Jude couldn't think of. No, he thought of it, but it was not something he could execute. He won't kill us. She used those words in reverse. Cordelia believed in the skill of First Sword. So instead of twisting her body to avoid the sword, she pushed her own throat into the direct line of his attack. Cordelia! Jude screamed, and First Sword was confused by Cordelia's sudden behavior. He quickly changed the course of his sword, and as a result, he exposed a gap. And Cordelia did not miss that moment. An animal, a wild beast, a monster who instinctively read the flow of the battlefield. Blood flowed down Cordelia's fair neck. Cordelia rushed towards First Sword, and before he could do his next move, she fired a shot of pure mana. Bang! She pushed out First Sword. After he crashed into the wall, she kept pushing. Because Jude wanted it. Because Jude wanted to buy time. Double casting, spells echo, and high-speed chanting. She didn't use Archimonde's treasure. Instead, she poured out all the mana she could muster in an instant towards First Sword. She knew it was impossible, but she was still serious, and Jude threw his body. He grabbed Cordelia by the waist and rolled on the floor. A sword attack. A burst of light cut the magic attack. A pure white light cut through the place where Cordelia was standing until just now. Shield! Cordelia shouted, and the sword of light struck the translucent shield. It couldn't stop it. The sword of First Sword couldn't be blocked by shield magic. But Cordelia still shouted. To buy even a bit more time. The shield cracked. It made his sword attack dull, even by just a bit. It slowed the speed of his sword attack. And at that moment, Jude opened the 5th door. The entire place was shaken by the explosive release of his internal energy. Bang, 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 the sword attack twisted. Jude charged towards First Sword while Cordelia shot her magic. Although it was for a moment, the smile on First Sword's face disappeared. His sword attack split the space. No, it shrouded it. Instead of attacking, Jude released the Black Dragon's energy to defend, and the ninth heaven's nine doors fifth door gave him the power to block the sword attack of First Sword. But First Sword did not stand still as he swung his sword. He used the unique footstep technique of the sword school to narrow his distance with Jude, and Jude expected it and sent a punch. It was literally a lightning strike fist. It was fast and powerful, but First Sword's hand pushed Jude's fist. First Sword grabbed Jude's fist and pulled it closer, breaking Jude's balance. But he was wrong. Jude let himself be pulled. Instead of resisting, he let his body go faster than First Sword expected. And as he approached closer, he used Heart of the Sun from the sun's energy he gathered on his own heart. A type of penetrating attack that he already used on Scarlet, and it was an attack that directly struck the sun's energy on the enemy's body, ignoring the armor. He applied it. Jude released the energy of the sun from his own heart. Gah! Even First Sword couldn't help but be surprised by the attack from a complete blind spot. But that was it. At the same time he let go of Jude's wrist, he twisted his body and brushed past the heart of the sun, swinging his sword again. Light, at that moment, Cordelia shouted. It was to deprive First Sword of his vision with a blinding light, just like the solar flare attack he used a few days ago. But First Sword's reaction was faster. At the same time he closed his eyes, he swung his sword towards the place he sensed Jude. He wouldn't kill Jude, but he wouldn't spare the other from losing a limb. Jude's arm was seriously cut. His injury was so great that it was difficult to say that First Sword had missed. But instead of screaming in pain, Jude kicked the ground and threw himself into the secret passage. Cordelia flew over to Jude and they hugged each other in the air. The sword of First Sword cut through the air. Jude and Cordelia nullified the sword of First Sword with fairy steps at once, and they both fell to the floor with First Sword rushing towards them again. And Jude didn't think of escaping, because he calculated it, because Cordelia had a hunch. The reason why they were buying time, the reason why they threw themselves into the secret passage, there was one reason. Unlike First Sword, it was an ally they could ask in advance, and someone who could fulfill their request. The sword of First Sword bounced. It wasn't because of Jude and Cordelia. A sword attack was shot from the secret passage. Attacks flew like the wind one after another. Clackling, swords collided. Light and wind raged, and First Sword looked at his front in joy. He met the man standing in front of Jude and Cordelia who had hugged each other and fell. Count Bayer, one of the 10 great swordmasters, a swordsman from the north, and another name he had. A title that he returned himself after a defeat in the past, but was something that was clearly his once. The Sword Saint of Wind. Count Bayer did not bother to answer in words. He responded by showing the other his Sword of Wind. Chapter 189 Intensification 1. Count Bayer. Jude Bayer's father. One of the 10 great swordmasters. A powerful swordsman with the title Sword General. But despite being the father of Jude, one of the playable characters, his presence in the game was not very strong. He doesn't appear much. Moreover, the Sword of Wind that he used Count Bayer's swordsmanship and martial arts did not receive much attention. There were no practitioners. To be exact, none of the playable characters could master Count Bayer's swordsmanship. In the game, Jude immediately disappeared after training to some extent when his illness was resolved, as he left for the north in order to search for the missing Cordelia. So he wasn't able to properly learn Count Bayer's swordsmanship. In addition, not long after he left, a major event called the Northern Barbarian Invasion occurred, and Count Bayer as well as his successor, Gal, were killed during the war by the great demon Kremler. So Count Bayer's swordsmanship was more or less disappeared. Although there were some knights of Count Bayer who survived, all they had learned were basic techniques, such as Gale Steps and Lightning Punch. It was only the direct descendants of the Count who could properly learn the Sword of Wind. Count Bayer's strength. He was one of the 10 great swordmasters, so he was definitely strong. But how strong was he? Would his sword, which had no record in the game other than the fight with the great demon Kremler, be able to reach the Sword of Light? Wind and light crossed. The cries of their swords burst out once again. Jude, on the floor, Cordelia called him. A spectacular battle took place before his eyes, the wild wind and the brilliant light, babba-babba-babbing. The place was filled with loud sounds that could not be imagined from clashing swords. The surroundings were destroyed in the aftermath of their skills. This was a battle between two great swordmasters. No, this was a battle between sword saints. The sword saint of wind. Jude had not fully heard of it. He didn't know the full story. If Count Bayer was indeed a sword saint, why did he return that title? No, before that. Is that really Count Bayer's swordsmanship? He had only seen it a few times. But it seemed like he was seeing a completely different kind of swordsmanship from the swordsmanship of Count Bayer that Jude had known so far. And Jude realized it. Count Bayer's swordsmanship, the Sword of Wind, was not that strong in the game. There was no opportunity for it to be revealed in the game, but the true Sword of Wind was really powerful. First Sword burst out laughing. He laughed and laughed again as he enjoyed the current fight. It had become possible. Originally, the 10 great swordmasters were forbidden to duel each other. If one of the 10 great swordmasters used their full power, one of the two was bound to die or be fatally wounded. The power of their aura blades was too powerful for a body made up of bones and flesh that even a wound from a missed attack could cause fatal injuries. Therefore, the 10 great swordmasters were prohibited from fighting each other. The Empire also strictly prohibited fights between their country's swordsmen, who were equivalent to the 10 great swordmasters of the Slen Kingdom. But now, a duel between two great swordmasters was taking place at full strength. Ha ha ha, First Sword uncontrollably laughed, because he enjoyed this very much. It had already been 6 years since he became one of the 10 great swordmasters. It had already been 3 years since he became a sword saint. In those 6 years, he didn't have a proper battle. He couldn't fight anyone with his full strength. Unlike in the heyday of the Lord Protector, the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire were now only growling at each other and not engaged in war. It was forbidden to compete with the other 10 great swordmasters within the Slen Kingdom. This is it. How long had it been since he fought against a swordsman who could match his sword in this way? There was a separate reason why he held hands with the Devil's Hand, but at this moment alone, he thought that it was worth it. Count Bayer wasn't as crazy as First Sword, but he also felt his blood boil. His sword was faster and stronger than usual. Jude had talked about a possibility of an attack around the time of the founding anniversary celebration. In addition, Jude gave him an artifact that could help him know Jude's location and was asked to save them in case a situation arose. As parts of the palace collapsed and the zombies ran wild, an emergency signal came in. After leaving the situation to Count Chase, he reached this place through the half-open secret door. What he had seen on the way: the torn-apart bodies of the royal family members. And as soon as he left the secret door, he witnessed First Sword attacking Jude and Cordelia. He blocked it reflexively, and he realized. He didn't know the exact situation, but he understood that First Sword was an enemy. If so, he had to stop First Sword with all his power. He must do his best to defeat the enemy in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Count Bayer's sword was usually very gentle, but not now. He entered into a mad frenzy and pushed First Sword. If First Sword had a sharp and quick sword, Count Bayer's sword was a wild and strong gale. Jude himself was unconsciously drawn to the Sword of Wind, but now was not the time. After he came back to reality, he looked back at Cordelia. She was the same as always. She was instinctively focusing on what she had to do right now: Jude's own treatment. Although he had regenerative abilities due to the sphere of life, it was not at the level of a werewolf. Cordelia cast a powerful recovery magic by adding the power of an angel to the tiara of life's power, and Jude's arm healed in an instant. So Jude did his job too. He sought a way to overcome their current situation. The situation? He didn't even have the time to think about it as a whole. Therefore, he only thought of the most important thing. In front of us is First Sword, while the Lord Protector is running towards the shelter in order to massacre the royal family. My father is blocking First Sword. Then, the remaining problem is the Lord Protector. We have to stop him. We have to do something about him. But how? He already left. So how do we catch up to him? If we catch up to him, how do we stop him? Should we go to the banquet hall and move after Count Chase joined us? No, that's impossible. Even if I get up and run right now, it's highly likely that we won't be able to catch up to the Lord Protector. It's also impossible to help my father in defeating First Sword. Aside from whether we can intervene in a fight between sword saints, Everything will be over at the moment the Lord Protector massacres the royal family. We don't have time. None of the options can give us enough time. I don't even know if thinking like this even now is a waste of time. Then, what can we do? What should we do? Victory conditions. Always remember the victory conditions. Killing doesn't always work. Alexei's teachings came to his mind. It was as he said. Victory conditions. Our goal is not to kill the Lord Protector. Our goal is to save the royal family. There is no need for us to defeat the Lord Protector if we arrive first. It's impossible in this difficult situation to even catch up to the Lord Protector, but if we can reach the shelter before the Lord Protector, if we can get in touch with the royalty who are standing blankly while waiting for the Lord Protector to arrive, there will be a way we can fulfill the victory conditions. But how? Follow me, Cordelia cried. She grabbed Jude's hand and ran. How? Did she see my eyes and read my thoughts, or did I speak out my thoughts without realizing it? No, where are we going right now? Jude recalled the map of the royal palace, and he realized where Cordelia was heading, the grand banquet hall, a secret passage, the corridor over there, and one of the many rooms connected to that corridor. Bababang! The walls and ceiling collapsed due to the battle between Count Bayer and First Sword. But Cordelia ran without looking back and almost broke the door with her telekinetic power. Found it, Cordelia exclaimed, and Jude saw a large bathtub in one side of the room. One of the bathrooms set up all over the royal palace by the previous king because of his love for bathing. Quickly, Cordelia ran holding Jude's hand, and the confused Jude entered the bathtub with Cordelia. And he realized it. What Cordelia was trying to do now. The gamble she did. Waterfall. Water fell down over their heads. It made Jude and Cordelia wet, and she opened her mouth. Jude did the same, opening his mouth to do what she was trying to do. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, shining beautifully. It was almost like a yell and not a song, but now was not the time to think about that. The plan B Jude himself had prepared, it was different from that. There was a separate place that they had agreed on in advance, but Cordelia ignored it. She revised the plan with her beastly senses. Would it work? Even though they were within the royal palace, it was still quite some distance from the outdoor hot spring area. But could they do it here too? Would the fairies appear here too? Jude looked at Cordelia. Cordelia looked at Jude. They opened their mouths at the same time to say the next lyrics, and a third voice came at that moment. Did you call? The Summer Fairy Queen. She received a box of fairy chocolates and accepted the deal. Jude hugged Cordelia. He couldn't help it. You're a genius. Cordelia screamed for a moment because he hugged her too tightly, but she tightly hugged Jude back. And what he wanted to do from now on. He wanted to kiss Cordelia's forehead and cheek while whispering words of love, but they had something to do before that. Jude turned to the Fairy Queen. Sitting on a large box, she was grinning with her hands on her chin as if she was watching the two. Continue. The two of you will be kissing now, right? Like the love story of the Archwizard and the Fairy Queen. At her question asked in anticipation, Jude shook his head instead of saying yes. The plan has changed. Their deal with the Fairy Queen was to take the royal family outside, but things had changed. The destination had changed. Instead of moving outside the royal palace, the two would be moving to the shelter. If she had been a human merchant, she would have charged a new fee here, but she was a pure and innocent fairy. With a big smile, she accepted Jude's request. Flames soared from all over the royal capital. The demon followers released zombies everywhere to increase the infected, and fierce battles occurred between the fighters of the Devil's Hand and the Royal Guard members at the East and West Gates. At the West Gate, in one of the bases of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. Fireball! Adelia shouted loudly and threw a ball of flame, but it did not hit its target, who was fighting Gal. Saluzia stopped Gal by swinging like a sword the two pairs of wings from her back, and at the same time, splitting the ball of fire thrown by Adelia. Gal! Adelia shouted once more and tried to support Gal with magic, but Saluzia's guards, who were mid-ranking demonic humans, did not allow it. Apart from the fighters who were likely to be 100 in number, there were 3 people who penetrated inside the Royal Guard Magic Corps base and ran wild. So Adelia was in a hurry to protect herself and her subordinates. Too strong, a female demonic human with deer antlers on her head. Her magic power was terrifying. Moreover, her magic power wasn't the only strong part of her. Her skill in hand-to-hand combat that pushed Gal was truly amazing. Despite it only being a few minutes, Gal's body was full of wounds. How much longer could Gal endure? How much longer could Adelia herself stay on the front line? We have to hold on until the other commanders arrive. She wondered how many commanders would gather here when the royal capital was in chaos, but at least 3 or even 2. Fire wall. Adelia cast a wall of fire. She lit up the night with a 3-meter-high flame, creating a wall for her subordinates that could support them even for a moment, and then she turned to Gal. She screamed at the sight she saw. New, Saluzia's wings headed straight towards Gal's head. At the same time, on top of the drawbridge leading to the south gate, Koros and Soryu clashed. The attack of Koros, who was the strongest among the high-ranking demons of the Devil's Hand, was truly destructive. The air burst out as if it were exploding, and a part of the bridge was on the verge of falling. But Soryu responded calmly. She was a master of counterattacking, attacking back when the enemy attacked. Koros in his demonic human form was around 3-4 meters. On the other hand, Soryu was only 160 cm tall, so their difference in size was almost thrice. It was clear that if she allowed even a single blow to hit her, it would crush her slim body. But she was one of the 10 great swordmasters. Koros' attacks hardly reached Soryu. Her skillful swordsmanship, combined with her unique light and flexible physical abilities, deflected all of Koros' attacks. But Soryu was also seldom able to counterattack, because Koros' attacks continued without a pause. How long would she be able to deflect Koros' attacks? How long would Koros be able to continue his onslaught that did not even give her a chance to counterattack? Koros laughed. Soryu clenched her teeth. Once again, fist and sword crossed. Pink bomb, running on the rooftop, Scarlet was anxious. The royal capital was burning. The royal palace was also on fire. Scarlet's reasoning said this. This is the royal capital of the Slen Kingdom. Even though it may seem dangerous right now, the situation will be solved over time. It's a place with that much power. But she felt anxious. Will that really happen? No, even if it did, what about the damages that will occur in the meantime? Was it this? Was it this? Pink Bomb said that on the day of the founding anniversary celebration, an incident might occur in the royal palace, so she had to be careful. So Scarlet did not hide in the royal palace. She decided to enjoy the festival on the streets. But it happened. It was a lot bigger than what she had imagined. She was worried about Pink Bomb. Luca's brightly smiling face also kept coming to her mind. However, Scarlet was forced to stop running towards the royal palace. Help, Mommy, under a roof. A roof had fallen on a woman and her child was crying, but people were too busy running away and didn't have the time to help the two. And zombies flooded in between the flames and smoke. Scarlet cursed and drew her sword. She took a final look at the palace before she threw herself at the horde of zombies. She began her fight to protect the people. At the southwest side of the royal capital, someone stopped running and gazed at the burning royal capital. He had a weird look. His entire body was covered with a black robe, and his entire face was covered with a mask reminiscent of a bird's beak. The burning royal capital, the burning city, the past and present crossed, because the sight in front of him brought back memories of the past. The Paragon Kingdom, a city destroyed by demons, and another one. The masked man could feel it. Death was spreading on the royal capital. Dead people were being mass-produced. Giddy-ap, the man did not think anymore. The closer he got to the royal capital, the stronger the barrier worked, but not all necromancy came from the power of demons. Life magic. The horse the man was riding on revealed its true nature. The eyes of the ghost horse, a phantom steed, glowed green and smoke rose from its hooves. Its harrowing ghostly wail shook the night sky. Necromancer Velkian, one of the Paragon Kingdom's 5 heroes. He headed for the royal capital. He crossed the night sky with his phantom steed. Chapter 190 Intensification 2 Traverse Space. It wasn't just an ordinary fairy but the Summer Fairy Queen. I know that place. For the Summer Fairies, the royal palace was both a residence and a playground for a long time. Before the Summer Fairy Queen became a queen, one of the places she used to hang out when she was a child was the shelter for the royalty. It was still under construction then. Is the construction finished now? At the fairy queen's voice, her memories flooded in. The figure of a very young girl who would be the future fairy queen and a man who was conversing with her. His face resembled Princess Daphne. No, it would be more correct to say that it was Princess Daphne who looked like him. The founder king, Lion Slen. As his name suggested, he was also called the Lionheart King because he was as brave as a lion. His golden hair that was a symbol of royalty had grown as rich as a lion's mane, and he was laughing as he looked at the side. He then continued speaking. She wanted to hear it, but she couldn't hear it, so she read his lips to know what he was saying. This was a story of the founder king that remained in the memories of the fairy queen. Her memory blurred. Jude closed his eyes and caught his breath. He focused his entire mind on the right hand he was holding on to as his body kept blurring. His hands that were clasped with Cordelia's hands. It was small, warm, and soft. Her fingers that twitched sometimes were very cute. Jude exhaled again. He held Cordelia's hand tighter and opened his eyes. Light and reality. Having exited the subspace that could only be accessed by those who could use fairy steps, they saw it. It was wider than he thought. His sight saw a dark room with magical lighting and the people in it. What is this? This place is weird. The summer fairy queen spoke, and Jude could hear other voices too. Unnayan Opa, Jude Bayer, Baroness Chase, Princess Darian, Prince Daphne, and Prince Dion. It wasn't just the three who were sitting on the long sofa. Next to the sweat-covered King Henry II was first Queen Justina and second Queen Henrietta, the birth mother of Princess Darian. And next to the second queen was the third queen who was still young and of the same age as Princess Daphne, and she was sitting with a frightened expression. Who are you? How did you come here all of a sudden? Henry II shouted in surprise, and first Queen Justina lightly pressed his shoulders with her hands to calm him down before she looked straight at Jude and Cordelia. The reputably brave woman was indeed brave as she remained calm even in the midst of extreme chaos. Baron Bayer and Baroness Chase, they were originally supposed to kneel and bow, but that wasn't the time for it now. Therefore, Jude thought of the situation instead of being polite. We got ahead. They had arrived before the Lord Protector, so it was time for their next step. First, he checked what the fairy queen said. What do you mean by weird? There's a wall. I think it will be difficult to get out even though we can come in. I have to fly myself. It was difficult to understand at first glance, but Jude understood it right away. Wall. She wasn't talking about a physical wall. Leaping over space was difficult. There was something that hindered jumping over space, so they could enter but could not get out, so they had to walk. It wasn't very good news, but to some extent it was expected. We're too close to the core of the barrier. The shelter was located in the center of the main palace, and the core of the barrier was located a little further below that. Even if she was the fairy queen, it would be difficult to leap over space if they were close to the core of the barrier. Is it completely impossible? It's difficult. Even if I can do it alone, it's impossible to take all of you. Okay. Jude gave up regretting it. They had to do the next step right away because they didn't have enough time. Jude, Cordelia. What's going on? Princess Daphne spoke, and there was a bit of anger in the eyes of first Queen Justina, who was ignored. But Jude did not look at the two of them. He completely turned away and did his job. Anger spread on the faces of the royalty. Princess Daphne's eyes also turned sharp, and the nervous Cordelia opened her mouth. It's a big problem. The Lord Protector has turned traitor. He killed the other royalty. He's coming here now. Cordelia shouted as soon as she could, but she knew that her words wouldn't work. What nonsense are you talking about? The Lord Protector is a traitor. He killed the royalty. That's crazy. Henry II jumped up from his seat and angrily shouted. It was natural. From his birth up to the present day, he had always lived under the protection of the Lord Protector. To him, the Lord Protector was not a mere vassal. The Lord Protector was the reliable shield of the kingdom, and the hero who saved the kingdom, someone he admired since his childhood. The fact that he betrayed. The fact that he killed the other royalty. You evil one, I will punish you severely. No, Cordelia stomped her feet and thumped her chest. She had known it would be like this. She knew it would be like this, but she was so frustrated that she felt like going crazy. Princess Daphne, it's the truth. Please believe me. At Cordelia's appeal, Princess Daphne did not immediately respond. She frowned and looked at Prince Dion, while Princess Darian clung to her side and gazed at the adults with a frightened face. Ah, FCK. As she thought, it was impossible. They only had been friends for a few days, so it was impossible for Cordelia to make them believe her more than the Lord Protector. The fact that Henry II went into a fit of anger instead of being grateful was proof. You BTCH, how dare you curse at us? Do you really want to die? Henry II shouted again, and Cordelia beat her chest with her fist. She wanted to shout that she was going to die of frustration because of him, but he was still a king. It was clear that the situation would only worsen if such words were said. Then what should I do now? How can I overcome this current situation? Jude. That's right, it's Jude. Isn't Jude the one who's in charge of this situation originally? Cordelia turned to Jude, calming her beating heart with a little resentment and anticipation. And she unknowingly blinked her eyes. Jude, what are you doing now? While Cordelia was arguing with the royalty, Jude had never thought of talking to them, because he knew very well that it would be a meaningless and time-consuming conversation. Victory conditions. Keep the royal family alive for the barrier to keep functioning. That's all they need to do now. Then, what should we do? Separate. Separate the royal family and the Lord Protector in order to eliminate the dangerous situation itself. When Cordelia began a war of words with Henry II, Jude opened the box that the Summer Fairy Queen had laid down, which was something that they had entrusted to her in advance. The box was filled with necessary equipment and other things, and he took out some of the items that filled more than 80 of the space in the box as he began to install those items at the only entrance. Pink dynamite. Detonating cord. C4 prototype. Jude. Cordelia looked at Jude, and the eyes of the royal family which had been focused on Cordelia had also turned to Jude. And Jude continued moving instead of answering. Ignition. Basic flame magic. The fuse burned. The moment the detonating cord caught fire, the sound of an explosion rang, and the dynamite and C4 prototype caused a series of explosions. Boom, 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 babba-babba-babbing, the entrance exploded with a roar. A part of the secret passage connected to the entrance also exploded, and the walls and ceiling collapsed. The falling rocks completely blocked the entrance, cut off the road, make it impossible for the Lord Protector to even reach the shelter. Jude turned to Cordelia. It was her long-awaited explosion, but instead of smiling wide, she was blinking her eyes, and the king and royal family were all shocked and speechless. Even Princess Daphne and First Queen Justina, who did not budge in most situations, had stunned faces now. Why you be-starred? Henry II yelled, but Jude ignored him. He thought like a machine. The passage has been destroyed, but I can't relax yet. Our enemy is the Lord Protector. Though he may be weak now, he's still one of the 10 great swordmasters. The destroyed passage can be pierced with a strong sword attack of his. So we have to get out of the shelter completely. We have to escape from the Lord Protector. But how? My plan to forcefully move the royal family with the power of the Fairy Queen is now useless. Then, do I have to persuade the royal family as the second best option? No, that's not possible. Princess Daphne, Prince Dion, and Princess Darian can be convinced, but Henry II and the queens are also here. Aside from whether we can persuade them, we'll also be wasting a lot of time. So persuading them isn't our second best option. Let's do that other option then. Jude completely ignored Henry II. The king got angry again, and even First Queen Justina fiercely glared towards Jude, who continued to do what he had to do. He combined the dynamite and detonating cord with an adhesive before he threw it towards the walls and ceiling. Tack, tack, tack. The explosives accurately stuck because of the adhesive on the ceiling and walls, an arrangement capable of completely destroying the shelter from just a small explosion. Jude lit the long fuse. He turned nonchalantly to the royal family and said, "It will explode in 30 seconds, so run if you want to live." Jude spoke with a gentle smile on his calm face, and the royal family sweated coldly at his madness. Nuo. The third queen screamed in her panic due to the series of events. Henry II jumped from his seat and tried to yell, and the first queen made a decision. She punched Henry II in the stomach as he was about to get up. With a choking sound, he lost consciousness, and she carried him with one arm and ordered. To the exit, there were 2 doors in the shelter. One was the door leading from the palace to the shelter. The other one was a door that allowed them to exit the palace from the shelter. All of the royal family members acted reflexively at the first queen's orders as she carried Henry II on her back in one fell swoop. They hurried to the exit, and Jude glanced at Cordelia. She stared at Jude with a stunned face and then opened her pretty lips, saying, "You're totally crazy. Do you hate it then? I like it." She cheerfully shouted and jumped, hugging Jude's neck, and Jude carried Cordelia in his arms. The summer fairy queen widely smiled at the two in the so-called princess hug, and she settled in Cordelia's chest. And a golden wind rose. The moment Jude pushed himself into the exit, Cordelia looked over his shoulder to see the shelter. Instead of waiting for the fuse that was still burning, she beautifully winked and activated her magic. FCK bang, and it exploded. The shelter exploded with a tremendous roar. The explosion underground shook the entire main palace. The Lord Protector instinctively realized where the epicenter was. What's going on? What happened? Instead of running, the Lord Protector confirmed two things: the presence or absence of the barrier, and the other one. Things were going wrong. He didn't know what happened, but his plan kept going awry. Whose fault is it? What the hell happened? I don't know. I can't delay much longer. The Lord Protector looked in front again. He sprinted towards the shelter. The fierce battle between Count Bayer and First Sword continued. Lucas roughly breathed after slashing the last zombie's throat, and the Royal Guard Knights moved to quell the situation outside the royal palace. And another person. Count Chase cast magic in succession again. He supported the main palace, which was about to completely collapse with his strong mana, and replaced the collapsed walls by causing stone columns to rise in succession. He knew that Count Bayer was fighting a fierce battle over there, that Jude and Cordelia continued to send emergency signals, and one more, a fact that other people had yet to know. The royal capital, he knew because of the rough flow of magic. The royal palace wasn't the only one with a problem. Something big was happening outside the royal palace. Count Chase clenched his teeth. He stopped his thoughts and focused only on preventing the collapse of the royal palace. He had to hurry up, but he had to do it step by step. New magic spells poured out of Count Chase's mouth. Chapter 191 Intensification. 3 blade-like wings headed down. It headed to his head. Its force tried to smash Gal's head at once. Adelia screamed, because it seemed to her that it was an attack that could not be blocked or avoided. And her judgment was not wrong. Most Royal Guard Knights would have no choice but to be hit by such an attack. But Gal was different. The Sword of Wind he learned did not allow it. Do not block. Do not avoid. Let it flow. Like the wind. Like a breeze and not like a gale. An instantaneous change of position and wrist movement, a skillful adjustment of the angle of his sword, and a sword move peculiar to the Sword of Wind that allowed his power to flow. All of that combined saved Gal's life. Saluzia's attack hit the ground instead of splitting Gal's body. But that was it. Gal dodged the attack with all his power, and in that short moment, he lost all his strength and became defenseless. It was a very short time, but it was enough time for Saluzia. Saluzia's hand moved. It wasn't a simple push, but a sharp attack that would cut and tear Gal's chest. One stroke, blood splattered. Gal escaped death again, but a scream erupted from Adelia's mouth. Gil, he was hit and fell to the ground. Gal's left arm was torn off and rolled over the ground. Adelia dashed towards him. In that situation, her reason was gone, but her combat experience gave her the correct answer. She made use of other magic spells instead of ones that could cut or destroy the wings. The ground shook. Earth wall. The earth rapidly soared and pushed Saluzia away as Adelia pulled his right hand. Instead of attacking Saluzia, she moved the ground and pulled Gal towards her. Saluzia was not flustered. She spread out her wings as she soared and swung her arms towards Gal and Adelia. At that moment, dozens of magic spears were launched at the same time they were created. Babba-babba-babbing, a literal bombardment. Gal clenched his teeth and swung his sword. He couldn't properly control his body due to the shock of his arm being ripped off, so he shot a surprisingly fast and strong aura blade that he had created in a moment. Boom! The aura blade and magic spears collided. It exploded, and as Adelia flung herself at Gal, she stretched out her arms to cast a shield. Bang, 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 the magic spears did not only point to the two. It poured down like rain towards the wizards of the Royal Guard Magic Corps and the Royal Guards, and the front line collapsed in an instant. This was the power of a high-ranking demonic human. Saluzia once again spread out her 4 wings. She looked down at Gal and Adelia wriggling like worms under the shattered shield, and she widely smiled. She knew who the two were, because she already knew that they were the older sister and brother of the 2 children who interrupted her in everything. It's just the beginning. What would happen if the Lord Protector destroyed the barrier tonight? It would be the beginning of the real plan prepared by Saluzia herself and Koros that would bring about the ruin of the Slen Kingdom. But you first, then your younger siblings. A rain of magic spears poured down at the flap of her wings. Adelia's mana flowed back in the aftermath of the shield's destruction, so she could not use her magic, and Gal had to choose. Would he escape alone, or would he save Adelia? He did not choose. His body naturally moved. Gal put all of his spare strength behind his back and hugged Adelia. Gal, Adelia said, and Gal gently smiled as he stared at Adelia. Magic spears poured on Gal's back. The impact, the blood. Gal lost the light in his eyes. It can't be. Adelia said, but it was hopeless. Gal's body collapsed. When the magic spears disappeared, his blood endlessly flowed all over the place. Adelia's hands that groped Gal's back turned red. Tears fell down from her eyes without end. Although he was still breathing, his injuries were severe that it wouldn't be strange if he died any time. Ah! Adelia stood up and screamed as her mana exploded. The invisible force became fierce blades of wind as it swept towards Saluzia. But it didn't work. Her power was definitely great, but even if she was in control of it, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Saluzia. Saluzia wouldn't be hit by an attack that was recklessly shot like that. Her 4 wings crushed all the waves of magic power that Adelia let out, and in a few seconds, having exhausted all her strength, Adelia fell on her knees. Her trembling hands fell on top of Gal, and she was unable to lift her hands anymore. Saluzia smiled as she gazed at those 2. She imagined the future of Jude and Cordelia in the figures of the 2. I'll be merciful. I'll at least let you 2 go together without pain. Saluzia moved her hand. She finally fired a magic spear towards the lightly trembling and powerless Adelia. And at that moment, just when the magic spear left Saluzia, the night sky shook, the ground rocked, the whole place the world literally shook. It was a moment, but all the magic spells in the area were nullified. The one who made it that way, a person who could exert that much power. Saluzia looked up in a hurry, above the city walls, under the night sky. Powerful magic fluctuated. No, it wasn't just strong. It was a power that instinctively caused fear. Magic that put an end to everything like death. Demon followers. A voice mixed with hate that seemed to tightly grip one's heart. A person rode on top of a phantom steed with green eyes. He saw Saluzia. He saw the groaning Adelia and Gal under her as he lost his warmth. He saw the Royal Guard Magic Corps and the Royal Guards. He captured in his eyes the demon followers and the burning royal capital. Unforgivable, unacceptable, when his cold anger made everyone freeze. Velkian let out his power. The green aura of death covered the night sky. Koros raised his head. The immense power let out from far away made him turn that way. At the northwest direction. At the direction where Saluzia was. At the western sky that turned green, Koros figured out one fact. That was why he felt fear and anxiety at the same time. Saluzia, a being who could threaten even her, a high-ranking demonic human. Koros clenched his fist. He strengthened his legs as he tried to head where Saluzia was. And the gap he made when he did that. The woman did not turn her gaze in the midst of the western sky shaking, and she did not miss the gap because she was only focused on her fight against Koros. 7 killings sword. 7 killing strikes. Suryu's sword gave off a sharp light. Scarlet felt the limit of her stamina. Her whole body was covered in sweat and her breathing was rough. Her arm that held her sword fell down. It was natural. In the first place, her stamina and endurance were her weaknesses. She only had one body, but there were so many enemies that she had to fight against. Behind Scarlet was a dead end with people crying or swallowing screams. Some of them were quite strong people, but they couldn't do anything. It was impossible to attack zombies with their bare hands. She breathed. She consciously exhaled and stared straight ahead. There were only around 30 zombies in front of her right now. How many can I stop? And what will happen to the rest of the people behind me if I fall down while blocking the zombies? They will die. They will all become zombies. Then, is there really a need for me to fight with my life here? They're going to become a zombie anyway, right? If it's now, it was not too late yet. If she was alone, she could pull herself out. She could ignore the people who were complete strangers to her. FCK, Scarlett smiled. It was so hard that she might die, but she still stayed. Even if she died, she wouldn't do something like pulling out. She never really thought of herself as having a sense of justice, but she couldn't imagine herself running away from here. Rogue Master. Yes, the Rogue Master. The Rogue Master of this world wouldn't escape just because she was afraid of the zombie hordes. Scarlett grinned and pushed herself up. She put into her view the entire horde of zombies in order to achieve the maximum effect with minimal movement. 6 moves. It was possible if she took advantage of the characteristics of her whip sword and deal as much damage to as many as possible. She didn't know what would happen then if more zombies came from behind the current ones, but she thought that she could somehow wipe out the ones in front of her. This is your job, Royal Guards. Scarlett swallowed her last complaint and fiercely glared. At the same time, she held her breath and kicked the ground. She greatly swung her whip sword as her first move. The whip sword with her orange aura ferociously struck and tore the necks of the zombies in the lead, and she did not stop. She penetrated into the center of the zombies and rotated her body as if she was dancing. The third and fourth moves were done in succession. Every time the whip sword struck, at least 5 or 6 zombies were killed. Their heads rolled on the floor and dark red blood covered the air. But that was it. In her 5th move, the blade of her whip sword broke. She struggled for air. Her legs suddenly weakened, and she fell to her knees. The hand holding her whip sword trembled, the limit of her stamina, an area beyond the control of her willpower. But there were still some zombies remaining. They rushed towards Scarlett, and she roughly breathed. She tried to swing her whip sword somehow, but it was impossible. FCK. I'll be dying like this. But why is Pink Bomb's face the one that comes to my mind at this moment? It would be nice if it was a handsome man's face. I'll be angry if Jude's face is the one that comes to my mind, though. Scarlett glared at the zombies, erasing the useless thoughts that popped up in her mind at the moment of her death. Before she knew it, the number of zombies gathered around her were in the dozens, but she did not close her eyes in fear. As a rogue master, she bravely faced her death, and thus she was able to see it. The golden aura blade that swept. A man with a sword that shone like the sun slowly walked towards the zombies. Light burst. It could only be described that way even though it was swordsmanship. Every time the man swung his sword, the zombies around him were wiped out. But his movements weren't rough. The man walked so naturally and lightly as if he was taking a stroll. Scarlett collapsed on the ground and looked up at the man's face who had suddenly come right in front of her. He was so handsome that the expression excessive was appropriate. He had a gorgeous golden blonde hair and a fair complexion. His blue eyes were like gems. His presence made one feel as if they were facing the sun and not a person. Scarlett had seen this man for the first time, but she could immediately recall this man's name. Maximilian de Avies, a man called God's mistake because he was so perfect. He looked at Scarlett and gently smiled. Chapter 192 Intensification 4 This way. With the shelter collapsing, Jude and Cordelia could hear Princess Daphne's voice. Standing on the side of the passage, she faced the wall. Another secret passage in the secret passage. As Princess Daphne moved her hand, the walls split, revealing stairs that headed down. The sound of the other royal family members' footsteps as they descended the stairs could be heard in the pitch-black darkness. Hurry. At the urging of Princess Daphne, Jude and Cordelia went down the stairs instead of saying anything. Princess Daphne swallowed hard before she immediately followed the two. The stairs were much longer than the two had thought. It was only after going down several tens of meters did they reach the floor. Ah! While still in Jude's arms, Cordelia opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, because she realized it when they arrived. The barrier's room. The center of the barrier that covered the royal capital. A place that could be called the core of the barrier. In the middle of a wide and circular space of about 50 meters in diameter stood a pillar of blue light, with complex magic circles spread all around it. That means Cordelia looked more closely at the pillar of light. The blue light was so intense that it was hard to recognize it, but she was able to distinguish the silhouette of a beautiful sword in the center of the pillar of light. Divine sword, Cleam Sale, the sword of the sun god, Solari, the heavenly weapon they left on Earth. Isn't that completely awesome? It was a sword that the sun god Solari, who is a heavenly archangel and not just anyone else, had used themselves. How powerful is its attack? What are the additional effects? There should be a special move built in with such a sword, right? Will my stats go up by just equipping it? It was a weapon that had never appeared in the game, so there was plenty of room for imagination. Several heavenly weapons appeared in Legend of Heroes too, but those swords were not used by the archangel themselves. I want it. It would be nice if we could put that in our inventory. I really think it would be nice if my Jude can have it. If Landius has the solar blade, though he doesn't use it, shouldn't Jude do the same? My Jude should have a good sword. He should. Cordelia's eyes began to sparkle with greed as her gamer brain began to work. Cordelia? Get a hold of yourself. Huh? Yes, I have to calm down. Cordelia was freed from temptation because of Jude's message magic, and she shut her eyes and pushed away all the distracting thoughts in her mind. And perhaps it worked because she realized something then. Put me down. You are quite light, so I forgot I was carrying you. HMPH. Why do lies always come out of your mouth? Cordelia slightly glared at Jude, who smirked and put her down. Wait. The fairy queen sitting on Cordelia's chest flapped her wings and moved over Cordelia's shoulders. She could go back if she was alone, but it seemed she stayed with them for a while. And right after that, Princess Daphne came down the stairs and closed the passage door, and Jude and Cordelia glanced at the royal family gathered on one side. Baron Bayer and Baroness Chase. It was an elegant and dignified voice. First Queen Justina stood up and looked at Jude and Cordelia. Prince Dion stood next to the First Queen but kept his mouth shut, while Princess Darian had an uneasy expression as she hid behind Prince Dion and was at a loss on what to do. As for the Second Queen and the Third Queen, the Second Queen was sitting next to Henry II, who was completely unconscious, but unlike the First Queen, she had a very scared and worn-out face. And unlike the Second Queen who took care of Henry II, the Third Queen looked anxious as if she would burst into tears at any moment. We greet your majesty, the First Queen. When Jude and Cordelia politely bowed, Princess Daphne passed by the two and stood next to the First Queen. And at their actions, Jude thought, they're willing to listen to us. The royal family had run ahead of them. They could have left Jude and Cordelia and hid themselves here without the two knowing. But Princess Daphne stayed and showed them the way. It was proof that she did not view the two as enemies. But that doesn't mean that they consider us as complete allies. Nevertheless, it was important that there was room for dialogue. Furthermore, First Queen Justina was different from Henry II. Unlike him, who had such deep faith in the Lord Protector that rational thinking was impossible, she was able to look at the current situation calmly. We can convince them. They weren't in such a dangerous situation as when they were in the shelter. Even if he was the Lord Protector, it was unlikely for him to know that there was another secret passage in the secret passage. If he knew, they wouldn't have come here. The First Queen and Princess Daphne wouldn't hide in a place the Lord Protector knew, especially when he was accused to be an enemy. Okay, we just have to wait now. The Lord Protector had caused a huge uproar, but that did not mean he overturned the entire royal palace. The royal guard knights would soon put an end to the situation, and the fathers of the two would come help them too. The only variable was First Sword. If he ever beat Jude's father, Jude clenched his teeth. It was a painful assumption, but he came to a conclusion soon. It's all right. Even if he was First Sword, he couldn't occupy the palace by himself. Even if there was the Lord Protector and his disciples, they would have to eventually get out of the palace. Because there's 7 Killings sword. In addition to her, there were many strong people in the royal capital, such as the commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps, who First Sword couldn't easily defeat. And it was just his assumption of a worst-case scenario. Perhaps his father already defeated First Sword, the Sword of Wind. Jude swallowed hard and stopped his thoughts. He came back to reality and heard the voice of the First Queen. Explain the words and actions that you did. At her order that she said in a low voice, Cordelia turned to Jude, who slowly opened his mouth to answer. As Cordelia said, the Lord Protector is the leader of this incident. This is his plot to annihilate the royal family, and he has already killed the other royal family members. Jude explained the situation one by one. He revealed the plan of the Lord Protector to kill the royal family after they had gathered in the shelter, and he also told them about the royalty whom he had already killed, and even played the Lord Protector's voice Jude had recorded as evidence. Lord Protector, you traitor, I know all your plans. You're planning to cut off the blood of the royal family and neutralize the barrier of the royal capital. Indeed, you're the demon hunters. It's the end. Following the voices of Jude and Cordelia, the low voice of the Lord Protector played in succession. Cordelia was surprised as she stared at the mana stone in Jude's hand, and Jude sent her a glance. I did that on purpose. He did not bring up the word traitor simply to infuriate the Lord Protector. Securing a means to persuade the royal family was also part of his plan. My Jude is smart. Cordelia looked at him in admiration and praise, and Jude had a small smile before he continued to play the voice. The words of the Lord Protector that seemed to admit rather than deny his crimes were followed by the voice of First Sword. When the playback of the mana stone was over, the First Queen shut her eyes tightly. Princess Daphne and Prince Dion also gritted their teeth with angry faces. It was a natural reaction since 2 of the 10 great swordmasters, the Lord Protector, who was a hero of the country, and First Sword, who was the best swordsman in the sword school, had betrayed the royal family. Okay, I heard your story well, but we have to do a final confirmation. Daphne. Yes, mother. Princess Daphne replied to the call of the First Queen and looked back at Cordelia, saying, Baroness Chase, please come here. I have to verify the truth. Your Highness, the direct descendants of the Slen family each possess a special ability. I can tell if anyone in contact with me is speaking the truth or lying. It was the first time they had heard of it, but it was also natural for that to be so. Princess Daphne was a character close to a background setting, so her special ability as a royalty was never revealed in the game. I understand. They were telling the truth to begin with, so there was nothing for her to be hesitant of. Cordelia calmly replied and walked towards Princess Daphne after she looked back at Jude. Come a little closer. Yes, Your Highness, the Crown Princess. Cordelia drew closer and Princess Daphne touched the forehead of Cordelia and closed her eyes. Tell me one more time. Is the Lord Protector the main culprit of this incident? Are you two moving to stop him? Yes, that is correct. Did he kill the other royal family members? Did you actually see their bodies? Yes, that is all true. Cordelia was a bit embarrassed because their faces were too close, but she answered calmly, and Princess Daphne bit her lips. Because all that Cordelia said were true. 2 people of destiny, Princess Daphne mumbled before she raised her head again. Having confirmed it, she turned around to convey it to the First Queen, but it was at that moment. He's coming. The Fairy Queen sitting on Cordelia's shoulder suddenly said, and everyone in the room looked at her. In particular, the faces of Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, who knew that she was no ordinary fairy but the Summer Fairy Queen, immediately turned serious. It was the words of the Fairy Queen who could go somehow see the past and future time, so her saying that he was coming was believable. He's coming straight. He's very angry. He has a frightening, murderous look. The Fairy Queen had become completely frightened by the end of her words and turned to the entrance. And Jude and Cordelia could also hear it, on top of the stairs. They heard the sound of someone breaking the door. How? It was somehow understandable if he had pierced through the collapsed shelter, but it was hard to understand how he came through the hidden passage immediately. The demon followers were the ones who took Cleom Sale in the game. It wasn't the Lord Protector. He did not know the exact location of the room. No, even if he had known it. How did he get here right away? Even if he knew the hidden passage, it would have been the exit that led outside the royal palace and not this place. And it was at that time. The First Queen looked into the chest pockets of the unconscious Henry II and took out a small trinket with a blue gem, holding it out to Prince Dion. A feeling of frustration spread on Prince Dion's face. It's a tracking device. It was similar to the one Jude gave to Count Bayer and Count Chase. Perhaps Henry II directly handed over the other tracking device to the Lord Protector. Because for him, the Lord Protector was a hero he could trust and rely on at any time. He's coming. Cordelia was the one who spoke this time. They heard the sound of footsteps quickly approaching from beyond the door. They no longer had any time. Jude turned to the first queen and urgently cried, "Well, stop him. Run." They had to save the royal family. They had to grab the foot of the Lord Protector and buy enough time for the royal family to escape. He might have become weak, but he was still one of the 10 great swordmasters. It was obvious that he would be a tough opponent, but even so, they had to fight. Jude glanced at the Clayam Sale and the core of the barrier. He opened the 5th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors and began to use the Supreme Sun divine art. Cordelia also switched into fallen angel mode by unleashing the powers of an angel and a witch at the same time. "He's here," Princess Daphne quickly shouted and pulled the sword she had hidden under her skirt. Prince Dion cast various support magic to Princess Daphne in succession while the first queen did not hesitate. She picked up the unconscious Henry II again and ran towards the exit in the opposite direction. The most important thing was the king's life. The king and the other queens would only be a burden to the 4 if they stayed here. Thud, 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 the stairs echoed. The second queen hugged Princess Darian and ran, and the third queen cried and followed the 2 queens. And right after that, a dark blue aura blade split the door. The Lord Protector finally appeared. Chapter 193, Lord Protector 1. The war against the Argon Empire was over. But neither side thought that true peace had come. It was a mere temporary truce. The war is not over. The Empire did not want to give up on the Silates Plains, the continent's largest breadbasket. And so did the Slen Kingdom, which was already enjoying the benefits of the Silates Plains. A fight that will only end if one side falls. But neither side wanted it to escalate into an all-out war, because neither side had an absolute advantage. Therefore, the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire had fought as many as 8 times in the past 100 years. There had been hundreds of battles, including small local battles. I don't hate it. If it weren't for the war, his life would have ended at best as a back alley thug. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to do that because he'd die from starvation. When war broke out, there would always be a shortage of troops. He was moving around the back alleys and became a soldier when he was told that he would be given bread. It was good at first. After all, he had bread to eat at every meal, and he had a bed which he could lie down and comfortably sleep on. The life of eating and sleeping without being deprived of food or being attacked while sleeping was like heaven to him at that time. But the situation changed when he stood on the real battlefield. He couldn't remember the day of the first battle, no matter how much he thought of it. All he remembered was the fact that he was the only one who survived in the barracks where 20 people lived together, and the fact that the tall guy who was always talking loudly in the bed next to him had been shot to death by an arrow on his forehead as soon as the battle started. The war continued, and the skinny boy struggled to not die as he began to learn the know-how of surviving. And in the end, he didn't just survive as he even learned how to kill others. I don't want to die. He lived his life in pain, yet he was obsessed with living. He fought to live and killed to live. He couldn't even remember when and where he did his first kill, but he did remember what he called his first murder, the murder he consciously committed. When the spear pierced the other person's chest. When the soldier in front of him, whom he even didn't know their name, died. He didn't experience much joy in surviving. He didn't experience any sort of pleasure in killing and ending a life with his own hands. He was just afraid of death, of dying. Time passed, and he learned more and more ways on how to fight. His know-how became skills, and his skills made him work hard. It was natural for a person to want to do better if he did well on something. Moreover, his efforts to not die on the battlefield made him become stronger. The war ended, and the beggar from the back alleys, who didn't even receive a name from his parents, eventually became a knight. And 20 years later, after a moment of peace and 2 wars, the knight became a count, and the count became a duke. Lord Protector, the hero who saved the country in its crisis. He just fought and fought as he rose in rank and even received such a grand name. Lord Protector, there's a child I want to introduce to you. The second king. He had no significant relationship with the first king he saw at the post-war knighthood ceremony, but he had quite an exchange with the second king, because he saved that person's life, and that person made him a count. When the last war ended, that person made him a duke, someone like him who was once a commoner and didn't even know who his parents were. He's my son. He was born on the eve of the war, so I didn't have the chance to introduce him. Still, you must have heard of him, right? The second king smiled with his good-looking face, and the other counted the numbers in his head. The third war of his life lasted for as long as 7 years, so if the child had been born on the eve of the war, the child would be around 8 years old. Henry, come here. When the king beckoned, the little boy hiding behind the queen ran and stood next to the second king. The child who would become the third king in his life if nothing bad happens. The boy was very excited for some reason, and he looked up at the Lord Protector with a blush on his face, greeting the Lord Protector in a clumsy yet serious manner before the Lord Protector could greet him first. I am Henry D. Slen, Lord Protector. The child's eyes were sparkling as if he was looking at a hero from a storybook and not at a vassal. The Lord Protector knelt in front of the child with the same name as the first king he met, and after some time, he put his name out of his mouth. The Duke of Antarius, Grey Antarius, humbly greets you. The last name was given by the first king, and the title was given by the second king. At his greeting, the future third king brightly smiled like the sun in his excitement. Dig. Gravity pull, Cordelia and Prince Dion shouted almost simultaneously, because both of them knew well that ordinary attack magic did not work on someone from the 10 great swordmasters. So they dug the ground and pulled him down with gravity. They focused on preventing his movement. Boom! The Lord Protector was slammed into the ground, but Cordelia and Dion did not let their guard down. Even though their opponent had declined from age now, he was still the hero who saved the Slen Kingdom in its crisis in the past, and was the Lord Protector, one of the 10 great swordmasters. Uwag. Prince Dion sweated as he strengthened his gravity magic, but he couldn't beat the Lord Protector. He also couldn't stop the sword attack the Lord Protector did while being pulled down by gravity. Sheeing, the Lord Protector cut the air. No, he cut the magic with his aura blade. The magic formation was broken, nullifying the magic. It was generally not possible. A magic formation wouldn't just break from the slash of an aura blade in the air, but it was the sword of someone from the 10 great swordmasters. It was possible for them to read the flow of mana and accurately cut its core. Prince Dion suffered from the backlash of the forced destruction of his magic, stepping back as he groaned while Jude and Princess Daphne held their breaths. Right after the magic was broken, they focused all their attention on the Lord Protector who leapt up from the pit. We need to buy time. That's the victory condition for this fight. We must not overdo it. We should focus on buying time. We should actively utilize Daphne and Dion. We should fight together instead of protecting the two. They don't need protection. Henry II, his queens, and Princess Dorian had fled. Even if Princess Daphne and Prince Dion died, the blood of the Founder King would still continue. Let's go. He didn't have the time to think anymore. Even if it was hard, they had to stop the Lord Protector from and moving as they hold him back. Black dragons roar. But seriously, Jude's naming sense for his attacks is just weird. Jude shot out the black dragon's energy in succession towards the Lord Protector. Princess Daphne closely watched the Lord Protector destroy the black dragons with his sword covered with a dark blue aura. When he defeated the 4th black dragon, she kicked the ground. Princess Daphne's combat power. Her sword was sharp and fast, but it wasn't enough to reach the Lord Protector. He rotated his body like a top, and the sword he swung deflected her sword, but Jude narrowed the distance with his hyper-fast thunderbolt. As he charged at a tremendous speed, he threw his fist filled with the energy of the black dragon towards the Lord Protector. Boom! The energy of the black dragon missed. The Lord Protector stretched out his sword aura and made the black dragon's energy hit the wall. He lowered his body as if lying on the ground before he soared like a snake and aimed for Princess Dorian. The Holy King's light. At that moment, Prince Dion cried out, and a white light from the sky covered Princess Daphne. Ha! Princess Daphne let out a spirited shout as she swung her sword, locking swords with the Lord Protector. Though her precision and skill proficiency was incomparable to his, it became possible for her to be on par with the Lord Protector in that momentary increase in power. When Princess Daphne let out a spirited shout again and crossed swords with the Lord Protector, he let his sword go with the flow instead of resisting. He stepped back and looked at Princess Daphne. Is it the blood of the Holy King? The special ability of the first king. It gave the first king, Lion D. Salin, a powerful strength for a moment. It seemed that it was Prince Dion who inherited that special ability rather than Princess Daphne. Instead of answering, Princess Daphne fixed her sword stance while Jude instantly measured Princess Daphne's power. If he added Dion's support, her overall combat power was stronger than Luca's, but weaker than Jude himself. At this rate, it was possible for them to fight together. I must match with Princess Daphne. Princess Daphne was not Cordelia. It was impossible for him and the princess to team up as naturally as he and Cordelia did. But if neither side helped each other, it would be hard to land a proper attack. Crown Princess, support me. At the moment Jude shouted, Princess Daphne cried and rushed towards the Lord Protector, and Jude also kicked the ground. And Cordelia thought as she watched all this, it's impossible. We can't win this way. The moment she saw it, she knew. Their difference in power was too big. Wild beasts were able to instinctively sense the strength of their opponents the moment they encountered them. So did Cordelia. The Lord Protector was strong. It was worse than the strange feeling she felt the moment she met First Sword, but it was clear to her that the Lord Protector was a strong person she and Jude could not win against. What should we do then? How do we overcome this current crisis? Jude and Daphne's teamwork began. Prince Dion couldn't do anything else because he was having a hard time in just supporting Princess Daphne. Should I join? Should I work with them? No, my senses and intuition are telling me no. I have to do something else. I have to find another way. Cordelia's gaze turned to the Divine Sword Clayam Sale, but she couldn't just take it away. Because she had already discussed it with Jude. You can't use the Divine Sword. First of all, it was dangerous. It was the sword used by Solari, an archangel, and the one who was called the Sun God. Cordelia used ancestral regression and became an angel, but she was still an ordinary angel, so if she tried to rashly use it, she wouldn't be able to handle its power. And there was a possibility of her soul and body being damaged. The core of the barrier will break too. The Divine Sword was both the core and the power source of the barrier. Just as how a remote control would no longer work if it didn't have batteries, the barrier would disappear as soon as the Divine Sword was removed. He can't remove it too. The reason why the Lord Protector decided to kill all the royal family members was because it was impossible for him to pull out the Divine Sword. Perhaps if it's Yurei an angel, so it may be possible. But then, it's like we're fulfilling the wish of the demon followers ourselves. That was what Jude had said. In the game, the demon followers placed demonic humans and demons on the royal capital when the barrier disappeared, and they summoned a hell gate in the end. Boom! Along with the roar, Princess Daphne was greatly thrown back, while Jude managed to escape the Lord Protector's sword with the hyperfast thunderbolt. The dark blue aura blade that was originally intended to cut Jude left deep marks on the floor and walls instead. Cordelia, Jude shouted. He tried to send an attack towards the Lord Protector, but the latter naturally avoided it. And Cordelia understood. Apart from Jude's cry to join them, she realized why she felt that the fight was futile the way it was now. The difference in experience. She could say that Jude had a slight edge when it came to their physical abilities, but if she added the Lord Protector's skills and experience, a gap that Jude could not overcome was created. Great Swordmaster. He was that strong even though he had declined because of his age. Among the 10 great swordmasters, the Sword of Light was one of the strongest, so how powerful was First Sword? He was nice to us back then. He didn't want to kill us. He didn't fight us with his full power then. Father-in-law. She remembered Count Bayer who was fighting against First Sword at that moment, but Cordelia stopped all her thoughts. She sharpened her senses when she saw Princess Daphne charging towards the Lord Protector again. Cordelia herself began to think. She focused. Thus, she awakened her wild beast senses, what they needed the most now, the way to become victorious. Her eyes turned to the Divine Sword again, and there was a flash of light again. "Yoo-woo!" Jude roared and let out the energy of the Black Dragon, and the Lord Protector cut down the energy with his sword attack. Princess Daphne attacked from behind, but he easily blocked it. If it continued like this, they wouldn't last long. Both Jude and Princess Daphne were struggling and wasting their stamina and energy. So before they were completely exhausted, she had to do something before they collapse. Boom! The attack of the Lord Protector did not stop at destroying the floor, as it also split the entire floor into two. The aftermath of the devastating attack alone was enough to send Jude and Daphne flying. And Cordelia flew with her wings. She pierced through the center of the barrier and stood in front of the divine sword. Jude. At her loud cry, Jude turned his gaze and made eye contact with Cordelia. Cordelia's thoughts, and what they should do from now on. She couldn't tell him all, but telling him some were enough. Trust me. Jude stopped his calculations. He once again rushed towards the Lord Protector. Princess Daphne roared and joined him, and Prince Dion's eyes turned bloodshot as he awakened the special ability of the Holy King. And Cordelia looked at the divine sword. She widely spread out her angel wings and grabbed the divine sword. Chapter 194 Lord Protector 2 Lord Protector, Lord Protector. The third king in his life didn't have a heartless personality. Lord Protector, so this is where you are. He had no talent for the sword either. He was not very smart or decisive, and he was not good at judging. Lord Protector, what should I do? But he wasn't that incompetent either. His personality wasn't that heartless, but he wasn't a sociable person either. He didn't have a talent for swords, but he did not slack off. He laughed and continued his training, even though he was annoyed that his skills did not improve much. He couldn't make up his mind at once, but he wasn't that indecisive. He just took a long time to ponder and think before making a decision. Of course, he couldn't help but have a poor judgment. He was not stubborn, but he did not have a proxy either, as he deemed it pointless. When people who were better than him talked, he listened, but he did not heed their advice either. Lord Protector, should I confess to her? The third king was also fortunate to have helpful people around him. His first wife was his childhood friend, lifelong companion, and reliable advisor. Lord Protector, I've become a father. I've become a father. He had a loyal prince who would not betray his sister, who was a crown princess that was as clever as their mother. Lord Protector, my father, on the day the second king died, the third king burst into tears like a child. He had a hard time saying goodbye to his father, but he was also afraid to be king. Daphne is smart, so if I could do as I please, I want to pass the throne to her quickly, but I can't do that, right? The third king, who grew up seeing the second king, knew what being a king meant. It was not a position where he could do whatever he wanted. It was not a position where he could wield his authority as he pleased. A king shouldn't be like that. A king was the leader of a country. It was a position that had a lot of responsibility and power. I am happy, though. I have the first queen, the smart Daphne and Dion, and more than anything else, I have you, Lord Protector. The third king always smiled brightly, despite being almost 40 years old. Like a child. Like the day they first met. Baba-baba-bang, the Lord Protector's sword was a sword sharpened from his battles on the battlefield. It was rough and unrefined, but at the same time, it was a sword terrifyingly specialized in killing. He's different from First Sword. His sword wasn't smooth. It wasn't even a quick sword that resembled light. Rough. His evasion and blocking skills were rough. His sword was too difficult to deal with, so Jude decided to give it up. It was a fight against a much stronger opponent in the first place. Jude gave up completely avoiding. He accepted having some injuries. Ha! With a roar, the power of the Supreme Sun divine art surrounded his whole body. The regeneration of his body was strengthened by activating the power of the sphere of life that was absorbed by the ninth heaven's 9 doors. He's too powerful. The Lord Protector's skill was far superior. His attack power was also terrifying, so if Jude approached him carelessly, he and Daphne would only end up flying. Jude held his breath. He kicked the ground with a golden whirlwind and pushed the Lord Protector with his speed. Bang, bang, bang. The roaring sounds caused by the hyper-fast thunderbolt was like thunder. The energy of the Black Dragon was released to the extent that it was almost wasteful, but the Lord Protector cut it. Princess Daphne couldn't keep up with Jude's speed, so she just supported him. She couldn't keep up with him, but she didn't just watch. Whenever Jude's attack was blocked, she stretched out her sword and drew the attention of the Lord Protector. But it was only for a short time. The Lord Protector adapted to Jude's speed. He began to read Jude's attack, and he made Jude's attacks simpler by limiting Jude's movements with his sword attacks. Blood splattered. Jude's entire body began to turn red. In contrast to the Lord Protector, who did not have a single scratch, Jude was covered in blood. Jude, and Cordelia shouted at that moment. It was a signal, and Jude pulled out one of his aces without hesitation. Solar flare. An intense light emanated from Jude's fist. The Lord Protector anticipated the attack, hurriedly backing away and closing his eyes. On the other hand, Princess Daphne's eyes were blinded for a moment, and she took a step back. And Jude ran towards Cordelia. He was also unable to see, but he recalled the exact map in his mind, so he did not make any mistake in the direction and distance. The light only stopped the Lord Protector for a few seconds, and time was up, but Cordelia carried out her planned move. Cordelia absorbed the power of the divine sword, Cleam Sale, and the divine power of Solari, the sun god. It was too much for her. Cordelia's arms that held the divine sword was burned by a white flame, and she screamed in pain as if her soul and body were burning. But Cordelia did not give up. She held on despite the pain that seemed to come from the nerves of her entire body. She grabbed Jude's hand, who had landed next to her. Life drain, reverse, she cast her magic. The immense divine power of the divine sword was converted into life energy within Cordelia and passed on to Jude. It was a really crazy plan. The burden and pain on Cordelia increased several times because she had to absorb the divine power and convert it into life energy at the same time. But she did not stop. She widely spread out her white wings and continued to transmit the power. This was what Cordelia thought. If the difference in their basic specs was a problem, then match the other specs, like what the two did in the Wildlands. Just as how Jude absorbed the power of the dragon veins from the ground and opened a new door of the ninth heaven's 9 doors. In the Temple of Life, Jude opened the 5th door. Because the power contained in the sphere of life was not enough to open the 6th door, as it was impossible to go straight from the 5th to the 6th door at once, Jude almost died when his soul and body were almost destroyed. But now that he got used to the 5th door, he could now absorb the divine power that Cordelia herself converted into life energy, which was far greater than the energy from the sphere of life. Cordelia screamed. Jude dived deep into his consciousness. It was harder than when he opened the 5th door, but he had to do it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a future. And at that very moment, the Lord Protector opened his eyes. He had yet to fully recover his eyesight, but he blurringly saw Jude and Cordelia. He felt a sense of crisis at the colossal power from the divine sword. The Lord Protector kicked the ground. He tried to cut down Jude and Cordelia at once. Their distance was only around a dozen meters at most, but for the Lord Protector, it was a distance that could be narrowed within a blink of an eye. But he couldn't reach it, because space was manipulated. A distance of hundreds to thousands of meters was created between the Lord Protector and Jude, the Summer Fairy Queen. As soon as the battle began, she hid in a corner, but she did not just curl up and tremble. She watched the fight and realized what she could do. She was the Fairy Queen who was good in manipulating space. It was more like a superpower than magic, so the Lord Protector was not able to respond like he did before. Cordelia continued to scream, and at that moment, a black flame-like energy erupted from Jude's entire body. The Lord Protector made a decision. That was why he turned away from Jude and Cordelia. He rushed towards Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, who had barely opened their eyes. "Nuo!" The Fairy Queen cried and hurriedly tried to manipulate space again, but it was impossible, because she had used too much power in manipulating the distance between Jude and the Lord Protector. The Lord Protector narrowed his distance with Princess Daphne. Having barely opened their eyes, Prince Dion screamed while Princess Daphne clumsily moved her sword. And blood splattered. Princess Daphne's right wrist that held her sword was roughly cut as if it was torn apart and then flew in the air. He began to use his next sword attack. The second slash of the Lord Protector aimed at Princess Daphne's neck. Cordelia released her hold from the divine sword as soon as he was about to strike. She collapsed on the floor in exhaustion, and she saw Jude opening his shining green eyes while still covered in a black flame. But they were out of time. The sword of the Lord Protector struck Princess Daphne's long neck. Lord Protector, in that moment, in that short nick of time, the scream no, the cry that stopped the movement of the Lord Protector. The Lord Protector reflexively stopped his sword and unconsciously had a stunned face as he turned to the direction from which he heard the sound. Lord Protector, Lord Protector, Lord Protector. There was a man there who repeated the same words with a face covered with tears and snot. He struggled with his pronunciation because he had run in a hurry and was out of breath, and his knees were shaking as if he was about to collapse now, but he looked their way and cried like a child, and the Lord Protector had no choice but to be distracted by him. Lord Protector, he said in tears. He repeatedly called him like a real fool, but the Lord Protector understood. His voice echoed in the Lord Protector's head. It's a lie, right? That you betrayed us, that you killed the royalty. Those are all lies, right? It's not true, right? Just this time Justina is wrong, right? It's not true, right? Lord Protector. It isn't, right? Please, Lord Protector, please say something, please say it's not true, Lord Protector. Lord Protector? Please, the third king in his life. He was a guy who was always smiling brightly since they met for the first time. The guy who didn't even know that the Lord Protector would kill him, the guy who gave him a tracking device and said that he was relieved if the Lord Protector was here. Henry II sat down on the floor. He gasped for breath and sent a pleading gaze. He wasn't competent, but he wasn't a fool either. When he first woke up, the first queen said to him. She said that the Lord Protector betrayed them. She said that the Lord Protector had become the enemy of the kingdom. She said that he killed the other royal family members that were left behind in the banquet hall. Henry II never once doubted the words of the first queen in his life, but he denied her words for the first time. He ran away from her when she tried to explain and convince him, because he was scared. He felt like he would admit that the Lord Protector had betrayed them if he listened to her. But it was useless, because he already knew. Because he knew better than anyone that first Queen Justina would never make up such nonsense. But he couldn't stop himself. He still couldn't admit it. Lord Protector, he burst into tears. He howled like a child. And at the sight of such Henry II, the figure of the third king made the Lord Protector feel a bit shaken. His fingertips trembled even though he had already made up his mind. It was just a moment, but he felt like he wanted to hide somewhere. But he didn't do that, because he already drew his sword. Even if the third king, Henry II, would forgive him for everything he had done now, because the third king was such a person, it was already too late. No, it's not a matter of being too late from stopping. Nor was it a matter of whether he could go back or not, because the Lord Protector himself had no intention of going back. I am getting old. He was already close to 70 years old. No, he didn't know the exact date of his birth, so perhaps he was already 70. He had wrinkles on his face. His fingertips became wrinkled, and his energy weakened little by little, as if it was sand that slipped through his fingers. He had not neglected training for even a single day ever since he first came back from the battlefield. But at some point, he hit the point where it all came spiraling down. He no longer became stronger, no matter how hard he trained. Rather, he became weaker day by day. When he naturally realized that he wouldn't be able to hold his sword anymore, when the naturally continuing flow was cut and stopped flowing, he felt fear rather than despondency, because he realized that he was dying. I don't want to die. The words he had forgotten for a while after the war. He was called the Lord Protector, dressed in fine clothes and received the king's trust, but his fundamental part remained unchanged. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to be stronger. I don't want to be weak. Like the tall person who died from an arrow in the head. His pupils became pitch black as if there was nothing in it. He lived most of his life on the battlefield, inflicting death to countless people. In the process, he was at risk of death dozens of times, but it was different from then. It was a completely different situation from the time he could live by just killing the enemy first. He couldn't avoid it. Whatever he did, he wouldn't be able to escape his fated death. Every day, he headed towards a death where he wouldn't be able to see or feel anything, something that could only be expressed as nothingness. I am completely helpless, like a slave tied to a chain. The Lord Protector came back to reality. She was only 20 years old now, and she was quite good in swordsmanship because of the fact that she was devoted to training daily, but he couldn't cut such a princess with his sword. Even though he was doing his best, he couldn't do such a thing to these children. Weak, he had become so weak, and even at this moment he felt like he was getting a bit weaker. He couldn't stand it. He was afraid. He hated the feeling of his fated death squeezing his throat, so he cut it off. He shook off his superficial relationships. He would destroy the barrier by killing all the royalty, and in return, he would be united with a great demon. He would become a demonic human and escape from his fated death. He would break his chains and free himself from the curse of aging. Lord Protector, he didn't hear it anymore. He ignored the screams of the third king, Henry II, and looked at Princess Daphne. He glared at her as if to kill her and tried to swing his sword again. But he couldn't. The Lord Protector's experience and instinct made him wield his sword in a different direction. Clang! The powerful energy that rushed towards him was cut off by his sword. And then he realized. What he cut right now was just the aftermath. It wasn't an attack. The appearance of Henry II bought them some time. His cries prevented the death of Princess Daphne, and it gave Jude and Cordelia the least amount of time to forcefully finish their plan. Cordelia swallowed her groan. While lying in front of the divine sword, she clenched her teeth before forcibly raising her head to see the Lord Protector, despite her body trembling from the pain and suffering. Facing his flushed face, she smiled as her fangs glistened. FCK him up. Her voice didn't come out of her mouth, because she couldn't even do so. But an answer came back. Jude responded to Cordelia's call like always. Thunderbolt 12 steps. The second step. The thunder god invokes lightning, and the power that made it possible. Ninth heaven's 9 doors, 6th gate. Black sun. The supreme sun, divine art, completely became one with the ninth heaven's 9 doors. Thus, the black sun was born. Jude raised his head and saw the Lord Protector. He clenched his fist and took a step at the same time, and at that moment, in that time, as thunder shook the heavens and earth, black lightning exploded. Chapter 195. Black lightning bang. The roar filled the entire room. Sound was erased, and lightning struck again in the area that had become silent. Black. Just like lightning that split the night sky, it drew a line at once. It stretched out at a fearsome speed. Bang! At the time of the second thunder, the Lord Protector was unable to properly see the attack. He managed to avoid the attacks due to his strong obsession with life and his long combat experience, but he didn't even know himself what or how he avoided it. But he was the Lord Protector. He was one of the 10 great swordmasters. He launched a counterattack before even realizing that he had avoided the attack. His rushing left hand was filled with a dark blue aura. Shwaak, it was cut. The dark blue aura cut Jude's chest. And it was only at that time that the Lord Protector became fully aware of the surrounding situation. He realized almost simultaneously of the fact that he had evaded Jude's punch by twisting his upper body, and that Jude had likewise twisted his upper body to avoid the counterattack. And black lightning burst again. Black energy exploded from Jude's body and filled the sight of the Lord Protector, and Jude's beastly onslaught soon unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. The black sun in the middle of Jude's heart let out an immense energy. The thunder god invokes lightning-created lightning, and Jude's fist was covered with black lightning as his lightning strike fist tore the air apart. It was fast and strong. At the same time, it was extremely rough, because it was too much for him. He didn't have the time. It had only been a month or so after he had opened the 5th door. He had yet to fully adapt to it. Moreover, he didn't experience any massive growth at that time. It was impossible for him to open the 6th door. If his physical and spiritual body had not enlarged due to the metamorphosis, he would not have been able to open the 6th door without the variable that was the divine sword, Clayam Sale. A runaway, a state in which normal functions were rendered impossible. His heart was beating too fast and irregular. It felt like his heart, where the black sun was located, was about to burst. The black lightning emitted from his whole body not only burned the air, but also cut and tore Jude's skin without stopping. The attack was fast and strong enough, but it was too rough. There was no trace of the precision Jude usually showed. Self-destruction. His fate would be his destruction if he was overwhelmed by that destructive force. A fated catastrophe that he brought onto himself. He would be destroyed. If he used his fist attack again, if he pushed it a little further, it would cause a runaway. It would become completely uncontrollable. The black sun's energy would destroy Jude. Bang, another thunder roared. Jude's fist was filled with black lightning that exploded. But Jude did not collapse. His heart still pounded as if it was going to burst, and the raging lightning continued to add new wounds to Jude's arms and legs, but he remained unbroken. He managed to control the power he couldn't handle. Chin-mujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. Add to that was Jude's concentration and calculation skills that were beyond common sense. His whole body that was going berserk finally confined the power that he couldn't control himself. Yoo-woo! Jude roared like a beast and struck the Lord Protector. Instead of his usual way of calculating the attack direction, he entrusted himself to the berserk power. He literally became a beast and launched an onslaught. Bang, 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 the Lord Protector could not completely avoid the attacks. He couldn't even attack Jude with his sword. He was in a hurry to protect himself from the wild beast. But when Jude's attacks reached the 7th number, the Lord Protector slightly adapted to Jude's attacks. When the 12th attack unfolded, he finally found a gap where he could counterattack. Yoo-woo! The Lord Protector clenched his teeth as Jude roared. He swung his sword at Jude despite the pain of his injured left shoulder. His unmatched sword attack tried to bite the neck of Jude. Bang! His sword was like the teeth of a beast, a peculiar sword style that left very rough scars, but he couldn't reach it. At the time when the Lord Protector aimed for a counterattack, Princess Daphne and Prince Dion could only watch as they couldn't even intervene in the fight, and Cordelia did not remove her hand from the sword. She released the life energy that she had forcibly converted from the enormous power of the divine sword, so the nerves of her entire body felt like it was burning, but she did not close her eyes despite the tremendous pain. She had watched the fight, so she was able to instinctively know what she should do at that moment. Grease. The magic spell Cordelia cast in the midst of pain. A basic magic spell that was so basic that even beginners who had just began to learn magic could easily use it. But that was why she could use it at the current situation now. Moreover, Cordelia knew it better than anyone else. Although she recognized herself as a fan of firepower, she did not forget one thing: how a wizard fought. The role of the wizard. Someone who made miracles through the so-called magic. He slipped. At the moment when the Lord Protector tried to avoid Jude's attack and launch a counterattack himself, her chance to turn the tide finally came. The sudden slippery floor prevented the Lord Protector from properly stepping on it. He did not completely fall down, but his attack deviated. The attack itself was also delayed, and Jude did not miss that gap. Bang! Lightning strike fist. Jude's fist struck the Lord Protector's abdomen. For the first time since the start of the battle, he dealt a perfect blow to the Lord Protector. Kayak, the Lord Protector coughed blood. His body slightly rose into the air, and Jude's second attack aimed at the heart of the Lord Protector. Bang! The Lord Protector flew and roughly hit the wall. Jude rushed towards him, and the Lord Protector swung his sword at that moment. As a man who had wielded a sword for most of his life, his body had reacted to the impending attack. But it was different from before. Jude could see the sword clearly, so he swung his fist towards the sword covered in dark blue aura. Black Dragon Cross Strike. His attack aimed at the surface of the sword and not the bladed part, which was normally a reckless attack. But his Chin-mujich made it possible. Black lightning and the dark blue sword collided, and the sword of the Lord Protector exploded with a loud sound. Bang! The blade shattered. It broke into pieces and cut the bodies of Jude and the Lord Protector. Then Jude turned his body around using his right fist. His downward roundhouse kick, filled with the energy of the Black Dragon, shot down diagonally like a lightning bolt. Bang! Lightning burst again, but the Lord Protector did not collapse. He defended Jude's attack with his left arm. He somehow endured and exploded his dark blue aura. It blinded Jude's eyes. He somehow used that opportunity to attack and strike a blow into Jude's chest just before he ran away. He no longer had a sword. It had broken and was unusable. But something like this frequently happened on the battlefield. The Lord Protector concentrated his dark blue aura on his clenched fist. Yoo-woo! The Lord Protector sent his fist. But Jude was not fooled. Even in the midst of the black sun going out of control, he read the aura of the Lord Protector with his sharpened senses. He launched his fist at the exact direction of the fist heading towards him. Bang! Their fists collided. The black lightning and dark blue aura canceled each other out with a roar, and the fists of Jude and the Lord Protector broke at the same time. But there was a stark difference between the two. The sphere of life. Jude's regeneration ability amplified by the energy of the Black Sun. Yoo-woo, the Lord Protector, had lost both his left arm and right fist. But it wasn't for Jude. He poured out a one-sided onslaught towards the Lord Protector. Bang, 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 he destroyed the dark blue aura. He broke the body of the Lord Protector. Bang. The black dragon cross strike struck the chest of the Lord Protector. He threw up blood and was greatly pushed back, while Jude, who was about to deal the last blow, also coughed blood. It was his limit. Doing one more attack was impossible. If he continued using the Black Sun, his heart would really burst. That was why Jude withdrew his energy. He did that despite knowing that he still had some strength to spare, because Jude did not forget that there was one more person. That there was a woman who, instead of being satisfied and collapsing after her decisive support, she had clenched her teeth and waited for the chance to deal the last hit. "Finish him," Jude said, and Cordelia responded. She leant on the divine sword as if hanging from it and greatly spread out a white light. It wasn't only Jude who absorbed the power of the divine sword. In the midst of converting and releasing the life energy, she literally covered herself with Solaris divine power. Thus, a new power was added to her wings. Her rank as an angel rose. Therefore, her divine power became stronger. Ah! Cordelia screamed as she shut her eyes. She once again accepted the power of the divine sword and released a divine lightning despite the pain. Bang! A white lightning that was the exact opposite of Jude black lightning. The divine power that came from the divine sword struck the heart of the Lord Protector. It destroyed the source of his dark blue aura and all that remained of it. And the collapse that followed. The Lord Protector fell to his knees. He couldn't stand any longer and collapsed. Ha-ha, Jude panted as he roughly breathed, and he plopped down on the floor. And so did Cordelia, who was leaning on the divine sword. Her hands didn't slide down along the sword as she fell to the floor with a thud. But until the end, Cordelia did not let go of her consciousness. She wanted to faint right away, but she held on by gritting her teeth. The white rings had yet to appear, because the Lord Protector was still breathing. They knew that it was impossible for him to stand up anymore even if he was a great swordmaster, but they couldn't say that the fight was over until his life was really over. With her blue eyes, Cordelia looked at the Lord Protector. As he shallowly breathed, Henry II approached him. The Lord Protector breathed slowly. It was painful. He felt like his thin breath would stop at any moment. His eyesight blurred. It got darker and darker, and the Lord Protector realized, "I am dying. This is my end. Like how that tall guy reached his end, I want to struggle. I want to scream and resist, but I can't. My breath is getting thinner and my body is losing its strength. It's scary. It's frightening. I don't want to die." Tears fell from his eyes, and his blurred vision became more blurred, and the Lord Protector saw. As his eyes lost its light, it reflected a person's face for the last time. Lord Protector. It was the third king. He couldn't see it properly, but he could see it. He could immediately recall the tearful face of that man. It's my fault. Because I was too incompetent otherwise, the Lord Protector would not have betrayed him. He couldn't even imagine why the hero who saved the country in its crisis would point his sword towards the Slen Kingdom. The Lord Protector smiled. He smiled without knowing or even realizing it. It wasn't because of Henry II's stupidity. It wasn't because he was stunned by the other's foolish beliefs that blindly trusted him. He couldn't see anymore. Even the sobbing of Henry II was no longer audible. His senses were gradually getting dull, and the Lord Protector opened his mouth and said, "That's not true. It's not your fault. It's just my greed. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to get old. I wanted to regain my strength. For that, I betrayed you, I betrayed the country, and I killed the royal family. It was only for me. It was just for my own self. I never considered someone like you in the first place. I didn't even care. I just moved for myself. He could no longer hear, so he could no longer tell what the other was properly saying. Why? In my last moments, why? Why am I leaving such words at the time of my last breaths? I should be pouring out curses. If Henry II didn't appear, it might have ended differently. Why am I pouring out words like this instead of curses? Lord Protector, you're a stupid guy. You always smiled like a fool, and now you're just crying." He could no longer see or hear. It had now become impossible for him to even connect his thoughts. Death, the fated end. At that last moment, the Lord Protector opened his mouth and let out his breath. The last thought in his mind disappeared, and the Lord Protector ceased breathing. Darkness took away his consciousness. Henry II fell on the body of the Lord Protector and swallowed his tears. Princess Daphne collapsed on the spot and roughly breathed while Prince Dion recovered Princess Daphne's hand that had fallen on the floor. And Jude saw. The white rings of light appeared around the chest of the wriggling Cordelia who had collapsed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On Jude's chest, there were only 4 rings, one less than her. It was over now. They finally defeated the Lord Protector and prevented the royal family from being annihilated. He felt sorry for the crying Henry II, and there were still many things they had to sort out, but it was finally over. Therefore, Jude moved his body with the last bit of his strength. He halfway crawled as he approached Cordelia. He somehow turned Cordelia, whose face was buried in the blood she threw up, and settled down next to her as he collapsed. Cordelia harshly breathed. So did Jude, and he soon felt it. Cordelia's approaching hand as she groped the floor, her small hand that was cold and even trembling. Jude reflexively grabbed Cordelia's hand. He clasped her twitching hands, and Cordelia turned her face to the side to see Jude. She didn't even have the energy to open her mouth, so she just spoke with her eyes. Jude, Jude. Why, Cordelia, we won. At Cordelia's gaze, Jude smiled and then vomited blood. And it was the same for Cordelia. Like him, she threw up blood and panted. They were a complete mess. Jude was completely covered in blood. He didn't have any wounds due to his regenerative ability, but it was not an exaggeration to say that he was bathed in blood. On the other hand, Cordelia looked fine. No, she actually wasn't. Her whole body was covered with shining sweat, and her cheeks and lips were full of blood. Her hair was soaked in blood and sweat as it stuck to her face and the floor, so she was not in good shape too. And her insides were in a more serious condition. Her limbs kept shaking. Her body temperature continued to drop, and even though she held Jude's hands, her senses became dull so she couldn't feel Jude's warmth. But Cordelia laughed. And so did Jude. Although both of them felt pain from laughing and looked like they were about to die, they exchanged glances again. "You're completely nuts. I can't believe you absorbed the divine power of the divine sword and passed it to me in that way. That wasn't even a gamble. You were like a successful suicide bomber who miraculously survived." At Jude's gaze, Cordelia responded with moist eyes. "So do you hate it?" Jude laughed again at hearing the words he had always spoken. He felt like his heart was being torn because of his laughing, but he did not look away from Cordelia. "I completely like it." "Me too." Cordelia giggled and sent him a last glance before she closed her eyes, and Jude followed her. The two fell into a deep sleep while next to each other. Chapter 196 Royal Capital 1 Koro's chest split. The long diagonal slash broke his collarbone as black blood gushed out. His muscles were as hard as armor, but this was the sword of Suryu, the 7 Killings sword. Her silver sword that resembled the subtle moonlight was sharp enough to cut Koro's body. But when his black blood spurted, Suryu also coughed blood. She was pushed back and staggered. Kayak. It was not an illusion that Suryu's sword cut Koro's body. It was definitely real. But it was also true that Koro's fist hit Suryu. Kook. As soon as the silver sword slashed his chest, Koro's moved forward instead of stepping back. Suryu's sword cut through his clavicle and he stretched out his fist at that time. He didn't do it with thought. Koro's instinct, which could be called a reckless move in itself, reacted to it. And its effect was enough. He struck his opponent in the same way with his powerful strength, but the power of their attacks differed. After all, their physique, weight, and race differed. Koro's was a giant over 3 meters, so his fist was almost as big as Suryu's upper body. Despite the fact that she reduced the strength of the attack by moving her body backwards at the moment of the attack, the blow she received was enormous. Kakuk Suryu threw up again and stumbled while Koro's gritted his teeth and glared at her. It seemed like he could crush the small and slender Suryu if he hit her with more blows, but he couldn't do it anymore. It was also impossible for him to pull out here and head for Saluzia, because of the distance. Suryu staggered and threw up blood, and she looked to be in danger of collapsing at any moment, but she was still able to wield her sword. Koros himself was within Suryu's striking distance, as expected of a great swordmaster. One of the 10 great swordmasters that the Slen Kingdom was proud of. Koros himself had been weakened by his chest injury. It was clear to him that if he charged here, his speed and power in dealing blows would be less than before. He had suffered that much. His barrage of attacks that blocked Suryu's attacks was no longer possible. I don't have to hurry. Suryu was desperately adjusting her breathing, but her recovery was slow. After all, she was a human. Her vomiting blood could only mean that her gut was damaged, so it was natural that she wouldn't be able to easily recover. On the other hand, the injury on Koros' chest was healing, albeit slow, because he was demonic human who united with a demon. Koros had a strong regenerative ability that could not even be compared to a human's natural healing ability. So he just needed to take his time, until he had fully recovered. Until Koros himself recovered, he just had to idle away and endure Suryu's attack for the time being. But Koros didn't do that. No, he couldn't do that. Sani. Saluzia, the northwest sky was turning green. The terrifying mana of death had been released. He had to hurry. He shouldn't drag this fight any longer. Come, Koros spoke in declaration, but Suryu said nothing, because she was only focused on fighting Koros from the very beginning of their fight. Suryu let out her breath. She adjusted her breathing and controlled her body with her strong will. Lowering her body a bit, she strengthened the grip on her sword. And at some point, bang, Koros kicked the ground. Confronting such a charging giant seemed to be reckless, but Suryu did not back down. She saw Koros pull his fist, so she held her breath and kicked the ground at the same time. A fist and a sword. A demonic human and a great swordmaster clashed. Saluzia knew the 5 heroes of the Paragon Kingdom. They were truly like mythical beings. The ones who defeated the demon prince. Even among the demons that possessed a title, the great demons were one of the best and ranked just below the overlords of hell. The gap between a demon prince and a human was truly enormous. It was no exaggeration to say that humans were just squirming bugs when compared to them. But Paragon's heroes defeated the demon prince with their human bodies. They were not disheartened. They fought in the realm of the demon prince. They fought not only the demon prince, but also the demon prince's army, and they eventually defeated the demon prince. Iron Man Landius, Ghostblade Camel, Holy Angel Lena. These 3 defeated the demon prince. It was the result of miracle after miracle, but they defeated the demon prince who had used up all his power in just fighting the 3. And the other 2. Necromancer Velkian and Druid Fran. They stopped the demon prince's army. They made time for the 3 people to defeat the demon prince. How did they do it? How did they make it possible? Saluzia got to know. She came to witness firsthand the correct answers to some of the questions she had. Come forth, my legion. Green mana covered the sky. When Velkian on his phantom steed stretched out his hand towards the ground, ghostly wails reverberated and spread out. Kaya, ghosts were summoned from the green sky. They cried and began to take shape, instantly covering the walls of the city. And then it rained fire. Meteors covered in green flames showered down from the green sky, attacking Saluzia's troops. Boom, 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 it wasn't just an attack. The green meteors that struck the ground stood up and took the shape of giants. Over 10 giant golems stood up and roared, and one more was added to this. It clearly revealed Velkian's personality, who did not hesitate to use his full strength. Come forth. Velkian made a gesture. He recited the spell which twisted the world around it. His strongest familiar descended on the ground. Q-woo-woo, the space was torn. Green flames greatly rose from the ground, and that showed up during that time. Death Knight. No, something more than that. The greatest masterpiece created by Necromancer Velkian. As soon as it appeared, it shook the world. The heavens and earth trembled. The green flames scattered roughly, making the black existence stand out even more. Night Lord, the ruler of nights. Green eyes flashed from within its black armor. It stared at Saluzia as it rode on top of a huge phantom steed, and powerful beings appeared beside such a lord. Sparta. Elite knights made from the teeth of the black dragon Tarask. Saluzia breathed heavily as an army was summoned right before her eyes. She reflexively recalled Velkian's other name. One-man army. A person who always moved alone, but could summon thousands of troops anytime and anywhere. Go. Velkian firmly ordered, and the sky collapsed at that moment. It could only be described as such as the sight of thousands of ghosts rushed down the capital's walls. The wail of ghosts filled the sky. The green golems swept the ground. Kaya, the ghostly wails erased all sound. Thus, the harrowing screams of the demon followers were not heard. In the silence created by the overwhelming noise, the demon followers could not even leave their last death throes. And at that moment, the Night Lord dashed forward. Death Knights made up of Spardoi followed such a lord. There was no sound again this time, but their presence alone was enough to shake the world. "Ah!" Saluzia frantically shouted. She roared and spread out all her 4 wings, and the Night Lord's green eyes flashed underneath its black armor. It swung its huge black sword. Bang, boom, bang, thunder burst. The Night Lord's sword and Saluzia's wings collided several times, and the demonic humans and Spardoi clashed. And Saluzia thought, she had to run away. She had to get out of here. Necromancer Velkian was truly the worst opponent. In a sense, he was worse than Landius or Camille. Connie, it was too much for her alone. She could somehow deal with the Night Lord, but if something else was added to this, Saluzia wouldn't be able to hold her ground no matter how powerful she was. She had to run away while the mid-ranking demonic humans under her command were blocking the Spardoi. Saluzia deliberately made her power run away. She freed the demonic powers that she had held back ever since she became a demonic human. Thus, she became one step closer to being a demon. Naturally, she had to pay a price. The pain of tearing up her soul was not a big deal for her. Saluzia, the devil's voice, it was an illusion. The devil had long been united with Saluzia herself. But Saluzia knew. The closer she turned into a demon, the closer she would lose her own self. She had already lost some of it when she became a demonic human, so she knew that she would lose more if she continued. But now wasn't the time to hesitate. She needed a stronger power in order to get out of her current situation. New wings sprouted behind Saluzia's back. The 2 pairs of wings became 4 pairs now, and Saluzia attacked the Night Lord by wielding her newly sprouted wings. Right after her opponent withdrew, she flapped her wings again to shake off the magic of death that had attacked her. Kua. Velkian clenched his teeth at the backlash of his mana. The Night Lord rushed towards Saluzia again, but it was already after Saluzia had flapped her wings again. "Kill the humans," Saluzia commanded. And at that command, the demon followers lost their minds. Instead of fighting the ghosts in fear, they madly attacked the remaining Royal Guards and Royal Guard Magic Corps. "UBTCH?" Velkian angrily shouted, but Saluzia smiled, because she knew well what kind of people the 5 heroes of the Paragon Kingdom were. Ha 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 ha. Saluzia's flapping wings became huge blades of magic and struck the survivors. The Night Lord protected them by swinging his black sword, and Saluzia escaped at that gap. She soared high into the skies of the royal capital. Velkian saw her, but he couldn't immediately chase after her, because he had to control the ghosts, destroy the demon followers. Velkian suppressed his anger and shouted, and the ghosts protected the survivors by attacking the demon followers abandoned by Saluzia. Velkian closed his eyes and felt the flow of magic. A huge clash of power was taking place in the royal palace. He could also feel the power of a strong demonic human in the south gate and all over the royal capital. People were scared. The zombies that were neither dead nor alive were running wild and spreading death. He had to hurry. This wasn't the time to chase after a demonic human who had run away. Velkian slowly picked his breath. His drew closer his consciousness that had been focused on a far place. The survivors. There weren't that many, but he couldn't abandon them. Rain of life. He spoke and let out his power. As he released the life magic, rain with the power of recovery poured down from the sky. But it wasn't absolute. It only brought a peaceful death to those who were already on the verge of death, and a faster recovery for those who would survive. It was just a little help. It was not a miracle. So Velkian decided. His phantom steed cried low and headed to the ground. 2 people were lying down near where Saluzia stood. They were very strong for their age. The woman's condition gradually improved because of the rain of life, but the man showed no response. Because he was on the verge of death. Velkian thought it was possible to save the man, but he had to spend a considerable amount of time in order to help the man survive. "I don't have time for that." The time he could spare the man was only 10 seconds or so. He couldn't save the man if it exceeded that time, and he couldn't help it. Because once his ghost legion killed the nearby demon followers, they had to move to the center of the royal capital and save as many people as possible. So ill leave it to yourself. Velkian opened the pocket on his waist and took out a pill the size of his finger. He infused a bit of his mana into the silver pill reminiscent of the subtle moonlight and opened the mouth of the man Gal, the essence of the silver moon. It was an item he received from Druid Fran. If you endure it, you'll survive. It would not just help him regain his past strength, but would also let him be reborn as a more powerful being. But it wasn't easy. According to Fran, the chances were 1 in 100. The man in front of Velkian seemed like someone who had considerable training, so he thought that the man's chances to survive were higher. I wouldn't normally use it, but the probability of survival was so low that it was a drug he never thought of using. What he received from Fran was reserved for another purpose, and not for first aid. But right now, he couldn't do anything else except this. And he somehow felt it. Fran would have said that it was fate. The essence of the silver moon was only available once a month, on the day when Selene and Helen's powers were at its peak. But today was that day, so perhaps it was really fate at work. If you really survive, Velkian let go of his thoughts. He pushed the essence of the silver moon into Gal's mouth and stood up right away. Let's go. He had used up the time he spared for Gal. Once he rode on the phantom steed again, Velkian headed for the center of the royal capital with his ghost legion. And time passed. The rain of life that poured down from the sky lessened, and the ghostly wails of the ghost legion faded away. A low groan leaked out of Adelia's mouth. Although she had yet to regain her consciousness, her breathing gradually stabilized. And next to Adelia, Gal still didn't move. His body was still cold, but at some point, it was the time when the barrier covering the royal capital suddenly weakened. Ripples began deep inside Gal's soul. Chapter 197 Royal Capital 2 Ha 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 ha. First Sword burst out laughing, because he couldn't control his current emotions with just smiling. It's fun. This is so fun. I am so happy that it's driving me crazy. I like the sword, I like swordsmanship. I like it since I was born with a talent for the sword, and I like it when I swing a sword. Swordsmanship. It's pleasant, it's interesting. Having beautiful women are nice, and eating delicious food is good, but the sword is still the best. There's nothing better in this world than the sword. Ha ha ha, he fully swung his sword to his heart's content. It was different from honing his skills against wooden dummies. It was also different from swinging his sword while imagining a fictitious enemy that did not exist. He had an opponent. That person couldn't let his guard down too. That person was also risking his life. Clang, 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 clang. Strike followed after strike. The sharp trail of light split the air again and again. It was so fast that the light seemed to be naturally connected. The strikes of his sword of light combined as if it was all swung at the same time, becoming a net that covered the front. Shwa, a violent wind blew. The strong wind that rose from the sword attacks twisted the air and distorted the net of light. The violent sword attacks that unfolded in succession broke the light. Shwapek, but it couldn't get rid of it all. No, at the exact moment one was destroyed, a new light replaced it. The sword of light. A dazzlingly fast and quick sword. Clang, 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 clang. It flashed in front of him. The sharp sword became faster and faster. He couldn't stop it. So Count Bayer became the wind. He left himself to the flow of the rushing sword and the wind that it split. Shwapek. Blood splattered. He received a big cut on his side, but it was not a fatal wound. Count Bayer used his aura to stop the bleeding and kicked the ground at the same time. He showed off the core of his Gale-like footwork technique with his strong footsteps. He fiercely used his sword of wind. Fangs of the fiercely thrashing wind. The fangs of the wind that thrashed and blocked everything. Babababbing. It broke and crushed everything. His swirling sword destroyed the floor and ceiling. His raging wind tore the air. The fierce charge. First Sword knew that he couldn't easily stop it, but he didn't think of avoiding it either. He dashed towards it. He faced it head-on and vied for supremacy. Yuo, the sword school's first sword, he unfolded his wings of light. Heavenly wings of light. White light burst all over First Sword's body. As he dashed, the tip of his sword seemed to split and scatter, spreading out like wings of light. Fangs of the fiercely thrashing wind versus heavenly wings of light. The sword of wind and the sword of light. The green wind and white light collided. It exploded when it entangled with each other, and the shockwave alone almost destroyed everything nearby. Boom! The pillars collapsed. The walls broke. The glass windows nearby were all shattered, and the ceiling and floor where the collision took place were deeply dug out. No, it was pretty much gone, and in that intense clash, their swords interlocked with each other again. First Sword saw Count Bayer over his sword. Count Bayer also saw First Sword. First Sword laughed. He shouted with a face as if he had tasted the most pleasurable thing in life. "You're amazing, Sword General, the Sword Saint of Wind. Why did you return it? You deserve the title of Sword Saint." There were 4 Sword Saints in the Slen Kingdom. As seen through First Sword's eyes, Count Bayer's skills were considerable. He was by no means unqualified of the title of Sword Saint. Was it so shocking to be defeated by the Sword God? How strong was the Sword God's sword? The Empire's best swordsman. The continent's strongest swordsman who was called the Sword God. There were many rumors that it was an informal confrontation or that them confronting each other was a false rumor in itself, but First Sword knew. The fact that when Count Bayer was still called the Sword Saint of Wind, he had competed with the Sword God in person. Count Bayer did not answer. He just focused more and more. It was regretful, but he had to admit it. First Sword was a genius. It was not an exaggeration to say that First Sword's skills reached the sky. I am being pushed back. First Sword's sword was faster. Unlike him who was already doing his best, First Sword was stronger, and he was someone who would keep getting stronger from now on. But even if was, Count Bayer's sword shook once more. It became a violent gale that did not know how to retreat. Far from surrendering or getting discouraged, he swung it more wildly. Sword God. It had already been close to 10 years, but he could still remember it clearly. That sword, the sword of sky that the other wielded, he couldn't reach it. The wild gale couldn't cross the sky, but if it was now, he could do it at least once. Clang, 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 clang. First Sword got goosebumps as he faced Count Bayer's continuous sword attacks. It's coming, something big, an attack different from before. His heart pounded. He felt like his breathing became rough. He wanted to see. He wanted to fight it, and he wanted to break it. The sword attack of Count Bayer. The strongest one that the Sword of Wind would unfold to reach the sky, but it was at that moment. Apart from the excitement he felt that was in front of him, First Sword felt something go up his spine. His senses that had only been focused on the Sword of Wind then expanded, and a bitter smile spread on his face. How surprising. How did this happen? The Lord Protector died. That unpleasant energy, the barrier's energy that always covered the royal capital, was weakened for a moment, so I thought that he was doing well, but I was wrong. Is it time to retreat now? Because he only focused on Count Bayer, he suddenly felt all the things he couldn't feel before. It was coming, another strong person, but not a swordsman. Count Chase, a mighty wizard called the Red Storm. It would be too much for him to fight Count Chase while he was fighting the Sword Saint of Wind. He thought it to be such a shame and really regrettable, to the point that he felt like going crazy from the thought of it, but it was time for him to step back. Boom, the wall was destroyed. Dirt rose, and at the same time, a powerful wave of mana swept through the place. Count Chase, and Count Bayer in front of him. Count Bayer was on the verge of pulling his best move. That was why First Sword decided to move one step ahead of him. As the Sword Saint of Light, he unfolded the fastest sword in the Slen Kingdom. A sword attack. The nameless attack barely hit Count Bayer. First Sword shifted his body at that moment and swung his sword again. Rays of sunlight strike. Hundreds to thousands rays of light that covered the world. First Sword's white sword aura split into hundreds of pieces and scattered. It spread out in an instant, covering the entire room and shining an immense light, erasing First Sword and everyone else in the room with its light. A technique for attacking multiple enemies and not a technique for a fatal strike. But it had a different use now, to fool Count Bayer and Count Chase's eyes, so that First Sword could create an opportunity to retreat. Bang! A roar burst at that moment, and then it struck. Gale Spectre strike. The green sword of wind devoured all the scattered swords of light. The light that filled the room was eliminated. Alex, Count Bayer let out his breath when he heard someone call him amidst the roars that burst out in succession. The swords of light disappeared, and First Sword was no longer in front of him. Wasn't that First Sword? Count Bayer slowly nodded as he looked at Count Chase, who had run in a hurry. The Lord Protector and First Sword are traitors. What? His surprise was brief. Anger then spread over Count Chase's face. Ill ripped them to pieces. More than a dozen people died in tonight's incident at the Grand Banquet Hall alone. If he extended the scope to the entire royal capital, he couldn't even guess how many people had died or were injured. Arthur. So Count Bayer pacified Count Chase. He sheathed his sword and spoke as he roughly breathed. We have to go, our children. There was still the Lord Protector. Considering the situation, he was most likely to be attacking the royalty now. Jude and Cordelia. Perhaps the two were stopping the Lord Protector, so they had to hurry. Even though the Lord Protector was weaker now, he was still one of the 10 great swordmasters. Their children couldn't be on par with him even if they were strong. That was why they had to go. Okay. The two had stood back to back several times on the battlefield. Upon hearing the words of Count Bayer, Count Chase held back his anger and lifted the magic device he had received from Jude. After determining the exact location, he immediately began moving. Count Bayer took a breath. As a result of his continuous sword attacks, he felt like his heart would burst, but he had no time to rest. He deeply breathed to stop his swelling discontent and immediately kicked the ground again. Towards the center of the palace. They flew towards the core of the barrier's room. Scarlet harshly breathed as she sat down on the ground. Her shoulders as well as her hand that held the whip sword were trembling. It was the side effect of using too much of her sword aura. Breathing was so hard that she was in tears. Therefore, Scarlet didn't force herself anymore. She lied down on the ground and even set aside her whip sword. She didn't think of anything. She just closed her eyes and panted. She was completely defenseless, but Scarlet didn't mind. Scarlet wasn't the only person here now. Unlike her, who was sweating and panting, there was a monster of the sword who stood without a drop of sweat in him. Maximilian de Avies, a man called God's Mistake. It's true. She didn't believe those rumors that she had heard, but she could say that it was true now. God's Mistake. A monster who was born with all kinds of talent and couldn't even be imagined as a human being too. He approached Scarlet. As her hair dripped with sweat and she roughly breathed, Scarlet forcibly opened her eyes to see Maximilian. She was out of breath, but she tried to talk and let out a word. Thanks, first of all, she was of the same age as Maximilian. And she found it hard to breathe, so she couldn't even speak to him in formal speech. At Scarlet's gratitude, Maximilian just nodded his head and then looked around. After checking the bodies of the hundreds of zombies and the people who were crouching and trembling in fear in the alley's dead end, he looked at Scarlet again. You're a good person. You're a good person. Maximilian faintly smiled, and Scarlet felt her face blush. As expected of God's Mistake, he was needlessly handsome. In addition, when a guy who was usually expressionless smiled, there was a considerable charm that came from that gap. Don't be fooled by his face. That Jude is handsome too, but isn't he a cunning fox? Because there really are a few guys like Lucas whose inside and outside appearances are the same. Come to think of it, how is Lucas? Is Pink Bomb okay? Scarlet's face became anxious, but Maximilian didn't see it, because he had turned his head to see the western sky turning green. Death magic. At present, there was only one person on the continent who could let out such a powerful death magic. Therefore, Maximilian sheathed his sword. Instead of staying longer, he quickened his steps and looked back at Scarlet. I think you already know, but my name is Maximilian de Avies. May I know your name too? Scarlet. That's a pretty name. It suits you. It wasn't some words he made up. So Scarlet had no choice but to blush when she saw Maximilian's faint smile. Scarlet, I have to go now. The zombies around here have been wiped out, and it seems that the situation here is about to end, so there won't be much danger. Let's meet again if we have a chance someday. W.H. Scarlet had nothing more to say, but she thought that he shouldn't just go like this, so she tried to say something, but Maximilian had already turned around. He headed west, and Scarlet chose to just close her eyes instead of forcing herself to raise her upper body. Pink Bomb. Don't get hurt and be safe. Scarlet recalled Cordelia's face before she let go of her consciousness. The chaos in the royal capital gradually settled. The flames were still there, but the zombification that spread like wildfire was over. The royal guards reorganized their command system and began to overwhelm the zombies and demon followers, and the royal capital also regained its order due to the activities of the royal guard knights. As expected of the royal capital, it was the capital of the Slen Kingdom, one of the greatest powers in the continent. It was greatly shaken, but it seemed to be impossible to completely destroy it. With his hand on his sword, First Sword gazed at the royal capital before turning to the side. He saw Koros sitting on the ground and Saluzia treating him. "You failed. The Lord Protector couldn't destroy the barrier." Koros and Saluzia's plans to open the Hell Gate in the royal capital when the barrier had been destroyed had also failed. At First Sword's comment, Saluzia grit her teeth. She wanted to tell him to shut up, but she held it in. It was useless. It's over. They dealt quite a big blow to the royal capital, but that was it. Rather, the damage suffered by the devil's hand was greater. Saluzia herself and Koros lost almost all of their combat troops, and they also lost their powerful card called the Lord Protector. My identity was also revealed. The Sword School's first sword, the Sword Saint of Light, Rune Froud. He was unable to remain in the Sword School because his identity was revealed. They really failed. It was fortunate that Saluzia herself and Koros had managed to save their lives. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. With a bright smile, First Sword approached Saluzia and Koros. Saluzia sharpened her senses as she instantly became alert, but it was only for a moment, because First Sword just passed by Saluzia and Koros. "Saluzia." With his back facing her, First Sword said in a low voice, and Saluzia raised her head to see him. First Sword shrugged once and continued while he still showed his back. "I've already said it, but my identity has been revealed. I can no longer use the name First Sword. So in the future, I think I'll be using my true name from now on." Saluzia understood what First Sword was talking about. As he had said, he could no longer live as First Sword. He had joined the Devil's Hand in order to live his life as a demonic human now, and his new name, a name given to him by their head which had already been decided a long time ago. Duke. At Saluzia's call, First Sword had a small laugh. He turned around and gazed at the royal capital again. The Sword Saint of Wind was there. The two people he liked so much was there too. If the Lord Protector died, it means that that too lived. He was one of the 10 great swordmasters who had grown old and weak. How did they defeat such a Lord Protector? How much stronger would the two who defeated the Lord Protector be in the future? His heart pounded. He remembered his fight with Count Bayer and unknowingly smiled. Not bad, since he was an enemy now, because he could kill and kill as much as he wanted. It wasn't just the Sword Saint of Wind. He had always wanted to fight against Suryu, the Seven Killings sword, and the Golden Sword, who was said to be the strongest among the Sword Saints, even the great swordmasters of the Empire. And those two, Jude and Cordelia, he liked those two so much that he wanted to break them himself. First Sword, or rather Duke, laughed out loud. He smiled in anticipation of his reunion with everyone. Chapter 198 Merit Ceremony 1. Ah, she slowly opened her eyes and let out a blank voice, because she was actually in a stupor. Leah. She heard a voice in her ear, but she couldn't understand it properly because her head was in a daze. As her blurred vision gradually turned clear, Cordelia blinked a few more times. SS. The voice became more audible. At the same time, Cordelia felt thirsty. Her mouth was dry, and it was difficult to swallow her saliva. Ha! She let out her breath after she groaned. Her vision still felt cloudy, but she could somehow see ahead of her. An unfamiliar ceiling, but it wasn't completely unfamiliar. She felt like she had seen something similar to it. The ceiling had a flashy and luxurious feeling. Where did I see it? Duke Spencer's mansion? My room in the royal palace? Miss, can you hear me? The voice. Cordelia shifted her blue eyes and saw the teary-eyed Dahlia was beside her. Dahlia? As soon as she spoke while struggling a bit with her pronunciation, a response came back. Yes, miss, it's me. It's Dahlia. Are you awake? Are you okay? Cordelia nodded a few times at the other's fervent response. Frankly, she was still in a daze and didn't know what was happening, but she didn't want to worry Dahlia. Wait, water. Please wait, miss. I'll give it to you right away. Dahlia immediately answered at the words she mumbled, and after raising Cordelia's upper body halfway up, she grabbed a cup with her empty hand. "Here it is, Miss Slowly." Slowly. Cordelia still had a blank face because she didn't have much strength in her body. So Dahlia brought the cup to Cordelia's lips and tilted it slowly, and Cordelia closed her eyes and drank the water like a baby. Slowly but steadily. Fua! After drinking all the water, Cordelia opened her eyes again. Although she was still lacking in energy, she felt a bit refreshed when she moistened her dry throat. "Aha, are you feeling better now?" "Yes, I'll lay you down again." Slowly. Dahlia gently whispered and laid Cordelia down very carefully, and Cordelia opened her lips after closing her eyes tightly. Who? She felt like the water she had just drank was circulating in her body. Her blurred vision finally became clear. "Dahlia?" "Yes, miss, it's Dahlia." Dahlia grabbed Cordelia's hand and smiled with a tearful face. Since she was a knight, Dahlia's hands were rough but warm. Cordelia somehow felt better and grinned, and she soon realized. Dahlia's hand. What about Jude's hand then? Jude. Cordelia became conscious and shouted, sitting up and reflexively raising her right hand. Her hand had always held Jude's hand, but it was alone now. Jude. She remembered it. She recalled it. The last situation before she lost consciousness. After all sorts of hardships, they defeated the Lord Protector, and then she talked with Jude with their eyes. They threw up blood and fell into a deep sleep while holding each other's hands. And now she didn't see Jude. That fact made Cordelia very worried. What about Jude? Where is Jude? Is Jude okay? As she poured out words and tried to get out of the bed, Dahlia hurriedly stretched her hands and pressed on Cordelia's shoulders. She said as she softly smiled to reassure her. "Lord Jude is okay too. He's resting in another room now." "Another room?" "Yes, another room. Please don't worry since Maja is taking care of him." Maja, Jude's exclusive maid. A person who was not just a servant for Jude, but was like a real sister to him. Cordelia let out her breath and Dahlia asked as she carefully laid her down again. "Have you calmed down?" Yes." From her answer, it seemed like she had not yet completely calmed down, but Dahlia was satisfied for now. She held Cordelia's hand and continued. "He's really okay, so please don't worry, okay?" Because Dahlia never lied. Moreover, Jude had absorbed the sphere of life and boasted about it whenever he had a chance. He was a guy with a regenerative ability that was better than Cordelia's, so he should be fine and not in poor health. That's a relief. I am really, really glad. Cordelia sighed in relief again before she turned her eyes and looked at Dahlia. "Is Dahlia okay, me?" "Yes." Dahlia was also in the grand banquet hall. "I'm okay. Count Chase protected everyone." "Father." "Yes, not only did he support with his magic the palace that was destroyed, but he also defeated the zombies and traitors. Without the Count, many people would have died or be injured by the collapsing palace." At Dahlia's explanation, Cordelia slightly smiled, because she was proud of her father. "But you're not hurt anywhere, right?" "Yes, I am not, so please don't worry about me." "Okay, I won't be worried." When Cordelia faintly smiled, Dahlia also brightly smiled. "By the way, Dahlia." "Yes, miss, how long have I been asleep?" 2 full days. Cordelia was surprised and unconsciously asked again. 2 days. Not half a day or a day, but 2 days? "Yes, I've been worried about you not waking up for 2 days. Everyone around me said that it was fine because you were so tired that you fell into a deep sleep, but it's not normal to sleep for 2 days straight." Indeed, Cordelia nodded her head and looked back at herself. She was wearing a white and loose dress that seemed comfortable and resembled a patient's clothing. "Let me check for a moment." Cordelia briefly said and closed her eyes, checking out her body's condition. By lightly circulating her mana, she was able to know her condition. "My mana has been exhausted." Perhaps when she released that last divine lightning, all the mana in her body was released too. Add to that was her physical fatigue, so it was understandable for her to sleep for 2 days. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I am fine now." It wouldn't originally take 2 days of sleep to recover her depleted mana, but it seemed to have somehow recovered due to the increase in her angel rank. Dahlia, what about the others? She was not only worried about Jude. There were a lot of people she was worried about too, to the extent that she didn't know who she should ask about first. At Cordelia's somewhat awkward question, Dahlia replied with a smile. "I'll tell you about the royal family first." "Okay." They were the most important people in this fight. His Majesty the King and the 3 queens are all safe. Crown Princess Daphne, Prince Dion, and Princess Darian are also safe. Cordelia breathed in relief at Dahlia's statement. In fact, she wanted to slightly question if Crown Princess Daphne was really fine since her right hand was cut off. But it wasn't life-threatening anyway, so it was good news to her. She's royalty, so she can have it reattached with healing magic. Her severed hand was surely at the scene. What about father? I mean, my father. Instead of immediately answering Cordelia's question, Dahlia laughed yufufu before she furtively smiled and teased her. Miss your father? Or his father? Father is father, why? Dahlia giggled as Cordelia responded with a slight blush on her face. A bioji is the informal/casual way of calling your own dad. A bionym is the formal way of calling your own dad, but it is also used to refer to a friend or someone else's dad. So when Cordelia asked, "What about father?" she used the formal abionym, but corrected it later to the informal abioji, which is my father because she was only referring to her own father. But Dahlia teasingly asked Cordelia if she was referring to Jude's dad, because a bionym could be used to refer to someone else's dad or your father-in-law or her own father, Count Chase. Dahlia used both a bionym in her question of your father or his father. Dahlia was subtly teasing Cordelia if she was only interested in Jude's father because of Jude, even though Dahlia knew that Cordelia was only referring to her own father. Cordelia replied that she was only interested in her own father, but that blush on her face hinted that she understood what Dahlia was teasing her about. Miss, why? Can I pinch your cheek? You're so cute that I want to pinch it. No. Why? Because it belongs to Lord Jude. Yes, no. Why are you mentioning Jude? You asked about his father, right? And you unconsciously answered yes, right? No, I did not, okay. My cheeks are mine, okay. It doesn't belong to Jude, okay. Then can I pinch it? No, why aren't you listening to me? As Cordelia became annoyed, Dahlia chuckled again. Miss is so cute. Dahlia is not cute at all. Really? Is that really true? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Cordelia asked if she was crying. Dahlia replied with a smile. Because I like Miss so much. Plus, you're so cute. It's not my fault but my lady's fault for being cute, okay? Who said that you can be so cute? Dahlia has become weird. What's wrong with you today? When Cordelia was at a loss on what to do, Dahlia giggled for the last time before she corrected her expression. Anyway, this is enough, let's go back to the main point. Does Miss like me too? I hate Dahlia. I like my lady. She had been really worried for the past 2 days, so she was really happy to see Cordelia open her eyes. Dahlia continued as she stroked Cordelia's hands. Both Count Bayer and Count Chase are safe. They both did very well in this incident. Count Bayer defeated First Sword, one of the traitors, and Count Chase saved everyone in the grand banquet hall. A catastrophe would have occurred if neither of the two were there. That's a relief, because her father-in-law was safe. She was honestly worried since First Sword was his opponent, because Count Bayer is strong. It seems like he wasn't overwhelmed at all by First Sword, that traitor. I'll rip him into shreds. Dahlia's voice was mixed with various emotions. When she talked about Count Bayer, she was proud of him as if he had already become a family member of theirs, and when she talked about First Sword, she revealed her blatant hatred for him. I guess they all know now. 2 days had already passed. Everyone must have already exchanged information to figure out the full situation. But it's kind of shocking. She had never thought that First Sword was a traitor. I never even imagined it. He had always been kind to Jude and Cordelia. Above all, there was no story of a traitor in the game. But that did not mean there was no traitor. First Sword only existed in the background setting, so there were still a lot of things they didn't know about. If I think about it, he might have faked his death and was not actually killed by one of the 7 major calamities. And after that, he might have changed his name to his demonic human name like the other 10 great swordmasters who were traitors too. Either way, it was something unpleasant. Furthermore, when she heard the story from Dahlia, it seemed like First Sword had escaped. What about Unnai? What about brother-in-law Gal? Instead of answering Cordelia's question right away, Dahlia shrank her lips and spoke in a cautious tone. First of all, Adelianim is safe. She was really exhausted, but she wasn't that hurt. Cordelia was relieved to hear that Adelia was safe, but she did not breathe in relief for now, because she felt like there was something wrong with Gal with the way Dahlia talked. As for Lord Gal, his life is not in danger. Life? Yes, he was hurt a lot. He had a lot of injuries all over his body, and he lost his left arm. Cordelia blinked her eyes, because she could not understand. The left arm? Yes, it's impossible to regenerate it, so I think he'll have to wear a prosthetic arm. His situation was different from Princess Daphne, who was able to secure her severed hand and immediately reattach it. To begin with, the severed arm was discovered too late, and the damaged part itself was so large that reattaching it was impossible. Wait a second. Wait, Unnai and brother-in-law were outside the royal palace. How would they get hurt in the first place? That was it, because she realized it while she was talking. The capital. The royal capital was also attacked. At Cordelia's words, Dahlia nodded with a troubled expression and spoke again. She told Cordelia about the royal capital that had suffered more damage than the royal palace. No way. She thought that they had stopped the terror plans of the Black Moon, but she didn't expect that there would be a bigger incident. Were we wrong? Should we have just let the Black Moon commit terror? If that happened, the Devil's Hand wouldn't have directly attacked the royal capital, right? She was confused. She couldn't come up with an answer at that moment. There was a lot of damage, but we were able to overcome it. In particular, Velkian, one of the 5 heroes of the Paragon Kingdom, played a huge role in that. Cordelia's eyes widened at Dahlia's words, because an unexpected name came up. V. Velkian? Necromancer Velkian? Yes, Velkian Nim. Whoa, just as the Devil's Hand attacking directly was unexpected, Velkian's assistance was unexpected too. She didn't expect that the letter they left in the Temple of Life would help them in this way. Wait a minute. Is he trying to find Pink Bomb then? There was only one reason for Velkian to come to the royal capital in the first place. Ugh, head hurts. Still, it was worth it for us to run wild this time. They did a lot of things to prevent the genocide of the royal family. Among those were some that were rather harmful, such as the betrayal of First Sword and the direct attack of the Devil's Hand, but there were some helpful ones too, such as Velkian and the Rogue Master. In the end, we just have to do our best. They didn't know if the results of their efforts would be good. They were just trying to do everything to get the best results. We have a lot of work to do. The fight was over, but there were so many things to do, such as the cleanup and so on. We have to meet Velkian and check on Scarlet too. Come to think of it, is Lucas okay? It seems that it wasn't that bad in the grand banquet hall, so he's probably fine, right? Miss. Yes. Cordelia was in the midst of her thoughts, so she raised her head and responded when Dahlia called her and smiled. Would you like to see Lord Jude? Jude? Yes, he's still asleep, but I think you'll be very relieved if you see that he's all right. At Dahlia's words, Cordelia nodded without realizing it. Yes, I want to see him. Her answer also came out unconsciously, and in response, Dahlia grinned and stood up. There was quite a lot she wanted to say to tease Cordelia, but she put Cordelia's wish first for now. Let us go, miss. It's not that far because it's right next door. She helped Cordelia stand up before taking out a large shawl and placing it on Cordelia's shoulders. Well, will this be all right? Yes, frankly, it's not a situation where you need to get dressed properly. Cordelia slightly pulled the shawl around her shoulders and left the room while being supported by Dahlia. Judging from the decor and structure of the hallway, it seemed like they were in the main palace and not a different palace. This way, please. Count Bayer's knight, who was guarding the door, opened it right away, and Cordelia entered the room, pressing on her slightly pounding heart. My lady? Maja. It was Maja whose face had become thin from her excessive worry for the past 2 days. But she smiled as if she was very relieved to see that Cordelia was fine, and she immediately pointed towards Jude. The young master is all right. He is yet to wake up, but they said that his life was not in danger. There was an awkwardness in the way she talked, which was unlike the usual Maja who spoke perfectly, but Cordelia didn't mind it. Without realizing it, she took a step closer to Jude. You idiot. When she saw his face, a curse came to her mind first. She couldn't help it. She was angry. At the same time, she was very relieved. Cordelia let out a long breath and plopped down on the side of the bed to look down at Jude. His pale face didn't look good, but when she saw that his breathing was even, she thought that his life was not in danger. The Count said that he used too much energy, so he is like that now. The Count said that he would get up soon since there are no problems with his life. Cordelia nodded at Maja's explanation. She was at the scene herself, so she knew better than anyone on what happened to Jude and why he wasn't waking up. Sixth door, he didn't lie down like this simply because of overdoing it. It was the consequence of forcibly opening the door, so he was unable to wake up. Stupid idiot. You always boasted about your physical strength. You always bragged about your chinmujich. Cordelia felt her vision blur again. Without realizing it, tears flowed down along her cheeks. It's because of me. Cordelia herself was the one who came up with the idea of opening the sixth door. Cordelia herself was the one who pushed Jude into doing it. It's all right, Missy will wake up soon. Yes, my lady. Count Bayer said the same. As Cordelia shed tears, Dahlia and Maja were flustered and quickly spoke. Instead of answering, Cordelia bit her lips and sniffled, but she soon nodded her head. Because it naturally occurred to her what Jude would say if he was awake now, and what she would also say to him. My lady, aren't you hungry? Yes, Miss, you woke up after 2 days. Maja and Dahlia spoke again when the still sniffling Cordelia looked a bit calm now. And Cordelia realized it. The fact that she was really hungry. Perhaps because she had realized it, she felt so hungry now that her stomach was growling. Please come this way. Since you woke up after 2 days, I will prepare something soft to eat. Maja smiled and spoke, leading Cordelia to a table before leaving the room, and she soon returned with a few dishes on the tray. Soup, bread, and water mixed with fruit juice. It was a very simple meal compared to the ones she normally ate, but she was drooling because she had an empty stomach. Please eat. Thank you for the meal. Cordelia immediately said and lifted her spoon before she looked back at Jude, because she was worried about Jude who had not yet eaten. Wake up quickly, okay? Let's go eat something delicious together. After muttering a slightly childish wish, Cordelia focused on eating again. And a few minutes. Around the time when Cordelia emptied the soup and swallowed the juice with a gulp, Cordelia, so you were here. A handsome man appeared after the door opened. He had a face that resembled Count Chase and Adelia, and Cordelia realized that she had completely forgotten about the man in front of her. Edward Chase, the eldest son of Count Chase and the older brother of Cordelia herself. He was also at the grand banquet hall and attended the ball, but she somehow forgot about him. Why does it look like you're feeling very sorry about something? And no, I am not. Opa is also fine. Yes, I'm glad. Opa is also safe. As Cordelia quickly laughed and said, Edward narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but fortunately, it was only for a moment. He sat in front of Cordelia, who unconsciously began to sweat coldly, and he glanced at Jude once before looking at Cordelia again and saying, First of all, let me say this an older brother who share Count Chase's blood like you. I am really glad that you woke up fine. I was very worried. Yes, thank you, Opa. I am really, really sorry for forgetting about you. Edward narrowed his eyes again when Cordelia awkwardly smiled, but this time it wasn't that long. Next, as a noble of the Slen Kingdom, I would like to express my gratitude. You and Jude saved this country. You really contributed well in this fight. Having said that, Edward bowed his head. Oh, Opa, I am very proud that you're my younger sister. At Edward's words, Cordelia blushed in shyness and joy instead of embarrassment, because she felt a great sense of satisfaction deep in her heart. We did well this time, just like we did in the Wild Lands. We did a good job for everyone again this time. As Cordelia shyly laughed, Edward smiled as he found it to be very cute, and he spoke again. Then let me get straight to the point. Cordelia, I have good news and good news. Which one would you like to hear first? Good news and good news. You want me to choose from one of those two? Cordelia blinked her eyes and asked, and Edward said again, There are good news and good news. I'll leave it to you on which one you would like to hear first. What kind of nonsense is this? Come to think of it, Edward was originally a person like this. Then I want to hear the good news first. Good, that's an excellent choice. Ooh, okay, I don't know in what exactly I chose, but anyway, good news is good news. When Cordelia faintly smiled, Edward got to the point instead of dragging it on. Gal's condition is rapidly improving. Perhaps he will open his eyes tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest. Really? Yes, really. So don't worry about it too much. I'll make him a very cool prosthetic, of course. If Adelia was a combat-type wizard, Edward was a research-type wizard who specialized in crafting magic tools. It was reliable if the prosthetic arm was made by Edward and not anybody else. Ha, that's a relief. Yes, it's a relief. Edward happily smiled and waited for a while, so that Cordelia could pay her full attention to the second good news. Are you ready to listen now? Yes, I want to hear it. The second good news. As Cordelia brightly smiled and looked excited, Edward suddenly stood up and courteously greeted her. Edward Chase from the Chase family greets Viscountess Chase. Huh. Cordelia blinked her eyes with a blank face, and she soon stood up from her seat. Viscountess Chase? Yes, Viscountess Chase, because you made a huge contribution. Wouldn't it be natural for you to raise in rank? He was right. They made a really, really big contribution, so they deserve to have their titles raised. Wow, Viscountess Chase, not Baroness Chase, but Viscountess. Haha. Cordelia chuckled with a happy face, and Edward giggled before he slightly raised Cordelia's hand and touched his lips on the back of her hand. Countess Chase, Crown Princess Daphne has already given her word that she will be holding the merit ceremony herself. Is that true? Yes, indeed. When Edward spoke in a theatrical manner, Cordelia responded as if they were in a play. And a few seconds, Cordelia's eyes widened and she asked, Wait a second. Countess Chase? Yes, Countess. After being promoted from Baroness to Viscountess, Yael be promoted to Countess again. Because they had all saved the lives of the king, queens, and their children. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were literally heroes who saved the country, so it was natural for them to be promoted to the count rank. Wow, Countess, what about Jude? Yes, he is Count Bayer. Countess Chase and Count Bayer, a couple who were both counts. My goodness. Cordelia sat down again and giggled with a face as if she didn't know if this was a dream or reality, and Edward lightly pinched Cordelia's cheek then. He was a bit surprised at its softness that Scarlet also liked, and he said, By the way, Countess Chase. Yes, Lord Edward Chase, I have better news. Huh, you have news better than this. Cordelia widened her eyes in surprise, and Edward smiled like a mischievous kid and drew his face closer. He whispered in a small voice to Cordelia's ear, just like how Jude did. The third good news. Surprise and joy spread on Cordelia's face at the same time. Chapter 199 Merit Ceremony 2. How is it? Is it fine with you? At Princess Daphne's room. When Prince Dion asked her with a voice mixed with tension, Princess Daphne lightly moved her right hand. After she slowly turned her wrist and folded her fingers one by one, she clenched and opened her fist several times before she held her pen. The pen felt cold and smooth. It feels a bit different, but I think it's fine. Prince Dion breathed in relief at the words of Princess Daphne. No, he didn't just stop at that as he sank to his knees, because his legs gave out. Ha, that's a relief. Were you that worried? Should I not worry? Princess Daphne giggled at Prince Dion's question and put down her pen. She originally wanted to try turning the pen, but she didn't even try it because she was almost certain what Dion would look like if she failed. No, perhaps I'll be able to do it in the future. Her right hand didn't have much strength. It seemed like she would have no problems with it in her daily life, but it was questionable if she would be able to hold the sword like before. Sister, yes, I'm okay. Prince Dion's face became serious again, and his expression stiffened without him realizing it. Therefore, Princess Daphne awkwardly smiled and changed the topic. How is Darian? Darian? Yes, was she scared? Yes, she was very scared, but she wasn't injured, so there should be no problem. Mentally, well, she actually didn't see the corpses. Princess Daphne bit her lips at Prince Dion's words, because she recalled the time when she saw the bodies of the other royal family members. She had seen the bloody corpses of her father's siblings and concubines, and also her half-siblings. When she closed her eyes, she could still vividly remember that horrible sight. So instead of closing her eyes, Princess Daphne took a slow and deep breath. Princess Daphne's dignified appearance and charisma led her to be regarded as the Lion Princess or the Iron Princess, because she was the symbol of a bold and strong woman. But in reality, she wasn't an iron lady who did not shed blood or tears. She had an outgoing and bold personality. But at the same time, she was also rich in emotions since she was very affectionate and would cry often. Rather, the iron one is Dion. As his sister, she found Dion a bit problematic, because except for Daphne herself, he was surprisingly cold-hearted to others. He was that indifferent that even when he talked about Princess Darian, he didn't seem to care much about her, so what more of the others? How is father, I mean, His Majesty? It's not good. Mother said that he needed a lot of time. At Prince Dion's words, Princess Daphne unknowingly closed her eyes. Their father, Henry II, was already shaken by the betrayal and death of the Lord Protector whom he believed and depended on more than anyone else, so he was completely crushed when he saw the wretched state of the royal family's corpses. Father is yes, he is pure. That's why mother loves father. He was not competent, but neither was he completely incompetent. He was aware of his role as a king, and he always made an effort to fulfill his duties as a king. Therefore, when Henry II saw the corpses of the royal family members, he had no choice but to admit it. No matter what reason the Lord Protector had, even if it was a really unavoidable reason, the Lord Protector was a traitor. He was an enemy of the Slen royal family, someone they could never forgive. Henry II erased the Lord Protector from his heart. It left his heart empty, but he still did it. Has he recovered? Perhaps. But you know our father's personality. Once he recovers to a certain extent, he'll have to worry about two options, right? She understood what Dion was talking about. As Dion had said, she knew Henry II well. Will he abdicate or not? Someone had to take responsibility for this. It was not an issue that would end just because the concerned person died. So he had to take full responsibility and abdicate from the throne. Since the crown princess had become an adult, he could hand the throne over to her and hope that she would be a better monarch. It was an option that Prince Dion wanted and was also the best option for Henry II. But Henry II was not an irresponsible man. The Lord Protector was dead, but they still had a lot of problems. The activities of Count Chase and the Royal Guard Knights minimized the damage, but that did not mean that no one was killed or injured. The deaths of the royal family members, the deaths of the nobles. Add to that was the disaster in the royal capital. The biggest problem was the fact that the Lord Protector was the leader of the royalists. Naturally, all the people under the command of the Lord Protector who were involved in this rebellion were also royalists. So their elimination meant a weakening of the entire royalist faction. The royal family of the Slen Kingdom had always been strong. And those in the aristocrats' faction were obviously not hostile against the royalty just because they were on that side. Even Duke Balboa, who belonged to the Hawks, was more like a dove wearing the mask of a hawk when one compared it to other countries. But even if that was the situation, it will still end up complicated if the royalists suddenly lose their power. The balance of power would be destroyed, and the royal family would greatly suffer. It was a difficult political situation. The Slen Kingdom would be greatly shaken, and the empire would take advantage of that and reveal their power again, and the other countries were also likely to show a different attitude. Would the king then leave his daughter, who had just become an adult, to this hard and difficult position? Considering Henry II's personality, it was absolutely impossible. Of course, mother will help me a lot either way. If her father abdicates, she will help Princess Daphne, and if he doesn't abdicate, she will become more involved in politics now. My head hurts. Prince Dion smiled bitterly at Princess Daphne's honest words. In any case, I'll help you with the best of my ability. Yes, I feel a bit energized now. Dion was different from the Lord Protector, because he was an ally who would never betray her, someone whom she could really trust anytime and anywhere. Anyway, let's talk something a bit more positive. After all, we avoided the worst, right? The Lord Protector was killed, and his plot to destroy the barrier was stopped. Even the demon followers who attacked the royal capital were also unable to do anything about it in the end. You're right, the worst situation had indeed been avoided. And Princess Daphne knew that it was because of them that they were able to somehow avoid the worst situation. It was true. The two people of destiny. The heroes who saved Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, and also the fate of the Slen Kingdom in its moment of crisis. If it weren't for those two, all of us would definitely have been killed by the Lord Protector. The barrier would have been destroyed, and the demon followers would have done some terrible things. There were so many troops who had attacked the royal capital. If the barrier had been destroyed, they would have probably added more troops. Would they have opened a Hell Gate? Probably. Like what they did in the Paragon Kingdom. Just imagining it was terrible. A Hell Gate opening in the royal capital of the Slen Kingdom. We owe them so much. It's something we are really grateful for, so we have to make them even more on our side. Princess Daphne had a bitter smile at Prince Dion's words, because she felt bitter at the reality that they were treating their benefactors like this. First of all, both of us have decided to give them the Count title, right? Yes, because even if their contribution is big, they are not even adults yet, and the two have just become barons. It will be difficult to give them a title that is more than that. It was only after the Lord Protector had saved the country, for the second time, did he get a promotion in his noble title. The two had originally come from the prestigious 12 northern families, so it was obvious that the existing nobles would protest greatly if they were bestowed a marquis or duke title. Instead, we can give them something else. That's what I am going to do. We can't get them on our side if we save on our spending. No, I don't mean it like that, fine, just give them a lot. That's fine with me. Prince Dion smiled a bit at Princess Daphne's words and took out a piece of paper that had been in his arms. What's that? The bribes I prepared for the two people of destiny. I want you to review it too. Prince Dion handed the paper to Princess Daphne, and she laughed at the first line. It really is a bribe. Because we have to give our best if we're giving something, right? Princess Daphne laughed again at Prince Dion's words, because she felt that Dion was sincerely grateful to the two people of destiny, even though he seemed to be making excuses. Although rather than his own life, it seems he's more grateful that they saved my life. I feel like the person Hall be his wife in the future will resent me. Princess Daphne smiled and read the list of bribes prepared by Prince Dion. A fief. For me and Jude? Yes, a fief. Cordelia was literally stunned at Edward's words. She had awakened the memories of her previous life, but she had also lived as Cordelia Chase for 17 years. Thus, as a noble of the Slen Kingdom, Cordelia knew how much a fief would mean to a noble. Woo, a fief. Becoming a countess is like a dream, and now we're even getting a fief. What kind of place is it? It will not be very big though, right? A few small villages, maybe even a small city, maybe even a mountain. Whatever it is, it will definitely be good. I will still like it. If it's a village, we'll just be building houses and adding structures of this, and that if it's a city, we have to develop commerce, and if it's a mountain, we'll have to dig mines in order to gain a source of income. Haha, it's like a game. Like the classic games of Sim City or the Tycoon series. I worked hard in Animal Crossing. Her imagination grew more and more distant from the actual management of a fief, but Cordelia did not mind it, because Jude would be the one to worry about the real thing anyway. The right person for the right job, the right person for the right job. Cordelia laughed heh again and drew a cute and colorful village in her head, while Edward, Maja, and Dahlia all had the same expression when they saw Cordelia. How cute! I want to pinch her cheeks, stroke her head, and kiss her. Dahlia flinched when she thought that while Edward was snickering before he loudly coughed to break Cordelia's delusion. Anyway, it's almost a determined fact that a fief will be added to your count title. It's still a bit of a question on what kind of territory you will get though. It hasn't been decided yet. Yes, the situation is a bit complicated. There were many reasons why a fief was very important to a noble, and scarcity was one of them. Land was obviously a limited resource. The Slen Kingdom was 300 years old, and most of the land there already had owners. Naturally, there were still quite some land that belonged to the royal family, but it was not possible to give the management to some of them since it was the source of the royalty's power. Well, with this incident, the lands of the Lord Protector and those close to him will be confiscated. But as you know, the lands of those who caused the rebellion are basically managed by the royal family too, right? Moreover, if they confiscate all the territories of the Lord Protector and his subordinates, the scale would be truly enormous. Even if the contribution of the two were big, it was too much to give it all to two new counts. So what you're saying is they will have to decide on giving land from those under the royal family's direct management or from the confiscated lands. So it means that we still don't know where it will be. Well, in any case, it will most likely be in the central region. Whether it was the territory of the Lord Protector or the territories under the royal family, they were all in the center. But it may be a fief that is a little far from the royal capital, given that Yao'll be given a mansion in the capital. After all, the royal family seems to want you two to live in the royal capital. Edward liked to give long explanations, so he continued to say what he wanted to say, but Cordelia didn't hear much of it, because she had already heard the most important content. Mansion? Yes, a mansion. It looks like they'll give you two a house to live in the royal capital. This means that we can narrow down the candidates to some extent, but either way, it will be huge and grand. Adelia's house will look like a warehouse. Edward began to explain again while Cordelia let her imagination flow again like she always did. Mansion. House. Jude and Cordelia's own home. The house of us too. I can somehow feel my face turning red. My heart is pounding more than when I heard that we'll be receiving a fief. It reminds me of the guild house. Even in Legend of Heroes 2, I worked hard to decorate it. We should decorate it beautifully this time too, right? Like bringing in some furniture. Then, should I go look for some furniture with Jude? After all, it's a house that the two of us will live in together. Live in together, well, live together? With Jude, Jude and I will live in the same house. No, the two of us are somehow living together already, but still. But if we live in the same house? Yes, it's still just an engagement between us. We haven't even had a proper engagement ceremony. Cordelia's face became redder and redder, and her imagination grew worse and worse as if it wanted to keep its pace with her red face. And Edward couldn't stand it anymore and pinched Cordelia's cheek. My goodness, my youngest sibling. I can see what you're imagining. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you saw me imagining that I went with Jude to see furniture. Yes, I did. I saw you imagine going to see furniture with him. Isn't that completely a newlywed's house? And newlywed's house. Cordelia's eyes widened. Her face was already red and burning, and Edward pulled her cheeks straight, but she didn't say anything. You're cute, but I hate that Jude now. I have to give such a cute younger sister to him. Dahlia nodded her head as if agreeing, and Maja narrowed her eyes with a bit of an angry face. And a few seconds later, Edward chuckled as he watched Cordelia, but he suddenly stood up from his seat. Young master? Edward responded to Dahlia's question with a hand gesture and then went through his chest pocket and pulled out a magic device that looked like a round pocket watch, and soon he brightly smiled. My sister, can you move now? We're just going to the room across this. As Edward pulled her hand and asked, Cordelia came to her senses and questioned him as she stood up. We're moving? To where? Gal's room. It looks like Gal woke up. Edward's words brightened up Maja's face. Cordelia also quickly nodded and replied. Let's go then. Yes, let's go. Edward hurriedly opened the door. Adelia, Gal is awake nigh. Brother-in-law Gal is that was it. Edward opened the door and was about to rejoice in the recovery of one of his few friends, and Cordelia was about to say congratulations to her sister, but her face that had barely calmed down turned red again. The scene in front of them. Gal had woken up. That was right, but the scene in front of them was very different from the sight they had imagined. It was completely different from the scene they had imagined of Gal smiling, even though he had a completely sick face while lying in the bed, and of Adelia shedding tears of emotion as she held Gal's hand. Dahlia instantly moved her hand to cover Cordelia's eyes, and Edward began to act before Cordelia even reacted. He grabbed Cordelia by her waist, carrying her as they left the room like that. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The flustered Edward just coughed while Cordelia was panting, and Edward spoke again. First of all, I don't think we need to worry about his health. Yeah, Cordelia agreed with him, because rather than looking sick, he seemed to be full of energy. Well, let's go back first. Dahlia, don't let anyone go in for a while. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Dahlia nodded with a red face and quickly called a person to guard the door. Cordelia, this older brother of yours will be going to see our father now. Do you want to take a rest now? It's late, so I'll share you the details tomorrow. Okay. Cordelia stiffly nodded her head like a wooden doll, and she unknowingly returned to Jude's room while trying to calm herself down. She also had an option to just go back to her room and rest, but her feet headed to Jude's room without her realizing it. Lady Cordelia? Maja, who was in the room, was surprised at Cordelia's quick return and asked, so Dahlia spoke on behalf of Cordelia. Young Master Gal has woken up. He seems to be very, very healthy. Yeah. What? What are you? As Maja tilted her head, Dahlia repeatedly stamped her feet before she approached Maja and began to whisper in her ear. And Maja's reaction that followed. Even though she was called the Ice Princess, her cheeks began to heat up. The three women were silent for a while, and as the air turned awkward, Cordelia opened her mouth first. That's right. Maja, why don't you take a break too? I'll keep an eye on Jude. Because given Maja's personality, she definitely stayed besides Jude for the past 2 days. I don't think she has slept at all. Even if she did, her fair face was now at the point of looking pale, and Cordelia also felt uncomfortable to see the blacks under Maja's eyes. But wouldn't Jude be very worried if he sees you with such a face when he wakes up? She's right, Maja. You know Lord Jude's personality. When Dahlia added on to Cordelia's words, Maja finally nodded her head. Then go and rest. Get some sleep. I'll be next to Jude. I'm not sleepy at all because I've slept for the past 2 days. Maja ended up smiling at Cordelia's words mixed with a little playfulness. I understand. Please take care of him, my lady. Yes, yes. Maja left the room while still hesitating, and Dahlia went out with her as if to see her off. But instead of re-entering the room, Dahlia took a seat next to the Bayer family knight who was standing in front of the door. Her action was unexpected, but it was because she wanted to make time for the two inside. Dame Dahlia. What happened? The Bayer family knight who was guarding the door, Jun, asked Dahlia, and she just awkwardly smiled at him since they had only met a few times enough for a short chat. And inside the room, Cordelia was left alone. She sat down beside Jude's bed and stared at him. You're handsome if you keep your mouth shut. In fact, he was also handsome when he opened his mouth, but he always said some cheeky things when he did that. And yet Cordelia drew her face a bit closer to Jude. Like before, he was asleep with a sickly-looking face, but after she saw Gal, she was strangely relieved. Because even in that bad condition, Gael still woke up. So Jude will wake up in the same way too. He'll wake up in the same way Enno, because Jude is different from brother-in-law Gal. Yes, they're different. When the door was opened, she saw Gal and Adelia exchanging intense kisses. Unlike the one that she last saw at the engagement ceremony, the kisses were so intense that it unconsciously reminded her of the word beast. Still, the brothers resembles each other. Maybe when Jude wakes up, Cordelia looked at Jude's lips without realizing it, and she quickly shook her head. Because their situation was different. Their relationship was also different, and there were many things that were different too. Seriously. Even though she was all alone, Cordelia looked around her before she gently held Jude's hand. She put her left hand on top of his right hand and slowly interlaced her fingers with his hand. He had a big hand and long fingers. His skin was soft like a baby due to his metamorphosis. Many thoughts that lingered in her head naturally flew away. As she silently looked at Jude, only one thought came to her mind. I wish that y'all quickly wake up, if you wake up soon. Then, y'all be boasting again with that handsome yet sly face. The smell of Jude. Anyway, Cordelia was still tired. Contrary to what she said to Maja, Cordelia began to doze off, closing her eyes with her head lying down by the bedside. She fell into a deep sleep as her hand twitched while clasping his hand. And just like that, 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, and when the time kept passing and the night got deeper. Cordelia slowly opened her eyes as she heard a voice in her ears. She listened to the voice, blinking her eyes as she was still half asleep. A gentle tone, a pleasant voice, the voice she welcomed the most in the world, Cordelia. She didn't hear it wrong. It wasn't a dream, Jude. She raised her head as she called him, and Cordelia could see it, the sly smile on his face that she expected. My princess. The black-hearted man who always boasted about his good looks and would always say embarrassing words casually, that man who was cheeky yet reliable too. Cordelia widely smiled and hugged the man, and he hugged her back. She began to cry, and he patted her back, 3 days from the decisive battle in the royal capital. Jude woke up.